Okay, we are streaming, and I'll just start the call so I can fill in airtime. Burn bandwidth, rather. Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much, and glad that you're here. So I've forgotten why it is that you dread tomorrow, but if you're willing to share that, you can go ahead.
It's my birthday.
Oh, yes. Happy
Yeah.
birthday. I'll try.
Nobody likes this solar return.
Oh my God, I pray I remember to get an e-card to you. I'll try and produce one. If I may not get to it till the day after, but do appreciate your patience with that. Let's see if we can add Mr. Solomon Sheikh, and press the add button would help. And all right, press the add button for. Okay. Daniel Arola. Thank God. So wonderful. So that we can get him over here. Let's try Amanda. See if she responds. And other than that, let me check into the responsive time of some of the other people. Okay. And I want to thank everyone for joining us. All right, so we've got, I think, just about everybody who normally responds to have the
Salam
ability.
alaikum.
Yes,
Walaikum assalam, brother Daniel. How are you? Where are the white women at?
yes.
Hey, they're here in Houston. They're all over the place.
Uh,
I'm on my way.
he
Oh yeah.
is. He is. Yes, that's right.
There's plenty out here. You won't get cock blocked.
Derek, that's right. Give me just a second here, and let me add Mr. Derek Talley. And so it's been so long, I keep forgetting. Okay. I had him. It's like a fish. I had him, and then I was reeling him in, and
I'll see if I could get him on for you.
it's all right. I think I've got him. Pack one is unavailable. Mandy says she'll be right there, and okay. Okay, how is it that I don't know what's going on with the
All right, I just added Derek, so he's in.
Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. Derek, can you give us a sound test?
Hey, how's it going?
Wonderful. Wonderful. It's wonderful to hear your voice. I'm not saying it's necessarily wonderful for all of us. It is Mr. Jameson Reese's birthday tomorrow, so that is
Oh
a
boy.
hard time for
Hey,
him.
It's your birthday tomorrow, Jameson. How's it?
birthday punches. Okay.
How's it feel to be 21?
21. Um, I would say that I'm glad I'm not 21 anymore. That was a painful age, man. That was probably one of the worst years.
Oh my God. And yes, growing up can be awkward, at the least. And let me see if anybody else has responded. So we've got plenty of people who have. And Amanda Ute says she'll be right there, which is so cute. And so everybody tell me if you see her come on. And let me do a little background checking into something. I want to officially start the program, and I want to thank everyone for being here who is listening. I will check the chat room. I will also check our messages. In the we usually get something from Sammy Romero, which always helps, and I don't see him just yet. But let's take a look at inside of the live stream. Make certain that comes on. Spartan O Negative says hello, brother. So hello, dear brother Spartan O Negative, and good says we've got an excellent connection. And with that, I'm going to refresh our video page, so to speak, or my channel page, so that I could check the video from here. And then we're going to test the upload by taking the share from there. I want to thank everybody who's put in their upvote. Remind everybody who's with us to do so. God bless you all. And with that, let me see now the share button. Here we are. That way I can test the link and then change all of the hyperlinks on the page. And Derek Talley has put our Roswell Deception link up in the chat room. God bless him. And honestly, if it weren't for his doing that, I wouldn't even remember to shill the book, as Atlantean Wizard says, which I need to do, and really got to start integrating that into all of our let me test this out and change all of the into all of our how would I say it, promotional banners and show descriptions. So aside from that, let me see what else we do. I guess what I do is kind of move this over here, this little musical chairs with the screens, because I always have several up at once. There we are. And with that, let me get other people rolling so that I can try to rehydrate myself and just kind of wake up, which is going to be difficult for me because I tried to take a power nap and, you know, got a little bit of a rest there before going into our 12-hour shift. And at least now that I'm producing myself, we don't have to, you know, we start half an hour later, which it makes it infinitely easier in one sense. But in the meantime, I will be counting on all of you to burn bandwidth for me. And since you're all here, that's wonderful. Now, with all of you gentlemen, I want everyone to know that we've got a number of special situations going on, as always. As far as I understand it, Salman Sheikh is fairly stable, as always, in terms of his life and the course it's taking him on, or at least that's the presumption that I make. And he's willing to detail anything that he's willing to share, or he's welcome to detail anything he's willing to share in that regard. You know, it's really strange because what happens is that, well, I guess I'll describe this later. Later on, people can remind me to talk about a strange little thing I found on my screen. It's not like it was on display within the screen, something on the net, but actually on the screen, on the computer screen itself. You can remind me to talk about that later. And aside from all of that, I want people to understand that because Salman Sheikh seems stable enough, we're going to go to the other members first. And those would be, of course, the people who may have less time with us in terms of going to sleep or whatnot. Of course, you've heard by now that it's Jameson Reese's birthday tomorrow. And he turns...
Oh, no, you called it out. Now they're going to assassinate me.
Yes.
I know it.
Yes.
I know it. I saw all these people driving by looking at me strange. I was like expecting, and some dudes like walking by with their hands in their pockets like they have guns and shit. And I'm like, don't fucking play that shit on me. I can attack you right now.
Oh my God.
Without provocation for that shit. I mean, seriously. I mean, with the increase in gun violence up here in Staten Island, it's already bad enough.
Understood, and that helps to bring attention to the fact that it's Gun Violence Awareness Day is coming up on the 4th, so we will be speaking of that tonight, at least at some length. I don't know how much, but, you know, I will try and put some things into perspective for people. And aside from that, I know that Daniel Arola is with us, and we'll be talking a little bit about our favorite clay pigeon to shoot, which will be Steven Seagal, along with other things in the martial arts world. I will also be asking Derek Talley to open it all up. So Derek Talley, I hope all is going well with you, and I ask of you to open the show for us and tell us about what's going on with yourself. Two things I want to bring up before I forget is, of course, I want to just thank you profoundly for working with me over the past several days with everything that you've been dealing with. Tell us what more you're discovering about your new lifestyle, and also just whether or not you managed to review the rest of the episode concerning the subject of The Handmaid's Tale and that elephant in the room, which everyone is intentionally ignoring, which I think is probably far more upsetting than anything has been in a long time, is the sheer brazenness where they ignore the reality of race in a dystopian fiction about the near future. And people do remind me to bring up some elements of the Jewish question into this, because there's elements of that are also equally offensive in their own way, though
Yeah,
far less so.
the co-opting of the "we were tortured the most" bullshit. Yeah,
There is.
yeah. I'll remind you.
Thank you. There is that, and or at least yeah, there's that. So with that, Derek, please lead the way.
Yeah, I think you're doing an awesome job. I listened to like 3 hours of it so far, and of the actual commentary, like going into the commentary, and so so I still did listen to more. Yeah, right now, the way my schedule is, I have to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So my time on Sunday, I'm really not able to listen to a lot of it. I keep it on YouTube. I mean, I keep it on and listen to it, but come around 7 o'clock, I'm in bed. I got to wake up at 5, and then it's just a boring life of just sitting there. Now, this is worse. Now, when I had to do chemotherapy, I don't even remember it being this bad. But, with chemotherapy, it was a totally different environment. I had totally different nurses. I was on first name basis with all the nurses, and the nurses were more personable. And this dialysis is a totally different ball game than chemotherapy. I'm glad I'm done with cancer, and thank God that I cured the cancer. But I think I'm looking at the position I'm in now, and I'll be like, man, I really miss those nurses that I was hanging around with when I was doing chemotherapy. They were so cool. You know what I'm saying? They'd come and talk to you, tell you jokes and stuff. Even the fact that when I first started chemotherapy, my dad was able to come up there with me, but then COVID hit, and they weren't allowing any visitors.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if there were ever any visitors in dialysis, but it's so impersonal. They give you a chair, like a lazy boy chair. They want you to kick your legs up. They give you a TV screen, but then they give you some headphones, and so that you could watch your own TV. So you got a whole bunch of different TV screens up on the wall. Everybody's next to each other. And if you have to use the bathroom, when I was going through chemotherapy, the machine that I was hooked to that was giving me my chemo, if I had to go to the bathroom, I just went to the bathroom. I had to unplug it from the wall, and it was working from the battery. And I rolled it into the bathroom with me and washed my hands, and then I rolled it back to the chair, sat down, and I plugged my machine back in. But with this, you got two choices if you got to go to the bathroom. Either they have to take 30 minutes to unhook you, because you can't move. You got to stay in that chair, and which interrupts your chemotherapy, which interrupts your dialysis. Or since you're in a chair with a whole bunch of different people around in a circle, they have these curtains. So like if you just gotta pee, they pull these two sets of curtains and circle you with it,
Mm-hmm.
and then they give you this little thing to use the bathroom in. And I suppose the females can't do this, but if you're a male, you got this little this urinal. You go in and then you close it up, and then you have to say, okay, I'm done. And they come and remove the curtain from it. Yeah.
I'm certain there must be a female version of a little potty urinal for that. They have them for the beds, so they must have that. In terms of what you're going through, I understand completely, because what they're doing is kind of a mass production, almost assembly line kind of approach towards dialysis, as opposed to what they would be doing in the cancer, because each case is so individualized. But at the same time, try and run a parallel to all the hours you sat down where you couldn't pee while you're trucking. I'm really not quite sure what the difference would be between trucking and dialysis in terms of being stuck in a seat for hours and hours and not being able to move. Perhaps you can explain that to us, what the differences are.
Well, when I'm trucking, well, if I ever had an emergency, well, I can hit the exit. And I even got, like, if you send me on the same route over and over again, like most of the time, when your show was on, I was headed towards Union City, Tennessee. Once I got doing that route just about every other day, I already knew where I was going to go to the bathroom at before I got there. You know what I'm saying? And there were some points to where I said, okay, well, when I cross over into the Kentucky state line, I'm going to go use the bathroom whether I got to use it or not. I got certain points of where I'm going. And if it's an emergency, I can pull off on the exit. I can pull off on the exit, pull up on the side, go to the passenger side, like I'm doing a tire check. And then, so you got more leeway. Plus, that I'm listening, I can listen to whatever I want to listen to. I'm in my own zone. My cab is like my prayer closet. I can sing, I can rap, I can, listening to the Critical Omissions show, catch up on all my podcast or any, but here it's like, it reminds me of a casino. I went to a casino one time and it was just like everybody was kind of like a bunch of zombies because everybody's like focused into their machine, and you got a whole bunch of people, thousands of people, but nobody's mingling with each other, nobody's acknowledging each other, and and it's kind of the same here. You got a whole bunch of people in this one place, but nobody's there's we're just close enough to where we don't have personal space, but we're far enough apart to where we don't get to know each other. Like, what's your name? How many kids you got? And I wouldn't really want to be conversating with anybody anyway.
I understand. I think most of them probably feel the same way, but with just about everybody else, because this is everybody's kind of locked in their own misery. But please take. I'm sorry I interrupted. Go on, because you didn't want to talk with anybody anyway. Because in your case, what?
Right. Well, that's just it. I mean, you're totally right. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's polite with each other, but nobody, and I'm about the youngest person in there. Everybody in there is pretty much older, in real bad shape. So there's people who are not worse shape than me. And then I had a doctor's appointment yesterday, and I went ahead and got my vaccine. I knew I was going to do it anyway. So I got my first shot yesterday for the COVID, and then I'm going to get the next one on the 29th.
How did you not get any of that before with all of the medical treatments you've been undergoing? How on earth did you not get vaccinated yet?
Well, I had back in September, I had the flu vaccine and the pneumonia vaccine. But when I went in the hospital, the kidney doctor told me, he asked me if I had the vaccine yet. I said no. He said, well, don't get it because I want to try an experimental drug on you that's going to lower your immune system. So, but to see if we can save your kidneys. But then I guess we're past that point now. So, we're at the point now to where I'm just going to be on dialysis until they see if they can get me on the transplant list. So, he said, go ahead and take the vaccine.
Okay. So you tried this experimental new drug?
Nope, I didn't try it. They just scrapped it.
Oh.
Or they scrapped that idea.
Why? Did they tell you why?
No, they sure didn't. But I'm thinking it's just because it's probably more money for them if they throw me up on the dialysis hell.
Yeah, I was about to say that in terms of the experimental drug, I would have pursued that, And but you could get a second opinion now that you've gotten the vaccine. It should take a while. It shouldn't take too long until after the booster shot. Altogether, it's a process that's about a month because you get your booster shot in about 2 weeks, right?
4 weeks.
4 weeks.
So
Okay.
so I got my first one yesterday. The next one I'm getting on the June 29th.
Well, 2 weeks after that, then you should theoretically be able to, so within a month and a half, approximately, or a little longer, your immune system should be settled down enough where you can investigate that, start asking around for, So I think you have.
Right. So they want to set me up for home dialysis, and they came and did a water sample, and they said my aluminum content is high in my city water, so they want to come back and check it again in a week. So that's another thing. I'm really not comfortable with this home dialysis thing, where I do it myself, but that's what they have me set up for. So you know what, I'm going to go ahead and go with it. In the meantime, I got a phone interview tomorrow morning with Social Security, see if I could possibly get on that. And being that my disability hasn't been approved yet, the dialysis place only sent in my paperwork today. I gave them all the paperwork they needed from my insurance company, and I had my insurance company fax them 3 weeks ago, and they're just now today getting in the paperwork. So that kind of pisses me off, because then I have nothing. I mean, it doesn't matter to them that I have nothing. That, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I have nothing coming in for the last 3 weeks. I'm just living off of the residual that's in my account. You know what I'm saying? And now rent's coming due, and if they don't, depending on when my insurance company tells me I'm going to get a paycheck, I'm just going to end up having to call the rental people and tell them that the rent's going to be late. So
I'm sure they'll understand once you explain your situation. They will understand. They can't do anything to you. I can assure you that. That's one of the things that. This is why on your own, you have to take the time to contact social services in your county and let them know your situation and tell them how angry you are with how slow the hospital system has been. It's their job to help expedite things for you. At least it doesn't hurt to try to bother some of these other people. That's what they're paid for. That's what we pay our taxes for. That's what you've paid your taxes for. So that has to be taken into account. Aside from that, of course, the other thing to do is, you're being public about this now, but you have to, pester the authorities personally. And by that, I mean the social services. In terms of the water in your area, and they're testing the water in your city, and they're trying to prepare you for home dialysis, obviously there are people who have never been on home dialysis, like the elderly people around you. So you might as well just say, I don't feel comfortable with home dialysis just yet, and keep insisting on that. Eventually, maybe you can be trained for that and whatnot, but it's not something you really want to get involved with just yet, is what you can tell them, that you're not comfortable with that until, just keep doing what you can to take it out. You know what I mean, to delay it. And so Jameson, I think, is saying water filter, one that filters aluminum. I mean, again, they might provide. They would have to provide you with something like that.
Right? Yeah, they do. They have a filter that they put on your sink, but before they put on the filter, they want to know. They want to test the water. And so I actually have a water filter on my kitchen sink. So whenever I drink water, I have a pure water filter that I bought from Home Depot that just screws on your kitchen sink faucet, So when you want water to drink, you just flip a switch and get it from this other outlet that's connected to the filter. So I drink clean filtered water, so I never drink water straight from the sink. But because buying water was getting expensive, so this water. What's a good thing since these people came in and tested my water is that the aluminum was high, and but they're going to come out and test it again. And in the meantime, I'm the only thing I'm really worried about is getting something coming in, some money. So in the meantime, I'm just kind of worried about that until that happens. And then even then, my disability may only buy me 6 months. So that's why I'm trying to get on the Social Security and set up all this other stuff. And eventually get because I haven't paid one attention to my day trading or nothing. And that's really one of the reasons why I didn't want to come on the show last Sunday, because I had so many other personal problems that I was dealing with that I didn't, I wanted to straighten some things out before, I get back on the air, because, at a certain point, I'm unprepared, haven't been, as diligent with it, because even, when I first started coming on Critical Admissions, I would go to my own Facebook page, and then I would line up some stories, and then I would read them, and then I would be prepared to present some of the stories, and then, keep the audience,
Well, understand now that you are the story. You're the story that you're presenting that we're interested in having you on for. You're educating other people about this challenge that impacts so many Americans. So this is something that also educates people on the shortcomings of our society, where our resources are not going when it comes to the American who suffers from the challenges that you suffer from. So this is what you'll be presenting us for a while. There's no need to think of current events. You're the current event in this case. So aside from all of that, tell us a bit about how would I say this? You've talked about some of the things like how would I say it? The rent and everything, which as I said, is not going to be an issue really, because of the situation that you're under. There was also the people who were saying they needed you to get back to work. Who were this? The insurance or something was saying that. It was preposterous. Of course, you can't do that, and you could just tell them that. And one of the things you need to present to the social workers is that you're completely exhausted. This is a normal situation for somebody undergoing dialysis. It's being similar to someone suffering from chronic fatigue syndrome. So you're basically recovering from the dialysis until the point of the next dialysis, which is how you would describe it to people. And you would describe this to the social workers who need to help you present this to everyone else around you. So this is one thing that you've got to contact immediately is county level social workers who can help you in the most immediate sense. And presumably, I'm not saying that they.
You know what? Yeah. My regular doctor understands. So shout out to Dr. Carter. My primary physician is named Dr. Dennis Carter in Murfreesboro, and he is the best doctor around here. Whenever I need something to get sent into insurance or whenever I need anything done, he's on the ball and he's on it. Wonderful. You know what I'm saying? So he does his part, but these kidney people, Freienis Medical Center, FRESENEUS or IUIs, Freienis Kidney Center. I'm really not digging those people. I'm like they don't give a shit about me. You know what I'm saying?
I'm chuckling because I think that I thought you were going to spell out these Freienis people, FUCKYOU.
Yeah, that's the wrong people to be dealing with. I'm thinking. I mean, yeah, like you said, they just got me on the assembly line, and the social workers came to talk to me today they have their own like in-house social workers, and they're like, yeah, as soon as you get back on the home dialysis for a couple of weeks, it's going to take you 6 weeks to learn it. And we usually give you like 2 or 3 months, and then you'll be able to go right back to work.
I'm sorry. That's you're not going back to work. You're starting a new life now. Your new life is going to be based on adapting to a different kind of sedentary lifestyle. Let's face it, you've been preparing for this all your life by being a trucker, and you're goddamn lucky you don't have the piles. And if Amanda Ute gets back on with us, hopefully sometime soon, shout out to Mandy. If you hear us, do come on and make yourself known so you can share this story about there was a house next door that had an older couple, and the old guy, I'm presuming, had been a truck driver all his life. She can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I'm certain that was the case. I would lay my soul on the altar on that bet. And he had a horrible case of the piles that, that would have rendered your sitting down for dialysis to be torture. So you haven't got that to deal with, but it's as if you're, trucking for hours and you're driving the truck, except it's not going anywhere. But it's like being on the exercise machine, a treadmill or something like that. You're not going anywhere, but it serves a purpose. So when you're on this dialysis, you will get used to it and start making use of your time on it by doing a certain kind of reading or something with a laptop or a cell phone. You'll gradually acclimate to making more use of it. As for the day trading, you don't need to feel guilty about not practicing that. That will come with time, and then eventually you might start doing that. Honestly, it's one of those things that not many people have a hand, or how would I say it, kind of like a talent for that. So it's not necessarily that will even be the direction you're going to be going in. But since you seem to have an interest in it, you may well go in that direction. I'm just saying that, that there might be other things you might start doing, like writing or something. Literally towards intent of publication or something. You'll find your way. But this is just a new phase in your life. So this is how you've got to see it. But work in the conventional sense is, for them to say something like that, what did you... What was your response? I'm presuming it was simply silence because you were just so taken aback by... it would be it'd be like somebody telling you you're going to sprout wings and fly. I mean...
Right, because I just had my doctor's appointment yesterday, and my own doctor that knows me better than these people don't even know me. My own doctor says, yeah, you're pretty much done with work.
Yeah, in any conventional sense. Right. And
truck driving, specifically, you're not done with work, but he says you can't go back to truck driving after this, with this. And unless I get a kidney transplant, and then, even then, once I get a kidney transplant, hopefully I've started making money so much other ways I can kind of ease into something else. But if I had to go back to trucking, that's one thing I'd say. The one thing, if I could say something about if I had to go back into trucking, I got the best trucking job that there is. You know what I'm saying? My job is awesome. I love my job, you know what I'm saying? But it's time to move on and do something else. But if I had to go back to trucking, I wouldn't want to work for anybody else.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing.
That, that in that sense, I'm lucky. I've been lucky, to have a job that I actually like. Because I know people hate their jobs. They hate their bosses. And then after this COVID, people can't even find jobs, especially teenagers, because all the grown-ups are getting the teenager jobs. I mean, when I was a teenager, it was the teenagers that was running the KFCs and the McDonald's and the Burger Kings and Wendy's and all them. Now, you got men in their 40s and 50s doing all those jobs. Now teenagers can't find nothing. And I posted another story to my page about a carjacking that happened here. Now, my son did valet parking. So when my son was delivering pizzas for a while, I was always worried about him because there's people, especially we're from Chicago, people carjack the pizza man. People do setups to where they actually call the pizza man and order pizza just to rob them. You know, they'll call them to a house that they don't even own. They'll call them to somebody else's house and wait. And you know, in Chicago, you actually have undercover police officers delivering pizza. So if you're like on the south side or the west side of Chicago and you order pizza and the pizza man brings you your pizza, you would never know if the pizza man was really an undercover police officer just waiting for some shit to pop off. Well, he got out of that job. He was valet parking cars for a while. Well, just here in Nashville, we had 4 13-year-olds try to carjack a valet parker who was parking. I don't know whether it was a Range Rover or something, but it says in the article, but he was valet parking a truck, and he got carjacked, but it was an unsuccessful carjacking. He ended up being able to fight off the carjackers, but the carjackers were only 13 years old.
Oh shit! It's so typical. That's just awful, and worst of all, oftentimes nothing happens to these people. But anyhow, so go on with what else comes to mind about your situation and anything else you're willing to share.
Well, that's about it. I'm just gonna take it as it goes, take it day by day, and you know, I'm kind of like I'm on a new chapter anyway. You know what I'm saying? The wife is gone, and then my son decided he's gonna stay here with me and bring his girlfriend in, and you know, eventually they're gonna get married because he broke the news to me. I don't know if he broke the news to my wife or yet not, but he broke the news to me that she's pregnant. So,
did we get knocked off bandwidth or something? Somebody is trying to call me Jameson Reese or something. So what's going on with that?
Oh no. It wasn't me. I just got a notification that said something. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, bizarre. Well, Amanda, you joined.
Amanda, you joined.
Oh, wonderful. Amanda, if you could share with our man Derek Talley exactly the couple next door when you moved in, that elderly couple, and the old man had the piles. He was a retired truck driver, yes, whose kids weren't worth a shit, and they came in every once in a while, but just to leech off of them, it kind of feed off the carcasses until they died. Could you tell us that situation, what it was all about?
Can you hear me?
Yes, honey. And we're so glad you're here. Hello.
Sorry, it was really fuzzing in and out for a minute there.
Okay, no, that's fine. You're on now. And so share that with us if you would be so kind. You do remember what I'm referring to, right?
I do, yes, and that kind of just sums it up in a nutshell. You know, realistically, he had 3 boys, and 2 of them had children that were in their teenage years who were also more than capable of, you know, at least being some help to grandma and grandpa. But unfortunately, they were not. They were definitely just living off of them. And as soon as, you know, the bank foreclosed on their house and put it up, the kids all took off. And this man had other issues, but from truck driving all his life, besides circulation issues, his heart was failing. He did have the piles and was very horrific.
And the piles seemed to be the most outstanding, and I mean this in the most negative sense. It seemed to be his most outstanding problem. Could you describe to us how that manifested?
Well, I'm not exactly sure, but how he kind of summed it up simply was just from so many years of smoking and sitting that it just shot his system, and he was on an oxygen tank and could barely walk, and so his mobility had a lot to do with impacting the piles. We didn't get too much into that, too much detail.
But the funny thing was when you reflect on him and whenever you remember him, that seems to be the first trait about him that you remember, right? I mean, that seems to be the most outstanding element of his manifestation, his incarnation in this mortal coil that you remember about.
Right. So, and when we first met him, he was obviously not doing so swell, but it seemed that within, I mean, gosh, they were only next to us for about a year and a half after that, maybe 2 at most. But he just went downhill just so fast. It went from him being able to kind of waddle around and talk, and we would shoot the shit, at the fence line, and talk about the neighborhood and old times and whatnot, to he was carting around an oxygen tank and just sitting in a chair outside, to I didn't see him again. He was too sick to even get out of bed. And so I think that because he already was having issues with his legs, with his circulation, with his heart from being a heavy smoker, that the piles just contributed to taking him down ruthlessly. And that's also another hard thing about the bank, not working with these guys at all, was this man worked his entire life and raised his kids and was helping out his grandkids getting raised. And as soon as he was too sick to even function, they pulled their house. So it was just a really sad situation all around in every way.
Well, the lesson to be learned from that is that it's actually worse for a homeowner to be in a situation of failing health than it is to be in the position that Derek Talley is in as a renter. Derek, I hope that helps you feel better about your situation. Does that help?
Yeah, to a certain extent. I don't know, what is the piles? I never heard of the piles.
Oh shit! I'm astonished because it's such a common. This is like
it's
truck
extreme
drivers' bane.
hemorrhoids.
Yeah, it's extreme hemorrhoids.
Extreme hemorrhoids.
Yeah,
to the point where there's fissures and stuff like that. It's interesting. Yeah, Google it.
If you
images.
Okay, I will. Oh God.
Yeah, if you Google it, the piles. By the way, this is known as the truck driver's bane. So it's astonishing to me that you've never heard of it. This is like what ultimately kills the majority of truck drivers. And so I knew that simply because. I don't know why I knew that, but I knew that because it used to be, I'll tell you why I knew that. It used to be that in the old days that there were several phases of truck driving, as you well know. And it was, for a while there, truck driving companies had a hiring preference for veterans. And then there was a period of time where they were just taking a lot of guys out of prison, and then that stopped. That had to stop because the trucking underwent such a enormous change in surveillance, and they weeded all of those guys out fairly dramatically. And these were the real drug abusing truck drivers that were driving for like days straight at a time without sleeping. I'm not kidding. That these truck drivers would do that in the bad old days, all based on the use of methamphetamines and various other kinds of drugs. So, but I know for a fact that it went from the veterans to a heavy prison input into the industry. And I knew this because, I dealt with a lot of people, of course, who were involved with the underworld, and a number of them as well were involved just inescapably with rehabilitation. A good example of this would be my gang brother Beaver, who's Chinese, has a white girlfriend, and his white girlfriend is basically drug rehabilitation specialist. So she works with people who are rehabilitating from drugs. So I probably got a lot of knowledge about this from them as well. And there were truckers I think she used to deal with who, back in the day, and she's young, I mean, comparatively speaking, I mean, we're talking about people my age. And so, but when she first got into drug rehabilitation and she was dealing with some people who were truckers from the old school, probably being phased out, she's talking about like these guys would like park the truck that they would own maybe in front of her place, just stop by and stop off and then give her a gold watch or something that they had gotten through whatever illicit means, just as like a gift before they went off towards whatever they were doing. So this is kind of like maybe that they would do that somehow when they were getting treatment or something from her or consulting with her. But so this is one of the reasons that I knew about the piles was from any number of different areas, from the military sources and from the others. But yes, it's a horrible condition in which ultimately it's just hemorrhoids that are at the point where you can't shit. And there was the one time as well when I was in the hospital for one of my lung collapses, and there was a black man who was next to me in the bed who was a older guy. I mean, he was no longer working by any stretch of the imagination. And as an older guy, he was at the point where his anus was no longer working, and they were replacing his anus with a mechanical anus, if you can imagine that, which that was the first time I even learned that people had ever invented a mechanical anus. And after that, I had visions of, do you remember the old $6 Million Man that they used to show him moving in slow motion with the music, and he's be running and they're going, we could build him faster and stronger. They never said smarter, but I guess that was like secondary to whatever purpose he served. But anyhow, I kept imagining this old guy with the slow moving music, that what was that mechanical music? Maybe Mandy, you can give us kind of what the music sounded like while he was taking a shit. That was what I kept imagining when I was sitting next to this guy, was they said we can make him shit faster, stronger, and it was just coming out more like one of those ice cream machines that you have. They all look like they're shit anyway, especially when you get the chocolate. And that was like coming out the other end. This is the dreams that I had sleeping next to this guy, because he was always complaining about his shit, and how he was going to get that bionic anus, and what he was looking forward to, and how supreme his life would be after that as an experience. At any rate, as well as that, he had this enormous ambulatory refrigerator. This black guy would come in to visit him, and he had to be like, he was well over 6 feet, and I said, what relation is he to you? And he said, that's my nephew, and he's like 17, and he's eating outside the house, and I was just aghast. I said, 17? What the fuck is he eating? It's got to be all the steroids in the McDonald's burgers that just had him like growing in some kind of mutated fashion. It was appalling to see somebody. Nobody 17 years old had a right to be that large and that tall. That was just so aside from all of that, flashbacks. These are flashbacks to hospital experiences. It's kind of like combat trauma, except it's more gross. All right, so returning the narrative back to Derek Talley. Derek, certainly there must be something that unless you've been spending this time while I was talking googling the piles and came up with an image of what you've avoided all your life that you didn't even know about, what did when you were listening? It's not like I'm fishing for compliments here or something like this. This is something that's important to me. When you were listening to the narrative, the arc of narrative, when I was going into The Handmaid's Tale, you actually saw The Handmaid's Tale. You actually saw the opening part. By the way, I hope you got the part where, I was tweaking you, saying that how you were saying that it wasn't intense enough to hold your interest. I was wondering what the hell I
heard that part. Yeah.
So tell us why that was, and then tell us why when I was speaking about the race element and why this is so offensive. Certainly you must have insights to add into that yourself, because I think that this is the part that is truly alarming to me, and it's something that I can't quite, even now with all the analysis I did, I can't quite get my finger on it. But it's to me, the fact that they were able to run this through and get this broadcast without that being addressed is indicative of the fact that we're getting no closer to dealing with the race issue than we ever have been. And it's offensive as hell. Jameson saying it's a mockery, but certainly as a black man yourself, you can provide some insights that none of us otherwise could.
Well, I think you did a good job, and I'm actually going to have to go back and torture myself and check it out so I can kind of be up to speed with everything that your commentary. And I hear that it's, even before you brought it up, I've heard a while ago that this is something that needs to be paid attention to and watched. But if we have to pay attention to and watch it, and they're erasing the very element out of it that's going to be a part of what we have to deal with, then it comes from educational to just entertainment. And I really didn't find it that entertaining. I heard some of what Jameson Reese was saying about what he thought of it, and yeah, I'm that's kind of where I was going with it. But now your assessment of it was so good and precise that and perceptive, because I probably wouldn't have picked up on a lot of what you picked up on, and so now I'm gonna have to finish listening to that episode, and I'm gonna go and watch it. I'm gonna, I gotta get Hulu. I don't got Hulu, but I'm gonna have to go and watch it.
Well, bless you, and take your time. Eventually, of course, the only reason that I feel it's of necessity that you get Hulu and Netflix back in action is simply because of the amount of time you'll be spending sitting down anyway, and this will give you something to do. Eventually you will want to go into home dialysis simply for that reason, so that you'll be able to watch the television at your own speed, at your own pace while you're tending to this. And aside from that, I want to thank Derek Talley very much for he's absorbed the blow that he was kind enough to, being the only person who was still in contact with Lena Shea, to relay my beggary unto her, which in all humility I approached her if she wished to help myself again. And he took the blow back when she basically withered him, so to speak. Not necessarily, that's not the right word for it, rather sent him such a blistering and scathing message. He did forward it to me. Ironically, it never reached me. It may be in the spam box. I'm not going to go looking for it, but I have no idea what she said, and I did ask him never to relay it to me, certainly not for the foreseeable future. And I'm hoping he can purge out that toxicity with his dialysis over the next few sessions. And yes.
But, and it wasn't really that bad. I mean, she wasn't rude or mean or anything, but she just scorned, I could tell. So it's best to just kind of leave it alone for a while, I think.
Okay, yeah, thank you, and that's certainly your advice is well taken. And aside from that, I do want people to understand, not that I'm trying to get back in her good graces through some kind of schmoozing. I do want people to understand that what I say is from sincerest belief. This is not some kind of rationalization or kind of just to put this into perspective. Simply because that, in a very real sense, she is a product of the cult, which is itself a extraordinarily complex network that people just don't understand. Understand that just as you had Anton Szandor LaVey establish the first Church of Satan, this was a man who proudly paid his taxes because he thought all Christian religions and all these do-gooder religions, these so-called benevolent religions, were hypocritical as hell in that they were all tax exempt. He proudly paid his taxes because he was proud of the fact that the Church of Satan was an atheistic church. So it was Michael Aquino who was schismatic and split off from him, saying, oh, I want to be tax exempt. And I'm saying that Satan is real, not a concept which we realize in ourselves, not a philosophy, but a theology. And so he got tax exempt status, and he did his damage ever since. And within what became his affiliation with a cult that was thousands of years older, we're talking about layer upon layer of schisms. And the cult, when I say that, and I use the plural, the cult of the kings, this is because these are multiple cults and they are often at odds with each other. So we get into all kinds of various complexities, but their major activities, really on a secular level, for the longest period of time was during that period of time that I was affiliated with Michael Aquino, primarily through his Temple of Set, that he was in a sense abusing as a front, really, kind of like a dummy front company if this were a corporation, for the activity of the cults, which he ultimately segued into fully. In that period of time, I'm certain that Lainishe was produced. But understand that as a soul, as an individual, it's a call which is based on basically the space that she's in when she dies. But the reality is, don't think of this in some childish sense of black and white, heaven or hell, a soul is damned. It's so much more complicated than that. In a sense, she's not responsible to a degree for anything she did, but at the same time, as an adult, we need to be responsible for what we do. The real decisive factor is what is your own feeling of intent when you're doing what you're doing. And that ultimately decides where you go when you die in terms of what kind of space you enter, really. The concept of heaven or hell in the most childlike sense really doesn't apply, not cosmically, because there are many gradations in the afterworld, just as there are in real life. So just to get that out of the way there. And of course I can go further in depth some other time. But what we'll do now is turn towards, I'm going to ask Mandy to speak for as long as she's able to stay with us. But I feel compelled to turn towards Daniel Arola because we don't know how long he has with us tonight. But before I turn towards Daniel, let me just turn towards Mandy for a second. Mandy, I think I introduced you to Salman Sheikh before, and you already kind of had exchanged your greetings with him. What else was on your mind just recently before we turn it over to Daniel? How's your life been going since your son's birthday? And it's been now a little while since that. How long is it till your daughter's birthday? And exactly, what about your birthday? How long have we got? What's your kind of calendar for that in your personal life, your personal year? And just tell us what's been going on with you, and then segue it over to Daniel for us, okay?
Sure. We are having a little mini heat wave where we're at, so we're kind of dying today.
Oh, sorry.
But it's nice. It's nice having the weather change. I'm done with the cold and the wet and the mud. So my birthday was back in February, and my daughter's is not till December. So we're kind of out of the birthday season for our little circle.
Okay.
So that's a much needed break as well. So, but things have been busy and normal and hot. So I've just been trying to keep my chickens and my bamboo and my garden not shocking too much from such a drastic heat change. Wonderful.
Thank you so much for that. And with that, we'll segue it over to Daniel. And stay there, honey. And what I mean to say is, whenever you need to go, yeah, thank you, Daniel. And whenever you need to go anywhere, Mandy, just let me know, and then let me know as soon as you come back, okay? And
sure.
Yeah, I'm hoping you could stay with us for a while at least, because I'm not quite. It's gonna take me a while to get my head out of my ass tonight. But we've got Daniel with us, and he'll help us burn bandwidth for a while. It's just something we can't resist going back to, because he does so much to just distinguish himself in the most negative sense, Steven Seagal. But we'll speak about other things going on in the martial arts world. But most of all, Daniel, let us start off with how things are going for you in general, whatever you're willing to share. Has there been any other news about another loser individual that used to be a friend of mine on Facebook, and I was warned about him by yourself, And this is something that Daniel almost never does. Tell us a bit about, for people who are new, they don't know the full situation. Tell us a bit about this man's life story. Feel free to take your time. What are the differences in terms of your homelessness and his homelessness, in terms of how that impacted both of your connections with the dojo or the martial arts academy that you're involved with, and he was involved with peripherally, and I think both of you had a kind of a teacher or a mentor involved with all this, and put that into context for us, and then we'll transition over to Steven Seagal and other things going on in the martial arts world after that. So take it away.
Oh, you talking about that loser Joel?
I think so. Yeah, Joel. Yes, Joel.
Hey, yeah, Joel Arnold. All right. Okay, that guy. Yeah, he's currently still locked up for holding that girl hostage. Well, for about a week or so. Anyway.
That's too. How would I say it? That's too surface. Tell us, emphasize the fact that she was an underage girl he was holding in a rental storage facility and kept her drugged up. This was something that he seduced the family. So give us some of the background there.
Yeah, this guy. It was said that he kept injecting her with sedative drugs, and he was sexually assaulting her there in the storage unit. And they didn't even have a restroom. They maybe had like a bucket to pee in or shit in or something. But it was that filthy, that kind of condition. And he held her there for about 4 or 5 days or so, until she had the chance to escape.
And she did this because he was so overconfident in her submitting to him that he left a cell phone within reach. Is this something like that?
Yeah, he got careless and didn't see. He wasn't looking, at one moment, and she got a hold of his phone, and she called her friend and let her know where she was at, that she was still alive and she's around, and that she intended to leave wherever she was at that time.
What goes through a girl's mind that she calls her friend instead of her parents? Why her friend instead of her family? Do you have any idea?
I imagine even in that kind of stressed state, I would imagine it's just because they just didn't want to hear it from their folks. Because that's what I hear from a lot of girls that had grown up being victimized like that before.
Oh my God!
They just didn't want to hear it.
Yeah. Oh, that's awful. By the way, Destruction89 says, I bought your DVDs back in 2012. I lost them since, though. I forgot about you over the past 5 or 6 years, so it's surprising to see you've been so active. Well, thank you, Destruction89. There's been a lot of effort to wipe me off the internet. Lena Shea was part of that. I've been going on as best as I could, and thanks to all of my friends on Team Dietrich that you hear with us tonight, and others, a few that are not here, it's been rendered possible. So, Daniel, go on with as for this individual, you have a background of an experience with homelessness, and so does this individual. What's the difference between how that converged with the particular school of martial arts that both of you had some contact with or involvement with?
Well, I've been with the school for a very, very long time, and he hasn't. He just happened to be training in another school location, whereas at the time I was teaching in another gym location for the same teacher, and I guess so. I guess while I was teaching at the other location, then he was a student then already, and he was found homeless, and then my teacher kind of felt sorry for him, and asked him if he wanted to stick around and clean up the place, and maybe even teach him, and so he became a student for a while.
And and then your teacher now must feel what's his whole impression of what happened?
He hates him now. He calls him a fucking loser. I mean, he had to tell him to leave a couple of girls alone from the school because he was texting these girls, that are training in the same school. texting them a little inappropriately, and one of them happens to be gay, in a lesbian marriage. And he used to say stuff like, he goes, well, if it's up to me, I would marry you hard. And of course, she'd say stuff like, well, yeah, I'm sure my wife wouldn't like that. But this is like one of those things. But it's like he still kind of pressed on. So that's when our teacher told him, like, look, fuck off, leave them alone.
Oh, that's so sad. And obviously, I'm sure he used the same old fucking kind of predictable come on, which is, yeah, once you're with me, yeah, I'll turn you from being gay to being straight. Yeah, I can convert you straight with some love and meat injection. Yeah, I mean, it's
yeah. Well, and whatever happened that where he failed with these girls from the school, he managed to succeed with this young 17-year-old girl and her family, charmed them all.
Oh, God. By the way, shout out while I remember, I'll give him a proper shout out later to Stephen Myers. Stephen Myers sent 60 United States dollars to me. I do remind everyone that I am fundraising towards my dental issues that are pressing, and this is something that I think I can't really overemphasize, and I can't really overemphasize the stupidity of all of this. It's just what's going on with COVID created the problem, believe it or not, which I'll explain later in brief. Obviously, there's no need in going into any great detail other than for morbid entertainment. But Stephen Myers was helping from New York City, and so a true New Yorker in the most stereotypical sense of the word. He's true New York in that it's New York, and it's Manhattan fucking Island, the center of the congestion that he's in the middle of. But back to Daniel here, in terms of the, with when you were dealing with this individual and you, basically, I think you found out about this only because how did you heard about it actually from, you spoke with the girl's family, right? So tell us about this and the news you received, right?
Well, I first heard about it by receiving a link from my college student who received it from a student from the same school, because my college student was also friends with the same students in the school as well. But anyway, as soon as I read that link, I was like, holy shit, what the hell is this? So I started typing, I started doing a little searching, seeing if this is true, and I started looking up other comments, and then there's this one comment from this one lady. I don't remember her name, but she spoke about how she knew him, and that girl in question was like a second daughter to her, and that whole time that she had known Joel, that he was just polite and very nice to the whole family. Just he knew how to act properly, around them. They did not suspect it, not one bit, not even while the girl was missing. He was the last person they thought about.
Oh my God.
That would have done it.
I mean, that's just incredible. And so, what about when it comes to this person? Obviously, hopefully, his life is over, at least for a while, and hopefully, I think that they're certainly holding him to account. And from what I could see, it looked like he's pretty much done for the foreseeable future. They're going to be any news on the developments as to the judgments going on in that direction?
Well, last I recall, he's set for trial in June this month. I believe somewhere like around the middle, maybe like the 14th or 18th, somewhere around that range date.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
And what about so going back to other things going on in the martial arts world before we segue over to Steven Seagal, what is going on in the world of mixed martial arts, etc., that you think bears some relating to the public?
Oh shit! There's a whole lot of shit going on in the mixed martial arts world too. That's gotten quite colorful. But man, I don't know where to start. But I guess one of the good things that happened in martial arts were my favorite MMA fighter, Habib Nurmagomedov, who's from Dagestan, one of the Russian states.
Right.
He, he's retired now. He and even while he's retired, there's other fighters that still want him to come back out and fight again. But he promised to his mother that he's already going to go ahead and quit fighting. After his father had died, because of course a lot of his training, a lot of that stuff, it was dedicated in respect to his father. But since his father passed away, I guess his mother says, okay, it's time to hang those gloves up.
Right.
But other than that, he still participates actively as a coach, with all his other students from Dagestan, and this gym that he trains at in California. I forgot exactly where, but anyway, he's still he's still active. He has been challenged to fight. He was offered $100 million to fight Floyd Mayweather Jr. in a boxing match. But of course, that amount of money is definitely inviting. But he went ahead and turned it down. He just said no. He's already pretty happy, and he's living very, very well. Okay. Because on the side, he also does a lot of philanthropic activities. As a Muslim, and I guess giving money to a lot of fundraising efforts and all that. But so far, Habib Nurmagomedov is holding up the virtue and honor side of fighters in mixed martial arts today, where the rest of them, man, they're a lot of fuck ups. Other than the fact that
tell us about
other
that.
than the fact that they're talented.
Yeah.
But for the most part, there are a lot of fuck ups.
Yeah. That's easy to imagine. And as for the individual with Dagestan, it's this predominantly Muslim, semi-autonomous region. It's supposed to, you use the right term. It's within the Russian Federation of states, and hopefully at some times in the future it will break off. Really, it's one of those things where, honestly, with the kind of Islamophobia that goes on in Russia, it makes the Islamophobia we had going on here look tame. It's people. It's hard for people to imagine. We have a white majority here. Amanda Ute says she'll be back. Thank you, honey. Love you. Do let me know when you return. And we have a white majority here, but it's still really only half the population. And as for the Russians, you do have a solid white majority in the places where they dominate, and they make no qualms about, never letting you forget it. It's so that's why it was so shocking to me the one time that our man, Brendan Zoget, a friend of his who was, otherwise kind of exceptional in the sense that he was black and was traveling around the world, but the places he chose to go were rather odd. It's like, I forget what they call them. They have an actual name for these people who are in China that are not Chinese and they're foreigners, but they actually hire themselves out for different things in China, like extras in movie sets and shit. And in China they call them white monkey jobs. And it's just basically these these are like really strange post-grad gigs in China and shit, where people just go there and you're a foreign race, and then you get hired, for instance, to be in a bar so that the bar looks international. So they'll pay you to sit there and probably give you a very set number of drinks, like one an hour or something like that. But you're there to make the bar look cosmopolitan. They'll pay you for shit like that, just very bizarre shit. And then but if you're black, you get paid far less than a white guy. But they'll hire you for a black monkey job. But, because China is very racist, you're going to be, paid a lot less. But so here's this black guy who went to China, and it's like, okay, why would you want to do that? Then when I found out that he went to Russia, and the guy's name was, I think it was Alexander Griffin, I think was the guy's name. And if I'm wrong on that, our man Brendan Zoki can correct me. But he was on my show once, and that was during the April Fool's Day. And,
I remember that one.
yeah. And I may have him on again in the future, but probably not. I'm not quite sure that he can restrain himself. He went off, and I thought it was an April Fool's Day joke. I kept waiting for the punchline. But the reason I bring that up is because I think it's part of, like, I think he was fucking brainwashed when he was in Russia. Or so. Why would any black guy go to Russia? It's like, why? Why would you go to an all-white country? And he never related to Brendan that he had positive experiences there. But then he wound up, like, shouting at myself on bandwidth. I don't have to kiss your ass. And whoa, what? It was like it like came out of nowhere. It didn't make any sense. And I think Derek Talley remembers it as well. If he's still with us, he might recall, as well as Daniel. They can share what they remember.
Yeah, I remember that. I mean, he snapped. He talked about did he call you a white liberal, or what did he say? Something to that effect.
I can't remember exactly, because it was so. I was so, I wouldn't say shocked. It was just, honestly, I kept thinking that this was part of a routine. And like I said, I was waiting for the punchline. It was something along those lines. Yeah. It was, it was like when he was in Russia, they took him aside and brainwashed him or something, stuck him in, one of their versions of one of those Montauk chairs or something. But, here's this guy who's like, he comes back to the U.S. and he's been to these places, and he must have been abused. I'm certain he was. But it's something he never went into when he was here. He was just, instead tripping off of, what the fuck was he tripping? I can't even remember what he was tripping off of. He was just tripping. And so there we have that. But there you go. This is the reason I'm bringing this up. Is the question is, there are people who go to China who love the martial arts. There are people who go to Russia to study Sistema, and they have their own martial arts. And and what is your impression of that, Daniel? If you could tell us about Sistema, if you run across it, or the Russian martial arts, or seen any example of that anywhere?
I have seen that before for many years. I've reviewed a lot. I've read articles. I've read some parts of the. I guess if they were ever discussed in books, but no, I don't think there's any books that exist. But anyway, I've viewed a lot of videos them demonstrating techniques, and a lot of it's basically it's kind of like what you could see in Krav Maga, but it's spoken in Russian. But they're all dressed up like soldiers.
Interesting. Right. That's the big thing. It's paramilitary. It's definitely paramilitary.
Yeah. It carries that image, but for the most part, I think it's pretty much generic self-defense at best.
Right. That makes sense. And I think it also involves a degree of fencing, really. I think they've integrated a kind of some of the old fencing into it, and more like classic. Somewhat probably some Cossack heritage may go into that, but
saber fighting, yeah,
and but definitely all these things are fascinating. I think the most disappointing thing to me about Krav Maga was the fact that I remember my dad and I were listening to an interview with a Krav Maga specialist, and we were hoping to hear some kind of like ancient Jewish Hebraic traditions being brought into play. I mean, say for instance, if one takes a look at some of these biblical battles, they're quite personal. They talk about two brothers that rip through a village, and they're fighting back to back essentially, and wiping out the enemy forces. And you're thinking, well, this is like divinely inspired, would be your average reader, but somebody who reads into it probably understands that they're using a kind of a martial art to propel themselves through the enemy. And we were hoping for references like this because this is essentially Old Testament stuff. But the guy's not saying anything. It was just everything he said was there was no culture to it whatsoever. Everything was just
Krav Maga is not that old.
Yeah.
Now, according to Guru Danasanto, who is also my grand teacher, Guru Danasanto said that that Krav Maga is actually a combination of unarmed Filipino Kali and Muay Thai kickboxing. It's a combination of those two morphed into fatigue clothing. And the person who founded that system studied in the Inosanto Martial Arts Academy.
Interesting. Thank you for that background. No, thank you for that background. And I remember that Krav Maga was comparatively young, so to speak, but because it was out of Israel, you were expecting some kind of how would I say it? Kind of like cultural heritage to be imbued in it. But no, it was like everything he said was so dry. And it was like whatever heritage that you spoke of just now, that you articulated, it's like they bleached it out. They totally bleached it out till nothing was left but, very practical combat maneuvers. And definitely...
I call it Israeli Jiu-Jitsu, as in Jew Jitsu.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. So there we go. And so aside from that, tell us about what else is going on in the world. By the way, the people that I'm mentioning, people have asked me who am I referring to. I believe I'm referring to Simeon and Levi. That was the two sons of Jacob, who Dinah's brothers. They took their swords and came against the city and ripped through it. And so there was definitely something they had going for them that was, take the divine inspiration out of it. And they were basically dealing with a martial art against the enemy. Jameson says they used a night raid. Derek, of course, is our resident theological expert, and he can tell us what he remembers about that, if anything, at the moment, because some of these things you can't just pull out consciously. You have to kind of dredge out of the attic of your mind. And aside from that, Derek, the other reason I wanted you on the other night was to speak about, if you could bring up a little bit about the Sons of Ham, and then and segue it back to our man Daniel, because we still got a bit to talk about with him yet. Tell us a bit about the Sons of Ham thing that, they kept bringing up almost evasively and as a throwaway inside of the book and the series, and then take it from there. You know what I'm talking about, Derek.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. There's a big doctrine that's big down here in Tennessee called the serpent seed doctrine, and this is a doctrine that has to do with the curse that Noah gave to Ham, which he didn't curse Ham with. Ham uncovered his father's nakedness, is explained in the book of Genesis, while Noah was drunk. And so when Noah woke up from his drunkenness and found out what had happened to him, he cursed Ham's son, Canaan. So, like Douglas said, you'd have to have the scripture in front of you to read it. But basically, it said that Canaan would be cursed among his people. But the important thing to remember is that he didn't curse Ham, because if he had cursed Ham, he would have cursed 1/3 of the earth's population, at least. I mean, because Noah and his wife, and then they had 3 sons, and then those 3 sons had their 3 wives, and then they had their children, and that's who, populated the earth. So Noah cursed Canaan, the son of Ham. So people take that and run with it, it's saying that Ham was the black man and that all black people are cursed.
And
And that
and the seed serpent takes it beyond that and says that Satan
right.
had.
So
Go on.
the serpent seed actually started in Genesis chapter 3. So and I've even had black people tell me, oh, do you know what that forbidden fruit was? Because the Bible doesn't say an apple. You see a bunch of matter of fact, the Bible doesn't say what the forbidden fruit was, and so there's like a debate. Was he talking about figs? Was it a fig tree? Was it a apple tree? Was it? Well, the serpent seed doctrine say, oh, it wasn't from an actual tree. It was his actual sperm. But that makes no sense. So they say the pregnant got the serpent got Eve pregnant, and then she went to her husband and got pregnant again, even though she was already pregnant, and she had twins. And one of the Cain belonged to Satan, and Abel belonged to Adam. And that when after Cain murdered Abel, God put a mark on Cain, and that's another thing. The Bible doesn't say what the mark was that that God put on Cain. But when Cain received that mark, he said when he said all the people would want to kill me, and the mark was so that people wouldn't kill him. So people take liberties with that and say, oh, well, do you know what the mark was? I don't know. What was it? It was his black skin. God turned Cain black. Well, that's another thing that makes no sense. So when we're talking about Bible theology, one of the rules of interpretation that I've adopted that keeps me safe from all these conspiracy theories is that where the Bible is silent, I'm silent. So, there's a lot of speculation out there. I mean, people people are drawn towards the speculation. They want to know. Like, for instance, I always bring up in Revelation chapter 10, John is taking notes, from an angel, and then there's seven thunders that uttered their voices, and then John takes out his pen to write what the seven thunders said, so that he can record it, and then the voice from heaven said, write not those things that the seven thunders said, write them not, and conceal them. So we know the Bible found it important to tell us that seven thunders ordered their voices, but then it also found it important to tell us that John was about to write, and he was told not to write what those seven thunders said. Well, for 1995, you got these false prophets that'll sell you their book, that'll tell you what the seven thunders said, but you have to buy their book.
This is like the biblical version or the Christian version of the occult shit that Jameson Reese always talks about. Be a living fraud or become a living fraud instead of a living God. Go on, Derek. That is so fun.
Right. So there's a big industry of telling you what the Bible doesn't tell you, but you have to first go to Dr. Apostle Prophet, PhD first, and he'll tell you the one with the real long robe and got all the tassels on it and shit. You know what I'm saying? You got to go to him. And when people come along and say, well, the Bible doesn't say that. Well, I am a man of God. I am God's anointed. Touch not God's anointed. And then everybody turn against you. So it's a big industry out there to pick out the things that the Bible chooses not to elaborate on. To read in between the lines, and then that becomes the priority over what's actually in the Bible. So that's that. So that's where that serpent seed doctrine comes from that ilk of false prophets and apostles and doctrines of demons.
Thank you. That was beautiful and very important. And again, there were, of course, other elements of the Bible that were excised, such as Apocrypha and all that. And it's, but again, like Derek Talley says, there is a danger when one concentrates too much on overthinking or filling in the blanks. And many predators come in to take advantage of that. With that, thank you again, Derek. We go back to Daniel now. And so Daniel, when it comes to Steven Seagal, the interesting thing was he essentially kind of presented himself in this righteous, almost Christian kind of, sense. And he tried to present himself as a Native American too. By the way, for anyone who understands why this is strong, a strong term to use, because normally you try to like not react viscerally to people. I mean, there's plenty of people we react viscerally to just because of bad chemistry. That they're just people who have different chemistry. But usually you shouldn't like respond to that too strongly or overwhelmingly unless you personally deal with them. Of course, when you find out something about it, like Joel Arnold, and here's this individual, I find out what I found out about him, then that's different. You have to act on at that point what is obviously undeniable evidence, and you deal with that person from that filter from that point on. But with someone like Steven Seagal, I feel personally violated by him. Because first off, he was recommended to me by a bunch of white guys back in the day when he was a thing, and they were all coming at me with the same shit, which is like, oh man, he does this hard Aikido, which is like Aikido, except it's action oriented. It's not just like using the person's energy against them and flipping them over. It's more like, coming at them and, using, I guess, their energy against them before they do anything, which is like, I'm not quite sure what it's all bullshit is what it is. That's what it is. And this is what the guy did. And in his films, honestly, this is the stuff he was throwing out in Hollywood. It was like this before he went straight to DVD. He was like, guys would come, he'd just flail his arms and guys would go flying. I mean, like that. But the reason I felt personally violated by him was because his movies didn't even do that. After a while, when he was still fucking Hollywood, he was starting to turn out these turkeys, which I and my dad suffered through a few times before we learned, and we were just expecting some action, and there was nothing. And even when he had the action, this was the point I wanted to make. He would lecture people while he was beating them. Like, like in, what was it, on Deadly, not on, it was the Alaskan one. What was the Alaskan one, Derek, Daniel, tell
Fire
me.
Down Below.
Yeah.
Fire Down Below.
Thank you. The one that had R. Lee Ermey in it. And so the one with R. Lee Ermey in it, he confronts the guy who's running the oil derrick. And, I don't know if you're aware of all the suffering you've caused. And he's doing this moral outrage speech.
He's trying to be an environmentalist in that one.
Yeah. He was always trying to do this shit, and he was like doing that in the Appalachians one too. He says, "Why don't these guys put their toxic waste in their own backyard?" So he had this kind of environmentalist theme, and then the one with the American Indian theme, where he plays an American Indian, that was the worst. That was the one which there was no action in that one. It was some stupid idea about the militia was using a biological weapon, which honestly, you're waiting for action. And there was nothing. There was nothing. There was no action in that film whatsoever. It was like we wasted 2 hours of our lives watching that. You're trying to get high. There's a kind of high that's released in the brain because your chemicals get stimulated by action. This is the way the brain works. This is what you watch such films for. And he doesn't deliver. And he said so I feel personally violated by this man. This man has stolen time out of my time with my father when we sat there and watched this, and that's just time stolen from our lives. This is why I hate him. Steven Seagal. I hate Steven Seagal for that. And for that reason, I shit all over him, and we'll do that now, and I'll give it over to Daniel to do just that. So, Daniel. Take it away. There was and where do you start with this son of a bitch? Well, Jameson says I think he was accused of rape, so maybe Daniel can start with that.
Yeah, that issue has been brought up by several girls. I'm not sure if he has actually been charged or indicted, and if he were or was about to, that's why he's living in Russia and he has that citizenship there. I could imagine that could be one reason why he's living there.
Okay, to avoid extradition. So he's there to avoid extradition. Yep. Son of a bitch. Go.
Or that could be like one of many reasons. Yeah. Or it could also be his connection to the Russian mob. And when previous to that, it was the Italian mob. When he was making movies earlier in his career, a lot of mob money was laundered through his movies.
Wow.
Around that time, and he was connected to the Italian mob then, at that time, but he kind of ran scared shitless from them. So I guess that's also why he's in Russia.
That makes sense. So he ran from one mob to another, and I remember this idiot when he was like being interviewed by Art Bell. He was talking about when he was in Japan, he kicked Yakuza ass, and he was saying, oh yeah, the Yakuza, they're these terrible people and shit, but I stood up to them and shit, and it's like, what was this bullshit trip about that?
That probably never ever happened,
Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, by the way, and Jameson Reese reminds us that Jordan Peterson got drug treatment in Russia. That's another word for brainwashing. We'll probably touch.
Yeah, he actually he was being treated in the United States, and he didn't think he was getting the proper treatment from his withdrawals for addiction to benzodiazepines. So he went to Moscow to get treatment.
Yeah.
And of course, there's no irony that he named his daughter Michaela, which is a sort of Slavic name, I think.
Interesting. That's interesting. So yeah, definitely some bullshit going down there. By the way, we've got some feedback in the chat room. Derek, have you seen this? There's someone named Milligrams Mile 442 says Krav Maga's culture is defending against anti-Semitism in 20th century in Eastern Europe. He says Krav Maga was coined in Israel by his founder who survived the Shoah and developed it in the early half of the 20th century to defend Jewish parts of the city. Okay, so he's saying that this is something that emerged out of the ghetto. By the way, I'm using this in the European sense. The European historical sense would mean the Jewish ghettos.
That's their story.
That's a story. Okay.
That's their story, and they're sticking to it.
Okay. That makes sense. Because this sounds like that sounds like I have no doubt that this man probably has relations that suffered during the Holocaust, because what Jewish migrant to Israel or someone who has roots that which one of them would not have that? So that makes sense. But the other aspects of it sounds like a kind of mythification. Of course, I'm just saying it sounds like that, mind you, just to cover my ass. But, really, I think that what Daniel has described sounds pretty reasonable to me. And then Milligrams Mile goes on with the biblical subject. He says he cursed Canaan, referencing God, I'm presuming. Racist evangelist people say that black people are related to Ham. This is Milligrams Mile 442. Ham, the son of Noah, which had his incident with Noah just after the flood. And calling black people Hamites is what justifies racism in their mind. Okay, that much we know. This is spurious biblical scholarship. And thank you, Milligrams Mile 442, and thank you for letting us kind of provide our feedback to that as well.
I did have to ask one thing, because from what I know in the occult, the son of Adam, the eldest son of Adam, was Cain, which is spelled Qayin, I think. So I am not sure if that's the same person he was trying to refer to as far as Canaan. But there might be different ways. There might be variations of saying it.
Okay. Thank you. That's one of those things that, it's one of those things that, could be either way. I mean, obviously, there are occult traditions that people hear about and or learn of. And in milligrams mile 442 says, "Thank you for replying." Bless you. Thank you. Thank you, and appreciate your participating. With that, so Daniel, when it comes to the Steven Seagal, he's one of these people, and milligrams mile 442 is responding to Jameson Reese. He was not, yeah, he's not. He means definitely Canaan, and yeah, obviously Canaan was a primary target of God's people, of the Jewish tribe in the desert. And then he's saying, okay, not Canaan. Canaan is the son of Ham who got cursed by Noah. Okay, Derek, is that what? Oh, okay. He's not speaking of Canaanaland. Or so he's talking about All right. So Derek, is that the name that rings a bell with the whole ham, the whole slapped ham thing?
Yeah, I'm speaking of Canaan, the one that the son of Ham,
Right.
whose name is similar to Cain, the son of Adam and Eve, but
Right.
The Canaan, and I believe it's Genesis chapter 9 or Genesis chapter 10. It was Canaan that was.
Right. And the land, however, does that derive its name from him, or Canaanaland? The Canaan that the Jewish people basically committed their Holocaust in.
No. Actually, the people of Canaan predate
Canaanites.
the Israelites, and they predate
They do.
the
They do.
Israelites' monotheism as well.
Yes.
Because again, Yahweh was one of the sons of El in Asherah.
Okay. Oh, well, that's a cult. Once we get into that, that's fairly occulted. But when the one thing we can say definitively that would be universally undeniable was obviously the Canaanites predated the Israelites, because the Israelites came in and took their land. So we know that much.
And I'm operating off of the Bible being true, and that there's only one God. Just for the record, not trying to argue with anybody, but just for the record, so that it's known, Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. I believe in his death, burial, and resurrection. And I believe he died on the cross for my sins and the sins of the whole world. So I'm just making that known, and not to argue with anyone on anything, because everyone has their own beliefs. But I'm just making it. I'm just professing my faith.
No, it's appreciated. I'll tell you something that always disturbed me was like when I was subjected. There was this brief period of time, by the way, one of the sickest sons of bitches I ever had to suffer and deal with was who was that Eurotrash again? That Eastern European white trash piece of shit that was Pavel. Thank you. I managed to bleach these people from my brain, and that's one of the things that enables me to maintain any degree of sanity, is my ability to do that. But Pavel Edward, who changes his name to Paul Edward, but you can tell he's not American or Canadian, but simply by his accent. And of course, he had Canadian citizenship through his father. Yeah, and Jameson says he's cadaverous. But anyhow, this loser, he this son of a bitch, when he had the password that I had given him to help me with everything, because I could not produce without him having that password. He had total access to every account that I had, and he was trying to download everything in my Google account. And that's all that really needs to be said, because, going into that whole situation is unnecessary. But I caught him doing it. And when I caught him doing that, it was thanks to Judith Ager, God bless her. She was able to handle him because he had been programmed to be pussy whipped. He had basically been programmed by the cults when he was brainwashed, all the while that he was, prefabricated as a child, so to speak, when they brought him into this world specifically and raised in the cult, which he was. Which by the way, he was involved with this stupid. What was the bitch you were talking to, Jameson? What's the cunt's name?
I think the name was Maria something like
yes,
that. You were able to say it because I I butcher it because
Yeah.
I can't. I don't have the ability to pronounce the Slavic language.
No worries. It's one of the most Polish names you can imagine. I don't even remember it offhand. I'd have to like look at it and then I would be able to pronounce it, but it doesn't really matter. Justin White called them Boris and Natasha because for those of you who don't know, Bullwinkle Moose and Rocky the Squirrel were a Canadian cartoon. That was a Canadian Marxist who actually produced that cartoon. He was an ardent communist, and he produced the Eastern European stereotypes of Boris and Natasha simply as a kind of play on American Slavophobia, and to create these caricatures just to render the Russian threat harmless. He just did that as propaganda. But there's several times in the cartoon where where Rocky in particular, because Bullwinkle was too stupid, Rocky would quote Karl Marx. And so that runs it's a running theme throughout the cartoon. Most people didn't know. And so Pavel was part of that wave. His father came in as one of these pro-Canadian communists. And this is one of the reasons why Canada had very strong relations with Cuba all this time. Canada has maintained relations with communist Cuba, whereas the U.S. has severed them for this very reason. And so for people who don't know any of this, the dynamics of this, but when the Iron Curtain fell, all of this Eurotrash spewed over into Canada and in the United States, and Pavel was part of that wave, and many of them were instantly just swept up by various intelligence agencies that had been interconnected from behind the Iron Curtain in the first place, with all these interlocking agencies spying on each other. The end result was the third party came in, so to speak. It's like you've got Republicans and Democrats, and then there's a third way, kind of like sticking its cock in your mouth, saying they're libertarian or extreme leftist, communists like Bernie Sanders. This is that occult wave of intelligentsia, which just swooped up all the dregs under the command of Michael Aquino and the cults. And so Pavel was part of that. And during that period of time that he had always been pussy whipped by his girlfriend, Maria Agnes, it was her first name, and that's easy enough to remember. And so when Judith came in, she handled him by just pussy whipping him, and he didn't do anything against me to really fuck up my works. But what he did do was he forced me at one point, under the threat of doing so, basically until I could get rid of him and find somebody else to produce. He threatened to basically empty out my accounts unless I sat down and listened to him. And he told me his theology, and his whole theology was based on what's that remote viewing shit again? Did Jameson tell me the remote viewers that had all the white guy with all the black girls who was fucking?
Oh yeah, the time. Oh my God, what the fuck are they called? Time Cross or some shit?
Yeah.
I think so.
They were on YouTube. I was actually promoting them for a short while because they had many black.
Farsight.
I'm sorry?
Farsight.
Thank you. Farsight.
Courtney Brown.
What's that?
With Courtney Brown.
With Courtney Brown. Yes, I was promoting them for a while myself, only because they had so many young black African-American girls working for them, and I was happy that they were using such talent, and I thought of them as progressive. And then I saw the older guy behind them all, and he was promoting the theology or anti-theology that Pavel started shoving down my throat. So he sat there one time, and I was forced to listen to him for what amounted to, it had to be 4 hours. Just 4 hours of his just shoving down my throat this theology that I was already painfully familiar with, because I had heard it all the while at the Presidio military base. All these people buying into this stuff. The whole Da Vinci Code is based on a book called Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and another book called the Christ Conspiracy or the Crucifixion Conspiracy or something like that. I'd have to, all these years I've managed to get that shit out of my brain, even these titles. And to the point where the authors tried to sue the author of the Da Vinci Code and failed. But in terms of these people, they're Their belief system is that all of the Christ crucifixion was a conspiracy where nobody was crucified on the cross other than a cadaver, and that no one, then he came back, after hiding in a cave saying, oh, hey, it's me, all this kind of shit. And there are people who've dedicated their lives into promoting this, and one of them is the Far Side organization. And so Pavel was, quote unquote, a convert to this. It was all part of his brainwashing. And so this is what the thing that would be puzzling about it, and use this in context of what Derek Talley said. Derek Talley said, this is my faith, my belief, I'm expressing it. Compare that to someone who has dedicated a life to absorbing this anti-theology and then shoving it into others' minds, and this insinuation, this subversion. And the first thing you have to ask is, what comfort do they derive from that? What is the when somebody invests themselves in a faith, there is a reward. The reward is comfort. That is the reward of faith. When somebody invests themselves in an anti-faith and your whole being is dedicated to the supposed deconstruction of a faith, what comfort are you deriving from that? This is different from mere atheism, where somebody is just saying, I don't need this belief system to live.
Douglas, you include the answer in what it is, an anti-faith. So they would derive pleasure from destroying, whereas the person of the faith, they derive pleasure from embracing. So it's basically explains itself.
Thank you. And it does, and it doesn't. It shows what kind of sick personality. It's like somebody who goes around and their entire enjoyment is in, like a child predator destroying innocence is part of the thrill of child predation. It's somebody who is the intellectual equivalent of that, the pseudo-intellectual equivalent.
Well, that's why most of them are child predators.
Yes, and this is what was presented by Justin White when he said Pavel Edward was responding so violently to that one stalker of mine whose name was Schwartz. What was the fucker's name again? It doesn't even matter, but I had this one stalker for the longest period of time. Poor son of a bitch, who was convinced he was my biological son, which he was not. And he was very obviously Jewish, which I think was part of the joke.
Matt Schwartz,
yes. Was he?
Yep.
He was bothering you too? Was he sending you all the messages?
Oh yeah. He used to troll me on my first Taboo Bros YouTube channel, and I used to respond. Say, hey, come on, let's fight. Come on.
Yeah. Oh my.
Come on, fat boy.
Yeah.
Just egging them on.
Yeah. Thank you. And this poor bastard. He was showing off pictures of his cousins who were very young. And he was just like, it's not like they were in any compromising positions. It was just, here's pictures of my kids. He was showing up, they would come up because he would just ramble on for, And so Pavel started raving against that as if, this guy were passing out pictures of himself fucking him or something. And Pavel was raving out this outrage against them. And so when he was doing that, Justin White said he's just projecting onto him his own pedophilia, because it was Maria Michaela Grigorich who found out when I took over Pavel's timeline, because Pavel hardly used it. And when Elena got me kicked off of Facebook, then I used Pavel's timeline for a while until Sora Aoi fully gifted me her timeline and just said, here, take it and just run with it. I'm retiring. I'm getting married and I'm retiring. And at that time that it was certain, and it was like an afterthought. She thought about this and said, oh God, take this. And I don't need it. Then it was, then Pavel, it was this tricky situation because Pavel had been sending her these stupid love notes and shit. And she had actually, and I don't understand why, had taken the time to just give him a few thanks once in a while, which I would never even have done that in her position. And when it was transitioned over to me, I just took her place for a while doing that, just so he wouldn't know I was running that timeline, just responding in her place, at which point he thought that she was ready to fly over to Canada and fuck him. And remember, this is Japan's most famous actress, by the way. So then Pavel, he was like, he was using his timeline, which at that point was under my son's face. Really, I used my son's face at that time as the icon on that, and then I was using that to put all my banners on and everything. And then that's when he started using it to friend young boys in Europe. And that's when Maria Michaela Grigorich brought that to my attention. And it's almost like he was setting me up. Like, now that I was involved in the timeline and running it, he started using that timeline with the image of my son's face to approach young boys and start, trying to seduce them. So this is the kind of pig fucker we're talking about, and this is where it goes back to that kind of destruction of the faith. Like, this is his only high in life, aside from drinking all the time. So with that, then we return to Daniel, and so with Steven Seagal, of course, we've got somebody who's seems hell bent on portraying himself a hero, when he's really a coward and a villain. What is his fascination with other dictators? What's going on? Like, he went to Venezuela, and there were a few other dictators aside from Hugo Chavez and Vladimir Putin. Give us some rundown on some of his other nefarious politics. Like, and what do you think might be behind all that? Probably criminality, but go on.
Oh, you're talking about the sword that he gifted to Maduro?
Oh yeah, Maduro. Thank you, the heir to Hugo Chavez. Go on, please.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me look up that article real quick. It's a really short one. Okay, let me see. Okay, I'll read it real quick. This is by Jean-Marie Valheur. I guess that's what her last name is. It says, "What is Steven Seagal doing in Venezuela?" It seems like Steven Seagal went to Venezuela to gift its dictator, Nicolas Maduro, with a katana, samurai sword. Now, Maduro is an honorary Japanese warrior, just like Seagal. I guess she said she meant that satirically. From one useless old tub of lard to another, I suppose it takes one to know one. He also sees some movie star potential in the embattled Latin leader. I kid you not. First, Seagal befriended Russia's Vladimir Putin. The two became quite buddy-buddy. Dennis Rodman then befriended Kim Jong-un. Not to be outdone by any man, Steven Seagal then flew to Venezuela in order to befriend Maduro. It took him a priceless artifact and some air miles, but mission accomplished. Once more, rubbing in our faces that he has way more dictator friends than us, mere mortals, Seagal reportedly discussed mutual friend Putin with Maduro. He also shook tall Stalin's hand, smiling gleefully in the process. What an absolute mad lad. What is he doing, though? Is Seagal only shaking hands? Far from it. As said before, he sees actual moving star potential in Maduro. And, in quotes, "We are going to shoot a movie together that will be called Nico Maduro de Tumbar, a word play on his name, meaning Nicoma is hard to knock down," Maduro shared. "It is the new Steven Seagal film. We are going to fight the bad guys together. I am the Nico from the title." Steven Seagal went to Venezuela to make friends with another dictator. The two are currently shooting a propaganda film together starring both Maduro and Seagal killing Maduro's political enemies together on the silver screen. I died a little while writing this.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. I like the way he ends that. I died a little inside while writing this. Oh, my God. That's so slimy. That's so sleazy. It's like, it's so. But what about there was if you could like read some of what these other people are writing, and I'm sure you could add depth to what they're writing. It just one of them was, what is his like martial arts, actual skills, and somebody was naming out, well, he did do the Aikido thing, and then basically the other one says it's best. The guy who basically said he suddenly became addicted to all these fat and greasy foods, and that one, it's just killer.
Okay, I'll start with the first one then. The one that's titled, "Is Steven Seagal really a martial arts expert?" Yes and no. Yes, he legitimately studied both karate and far more extensively Aikido. He is a legit high-level Aikido black belt who studied in Japan and ran legitimate Aikido schools before above the law got him going as an action star. No, he's not the badass martial arts master, super alpha male he claims to be, partially because Aikido is simply not as effective as many other martial arts and actual fighting scenarios, and also because he makes additional claims, being a tactical weapons master, helping the CIA, used to be in the mafia, who knows what the fuck else. That is all pure delusion. He has a reputation as a bully on set, from hitting defenseless co-stars to breaking Sean Connery's wrist as a fight choreographer back in the early 1980s, just because he's an insecure dick who picks on people he thinks he can push around. And he's been put down by those who are legitimate badasses like Gene LaBelle, who was the original American MMA fighter, being a national judo player, and boxer, as well as stuntman, professional wrestler, and all-around badass who choked Steven Seagal out when he richly deserved it. That's the story where Gene LaBelle literally choked the shit out of Steven Seagal, because once Steven Seagal dropped, he and the next thing you know, you could smell it.
Oh.
Anyway, as to the rest of the article, so it depends on your definition. He's a real martial artist, but he's not 1/10 the badass he pretends to be. He lives in a world of bullshit and delusion with the core of basic martial arts competency. And in the parentheses of edit, I also neglected to mention the sexual harassment claims and the claims of beating his ex-wife on multiple occasions, which of course makes him seem less and less like a martial arts figure to look up to. Yep.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. That's so important, and it really tells us. You know, you would almost think that would be definitive, but no, there's more, which can be brought up, whatever comes to mind. And in terms of, you can tell us about Jean-Claude Van Damme, and what was going on between them.
Okay, this was like in the early 1990s. There was like a little party going on at Sylvester Stallone's house. It was like a little all-star party, and Steven Seagal and Jean-Claude Van Damme were both present in that party. And I guess Steven Seagal decided to start talking shit about Van Damme within the hearing range, talking about how he could, you know, kick his ass and whatever. So Van Damme went ahead and confronted him and said, okay, you want to find out? Let's go outside right now. No. Of course, Seagal didn't answer the challenge. He left the party. So Van Damme ended up following him to the bar where Seagal ran off to. He went to challenge them there in front of everybody. And of course, Seagal, he pulled a Houdini. He left again. Didn't want nothing to do with it. See, and the thing is, Jean-Claude Van Damme is actually a far capable fighter than more than we've made fun of him as a good-looking guy who could do the splits. You know what I mean? I've actually seen some videos of him competing before he moved to America, and he's actually pretty decent. He moves well when it comes to fighting in competition.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Other than that.
Yeah.
But I mean, Van Damme, he's actually been around a bit more too. He did work for Chuck Norris as a bouncer for one of his bars too.
Wow. I didn't even, I forgot all about the fact that Chuck Norris owned, a bar franchise? Was it named after him, or what was it?
I don't know. I forgot the name of the bar. I mean, I only heard about it back in the 90s. Mm-hmm. But no, I don't remember the name of it.
All right. Okay. And so other than that, what else comes to mind? Obviously, I'm just happy that everybody's here to help burn bandwidth while I pull my head out of my ass, like I said, and just try and get myself together to form some arc of narrative tonight. It was pretty much took everything out of me through the weekend of Memorial Day to finalize the whole Handmaid's Tale and throw into the analysis what I did. So I do recommend everyone listen to that later when they have time. As for tonight, I'll probably be covering, as I said, ultimately, I'm trying to meander towards Australia because of the wonderful contribution I got from the Australian in these times. And Jameson says it was exceptionally well done. Thank you. While I meander towards that, definitely want these wonderful individuals to buy me some time. So in terms of what I'd like you to do is I'm going to ask everyone to kind of burn bandwidth while I refresh myself. I'm going to grab some liquid to make certain I stay hydrated. Peter Moon, of course, is very busy preparing for his trip because it is June. He'll be heading out towards that funeral of all things, and meeting up with some people he had grown up with. And so they'll be here in Southern California. And this will be, fascinating. I'll probably hear from him while he's here, at least telephonically. But because of that, we're kind of denied his ability to burn bandwidth tonight. So I'm counting on all of you. I'm going to bring Derek Talley back on for a few minutes if he's still with us. And Derek, what time is it where you're at now? About 10, a little after 10 p.m. and you have to go to sleep soon, right?
It's 9:03.
Oh, 9:03.
So, the only reason I have to go to bed soon is because my dialysis is on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So usually tomorrow's Thursday, and it would be a day that I could sleep in a little bit longer if I didn't have any appointments. But Tuesday and Thursdays are really the only days that I could schedule any appointments. And tomorrow I have a phone appointment with the Social Security.
And what time is it in the morning?
9 in the morning.
Okay, 9 in the morning. Okay, so do me a favor and get the conversation started. I'll be back in about 15 minutes, and I'll let everybody know when I return, but I may not be speaking too much, just kind of trying to get my head together. So do me a favor and do what you can to burn bandwidth. And you haven't been on in a long while, so I'm glad that you've been able to talk so well tonight. And I do want you to know how strong you sound. I mean, no one would guess that you're going through dialysis, and because you don't sound like you're enervated, you don't sound like you're drained, and I think that that's a positive. I think your age will help you, pull through this, and of course start a long extended search through your family. I don't know how extended your family is, but you might be able to find a volunteer within your family for potential live transplant, and doesn't hurt to ask around and let people know, of course, that you're searching for that. And aside from that, I'll be back soon enough. Just going to go mute now and be back in about 10-20 minutes. I'm sure all you gentlemen can handle that. Jameson, you're also with us, right? Let's see if he responds.
Yes.
Oh, excellent.
Roger that.
Okay, wonderful. So I'll leave you three gentlemen to burn bandwidth. Bless you all in that pursuit, and I'll be back soon enough. Thank you.
All right. Well, I got this story that I posted I only posted one story today, but the reason this story caught my eye is because I have a friend that was recently carjacked, and she's already in a vulnerable position because her son was disabled, getting shot by a stray bullet, right, riding in a car. My friend, she was carjacked by a 12-year-old in Chicago. So it was bad enough when she told me she got carjacked, but she got carjacked by a 12-year-old. So I'm like, what are these, these kids nowadays? It's like a new generation of people that don't even know the struggles we went through in the 80s and the 90s. These are just like totally new people who are just starting off on the wrong track. Well, I have a story here that says teens arrested for assaulting valet employee during attempted car theft at a Nashville hotel. Now, these teens, 2 of them were 15 and 2 of them were 13. And they still didn't know how to take this Jeep because there was 4 of them to 1 employee, 1 valet parker. Well, here's the story. Nashville, Tennessee. 4 teens have been taken into custody after Metro police say they assaulted a valet employee, then tried to steal a vehicle at a hotel in downtown Nashville. The assault happened Monday around 3:45 p.m. at the Hilton Hotel on 4th Avenue South. Metro Police said two 15-year-olds and two 13-year-olds punched the employee and knocked him to the ground. After taking the keys from the victim, the teens unsuccessfully tried to steal a Jeep Cherokee that was parked nearby, police said. The teens fled on foot but were apprehended by Metro Police shortly afterwards. All four were facing charges in juvenile court for robbery and attempted vehicle theft. So that's the story right there. So, I'm wondering what it was, why they couldn't get the Jeep. They punched the employee, knocked him to the ground, took the keys, and then jumped in it and didn't know how to start it.
Well, what happened was the employee probably fought back as much as he could and stopped them from being able to take off with it. Because, they're still teenagers, and an employee being a little older, you have a harder bone structure. So you will be hitting a lot harder than a teenager would hit you. I mean, some teenagers can throw a punch.
I can take out those 13-year-olds in a snap. But those 15-year-olds, that extra 2 years, unless there's some really lame 15-year-olds,
Well, again, your bone density isn't your bones aren't completely dense until you hit your 30s. So, I mean, who knows how old the guy who was fighting them off was, but, with denser bones, I figured you'd be doing a lot more damage per se. That is, if the guy knew how to fight at all and wasn't clocked. Well, I mean...
Well, they said they knocked
I wonder if
down.
those kids played Grand Theft Auto.
It probably did, but I think there's more to it, because there have been, this allows us to segue into another topic, which is quite interesting, because around the country, crime rates are starting to soar. And it's not just New York that's getting hit with these massive crime waves, but supposedly with everyone out of this lockdown mode, and everyone, with a lot of Americans vaccinated now, everyone's back out in the open. It seems like people don't know how to articulate themselves very well. It's almost as if they all of a sudden lost all of the social skills and became just a bunch of brain dead cavemen.
And the thieves are happy. They're picking pockets left and right.
Yeah, that they are. And people who own guns and firearms are quite happy as well. They seem to be shooting people left and right.
Well, I got a story here of someone else who's been happy for the last 20 years when it comes to these criminals. And it says veteran Philadelphia police detective charged with 35 counts of sexual assault after he groomed and sexually assaulted dozens of young male victims, witnesses, and suspects throughout his 20-year career. It took them 20 years to catch him. You know what I'm saying? So I wonder over those last 20 years how many people weren't believed about this cop, or how many people were too embarrassed to even say anything. His name is Philip Nordo. He's 52. He's been doing this since he was 32. He faces 35 counts of sexual assault spanning 2 decades of his career. A veteran Philadelphia police detective has been accused of grooming and sexually assaulting multiple male victims, witnesses, and suspects over the course of his 20-year career. Philip Nordo, 52, first joined the force in 1997, faces 35 counts, including rape, sexual assault, institutional sexual assault, stalking, court document detailed, and that's what they detailed in the court documents. According to Philadelphia grand jury, the father of 2 is alleged to have exploited his status as a police officer and homicide detective to leverage relations with individuals connected to his cases. As detailed in the 38-page document, Nordo stands accused of repeatedly contacting young men that he sought to groom, and then using flattery and threats he made of the targets of his advances more susceptible to his sexually assaulting and coercive behavior. Such threats, prosecutors say, included arresting or jailing suspects without probable cause, targeting handcuffed suspects, and gesturing with his firearm to assert dominance. Much of the abuse is said to have occurred in prison visiting rooms or in interrogation rooms at a Philadelphia police headquarters. Nordo allegedly targeted handcuffed individuals and asked about homosexual inmates who were soon due for release. Much of the abuse is said to have occurred in prison visiting rooms or interrogation rooms at a Philadelphia police department. Now, I thought the interrogation rooms had cameras in them. The document also claims that Nordo would actively seek out vulnerable potential victims, sometimes asking prisoners about homosexual inmates, or he volunteered to transfer prisoners and witnesses for other officers. Like, don't worry, I'll take them. You go take a break. I'll let them come ride with me. So this is one of those deals. He would also supposedly use small talk during initial meetings with his alleged victims to open a line of conversation to press more personal topics. Nordo discussed these personal topics to test the person's reaction and their likelihood to resist or comply, the document said. At the end of these initial meetings, Nordo would give the victim his contact information. You know, that's a very important line because when it comes to dealing with the police, as far as what a lot of people are taught, in the hood, because these police will kill you, we're taught 3 F's. Don't fuss, don't fight, don't flee. Just cooperate, and if they're giving you a bogus charge, you can have your day in court, but, if you don't want a bullet in your head, you just cooperate. But according to this, it says Nordo discussed these personal topics to test the person's reaction and their likelihood to resist or comply, the document said. And at the end of these initial meetings, Norton would give the victim his contact information. So if you were more likely to resist, well, then he was probably more likely to avoid that type of contact with you.
Yeah,
So
he's got to scout his field.
What was that?
He has to scout his field.
Exactly. Now, to finish it off, it says to cover his tracks, the court says Nordo employed a mixture of intimidation and incentives, as is believed to have fraudulently diverted more than $20,000 of crime reward money to people he was attempting to groom or had already assaulted. Oh, so he had access to the crime reward money. So he was just having sex with people and then giving them the crime reward money to shut them up. Ain't that some shit? $20,000 over 20 years. That they know of. Nordo was dismissed from the Philadelphia police force in 2017 after 2 decades. He was arraigned on Tuesday, and a judge ordered him to be held without bail. Well, that's good. At least they held him without bail. But what are your thoughts on this?
Wait, we're in 2021. It took them 4 years just to arraign him for a court hearing? Holy shit! So he was still out and doing whatever he was doing within that time period, right?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. That is just that's pretty sick. That's pretty disgusting. Wow. And this makes me wonder how many other people out there are doing the same thing, or things that are worse. I mean, I'm fairly certain that there's always cops who are doing that to who are raping females or whatnot. But I mean, that's even worse. When the cops are abusing females. I mean, it's disgusting. I mean, when they're abusing anyone, it's bad. It's horrible. Fuck it. I mean, if we were to look at every human being as an equal thing, then the abuse of anyone is horrible.
Exactly. Well, also this week we had the anniversary of the Tulsa race riots, or really the Tulsa race massacre that happened in Oklahoma. And I belong to one of my groups. I have an actual Facebook family group of the AG family, which is on my grandmother's side, on my mother's side, the last name AG, and they had businesses that were destroyed in the Tulsa, Oklahoma race massacre, and they had some. They gave us some pictures. I'll send. You know what? I forget. I gotta track down where those pictures are. I'll send them to you, Jameson, just so you can see them. But they're all black and white pictures. But I'm not even kind of sure what business it was. I need to read up on it. But right before we went to the program here, we got. I think I got it in a text, but it was about the Tulsa massacre, and then the businesses that my family had during that Tulsa massacre, at least the AG side of the family. So,
well, that drives home, the topic that we were speaking about last week, because and it's quite interesting, because I sent Douglas a video of what was I think it was a discussion on political correctness with I think we had here Jordan Peterson, we had Stephen Fry, we had Michael Dyson, and Michelle Goldberg. And throughout this discussion, what Michael Dyson drives home is exactly what, some of what happened in the Tulsa riots, how we weren't allowed to move on from these things. We weren't looked at as people who could, have our freedom of speech, or who could, have our freedoms weren't protected. And so it's quite interesting how in this debate, both Michael Dyson and Michelle Goldberg of course, is coming from the angle of a feminism point of view, and she's saying, like, women weren't allowed to do anything for the longest period of time. And so, all of a sudden, men are complaining about political correctness because of the Me Too movement. And so here we're seeing how, there's a sort of, the minute people who were injusticed are pointing, these things out to white America is on the recoil, like, no, you're trying to steal everything, you're trying to take away our freedom to say the N-word, you're trying to take away my freedom of speech, our freedom to own guns and all this other stuff, I mean, it borders on the absurd. And the interesting thing about Peterson is that he's denying the fact that he denies that white privilege even exists, and he's Canadian. He's not even American.
Right. And you know what? To connect with what you're saying, Jameson, right in the exact same, subject line, merging what you just spoke about and the Tulsa, Oklahoma riots. The very first woman to ever join the Coast Guard, her name was Olivia J. Hooker. She was born in 1915, and she died in 2018. And in 2018, all these white people were saying, rest in peace to Olivia J. Hooker. She's a black woman. I mean, there aren't many black people in the Coast Guards altogether, but the very first woman to join the Coast Guard was a black woman, and she was being remembered for that. But I'm surprised that so many white people were remembering her for that, because she was also 5 years old during the Tulsa, Oklahoma riots, and her parents owned businesses, and the white people came. She had to hide under the piano, and the white people came with sledgehammers and beat up her dad's piano, and she thought she was going to get killed. All her friends, all her family members were killed, and she was a survivor of the Tulsa, Oklahoma riots, which white people don't want to acknowledge even exists. And then all of a sudden, white people are saying, "Oh, rest in peace, Olivia Hooker," back in 2018. I'm all, did these people understand who they're saying rest in peace to? Because not only was she the first black woman to join the Coast Guard, or the first woman, period, who just happened to be black, she's also a survivor of the very thing that they want
to sweep under the rug.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Americans have a really, really bad problem. We have a population of some of the dumbest people on the planet.
By the way, that's almost giving them an excuse. Okay, I've just returned and I've
Oh,
caught.
no, oh no,
Yeah.
stupidity is no excuse. It's
Right.
definitely no excuse when you parade it around and take pride in it.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, I just got back. I heard some of this. I don't want to, join in too aggressively because I'm just getting my refreshments sorted around me and going to be, cutting out some of the sweet and sour sauce for my chicken strips here so I can get enough protein in me to some caloric intake for the night. In terms of what I do want people to understand, and I do hope all of you gentlemen will back me up on this. When I see the headlines that I'm seeing, President Joseph Biden acknowledging the Tulsa, Oklahoma riots and the massacre 100 years later, and he's doing so to his credit with a great deal of emotion and emphasizing what America has lost, or really emphasizing that we still don't know what we lost because so much was lost. We really have no idea what was destroyed. The reason for that, and I'm certain all of you gentlemen will remind people of this, and it's not to toot my own horn. This is to emphasize the fact that I'm the only person who spoke of it before the 100th anniversary for years. People might remember I spoke of this being the first
Yes.
strategic
Yep.
bombing. It was America's first strategic bombing ever deployed was domestically against American blacks. And
I remember you speaking about it all the way back from the Revolution radio days.
thank you. Thank you. So Douglas Dietrich was bringing this up before anybody knew it. And so now that people are hearing about it, I want it on record that, yes, I was exposing this for years and likely was one of the factors where they were forced to ultimately acknowledge it at this point in history. Combined, it was a combination of events, a confluence of trends. Remember that if Joseph Biden and Kamala Harris had not been elected president and vice presidentress, this would not be being addressed at all. If you can imagine if Trump had carried through in the election, and I will address that later. Peter Moon is unable to join us tonight. And one of the things that Peter Moon brought up, because he's of another generation and he's white and he watches a lot of conservative news, specifically Fox Media, run by Rupert Murdoch in Australia, and he accesses a lot of, as he himself said when he was on our transmission, right-wing gate sites. There was some gate site he's called Gatekeeper or something he was accessing, where they were talking about reinstating President Trump. Now, even he did not say he was maintaining confidence that they were going to reinstate President Trump, but I will deconstruct that tonight. And
They can't reinstate someone who isn't president, who was never legitimately president to begin with.
yes, though of course he was arguing that point. He was actually arguing it up with the precedent of the essentially the illegitimacy of Kennedy's presidency. He was bringing up, of course, two wrongs do not make a right.
Yeah, it's
See.
almost pointless to bring that up because of the fact that that has no basis on what's happening here and now.
Well, I mean, like I was saying, he was bringing that
I mean,
up as kind of a precedent, and that would be a
I
rationalization.
understand that it's.
But
I mean, I
yeah,
understand that it's a historical reference,
yeah,
and it's relevant in that it parallels what
right,
happened.
right.
But at the
Yeah.
same point,
It's very different. This is very different.
very different
The
times.
one thing that is how would I say it? Well, I'll get into it later. No point in my going to that now because I want to get some things sorted around me. But you gentlemen are holding up so well, and I want you all to continue, and I bless you for it. And definitely, it's amazing that Thankfully, we were by a participatory majority. We were able to get Joseph Biden and Kamala Harris in. And Joseph Biden, of course, was simply someone who credit must be given to him, but he is someone who's an opportunist, and he was riding with the times. Kamala Harris has her own controversial background, but it was, as I was saying when he was here, the problem that we want to evade is who was it that was bringing it up? Somebody was saying, oh, none of these people represent you at all. Somebody, so I can't even remember who was
I don't know if it was Peter or if it was
wasn't Peter.
It was the other lady who comes on.
Oh, was it Penny? Not Penny Bradley. She wasn't on.
No. Psychic.
Crystal
I'm sorry,
River?
Crystal River. I think I forget her name.
Well, she wasn't on
Yeah,
the
Chris.
latest transmission. As a matter of fact, she's been ghosting me. By the way, that reminds me, I don't even want to give this person any attention, but I got some, just stupid remarks from somebody who was a Tracy Twyman personality cultist. And so that reminds me of Crystal River. She's been ghosting me so much. There were several things I wanted to bring to her attention. I just haven't been able to bring to her attention. So, well, we'll just let her do what she does. She's on her own trip, and she's got, her own responsibilities, her own life. But in terms of and of course there is the fact that it's amazing how our man Daniel Arola is able to evade this. But this brings us back to our point. See, Daniel Arola is in Texas. Crystal River is in Texas. They're really not that far from each other. But Crystal River accesses a totally different media than Daniel Arola does. And she's at the opposite end of the political spectrum, to the point where she's just this side of right wing. And so when it comes to Brendan Zoget, at the time that Crystal River was really in need, as so many Texans were during that horrible deep freeze, then and the blackout, statewide blackout, which is just created by Texas's libertarian insanity, because they divorced themselves from the rest of the nation's network. We were unable to supply them with any power while they were out, because they were severed from the nation's network by their own choice. And so because of that, everybody was suffering. And during that period of time, I was promoting her need, and got some people like wonderful Sammy Romero and a few others to contribute to her, and they gave her some money. Brendan was going to send her some money until he saw her right-wing posts. He refrained from doing so. So it's one of those things where he did not appreciate that kind of right-wing bent that she had. Now, interestingly enough, they're both anti-vax
but Brendan, he comes from a completely different angle. He's the natural dude.
Well, there's that, and then Crystal River also comes from that angle when it comes to the vax. It's mostly an organic kind of trip. But at the same time, she's got these other just very right-leaning politics from exposure to basically what's pervasive in Texas. And so she has that element to her, and might be a reason for her evading myself. I hope not, but
there's a sort of privilege that goes with that when one's white, is because you could lean either way if you're white, and it doesn't matter. You can have black friends on one hand and conservative, I hate everybody who's not white, on the other hand, and it's completely okay. That's a part of the privilege of being white.
Yeah. I brought that up before, that basically,
and that has to be, continually brought up, because I have friends on Facebook who are white, but they're not they're not on the right. And they have friends who I know are people who are on the right, because those are people who I had to unfriend last rotation when I had a completely different name. And I kicked them the fuck out of my life, and I'm all the more better for it.
Yeah, and I brought this up. The upcoming Civil War is a civil war among whites. And it's but it's the whites who have decided to be more inclusive, and the whites who are exclusive. It's basically, this is the basis where the rest of us have to just go with the white group that will be serving our interests. And
That's not going to kill us, basically.
Yes, yeah, serving our interests, primary interests of survival.
It's
So,
pure survival, and this is something that I don't believe Peter Moon is able to grasp,
yes.
because last time he was like, "Oh, they're both parties are horrible. Both parties, none of
He
them
wasn't
serve
him
your
that was
interests."
saying that, though. It was somebody else that was
I
coming up with that.
think it was him who said that. I believe it was.
He leans too far to the right for that.
No. I know, but he said, but he was saying, but he did say something to that effect, and that's the thing,
He might have. Yeah, he was probably trying to be accommodating in that moment. He was.
I believe so, but what I'm driving at is the fact that one has the privilege for that mindset when your life isn't being threatened by one political party in particular, whereas if you're someone of color, your life is threatened by the Republican political party, and the house niggers who joined them. Well, I have no words for them. I believe they should be tossed under a bus and crushed to death, because they're just that worth that much.
But by the way, aside from that, so Daniel, relate to us a little bit of Texas at that time, and what was going on with that, what you suffered in particular. Tell us about that. That'll help us keep bandwidth burning for a while yet. Till.
Oh, the South Arctic freeze.
Yes, please.
Yeah, that was back in February. Yeah, it was. Fortunately, I was in a house. I mean, yeah, we did lose power for about 3 days, but when I found myself shoveling snow, and filling them up in buckets. Unfortunately, I had a lot of buckets at the time in the garage, and I filled them up so that they could melt, just to fill the damn toilet tank, for when we use it, because the water was also out too. But fortunately, I had a lot of bottles of water, gallons of water stocked up, even before the storm. And then before that, all the water was gone at the stores.
Wow. And so go on with what else was it that you saw? And you were describing and Crystal River, it was like almost like you knew an area she was familiar with, an area I guess she was almost kind of grew up in, but she was no longer living there. But you were bringing that up, and it was that was interesting.
Well, it was the mentality in that demographical region that I mentioned, where a lot of them are pro-white, right-wing people. A lot of them are blue-collar folk. Mm-hmm. So that's where that's what I was getting at. Where I was kind of saying I was empathically connecting to the story about her and her friend, of or whatever that they were going through at the time, and and I was basically empathizing with the situation at that time.
Right, and so. How else did you make it through as well as you did? I mean, you were going through nothing like she was going through, of course, and I still have yet to find out some details from her, because, of course, she and her neighbors, they had to rely on each other. Like the cold was just unbelievable. And so how was it you kept warm again at nights?
Well, fortunately, we get pretty prepared here in the South. We like to camp often, so we had supplies to hold us over. Little heaters that lasted us for a while until we found a way to charge them, and the little barbecue pits that run on those little propane tanks that you just screw into them. We had those running for heat for a little bit. And if I had to, I'd start a fire in the back porch, which I didn't really have to as often. But for the most part, we had bundled up pretty well, took care of our dog, and we had enough water.
Wow. Amazing. And aside from all of that, I remember now the book that I was trying to remember earlier. Aside from the Holy Blood, Holy Grail, there was another book called The Passover Plot. The Passover Plot was the title of the other book where they were claiming that the crucifixion never happened in any way that people assumed it. And so for people who wanted to know that entire diatribe that I was raving about with Pavel Edward, he was taking the Farsight remote viewing theology or anti-theology, and the Farsight remote viewing anti-theology is where they claim they sent remote viewers back in time to view the crucifixion, and all they do is they regurgitate the plot of the Passover plot and Holy Blood, Holy Grail, which is, the basis for the Da Vinci Code. So this is like a running thread of the exact same narrative. And remember, the Da Vinci Code is nothing but a complete ripoff, fictionalizing what was claiming to be historical or pseudo-historical in the Passover plot and Holy Blood, Holy Grail, which is that the claim is that, the crucifixion was a conspiracy. It never happened. And it was just like literally a couple of people, a couple of brothers deciding they were going to create a religion, this kind of bullshit. Because this is what people think of, right? I mean, you'd have to talk about boredom in the desert leading to bizarre activities. That would be about as stretched as it gets. This is kind of like the kind of bullshit that these guys were pushing, and Pavel was the firm believer in. And by the way, his behavior in which he was overcompensating by attacking Matthew Schwab was reflected by Lena Shea in her attacking of Nicole Froelich. Not that Nicole Froelich didn't deserve to be attacked, far more than Matthew Schwab, even, because Matthew Schwab was never able to really even reach me. He was pretty much hitting everybody around me because I simply wouldn't, talk to him. But with Nicole Froelich, of course, she certainly deserved what she got, because that was Peter Moon inadvertently setting me up for an ambush. And, it was just tiresome and noisome and thoroughly depressing. And so when Lena Shea really started jumping all over that with a sense of outrage, it was very similar to Pavel Edward projecting onto Matthew Schwab. And
she went full Karen.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Thank you. Yeah, and so when she did that, then it was like while she was preparing to do her ultimate flip, which was when her handler showed up, Mr. Doofus, Zachariah Garrett, then she totally flipped into what she became, which was suddenly from a Dietrich groupie, so to speak, and I don't mean that in any denigrating sense, but to becoming very antithetical to me and deciding to abandon me. And I mean this in a sense that most people aren't going to comprehend. At that point, she had the passwords to everything, and I was economically dependent on her. So it was one of these things that was like, you're talking about something like a messy divorce. And what she was saying, of course, at the time was, oh, no, it's not like a divorce, or we'd be working through lawyers. And I said, no. If this were involving an actual marriage, we'd be dealing with the police because of our activities. Again, I'm glad that Derek Talley qualified her vitriol the way he did, because honestly, don't think it's not tempting that I simply turn her in. As I say, it's not some kind of indulgence or fantasy that I have something on her. It's something that is serious, and yet at the same time I refrain. The two children being one of the factors there. As I said, there's a deeper connection than most people realize. So it's one of those things that causes me to pause.
No, I used to, long before I heard of you, Douglas.
Yeah.
I used to listen to quite a few of the Farsight remote viewing videos, especially their instructionals. Yeah, I found myself curious about the subject, but not enough to think I'm gonna get something out of it right away. I was more or less just looking at it with a skeptical yet curious eye. and ear over the subject. I was trying to find something that I can learn, but for the most part, what was consistent about every video I've listened to was the recycling of his credit. I am Professor Courtney Brown and blah blah. Just talking about what his accomplishments were and his degrees and I was noticing that was a nice technique to soften up the listener, to just say, okay, just let him tell you, Yeah. And I can see how easy that Pavel could sink into that on a subconscious level. So I was catching that. I was like, this is from my study in NLP, in the manner of influence and persuasion, and so that was his pitch there, that after all that shit, that whatever he tells you, it's what goes, and it's especially the interpretations that that he'll display, or his students and all that, and of course he'll make credit saying that these are all independent viewing, and but somehow they find the way to turn the story into something that that they want people to see, right. Other than just the basic pattern for what it is. I've studied the subject of remote viewing for many years. I have the books. I've read a lot of this shit, but I'm not one. I still find it. I still kind of find it a kind of like a formalized version of how to be psychic, but I'm not even trying to be. I'm just seeing what this map of their world that they're trying to teach a person how to use their intuitive faculties. So I'm not at that part where I think it's bogus, but there are some parts where I find it questionable. I still find the subject curious, but I haven't listened to him in a long time. I did try to listen to him a couple of years ago, but I don't know. I just kind of zoned out of it.
Oh, I can understand. No, believe me.
I also used to listen to him. I also used to be interested in that. The Far Side. I used to follow them. Sometimes their predictions were accurate. I'll give them that much. But I believe where they failed to. The reason why I stopped listening to them was because I asked them a question. And the interesting thing was that he would actually, Courtney Brown would actually answer questions that people might ask sometimes. So I asked him a question, and the question I asked was it possible that some of these things you're seeing might be, reality overlays that someone had projected out into the substratum of subconscious or something? Because I was thinking at the time, I was listening to you, Douglas, and I was thinking, well, wouldn't it be so convenient if all these aliens they claim that they're remote viewing were set up by Michael Aquino or something? This is what I was thinking in the back of my head. So I asked that question, they never answered it. Mm-hmm. And that was when I was like, okay, this is bullshit. This is purely entertainment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's the time that I was recommending them was, again, the reason I was doing so was I needed an option for people to go to who kept asking me about remote viewing. I had to get them away from, who's that fucker again that I despise, the butt fucker.
Which one?
Who was always on, Art Bell all the time and called himself Dr. Doom. Later on was showing up with Coast to Coast AM, just a regular. He was the Daniel Brinkley. Not Daniel Brinkley. Excuse me.
I know who you're talking about. Well, are you talking about that military guy?
Yeah, of course.
Space.
Fuck,
Oh my gosh. That's the guy who made the whole manual.
Ed Danes. Yes.
Yeah.
Not Daniel Brinkley.
I actually I knew this guy who was at the time I was there was before I started listening to you and communicating with you, there was this guy who I was following for a little while by the name of Donahue something. Turns out the guy's a fucking racist. He's a flaming racist, and he's probably gay too. But basically, there's a guy who I guess was connected to him and said that the guy has like this whole personality cult of his going and whatnot. So he gave me this remote viewing thing where I could do my own remote viewing, and this was a friend I used to have on Facebook. So I started. So the guy gave me some targets to start remote viewing, and I started to remote view things, and you know, honestly, I wasn't seeing anything in my mind's eye. I was just doing like what you would call a sort of like a drawing, free drawing, and just scribble scrabble and seeing what patterns pop out of it and whatnot. And it was kind of interesting because there was something I did manage to connect to. Apparently, the guy who gave me these targets seemed satisfied with what I told him, but I don't think I did anything significant. I have no doubt that there are probably ways that, such as automatic writing or automatic drawing, where you can do something that's the equivalent of what people would call remote viewing, but I don't think it's definitely not what they say it is on the internet.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, and so in terms of where was I going with that?
I don't remember who said it, but I think they said that the reason that the military approved of remote viewing was because the Russians started doing a psychic spying program.
Oh God, yeah. You know what?
They had to catch up.
Was that English?
That was it. You know what? I totally forgot. I'm so fucking sorry. It was like because I was concentrating on everybody else, I forgot about Salman Sheikh. Are you with us, Salman? Oh my God, Salman! Holy shit!
Hey, brother. Yes, I'm here.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Why didn't you assert yourself? Oh my God! I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm just listening and enjoying to all of the great brothers of Team Dietrich and just enjoying the love and knowledge.
Well, this is very generous of you and very gracious that you allowed everyone to speak on. But oh my God, I must encourage you to be a bit more assertive, just so that I don't forget that you're here, because it's easy for me to do that. Obviously, I'm dealing with a lot of things, and so what happens is I become very just very preoccupied, and I forget, and certainly there are things that you could have contributed to, I'm sure, and can still do so. Oh my God, by all means, do join in whenever you feel you have something to contribute. I just do need to acknowledge that, and thank you for your patience, and thank you for being here. Oh my God, aside from that, I'll just go mute for a bit and allow Salman to join in on the conversation. Do us a favor and please provide some reflection on what you've been hearing. Certainly, you've probably been dealing quite a bit with the world of conspiracy for a long time, because you do bring up the fact that you're a Mason, and that must bring all kinds of accusations that you're a shill and some front for some kind of conspiracy, and that you have some kind of agenda. Please share with us some of your experiences with that, and then whatever kind of experience you've had with the remote viewing kind of phenomenon, as people may have asked you about or brought up. I do want to emphasize that, yeah, one of the reasons that I kept bringing up Farsight for a while was as an alternative to Ed Danes, because Ed Danes' personality cult was completely self-centered on himself, and I've gone into deconstructing him at length before. And
yeah, he's the guy who trained what's his name, James Donahue, who changed his name to Aaron Donahue, who changed his name to Aaron Hansen.
He also trained James Arthur Yanchik, just so people know that.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
that piece of shit can remove you.
Yes, and so
that's rich.
So one of the things, what was I going to say before I lost the train of thought there? It was aside from that, I wanted to bring up to people something that came to mind when it was.
I think it had to do with conspiracies, and you were asking Salman Sheikh about the how people perceive of him because he was a Freemason.
Yeah, understood. But just while I was on the remote viewing trip, what was there? Aside from that, of course, the Farsight was far less of a personality cult in that completely monofocal sense, and they try to emphasize the fact that they, were equal opportunity and progressive, and had all of these young black African American ladies working for them who were quite talented. And so it wasn't that they weren't seeing things or getting results. It was simply that when I saw the agenda behind it, which was just as bad as Ed Dane's ultimately, and tracing back to the kind of conspiracy theory that Aquino promoted to deconstruct Christianity so that he could insert his theology. This was when you see just how you can't escape this, that the fucker's tentacles were everywhere, or rather that of the cults, which he became essentially the face for, the spokesperson for in the secular world. Then you realize just how manipulated the right-wing media is in particular, and how many of these things find their roots in the right, which is why, before I turn to Salman, I want to turn towards the chat room just for a bit to emphasize. First off, Veronica Barrera is there. She says, "Hola, amigo Douglas." Hello, everyone, and buenas noches a todos. Senora Veronica, love you dearly, Senora Barrera. And Destruction89 says, "My stream is behind," he says, "but I can also confirm I first heard of the Tulsa Massacre from Douglas back on Revolution Radio." Thank you, sir. And he says, "As a white guy who also listens to right-wing radio, I am glad people know more about Black Wall Street, but I will also point out the real issue of Chinese propaganda using such events to divide us." I think you're giving them way too much fucking credit. The Chinese aren't even that culturally sophisticated.
The Chinese don't give a fuck about our American culture. What's being and the Tulsa is not being used to divide. It's being used to educate you, because a lot of males who are white do have this belief that black people don't take accountability for their own shit. And this is important because in the Tulsa massacre, we had a whole community of black people who were taking accountability of their own shit. They had the equivalent of what would be now the net worth of what would now be the equivalent of $1.5 million that was completely destroyed, not to mention hundreds of lives. So this is
must be well over.
Fact.
Must be well over that amount. Must be well over
it's
that.
Well over. It's probably well over that.
Judging by inflation.
They definitely under state some of these things. Yeah. But the point of the matter is, we need to drive home the fact that while everyone's calling us lazy niggers, the fact of the matter is we're not given a chance to get up, because as soon as we get up, we have a white fucking boot stepping on our fucking necks.
Yeah, no, this is very important. And
without forgive me. I'm not trying to sound like anger
confrontational,
confrontational, but it's just that the subject matter is one that brings a lot of volatile emotions to the surface. So these emotions aren't directed towards that particular individual who stated that. It's just to illustrate the fact that a lot of time, the reason why, understand that when people say that this is being used as a divisive mechanism, they have an agenda behind it. And most likely the people who are claiming that it's being used as a divisive mechanism are from the alt-right, and they're Russian sponsored. So this is Russian sponsored state terror under the fucking piece of shit we call Vladimir Putin.
Yeah. Yes. But by the way, just so everyone understands, it's just a few more people to acknowledge in the chat room, and I'll go back to Destruction89, who said, "Please don't kick me." And so I understood this is not directed towards you personally, but it's obviously a passionate subject. We're getting something going on in Messenger. Derek Talley says, he sent 4 photos. There we are. And Derek will provide us some more details on this. Before Salman comes on, actually, I have to turn back to Derek, actually. So Derek will tell us a bit about the fact that we all made a big mistake with integration. But what Destruction89 says that he wants to emphasize, this is his perception. He says, "I will also say white people are not," he's very emphatic about that, "out to kill minorities today. It is that false perception of reality which the left wing which the left wing has that truly threatens us.
That's not it's not a left thing. Unless you can prove that you're not out to kill us, we have to believe you're out to kill us.
Well, it goes
You have to
beyond that.
understand.
It goes way beyond that.
You have to understand that
you know.
this is called cover your own ass, because you never know who you can trust out there.
Yeah, it goes beyond that, actually. But Destruction 89 says, I am 29 years old and I am tired of this old-fashioned view of conservatives the left has and the left's overreaction towards the right causing chaos in my country. I want unity. This is, by the way, I'm going to, he's sincere. He's sincere. And it's a sincerity that I'm not laughing at. I'm not laughing at you, Destruction 89.
Time will tell.
It's rather what I appreciate your sincerity, and it is an earnestness that honestly, this comes with a privilege that is invisible to yourself, because you really don't see how bad it is for the rest of us and what we're going through. As an Asian American, I've gone into, and I'll go into a bit later tonight, about the anti-Asian hate wave, and this is costing lives and mortal injury to my people here.
Yes, there's also something I would like to point out. The New York Post had a article where some black dude, I think he had assaulted someone of Asian descent, and they let him back out, and they knew this guy was a threat for months. Yeah. So there's a concerted effort by the people who are law enforcement to keep the cycle of violence going.
Yes,
against the Asian
they're
community.
Taking programmed, mentally disturbed, and programmed blacks to do damage against the Asians.
Who should be in mental hospitals.
Yes,
they shouldn't be. They shouldn't even be in jail. They should be institutionalized.
Yes, and they're cutting them loose to attack Asians, and this is concerted, and this is blatant. And by the way, Chris Collins named Ed Dames. Thank you, Chris. And Vicky Johnson says, "Hi, everyone," with an HIGH. That's for you, Daniel. And she says, "Hello, DDD and company. Much love, light, and peace to Douglas. Thank you." Thank you for all you do, Heart. God bless you, Vicky Johnson. I love you. And and Dezo said Grand Theft Auto GTA Grand Theft Auto roleplay gone wrong, referencing something we were talking about earlier. And then Derek Talley put that. So while Derek Talley is with us, before you have to go for the night, Derek, tell us before we answer kind of like Destruction 89 through arc of narrative tonight, really. Why don't you tell us where we went wrong with integration? And that's why with the Tulsa, what Tulsa manifests is the fact that this was, before integration, blacks were developing a black state within a state that with its own economy, and this ultimately would have led towards a black nation, a new Africa within America.
Yeah, that's what they called. That's what they called Black Tulsa, New Africa.
Yes. So tell us, Derek, why integration was a mistake and why the whites ruined it all by destroying Tulsa, forcing the blacks to try to integrate. Ultimately, really, it was against their own interests and it was against black interests. And tell us why the separation would have been so much better for the arc of historical experience.
Well, my answer is probably just looking at it from one angle. But first of all, the pictures that I sent you, you'll see one of the businesses that destroyed was an AG business, the business AGEE. That's my grandmother's name. My great grandfather, his name is Thomas AG, and one of his grandsons, which is my mother's first cousin, played for the New York Yankees and for a short time the Chicago White Sox. Tommy Agee, the baseball player, but that business that I sent you that was destroyed in the Tulsa, Oklahoma bombing, that's one of our family's businesses. My cousin had just sent it to me.
Oh my God. Yeah. Is your cousin listening to you now? Was your cousin listening to you now?
No, she had just sent it. I doubt if she listened to me now, but she had sent it. She sent it earlier today just to just for, I guess he's sending it to all the family members who were able to, get a picture of that and see that we actually, because we knew that we had some people in Oklahoma during that time, but there was really no other than the stories that are passed down. There was really nothing, tangible there. But she was able to come up with some pictures that showed the AG business that was there. And I asked her what type of business it was, and she didn't answer. But I got to do some more investigating. Yep, that could have been a family business that I could have gone into,
Right.
But that it's something we keep getting knocked back down and having to start from scratch. So I'm with Jameson on his assessment.
Yeah, where integration went wrong was that integration became synonymous for oppression. Whereas if we were allowed to do our own things, there's the potentiality that we would have even possibly surpassed the white America around us. And that's what they feared.
Yes.
That's what they feared most. And that's why they saw the need to have to dismantle us before we could do that. And that's because they knew that with integration there would be inequality, and that's what they wanted. And the thing is, when we had our own, we were equal to them.
Go on.
Right.
Yeah,
well, even when we did have our own educational, they wouldn't let us have an educational system because in the state of Delaware, the first DuPont, I think it's Pierre DuPont, the father DuPont, the DuPont company, the chemical company. He's seen that the blacks didn't have a school in Delaware, and blacks weren't allowed to have a school in Delaware. So Pierre DuPont says, I'm going to go to Delaware and I'm going to build a school for the blacks. So he goes to Delaware and starts building a school for the blacks. And the white folks told him, if you build this school, not only will no one ever buy any of your products again, we're going to burn this shit down. So he got scared and didn't build a school for the blacks.
It's just tragic. Anyhow, do continue with other things to bring to our attention. Everyone. Simon, do come in now. Thank you. And Derek, if you're going to be retreating into slumber soon, let us know. And say goodnight, but definitely, stay with us as long as you feel you can. And in the meantime, All right.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and say goodnight now. It's been fun. This is one of the more fun days that I've had on the program. So had a good time. Yeah. So I say good night.
Good night,
Simon, Jake, Douglas, and Amanda. You good night. So rest well, everyone. I got a long day.
Then
good night.
Okay. Yes. Bless you, and our prayers go with you. Thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah, and so Simon, please, I know that you too have to go to bed somewhat soon because it's you go to bed around midnight and you get up very early in the morning and you commune with nature in the park and the like, and do your exercises, maintain your. So tell us a bit now. You can tell us a bit about your experience with people accusing you of being part of some vast conspiracy, and what agenda people may have fantasized you have. It should be interesting, and take as much time as you want because I need as much as you can give. So please, it's all yours.
Oh, definitely, Brother Douglas. First, I want to say Assalamu alaikum to Brother Douglas, Jameson, Derek, Daniel, with the greetings of peace and happiness and love be upon you all. I really enjoyed the broadcast Brother Douglas did about the Handmaid's Tales and the aspect of race in America. And people really have to take the time and understand all of these different aspects and to see things from different points of view. Now, myself as a Pakistani American growing up as an immigrant, I was always, classified as one of those citizens as well, where basically you often see the bottom end of the spectrum. And that includes the aspect of, organizations in America as well. So now I speak for myself. I represent myself only. I don't represent any Grand Lodge statements or opinions. So with that said, the truth of the matter is that I'm a Pakistani Muslim. I'm not a white man, so the things that I put out there in terms of my knowledge and my books and the topics that I talk about, no one really gives me that kind of credit. So in terms of the message that I'm trying to put out there, it's kind of suppressed in its own way as well. So when people say that you're part of a conspiracy or you're part of that, and that's when I give them the aspect. That's what motivated me to make that video. That there's the social club Mason, there's the light Mason, the esoteric Mason, and the dark Mason. So each race, religion, group, country, there's always that battle between light and dark going on. And I have been in instances where I've made presentations and talked about things while, no one else would talk about, just to change that narrative that, not all Freemasons are bad, not all Muslims are bad. And that includes my love for Douglas Dietrich and the aspect of doing the interactions and the interviews and just coming on and sharing our love for each other. So that's the thing that people have to look at, is that I myself, as a brown man, as a Pakistani Muslim, there are instances where many of the white Masons would not give me credit. So that's why I made my own platform. I wrote my own publication, self-published, because I know they wouldn't give any credence to what I have to say. So I put myself out there. So for the people that talk about the conspiracies and the other stuff that's going on out there, you have to realize that you have to look at things from a broader point of view. Like, many people misunderstand Brother Douglas because of his origins and the aspect of his biological father. But you have to take the time to listen to somebody and the information that they're presenting. And myself, listening to Douglas since 2015 or before, I have realized that he's speaking the truth. And that's the reason why he's been suppressed by the cults and the enemy. And I stand with him through the good and bad times to basically support that aspect of the truth, that the truth is very important. And anywhere where truth and light comes from, you have to support it. And that includes Freemasonry and Islam and other paths and ways of information that are out there. So that's, people just have a misconception. They fear things that they do not understand, or they don't take the time to sit down and get to know somebody. So even recently, I had a woman from Romania, Brother Douglas. You would like this. She had been watching my videos, and she's living in England now. And she had applied to join the Women Freemasons because of my videos, because in England it's allowed for women to do that. So she had reached out to me, and we had a nice conversation, and she said, "You really cleared up a lot of misconceptions for me about the aspect of Freemasons and how they're just your average people, majority of them that are trying to make it in the world, trying to help their families." And I had a nice conversation saying that, yeah, that's the aspect that we have, for Romania. And she told me that people believe there's nothing but vampires here. So we had we had a nice conversation where she basically said that you really cleared up a lot of misconceptions for me. And that's the problem with people, that they don't get the time to take the time to know each other, while they're stereotyping Romanians, or they might be stereotyping Freemasons. So it's just the beauty and the love that we shared. It was very nice, and I'm glad that I was able to assist her in some way. So with that, with the aspect of remote viewing, Brother Douglas, the only aspect that I have heard of from the Sufi point of view is the aspect of the Sufi Sheikh, the one who's highly evolved and he's very advanced in his studies. There is like some situations where I've seen where the Sheikh kind of knows what you're doing. So any Sheikh that you study under, he would know that if you're doing your prayers or you're not, even though like you might not be in contact, he would know through his spiritual eye or through his spiritual senses if you're actually putting in the work, because he's being the intermediate, I guess, guide between you and God, as the guide and the Sheikh between you, the God, and the Prophet, peace be upon him. So I have seen instances where people who are not doing their prayers, who are not doing their the things that they're supposed to do with their chanting and reciting the names of Allah and those things, they would know that, okay, he's not doing it. So the aspect of remote viewing is something that describes something of that nature, is what I've seen with the Sufi sheikhs and how they keep the spiritual eye on their disciples, whether in the physical realm or in the dream realm. It's very interesting how that phenomenon works. Now, the American aspect, I don't know too much. I never looked into it because I knew that there was always like something behind it or an agenda behind it, like you said. So from the Islamic point of view, this is what I've seen with the Sufi sheikhs. And, to teach people that, those that might think that I might be a shill or I might gatekeeping. If you look at the stuff that I put out with my channel and my videos and the things that I talk about, you're not going to see any other basically Mason in America talk about those things. So that's why I took that initiative into my own hand to change the hearts and minds of the people, to know that I'm just like you. I'm trying to create a better world and to teach the people the true origins and the true teachings of Freemasonry. Or even you have the Masons in America and all over the world emailing me, telling me that the things that you're teaching me, I'm not finding it anywhere else. So God is using me for a purpose and an initiative to not just help them as my brothers and the brotherhood, but to help humanity, spread Douglas's message, to spread love and light wherever I find it, and not to differentiate the source or be biased against the source, where many in America might have that bias against me as a Pakistani Muslim just because of my appearance. They don't want to hear anything that I have to say, or they're right and I'm wrong. So that's something that's going to take time and patience. And Brother Douglas is right about the aspect of Biden, that if him being in power basically reversed a lot of the damage done by Trump in terms of the Muslim ban, recognizing a lot of the Islamic holidays and credentials, on top of the Tulsa massacre. So it is important who you elect and who you allow in power. And it's also the aspect of knowing when to, I guess, know what's right and know what's wrong. Even myself, I'm not perfect. I'm still, I just turned 29. I'm still learning. I'm still growing. And it was me that had said that on the previous transmission, that it was both sides do not represent the people. So Brother Douglas has educated me a lot on that front. So I give him credit for that and know that I'm still learning, I'm still growing, and nobody's perfect. So I do give him credit for educating me on that aspect and teaching me that, the aspect of who's promoting the wellness of the people and who is promoting hatred and division. So, that said, recently I went to a bookstore and I got this book called The Doctrine of the Sufis. And I really enjoyed it because it's an Arabic book which was translated into English, and there's a chapter in here which I really liked, which I would like to read for all of you, and it's called the Doctrine of the Predestination and the Creation of Acts. So this is something that basically resembles free will and predestiny, but from a Sufi point of view. So I think I was meant to find this book and share this message with all my brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich on here. So starting with the first page, they are agreed that God is the creator of all the acts of his servants, even as he is the creator of their essences, that all that they do, be it good or evil, is in accordance with God's decree, predestination, desire, and will. Otherwise, they would not have been servants, subject to a Lord and created. God says, say God is the creator of everything. And again, verily, everything have we created by decree, and everything they do is in the books. Now, since acts are things, it necessarily follows that God is the creator of them. Or if acts had not been created, God would have been the creator of certain things, but not of all. And then his words, creator of everything, would be a lie. Far exalted is God above that. Moreover, it is certain that acts are more numerous than essences. Therefore, if God had been the creator of the essences, and the servants the creators of the acts, created being would have been worthier the ascription of praise for the act of creation, and the creation of the servants would have been greater than the creation of God. Consequently, they would have been more perfect in power and more fruitful in creation than God. But God says, or have they made associates with God who can create as he creates, so that the creation seem familiar to them? Say God is the creator of everything, and he is the one, the dominant. So God denies that there is any creator other than himself. God also says, and we measured out the journey between them, thereby stating that he has measured out his servant's journey. God says further, when God has created you and what ye make, and again, from the evil of what he has created, thereby indicating that part of his creation is evil, and again, and obey not him whose heart we have made heedless of remembrance of us. That is, we created it in heedlessness, and further, speak ye openly or secretly. Verily, he knows the nature of men's breasts. Aye, he knows who created. So stating that their speech and all they keep secret or expose are his creation. Umar, God be pleased with him, said, O messenger of God, what thinkest thou of that in which we are engaged? Is it upon a matter which is already completed, or a matter only now begun? The prophet replied, Upon a matter already completed. Omar said, Then shall we not have trust? He answered, Perform what ye are about, for everyone is prepared for that for which he is created. The prophet was also asked, What thinkest thou of the spells which we employ, and the medicine wherewith we treat ourselves? Do these reverse the decree of God? He replied, These come of the decree of God. He also said, Truly no man believes until he believes in God, and in the decree of God, be it for good or for ill. Since it is possible then for God to create an essence which is evil, it is also possible for him to create an action which is evil. Now it is generally conceded that the action of a man trembling is a creation of God. It follows, therefore, that all other motions are the same, except that in the one case God has created both motion and free will, and in the other motion without free will. Abu Bakr al-Wasiti interpreted God's words, His is whatsoever dwells in the night or in the day, as follows: If a man claims that anything of his kingdom, that is, whatsoever dwells in the night or in the day, be it so much as a thought or emotion, is his, or through him, or for him, or from him, then he is contending with God's absolute authority and weakening his power. As for God's words, aye, his is the creation and the bidding. These be interpreted as follows: Creation is bringing into being, and bidding is settling at liberty. If God had not bidden the limbs with a bidding of setting at liberty, they could not have accorded him with any matter, nor likewise could they have opposed him. Now, what I was able to take from this short reading from this translated book from Arabic to English is that the beauty of God and species and the aspect of Mother Earth and all the species that dwell on this earth, and good and evil and order and chaos, and how one cannot exist without the other, is that we are on this world for as long as we are meant to, not a second more, not a second less. And with that in mind, whatever that we're meant to do, the places that we're meant to go, the people that we're supposed to talk to, including my great brothers on this platform tonight, is that we should continue to stand in our truth and to spread our love and light, and to not show any fear whatsoever, not show any fear in the face of the enemy or the cults or the darkness, knowing that light and goodness is destined to win. And that's one thing that I really love about this, is that when I fight for the world, which I want to see all species and beings of this world treated in a dignified manner, because everything that was created has a purpose. Otherwise, God would not have created it. That includes humans, vampires, ghouls, jinns, angels. Every being has a right to exist on this realm. And I pray that if God allows me to see that day in my lifetime, that is the world that I will create and leave behind for future generations, because we inherit our way of life in our world from those who fought for it. So it's our responsibility now, as the people who have inherited it, to leave it for future generations in terms of the aspect of race, religion, the environment, what we see with social injustices, and how many people are just not opening up to each other, and just leave a world where it's better. And that's what I like to do, is when I go to the park in the mornings, I pray for all humanity, all species of this earth, unseen and seen forces of Allah on this earth that are dwelling inside it and both out. And that's when I commune with the birds. I do my exercises. I walk around. There's a nice Oriental gentleman who I always see retired, who I always say hello to, and he always gives me tips and tricks on life and what to do. And one thing that he always tells me is that always be happy, never get mad. It's one thing he shared with me this morning is that before you go to sleep, just think that you're going to the bathroom and you just gargle. You gargle your mouth like with the mouthwash and spit out everything that has affected you during the day, whether it be anger, anything of a lower nature that tries to get under your skin, and just put that away and go to sleep happy. For every day is a gift that God has given us. Always trust God, always be happy, and know that the enemy, what is known as the darkness, it exists in more than just a physical form. So you might see the aspect of gang stalking or, I guess, physical beings that might try to get under your skin. But the aspect of the darkness also exists in other non-physical forms as well, such as the whispering in your ears, the intrusive thoughts in your heart, mind, body, and soul that tries to derive you or derail you from the path that you're meant to walk, or it tries to keep you away from the people that love you, not knowing that you're isolating yourself from people that love you. And for your need to feel secure, you end up losing the people that love you the most. And you end up being alone in your life, because that's the shaitan, the darkness, who has declared you as his enemy, the humanity, and keep you away from each other, to put false thoughts in your minds about yourself, about others, and have that fear of each other. It's like that lady from Romania I spoke to. She told me, you're doing great work to clear misconceptions of Freemasonry, and that's when we shared that laugh about people having stereotypes about her country and how people view Muslims and Masons. So it's just a matter of perception that many just don't get to see the other end of the issue. And myself, listening to Brother Douglas since 2015, and even before that possibly, is that the information that he's presenting is a threat to the enemy or the darkness. And I encourage everyone who's listening to this is to support him, listen to his work, catch up on his transmissions, read his book, spread his message. And that includes what I'm doing as well, in terms of I'm talking about the stuff that no one else is talking about, even educating my own Masonic brothers in the process, some who have even been in the fraternity before I was even born, that they never heard about these things, and God is using me to educate them. So we all have a purpose. We all been created for something, and that's just the way we learn and grow every day. No one is perfect. No one has all the answers. I'm still learning. I'm still growing. Brother Douglas has educated me on many things, and that's what it is. We have to be humble, and we have to just show our love to each other and the aspects of learning, and to know that aspect of darkness and evil, whatever it is that tries to get under your skin and tries to defeat you. Once you give them no power, then they're just parasites who just starve to death and go away, because that's what they are, whether they're the cults or darkness, or they manifest as mates or friends, whatever they pop up in your life as long as you got that shield of love and protection and prayers around you, then there is no power on this earth that can stop you in the purpose that you're meant to fulfill. And, I do pray for all beings of this universe, including Mother Earth, all species, brothers J-Mo, Doug, Derek, Daniel, all of us in our families, that the world that we're trying to create, may we live to see that within our lifetimes.
Oh, God bless you. That was splendid. Absolutely magnificent. Thank you so very much. Honestly, when I said I needed this man to burn bandwidth, and he did so constructively, so beautifully, really valuable use of our time, and I need to ask more of him and Daniel and Jameson to continue doing that, because I'm still have to get enough calories in me to burn through the night. And honest to God, with the way that I was dealing with things recently, it's, I'm hoping I can make it through the night. I should be able to, but honestly, these men are buying me the time where I can re-energize myself to do so. And what you've said is so deep, and so it bears, of course, digesting, and people need to absorb this. And it's wonderful that you have this perspective that cannot be provided by many others, because you have this unique bridge between cultures that forces others to appreciate something they cannot. And it may surprise most people, because obviously when people take a look at your photographs, if you had taken it upon yourself to try to assimilate in the most aggressive manner, say if you really, I wouldn't say necessarily were self-loathing, but simply, something bordering that. Say if you want it to be white, you could pass. Just as a lot of people seem to forget that about myself, there's been a reason why I've been maintaining the short blonde hair, at least until we're, entering Pride Month now. And just for those of you who don't understand why I had to do the combat drag bit inside of my promotional banner. And again, I recommend everyone that if you're following my shows, by all means, if you don't have a Facebook, account, establish a false one. If you just don't like Facebook because they use everybody's info. Facebook, of course, is infamous for exploiting people's personal information and selling it to anybody who asks. So a lot of people don't like Facebook for that reason. Set up a false account in that regard, and and don't give any real information to them. But just do so you can access my promotional banners, because they give a lot of detail that that is directly relevant to the programs each night that I transmit. And so people were writing in and asking me, so what's with the combat drag, more properly the assassin's transvestiture? And well, for one thing, it's apropos because we are now entering Pride Month. This is gay, lesbian Pride Month, and it's also the Pride Month of so many other alternative lifestyles that have banded together under that rainbow flag. For that very reason, the rainbow flag is used. And of course, even though I am none of those, when you take a look at the LGBTQIA+ acronym, which I say is much more adequately covered by the Quilts Badge acronym that I coined myself, which will someday hopefully be acknowledged, and it's so much easier to, as a mnemonic, to just absorb than the alphabet soup that they're using so awkwardly these days. That, of course, stands for lesbian, bisexual, gay, transgender or transsexual, queer, intersexed, and and the A for I forget what they're saying. It's for androgynous or asexual, or allied, more commonly, simply meaning people like myself who are allied. And understand, I'm not part of any of these lifestyles. And for those of you who think that transvestiture is part of some kind of lifestyle, you're advertising your ignorance. Even though someone like RuPaul is flamingly gay, he is engaging in transvestiture for showmanship. He is not engaging in transvestiture for the reasons that I did. I learned the art from my mother. And this is ancient. It goes all the way back to ninjutsu. And it has to do with presenting yourself as someone you are not, for the sake of getting people to discount you. The very reason why I speak up on women's issues and speak to so much of what they suffer from is because I'm often mistaken for a woman. And so I want people to understand that I can really relate to them and do my best to advocate for them, because I am taking advantage in my own way. I am exploiting their disempowerment in order to be discounted and underestimated myself whenever I have truly had to go on mission, whenever I've been used by my gang brothers in the Tong as point, as vanguard. I'm the first person sent in to any situation on average, because I'm the one that nobody will pay attention to, or they will pay attention to in a manner that will distract them and render them vulnerable. So the whole point of quote-unquote combat drag is it emphasizes we're entering Pride Month. My son, of course, is involved with all of those communities. He is transgendered and married to a male. He is gay. So these people's lives matter to me because my son matters to me. The Blood Boys matter to me. They are my primary source of sustenance beyond this caloric food intake that I stuff down myself just basically to maintain myself until the next time I can access blood. And it's something that has its own awkward effect on me because of vasodepressor syncope, which I've inherited from my mother. And that's not a condition. Vampirism is not a condition. Cerebral palsy is a condition. Muscular sclerosis is a condition. But this is the argument I had with Penny Bradley, whose children are ill. They are suffering hyperplasia. They require treatment. There are many people who are born with both genitalia of male and female who are otherwise quite healthy. And that's a totally different situation from what she has. So she seems to perceive all of this as an illness or a condition. That's the kind of myth that's been promulgated throughout the public sense or impression of what vampirism is. Like they think all Masons are part of some supermassive conspiracy, as our man Salman Sheikh can attest. And I'm sure he can back me up on this, except he'll be much more diplomatic about it. The overwhelming majority of Masons are just a bunch of dopes. They're too fucking stupid to be conspiring, anything to manipulate your world. They can barely handle theirs. And so, he's not going to say that, but he's going to say something much more diplomatic. Like, these are just regular people, they're basically networking. Look, the reason they need such a mutual support group is because, they're too fucking incompetent to manage on their own. Hey, Daniel, tell us a bit about, oh God, there's a guy, an older man, through some girlfriends in the past, and you came to visit him, and, you let him do most of the talking because you know how white guys are, they acknowledge you as, oh, here's this colored guy, my daughter was dating him for a while, they tolerate you, and you provide them entertainment because you bring out the ukulele, and they think, oh, that's tropical, that's exotic, but, he was part of some Shriner or something, or some Masonic kind of group, and in like a neighborhood that was almost, they were all Masons or some shit like that. And these are kind of like, these people just kind of like, they have their own little bubble, their own little world. And, but they're not.
This is a Shriners Village.
Yeah. Tell us about it.
Yeah. And it was, I found it pretty fascinating because they had the street signs colored in Arabic purple. With the streets, they all have names of Arabic cities or something Arabic, but at the same time, these are all old white people, that are Republican.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, wow,
yeah.
What's all this shit?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you were over there in Helena, Montana, if you went to Helena, Montana, and you didn't know better, and you'd see all these fucking Masonic lodges, and everywhere you see the fucking crescent and shit, and you'd think you were in the middle of some, oh God, oh no, I'm in the middle of the fucking Afghan, you'd think you'd expect the Taliban or Al Qaeda to be stepping out any minute and shit, and you'd be like, how did I wind up in Islamabad? And then you'd realize, hey, wait a second, these are all fucking Masons and shit, and it's just this is how much they dominate certain like geopolitical areas. But is Helena, Montana the center for anything of note? Like, oh God, we've got to answer to the lobby in Helena, Montana. I mean, you never hear that even brought up, and not because there's any great conspiracy. It's because these guys aren't doing shit. I mean, and not to say that there haven't been dark Masonic conspiracies. Obviously, the founding fathers were all Freemasons, and they were evil as hell. So this is something that it's and with the kind of racism that you faced, Salman. I want more details from our man, Daniel as well. I want him to bring up what it was like, bringing out his little ukulele and, I would call it tormenting everyone around him. But, honestly, I try to give him upvotes on his videos, but I always flashback, for those who don't know, I have a very, just this one experience that I'm sorry, I have nightmares about it. It's I'll go into that some other time. But in terms of the that, and who was the last Beatle who was playing the ukulele? Oh fuck, I can't, the guy who was like, come on, the last Beatle who was playing around. He had a whole record in which he did nothing but this little ukulele. That was
George Harrison.
oh wait, I no, it doesn't sound too familiar. He was the guy who did No More Lonely Nights. Remember that? No more.
Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney.
I think, yeah, him. He did an album of ukulele music, and it was like one critic said it best. He said, "Yeah, McCartney says he likes the ukulele because his kids find it amusing when he plays the ukulele." And he says, "Yeah, well, my kids find it amusing when I pass gas. Doesn't mean I make an album of it, So it's like, and now Daniel's not like that. His stuff is worth listening to. I flash back, and every time I look at his face, I think of that Samoan guy, and I just start crying. But I wanted him to tell us more about what it was like to be in this crowd of bizarre people, and but Salman, tell us a bit about when it comes to the Freemasons and some of the examples. You don't need to name any names, but some examples of just sure, it begs the question. Okay, you've run into bigotry in there. You've run into people denying the Islamic origins of Freemasonry. So it does beg the question, why do you even want to be involved with these people? So try and answer that for us. Thank you.
Oh, yes, definitely, Brother Douglas. And it's funny because there was a video that I made about the Shriners about a year ago, and how I ripped on them, because like the Shrine basically, and I guess Freemasons in general, it comes from Sufism, because a lot of them were studying with the Sufis in the Middle East, and that's when they took that knowledge back to Europe, including the Rosicrucians. Christian Rosenkreutz was tutored by the Sufis in like Fez, Morocco, and those places. So the aspect of why I'm doing what I'm doing, I see this as a venue where I can have access to all these different things and basically profess that unity of mankind, which what the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, taught me, is that I want to see a world where everyone becomes one ummah. And who I see exemplifying that today in its true teachings are the Freemasons. So whether you're Christian, Jewish, Muslim, white, black, you can all come together under this one umbrella of brotherhood. So I see it as a venue where not only that I'm there to teach them about their own true teachings, which they're not going to find here in America, but also to like basically strengthen my own faith. So it's helping me become a better Muslim, to know that this is what my faith is, this is what I stand for, this is what this is exemplifying, and I'm going to use it as a venue because this is where I'm going to have access to all of these people to share my message to them, and maybe I'll touch a few hearts along the way, and I have. There are many who I have touched along the way. There's even a Chinese American brother who was a part of the system, and he reverted to Islam recently. And it's funny, now he's studying to become a Sufi sheikh. So God is using me for some kind of a purpose to bring all of these people together and to teach them their true origins, to call them out for the hypocrisy and the bigotry, to call somebody a brother in lodge and then go online and say all this racist stuff against Islam, or the Shriners that wear the fez with the crescent and the star, and they're saying Assalamu alaikum to each other, and they're going on online and saying all this stuff about Islam. So I really, since 2016 up until this point, I really have brought a lot of change into Freemasonry, not just in America, but all over the world, where I basically am telling them that, just start following the aspect of true brotherhood, true knowledge, true brotherhood, true unity, the true Eastern origins and the aspect of God, and just to love and respect each other. Love and respect each other, guide each other, help teach that knowledge of the divine feminine, divine masculine. Because besides Sufism, a lot of Masonic teachings also come from Confucianism, and the aspect of, if you see the gods from the Han Dynasty, I think they're called Nuwa and Fuxi. So Nuwa and Fuxi are basically part of this one body, and when it goes up, it spirals into one female and one male. So it's basically divine feminine and masculine, part of that one body and that one origin. So in one hand, Nuva is holding the compass and Fuxi is holding the square, like the square and the compass, the Masonic sign. And they're recreating the world in their own image. So what Freemasonry is, it comes from the ancient teachings of like the true Eastern form from Sufism, Confucianism, and all of these different Eastern schools of thoughts. It wasn't something that was discovered recently. It has something that's always been there. And that's what I've been trying to teach them with my education videos is I always cover the East because they always want to give credit to the Greeks or the Romans because they only want to keep it like westernized to a certain extent. So that's where I come in to teach them that, hey, it's not like this, it's like this. And I've had a lot of success. I've dealt with a lot of resistance as well, but what path of light is it that you're not going to get that if you stand up for the truth and stand up for the light? And I'm glad that God is using me for that opportunity. Many people, do ask that question, Brother Douglas, that why are you doing what you're doing? It's because it's helping me bring all of these different people together and even put this stuff out on YouTube where people all over message me and email me saying that I have helped them in some way. So in my life, the way that I see my life going is that if I helped somebody, one person minimum in my life, or made an impact in the life of one person minimum, whether it was in Freemasonry or Sufism or other endeavors of my life where God has involved me in, then the purpose of my life was fulfilled. To teach them right from wrong, to teach them real knowledge, to use it as a venue to bring people together and teach the message of hope, unity, God, call out the hypocrites for who they are without any fear whatsoever, who they are or what rank that they are. I never cared for that stuff. I was always in their face since the beginning of my fight. And a lot of them respect me for that. They respect me. They say salam to me when they see me, and they give credit. And even the ones that basically had stood against me, even some of them have recently messaged me and apologized to me. So it basically shows you that as long as you stand for the path of truth and the path of light, it doesn't matter who or what stands against you. Allah is the best of all planners. Our trust is in Allah, God, through the good and bad times. And we just have to continue what we're doing, my brother. It's like what you have been doing for a very, very long time. And that's something that's not going to come to an end anytime soon. We just have to continue our efforts as long as we can, however long we can. Because I know that true Freemasonry is about brotherhood, it's about light, it's about God. And if I see anyone acting out of those pretenses, I call them out on that. And I'm going to tell them that if you're not going to teach the true knowledge, I will. And there are many who have benefited from that within the Masonic communities in America and around the world. So with that in mind, that's what keeps me going, is that I'm just there to educate them and you use it as a venue to bring people together. And whatever happens down the road with my life's journey, I'm still young. We'll see what God has for me down the road. But I just have to take it day by day, week by week, month by month, year by year. And I just have to try with my heart's intent. Because God and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, they know the intention in my heart, why I do, the reason that I do these things, and why I'm involved with certain things, and why I do it in the manner that I do. So it's ultimately to bring people together, to teach them the unity of all walks of life, to teach them to respect Mother Earth, all species of this earth, and to teach them the knowledge and to call out the ones, because, that's what I addressed in my video as well, is that you have the social club guy, then you have the esoteric guy, the light guy, and the dark guy. And that's just the nature of the game. You could be in any organization, you're always going to have the battle between those two opposing forces over control and what kind of knowledge and information is shared. So that's something that's not, just prevalent to Freemasonry alone. I've seen that in other communities as well. So we just have to be that light and beacon wherever God requires our presence. And Freemasonry is a venue where I believe God requires my presence for a major portion of my life to guide and teach these people on their true origins and the aspect of God, unity, and to call out the bigots and hypocrites wherever you see them. And that's just basically what I'm doing, my brother.
Bless you. And God bless you for it. And it's so important that we have, this is not just a gathering of different kinds of individuals. It's also a gathering of different kinds of faiths. We have everyone from Derek Talley's straight Christianity, to use a pun, to the Islam of Salman Sheikh, which is very mystical in nature, but also very practical. And of course, the occultism of Jameson Reese, and obviously there is myself. And of course, I'm a Christian. For people to understand it, I really come from the same perspective as Derek Talley in many ways. The profession of Christ as my Lord and Savior. But of course, it's within context as well of my possession by Lucifer himself through the Night of the Broken Circle, which of course Salman Sheikh is familiar with and understands. And he understands Malik Taush, the Peacock Angel, and the context that he represents for the Yazidi, who are currently, if there's any protection to be had, they're protected more by the Kurds than any other entity, the Kurdish population. And they are, of course, the people who worship the Peacock Angel, among the other in the pantheon. When Derek Talley says he believes in one God, that's essentially what our man Salman Sheikh is saying. Of course, Allah, the one true God. But what he understands is that within a pantheon, these are generally manifestations of the one true God. And this is something that he appreciates when he speaks of these other religions, Shinto, and of course the Chinese religions that he's mentioning. I'd like you to elucidate a bit more on that before we turn it back to Daniel, so he can share with us some of those experiences he's had in Fez Town with the yeah, so yes, please, by all means, go on a bit with these, how you understand these other gods, I am presuming, within the pantheons of other cultures as different manifestations of the one true God.
Yes, definitely, Brother Douglas. So I see all of this basically as a point within a circle. Now, it says in Holy Quran, Surah 2, verse 62, that it doesn't matter if you're a Jew, Christian, or Muslim. As long as you do right by yourself, you do right by others, and believe in God in whatever way is manifested for you, then on the day of judgment you shall have no grief or sorrow. So the aspect what Islam and the Holy Quran is teaching us in those verses is that you have that aspect of the Almighty God, and he's the point within the circle, and everything that is in that circle, whether it's religions, philosophies, fraternities, anything that's teaching the aspect of God and how to get close to God, it all leads back to that one source. So you have one mountaintop and maybe 6-7 ways to get up there. And it also relates to the Hindu story as well of Krishna, when Krishna says in the Gita that no matter what path you follow, it ultimately leads back to me. So the aspect is that people have to, because there's a reason why all of these different paths were created. It wasn't without purpose. Same thing with the aspect of Iblis, who's known as Lucifer. Now, the aspect of Iblis is that when I had made the Yazidi video, God basically knew that when it was time to bow down before the human, he was going to refuse. So that was advanced knowledge that God, the all-knowing, all-seeing, already knew that Iblis was going to do that. And that's why he had put Iblis in charge of this realm, the specific realm that we're in. So there is the aspect of the Yazidis and the Peacock Angel, in which even Sufism, the Sufi master Baba Muhyiddin, says that the true Sufi is the one who manifests the qualities of Allah, or the Peacock Angel within himself. Now, this is from a Sufi master who has written this book, and not too many people know about this. So the attributes and the spiritual values of the Peacock Angel and the aspect of Iblis, who many Sufi masters have talked about also, that Iblis wasn't created without a purpose. You have the aspect of darkness, Lucifer, and whatever shaitan, people have all these different terminologies. Then you have the aspect of the 99 names of Allah, and one of the names of Allah is Allahad, that everything is one, whether the source is good or evil. Like it was said in that Star Wars tribute in the song that both good and evil come from Allah, and Allah is the only reality. So what is good, what is evil, what is God, what is Iblis? So it's all a matter of perspective. And it's that matter of perspective that carries us forward. Just like you have the Hindu gods. There's so many Hindu gods, but the one true God in Hinduism is the Brahma, the formless reality, the only reality. And all those other gods are basically attributes of Brahma. And then you have Allah, the 99 names of Allah. Allah being the one God and the 99 names being his attributes of his different qualities, the all-seer, the all-knower, the conqueror. So those kind of things. So the aspect of God, my brother, even with the Shinto faith, which I had covered as well, I mean, in there they have ancestral worship, and even in the aspect of spirits. Ultimately, all of those spirits and the ancestors, everything is linked to God in some way. So whether you're worshiping ancestors, you're worshiping other factors, you're worshiping your own form of divinity, just know that it's all a point within a circle, and God is holding you in the palm of his hands. And it's all a circle, this continuous, never-ending energy that never ceases to exist. And it always comes back in some way. Like how the Rumi said, that I might be a man, then I'll be a mineral, a plant, an animal, a man, angel, and I ultimately go back to God. And in Islam, when somebody dies, we say to Allah we belong, and to him we shall return, because everything else is an illusion. It's a dream-like realm. Like the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that be in this world as if you were a stranger or a traveler. And the aspect of the angel of death that visits us 5 times a day during the 5 daily prayers. And when Allah tells him to take our soul, that's when he takes it. And we can cry to him and tell him, please give us more time. What about my wife, my kids, my money, my businesses? He's not going to care about any of that. It's about what good did you do for yourself and others while you had the time here on this world. That's the real spiritual wealth. And that's the honor and privilege that I get, not just with my dealing with the Freemasons, but other venues of my life, wherever my presence has carried me, whether at certain job places, certain venues that I was supposed to be at, that I was always supposed to run in at the right people at the right time, somebody who needed to hear what I had to say to them, or somebody that needed somebody to talk to, and I was the one that was there working that day, and I was the one that was supposed to tell them those things. So it's all this beautiful tapestry that Almighty God has painted on the canvas of our lives. Just like how we read in this book that I got on Sufism, that what is free will and what is predestiny. And Allah has not created you without any purpose. And that's what, the love and respect I share with Brother Jameson as well, that he's of the infernal left-hand path, I'm of the right-hand path, but we cannot exist without each other. We're here guiding each other, fulfilling our purpose, whether it's ghouls, jinns, angels, humans, vampires, the birds that I talk to when I'm at the park. So we all serve some kind of a purpose. Otherwise, Allah or God or that one source of life would not have created you. It's a balance of the equations, balance of the scales. Some humans get it, some humans do not. It's like it says in the Holy Bible, Mark 4:11, where Jesus says that some of you will get it, you will be taught the inner mysteries, while the majority of you will be taught the outer mysteries. In Islam, you have the Sufis, the people of the bench who were instructed by the Prophet Muhammad in the inner mysteries of Islam, while the majority are the ones that you see today with the sectarian differences, only knowing the exterior version of Islam. So this balance and this order out of chaos and the way things are have been designed by purpose, because many are called but few are chosen. And that's just the privilege that God has given me, that in my age I possess this kind of understanding, and whatever purpose that I'm being prepared for my 30s, 40s, however long I'm meant to be here for this life. And with that in mind, I just continue with happiness. I take the advice of the Oriental gentleman at the park who tells me to always stay happy, spit out all the anger and resentment and just focus on the happiness and good times that await for all of us in this life, and know that evil will never win, darkness will never win. It will never sway our hearts, our minds, our love for each other as brothers on this platform or wherever our purpose takes us in our venues and groups that we're involved in. We just have to keep doing what we're doing. And with that positive mindset, I try to bring that change within Freemasonry, with Islam, with Sufism. So wherever our life takes us in our involvements and our endeavors, we just have to try to be the best that we can be and teach those that come along in the process, not knowing which day could be our last, and knowing that if today was our last day, then we ended it on a good note by leaving a good message for the human family to do the right thing and follow your heart always.
Bless you. Thank you so much. And with that, good sir, you can retreat into slumber tonight, knowing that you did so much for me, for us all this evening. We very much all appreciate your being here to share your wisdom, and certainly in my case you helped me buy time to get my head together, and that's deeply appreciated beyond what I can express. And so by all means, sweet be thy slumber, blessed be thy dreams, and I look forward to working with you again on Sunday. And aside from all of that,
my brother.
Yeah. So peace be upon you and yours, and by all means, you share that sentiment with our listeners before you retreat into the gentle night, good sir.
Thank you, Brother Douglas. Much love to you, J-Mo, Derek, Daniel, all our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich, and all praise due to Allah. And peace be upon all of you with the greetings of Assalamu Alaikum. And Brother Daniel, when I come to Houston, you have to find me a nice white woman who I can marry and settle down with.
Oh, she'll find you, man.
Yes, definitely.
You got a lot of them here.
That's right. Where the white women at?
Yes.
Well, you know it.
So with that in mind, good night and much love to all of you, and see you all on Sunday.
Blessed be yourself and all your own. Take care. Thank you. And that was Salman Sheikh. And, I should have asked him how people can get his book. I forget to ask that. Now, of course, our dear brother Daniel is with us probably on limited time as well. It's probably 11 p.m. where he's at, but I hope he can stay with us a while longer. I'm hoping that he and Jameson Reese can buy...
Hang on.
Yeah, great. A bit more time for you. Let's hear about when you were kind of playing your ukulele in this kind of environment. And tell us a bit about... I'm presuming, of course, you were in an overwhelmingly white environment, and that people kind of like, how did they handle you? Were you just kind of like entertainment for them? Because
actually, those are two separate occasions. My ukulele is associated with me volunteering to entertain autistic children at their school. Now,
well, the Shriners are kind of the same, right?
Yeah, but no, I didn't entertain them as a musician. No, my first visit there was a barbecue cookout going on, so it was easy for me to gain rapport with people there immediately because the atmosphere was festive, and the lady in question that I was with there, her father was a resident there.
Yeah. And
he was participating in the barbecue cook-off, and I love me some barbecue, so I made a lot of compliments to people that were sharing their samples.
Great.
It was a very fun event. It's a Shriners village that's located along the Guadalupe River. It's somewhere like somewhere like a little northwest of San Antonio on the map.
Mm-hmm. That's fascinating. And so in terms of the other aspects of it, so was there other things you can bring up, I'm sure, about it? Yeah.
No, not really. I mean, other than that, it was just all bunch of blue collar folk that you'd see. That's like a real life version of what you see on King of the Hill.
Ha! There we are. There we are. And that's what I was thinking of when Derek Talley was talking about, his, I can't even remember the name of his weird ass dialysis company he was working with, but he was spelling out the name and I said it should have been spelled Fuck. That was the part I was thinking of, was that King of the Hill where he's behind the truck that is moving slowly in front of them. He's driving with his mom, and he's reading their bumper sticker. How's my driving? And he says, I'll call him and tell you how your driving is. He's reading out the number. Call 1-800-EAT-SHIT. Oh, forget it. Yeah. Yeah. And so there we go with that. And so, Jameson, I'm going to ask you to help Daniel Arola hold the stage because I'm still chewing. These, and I'll probably, rush to relieve myself in the restroom one more time before I start really going into, solicitation, which is like pulling fucking teeth for me. And then, going into the narrative for tonight. So, by all means.
Story on how incompetent our military is.
Oh, please. Yeah, always like that. Okay, so it's all yours. Take it away, both Daniel and yourself, but tell your story.
All right, so we have a story with Popular Mechanics. Whoops, U.S. airmen accidentally leaked top secret nuke locations. U.S. Air Force airmen studying for service tests inadvertently leaked highly classified details about American nuclear weapons for the entire world to see, according to a new report. The airmen exposed the information, including which storage bunkers at European military bases likely held nuclear weapons, as well as secret signals to indicate duress through sets of online flashcards. The good news, all of the information could have theoretically helped someone stealing a nuke. Built-in safety features would have prevented them from actually using the weapon, but still. Yeah, what I'm thinking is this becomes a vulnerability for those particular bases, because if an enemy were dropping bombs or sending missiles somewhere, they can shoot where those nukes are. Even though that wouldn't cause a nuclear explosion, all the dirty material from the nuclear weapon could contaminate the surrounding area, causing probably more damage and even more problems than the actually setting off the nuke itself. According to a researcher at the open source intelligence group Bellingcat, Europe-based airmen who were charged with protecting 6 U.S. bases' nuclear weapons uploaded secrets to flashcard learning apps online. God damn, they are so stupid. The flashcards included classified information to help the airmen pass the qualification test. The bases included Aviano and Gedai air bases in Italy. This is so funny. They're actually naming the fucking bases for us to know. Wow, this is great. Incirlik Air Base, Turkey. Volkel Air Base, the Netherlands. Klein Brogel in Belgium, and Buchel in Germany. According to the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, the 6 bases housed a total of 100 B-61-3 and B-61-4 tactical nuclear bombs. The B-61-3 is an aircraft-delivered gravity bomb with the adjustable explosive yield starting at just 300 tons of TNT. Other yields include 1.5 kilotons and go all the way up to 170 kilotons. For reference, the atomic bomb that exploded over Hiroshima, Japan in August 1945 had a yield of 16 kilotons. Wow, so those are nothing really. I mean, I'm sure that some of the radioactive material would still cause a problem, though. But the leaked information reportedly included how many vaults or nuclear storage bunkers were located on bases. Additionally, the details revealed which vaults at one base were hot, likely storing a live nuclear weapon, and which ones were cold, which are empty. The flashcards also included locations of security cameras, unique identifiers on special security badges carried by base personnel, and even secret duress words. Other sensitive information on Europe-based tactical nuclear weapons also appeared on social media. Holy fucking shit. There's your military. In one case, a group Facebook photo from the Volkel-based 703rd Munitions Support Squadron allowed researchers to determine the exact location and name of the vault where the photo was taken. Holy fucking shit, they are dumb as fuck. I can't make this shit up. Researchers were also able to identify the bomb in the photos as a dummy version of a B-61 bomb. This strongly suggests the vault normally stored a dummy bomb, information that adversaries could use to deduce which vaults at the base held real bombs. The B-61s are the last nuclear gravity bombs that U.S. and NATO tactical aircraft carry. In the event of war, the bombs located at Volkel, for example, would be loaded onto Royal Netherlands Air Force F-16 fighter jets stationed at the base. And they show a test of a F-16, which shows a mock weapon. Who cares about that shit? While leaked information could have conceivably aided terrorists or enemy soldiers in stealing a thermonuclear bomb, it's extremely hard to actually set one off. The B-61-3 and B-61-4 bombs require an input of a 12-digit permissive action link, PAL code, to arm themselves. If someone enters the incorrect code too many times, the electrical system will automatically short out the bomb's electronics, disabling it completely. And that's just the beginning of the arming process. The PAL must be entered onto the bomb while the weapon is loaded on the delivery plane. Once it's in the air, the bomb will only arm when it detects the plane is flying and the program flight and release profile, and finally detonate when it senses it's sailing through the air and towards the target in the expected manner. The learning apps that Bellingcat uncovered may well have been the world's most dangerous flashcards. That's hilarious. That's just, yeah, really makes you think that we're in good hands, huh?
Oh yeah, no kidding. There's a lot of, well, I mean, if there's a place where there's a lot of stupid people that's on a military base when they're not on duty.
Yeah, that's where you find a majority of them.
Oh yeah.
No kidding. And I don't even know what kind of tests these people are put through in order to get their security clearance, but apparently they don't require much as far as critical thinking.
Yeah, much less conscientious thinking.
Yeah. I mean, it's just scary. The amount of things they take for granted. It's horrifying. And now let's see what else we can dredge up from the depths. Let's see. I'm going to see what I can grasp. We do have a lot of flexing going on as far as international situation is concerned. I do think I have a few articles sitting around for that, but we do also, well, this actually concerns you. In Texas, the GOP has a strict voting bill on the verge of a final vote. Yeah.
Last time I heard about it was the walkout.
Oh, what happened with that?
I think this happened the other night. It was like they walked out on the bill, and I guess when time expired, the bill was killed without the Democrats' involvement in it. And after that, the governor Abbott got mad enough to announce that he's going to threaten to cut their funding. He didn't get his way.
Oh man, that's funny. Oh, that's well. That's good news. That's very good news. That means that these guys aren't going to be able to, they're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to pull off a overturning America's democracy that easily.
They are mad. They called them demo trash. Oh yeah.
Oh man. Well, that's good. That's good. Actually, that's extremely good news, because I was almost fearing, with what they were trying to pull with the abortion bills that they're trying to put on in certain states. I was almost fearing that they were going to just easily waltz in and destroy everything, despite the fact that we have a lot of Democrats in office. But it's reassuring to know that we still have a democracy.
Yeah.
Or something that resembles it.
Yeah. Well, actually, when you guys were talking about Peter Moon a little while ago, if I could give him some credit, he did acknowledge something positive about Joe Biden a couple of weeks ago, where he was giving credit to it and respecting it rather begrudgingly, but he just knew it.
Well, that is true. That is true. I might have mistaken what he said for what Solomon Sheikh said, because I think it was Solomon Sheikh who said that we can't trust either side. So I might have I sort of, my association slipped as far as memory is concerned, but that seems to happen a lot for other obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Oh, it happens to all of us. Yeah, go on.
Sometimes.
Go on, Daniel. I really appreciate what Daniel is saying too. Go on.
Okay, no, I'm meaning to say that sometimes the both sides line is like a conspiracy theorist talking point, that just kind of becomes generically ingrained, and reflexive.
I so appreciate your saying that, Daniel, because this is so important to bring up, is basically the right wing's way of basically trying to impose some kind of egalitarian agreement when they know they're losing is to basically say a pox on everyone's houses. Both sides are, just taking advantage of the people and they're not representing us. And that's, that way they get everybody to say, oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, bullshit. No, that's not the case. Regardless of whether they're representing us in some particularly pointed way or detailed manner, that's not the point. We're talking about the survival of our various minority populations in an extraordinarily hostile environment. One in which they will turn towards internment and extermination should they have the opportunity to do so. And this is where they would have headed if we had another 4 years under Trump. And so we have to think of our personal survival. And the Democrats will at least provide that. And from there, we can work towards a more egalitarian society. The right will not. The right is exclusive. So this is the problem that we're dealing with. The end result is, to try and put this into some perspective for people, I'm obviously, as I've said before, a centrist, and fascism is radicalized centrism. To the left, they have never really acknowledged my existence, and they don't really seem to care or respond. That's a far more desirable condition than the right that responds by saying that I'm radical left. This is what is so bizarre. Of course, by the existence of my son and the blood boys off which I sustain myself, most preferably the solid food being something my body simply is beginning to be able to tolerate less and less, Obviously, I have an interest in these peripheral populations that I've explained before why these young gay men become the main source of blood for Silicon Valley is because their families reject them out of hand. Whereas people, as I've said before, I've worked with criminals all my life. I've worked with law enforcement. And I can tell you that people will say, I love you to their son if he's conducted a mass shooting. They will say, I love you if their son has proven to be a serial killer or a rapist or any thing you can imagine. But if they say, I'm gay, they will say, get out of here. I don't love you anymore. I disown you completely. You must never step in my home again. Anyhow, Peter says, I've just finished my chores, pretty faded, don't know if I can check in while I'm gone, but I'll be back in New York on the 12th. If you need to contact me while I'm gone, my cell, it works, and he gives me his cell number. I fly out on Friday, so I'll ask him, do you want to just say hello? Do you want to say hello, before you fade, before you retreat? There we are. So let's see if he responds to that. And so when it comes to just this kind of gay community, many of these boys wound up on the street, and I certainly grew up with these people. And many of these people now have an option with Silicon Valley and the rise of Silicon Valley. Is that if they're fresh out of being kicked from their homes and not into drugs and are healthy, they can now become transfusion associates. They can be adopted. And so in terms of these people, these wonderful people, you can see just by many of the photographs that I share. And I share them in the same sense that Salman Sheikh shares his meals. If all these other people are pinning up their meals on, Facebook and showing an example of what they're eating. And by the way, like Brendan Zoget said, he said, man, I look at what Salman eats and, I'd gain like 20 pounds of weight on that with each meal or something like that he was saying. So apparently, Brendan's got a much better eye for this than I do. Brendan sees Salman Sheikh's meals as rather high caloric intake, but such being as it is, everybody else pins their meals on Facebook. I figure I pin meals every once in a while on Facebook as well. So the young boys that allow me access to their blood, and without these wonderful young people, I would be much the poorer in health and aging much the quicker. So they've helped to reverse my aging to a degree and balance out my health. And so I have a vested interest in defending them. Whereas many people in the right-wing community wish to see them dead. And for what reason? And if you take a look at the Blood Boys, the pictures that I've put up, why would you kill them? What threat do they present? What kind of a monster are you? And this is the enemy. This is the enemy that we're dealing with, and they have no mercy. These are people who their mercilessness is betrayed by their behavior. Just take a look at the behavior of my gang stalkers. Stephen Outram with millions of dollars. And what does he spend his time doing? He spends his time with right-wing racist communities and finances people like Richard K. Cole Jr., who stalk myself relentlessly and turn everyone they can against me. But who is it they can turn against me? Only other white people. So the white people who say, we're not a threat, bullshit. It's the white people who we cannot trust. They simply have proven themselves in general to be completely untrustworthy. Only a few maintain a kind of trust, and we have to take into account and be diplomatic about it, their own veering towards the right-wing propaganda machine. And so we can only thank them for not succumbing to all-out hatred to the point of genocidal frenzy that is so often displayed by so many white people who conduct mass shootings. So this is the kind of world that we live in, and we have to deal with the reality of it. And the greatest threat to our existence is the fact that too many white people are so privileged they don't see it. And those that do are on the left. So for that reason, I myself, as a radicalized centrist fascist, am perceived as left-wing by the right. And of course, their propaganda machine has taken all that it can to promote my biological father, Adolf Hitler, as a national Bolshevik as opposed to a national socialist. In other words, they perceive him to be of the left, believe it or not, something that is antithetical to all recorded history as it was conventionally understood in the past, when it was dominated by a lot of Jewish academics and scholars and people in the publishing industry, publishers. So the entire narrative is beginning to turn, and with it is also turning much of the automatic and reflexive sympathy that the Jewish people had. This was the point that I wanted to make about The Handmaid's Tale. The Handmaid's Tale shows Christians, quote unquote, who are antichrist. And these antichrist Christians are ignoring Christ, rejecting the New Testament for the Old. And so by taking up the Old Testament and advocating Mosaic law, the sons of Jacob in the series The Handmaid's Tale, who are basically a generic name for white evangelicals of America, these dominionists that are simply what would happen if Trump were to get the total power that he seeks. These people are not becoming Nazis. And this is what I see when I see reviews. When I see reviews of The Handmaid's Tale, this is the stupidity, this is the ignorance, this is the insanity of everyone in the Western world. They perceive the enemy as Nazis no matter what they are. The right wing calls all social justice warriors. You take a look at Jordan Peterson. What does he call everybody he dislikes? A Nazi. He calls them all Nazis, all of the left. So the left, when they're using their terminology for the right, they use the term fascist, just indoctrination. They're all calling each other Hitlerites. And the reality is Hitler has nothing to do with either of these people. And so when you see the Sons of Jacob in the Handmaid's Tale series and they're exterminating Jews or exiling them, giving them an option, and they're not necessarily exterminating all blacks either, they're relegating them to segregated homelands, where, by the way, if you take a look in remember I brought up the NRACP, which is a short story about eating blacks, ultimately segregating them and then using them as a food source. That is actually what the authoress, Margaret Atwood, is suggesting in her book, The Original Handmaid's Tale, when you take a look at the 3 epigraphs. She actually has epigraphs. One of them is from Jonathan Swift's A Modest Proposal, on which was based the short story NRACP, or National Relocation Act, colored people's short story about ultimately rendering blacks into nothing but a food resource in a world of declining resources, where the white men have burned off all nature and ecology and have less to rely upon other than that ever common replenishing resource, humanity. So they simply declare the dark meat unhumanity, so they can eat it in their inhumanity. This is where Margaret Atwood's fascination with cannibalism, which I can bring up later in greater detail, comes into play. And that was actually supposedly going to be more of the focus of her sequel. But that never came about until she got all these contracts and then didn't need to write a sequel. She just needed to cooperate with consultation from Jordan Peterson to make The Handmaid's Tale as a blueprint for what they really want. This is not a dystopia they're presenting you. They're presenting you their idea of an utopia, believe it or not. And so when it comes to Margaret Atwood being so misinterpreted by all these feminists, this is where I exposed her by not dealing with race. She's not dealing with anything. And so she's really presenting a world that serves the needs of Jordan Peterson. And this brings us all back to who's a Nazi, you're a Nazi, he's a Nazi, she's a Nazi bullshit. And what it comes down to is the good guy, bad guy narrative is based on who do you identify as a Nazi, because everyone's indoctrinated to kill Nazis. Well, in terms of where I'm coming from, where my biological father was coming from, it was the most rational perspective. And in terms of the Jewish final solution, obviously it happened. And as I said, he was literally pushed into a corner where my father felt he had no choice. In a very real sense, he did not. And if I were in his position, I would have done the same. And in terms of the real Old Testament law that the sons of Jacob are going back to in the Handmaid's Tale, what they're not becoming is the Nazis that everybody says they are. They say, oh, the sons of Jacob, they're just Nazis. They're just Nazis. Like that summarizes it. And that's so fucking stupid and it's so fucking insane. How are they Nazis? What they are, by following Old Testament Mosaic law, is they're Jewish. All of these are white people who want to be Jews. They have never followed Christ. They always worshipped the Jew. So the real point of the Handmaid's Tale is this is what happens when Jews rule the world. These are people who have become Jewish. And if they're persecuting the Jews, it's because they don't want the competition. They don't need the Jews around to remind them that they're not ethnically Jewish. That would be the only reason they would be persecuting the Jews. But if the series had any fucking balls, this is something that needs to be pursued in greater depth than I can or should be able to do tonight. It's just like there's really no way that I could do justice to the caste system in San Francisco, and I need to provide further context on the caste system in Asian India and just how people have no concept of how fucking bad it truly is. When it comes to the whole thing about Jews and the hypersensitivity of we've got to show them as victims because that's the only way to get off with doing anything. What about the Native Americans? As a matter of fact, I'm going to ask Daniel Arola and Jameson Reese to do me a favor and look this up right now. There was over 5,000 fucking bodies of Native American Indians that were found buried in underneath school boards, like floorboards, underneath school floorboards in Canada. In Canada, where fucking Jordan Peterson and Margaret Atwood were raised and educated underneath the floorboards of schools in Canada. They kept dead Indian children who they killed and buried. Look that up right now. Look that up right now. Do me a favor, because that story came out while I was talking about The Handmaid's Tale.
New York Times, yes. The horrible history, mass grave of indigenous children reported in Canada. An indigenous community says it had found evidence that 215 children were buried on grounds of a British Columbia school, one of the many Canada set up to forcibly assimilate them.
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. Ottawa. For decades, most Indigenous children in Canada were taken from their families and forced into boarding schools. A large number never returned home, their families given only vague explanations or none at all. Now an Indigenous community in British Columbia says it has found evidence of what happened to some of the missing children. A mass grave containing the remains of 215 children on the grounds of a former residential school. Chief Roseanne Casimir of the Tkemlips Te Sekwepemc First Nation said on Friday that ground-penetrating radar had discovered the remains near the site of the Kamloops Indian Residential School, which operated from 1890 until the late 1970s. Holy fucking shit! So some of those burials probably were still going on in the 70s. It's a harsh reality, and it's our truth. It's our history, Chief Casimir said at a news conference. And it's something that we've always had to fight to prove. To me, it's always been a horrible, horrible story. The remains, which Chief Casimir described as many, many years old, decades, including those of children as young as 3. Starting in the 19th century, Canada was home to a system of residential schools, mostly operated by churches. The Indigenous children were forced to attend. The system went into decline during the 1970s, with the last school closing in 1996. That's how recent they've been doing this shit. What the fuck? A National Truth and Reconciliation Commission set up as part of a government apology and settlement over the schools concluded that at least 4,100 students died while attending the schools, many from mistreatment or neglect, others from disease or accident. It found that in many of the cases, families never learned the fate of their offspring, who are now known as the missing children. While there have been rumors of unmarked graves at schools, if the findings in a preliminary report presented to the Tk'emlúps te Secwepemc First Nation this week are confirmed, it will be the first time a major burial site has been discovered. Kamloops, once the largest residential school in Canada, with about 500 pupils at its peak, was operated by the Catholic Church until 1969, when the federal government took over. The pain that such news causes reminds us of our ongoing need to bring light to every tragic situation that occurred in residential schools run by the Church. Archbishop J. Michael Miller of the Vancouver Archdiocese said in a statement, "The passage of time does not erase the suffering." I need to repeat that quote again so that people so that it hits home. The passage of time does not erase the suffering. In 2015, the Archbishop issued a letter repeating the Archdiocese apology for the role the Church played in the federal government's residential school policy. But in 2018, Pope Francis rejected a direct appeal for an apology from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Well, there you have it. The government's still covering this shit up.
Thank you.
Bishop
Go on.
Lionel Gendron, who is the president of the Canadian Conference of Catholic Bishops, wrote in an open letter to Canada's Indigenous people an explanation for the Pope's refusal to apologize. So after careful considering the request and extensive dialogue with the bishops of Canada, he felt that he could not personally respond, Bishop Gendron wrote. So it's the Catholic Church who also seems to be refusing to apologize. This fucking sucks.
Well, you know that the Pope also was the person who said we must learn to emulate the indigenous peoples of the world in order for the human race to survive. So he acknowledges the superiority of the indigenous bond with nature and their ability to interact with nature on a non-destructive level. But the reason he's refusing, not that I'm acting as an apologist, but I would basically speculate here. I would assume
it has to do with Justin Trudeau.
Well, I think that he feels that it's the fucking Canadians at fault here, as opposed to the church.
Because it was their policy. It was the government's policy.
Yes.
That the church was acting on.
Yes.
And so that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that would be. He's trying to tell them that why don't you handle your own shit instead of trying to push it onto the church. So just the reason that I brought this up, aside from the fact that 2 points to be made from this tangent, is first off, when it comes to The Handmaid's Tale, and they're already ignoring race, but they bring in black people so they can try and prove themselves as colorblind. What happens to Native Americans? Because Canada is full of indigenous First Persons nations that are far more acknowledged in Canada in the sense of territorial autonomy than they are in the United States. Now, granted, a lot of this has to do with the whites just don't know what to do with the land that they're on to a great degree, other than strategic resource development or strategic area denial to the fucking Russians, who are coming right across the goddamn pole and trying to claim the North Pole, in case you didn't fucking know. The Russians claim the North Pole. So if you didn't know that, be aware of that. And the Russians are trying to back that up with as much military might as they can muster in region so they can rape all of the natural resources beneath the polar ice. So
that's why they're testing those underwater. They're trying to test those underwater. What do they call them?
well,
They're not
hypersonic
nukes.
nukes,
Those
you know,
nuclear torpedoes and
Yeah.
shit.
salted
and-
hypersonic nukes, you know, it's a torpedoes
Yeah.
the size of fucking submarines, so large they can't even fit into a submarine. They're literally carried outside of the submarine hull. Yes, they're essentially they're essentially a robotic submarine on their own. But in terms of the whole point that is that other than trying to provide some kind of defense from that, the whites have not made much use of the northern polar regions, and they have flat out just kind of surrendered them in Canada to the Akvig and various other Nunavut tribes. And so you have the Nunavut, which is kind of a semi-autonomous area of Canada at this point. And so that is an enormous landmass that is larger than most other nations on Earth in and of itself. But of course, the Canadians are not giving them full independence. But nevertheless, that and other First Persons nations, Original Peoples nations in Canada, are far more acknowledged. As bad as it, horrible as it, and genocidal as it was, nothing compared to what happened in the U.S. So why is it that the Canadians are not presenting any Native Americans in their handwives' tale, their handmaid's tale? You know, where are the Native Americans? They're not even acknowledged to have even ever existed. They're not even brought up. So here you have the ignorance, by that I mean ignoring, as in ignorance, the ignorance of a entire ethnos which dominates the majority of the Canadian landscape, if not its politics. And you have no acknowledgement thereof because they're trying to portray this as the U.S. I guess they're insinuating that the U.S. just killed so many of its Indians off that there was no recovery at that point in history that they're portraying, which is essentially just, you know, a few years into the future, 20 minutes into the future, as they used to say.
Well,
on
it's
the
also alarming that they don't. Did they have any people of Asiatic descent in that?
No, of course not. Well, that goes without saying.
Well,
I
that
mean,
also. Well, see, that's also a big problem.
well, thank
That's
you. I mean,
it's an extraordinary problem.
well, at
I
this
mean,
point, your question, of course, is rhetorical because you knew, without seeing it, you knew there wasn't.
yeah, I presumed as much.
Yeah, but that aside, if they were to bring that up, then people would think it would be absurd. They would say at this point, well, I guess the sons of Jacob must be totally, liberal progressive at that point. There's no point in even showing any Asians because you're trying to portray them as what they are, which is just really radicalized Judeo-extremists. And so, as I said, these people have not become Nazis. Far from it. These people have become Jews. That's what brings us back to the Jewish question. So they show them persecuting Jews so that they don't alienate the Jewish people in North America by saying, look, we're showing you as victims, which is how Jews always want to see themselves. So long as you cater to their pathology in that regard by saying how they're victims, then that gives them an orgasm, and they give it their blessing, and okay, the series is okay then because they're showing us being hanged and persecuted and shit, which is how they want to see themselves. But it's like this. There is the controversy about female villainesses, and whether you're talking about the film Wicked or all the way up to the latest one I can think of, Cruella, you have these rehabilitated villainesses that rely on what feminists would insist are outdated ideas of woman's virtue, such as turning Harley Quinn into a heroine, because everybody liked her so much they couldn't stand the thought of her as a villainess anymore. So when the trailer for Cruella dropped, I will admit, just like with Suicide Squad or anything with that wonderful young lady who portrays Harley Quinn, it's I always think of these as exciting to myself, even though that Birds of Prey was a terrible film. It's one of those things that you try and appreciate it oftentimes just for the delivery of the actress or just for the sake of the actress being there. And so, and she does it so well. Margot Robbie, honestly, Margot Robbie, I can't imagine anyone doing it other than her. And she's carried it in several films. And so with the same with Cruella, I was actually excited but Twitter was greeting it with jeers. The people were mocking it for being too much like the Joker, too much like Disney's much earlier film Maleficent, too much like Warner Brothers' Birds of Prey. And they contributed tweet after tweet about what an odd choice it was to rehabilitate Cruella de Vil, in particular, who's a characteress who spent her original 1961 film trying to kidnap and kill puppies to make their skins into a coat. That, of course, wasn't the response Disney expected. The tagline was brilliant, bad, a little bit mad. And, of course, this calls to mind the characterization of Lord Byron by his ex-lover, Lady Caroline Lamb, who said, mad, bad, and dangerous to know. And so the allusion, it positions Cruella not as a villainess, but as a Byronic heroine. Talented, melancholy, rebellious, and tragically misunderstood. And her dialogue reflects that. But all of that is one thing that the feminists argue, from the majority of them who are white, from a position of privilege. Well, women should be allowed to be villainesses. That they should be allowed to be straight up villainesses because they feel that this rehabilitation is part of a disempowerment of woman from making that choice to be bad. That rather than understanding her as fallen, as opposed to inherently evil, then most white feminists are saying, just let them have their wings and fly. So my response to that would be, why then can we not have Jews in The Handmaid's Tale be what they are, the true gods who are worshipped by white Americans? That they would be the ones running the show, not the victims thereof. And of course, the answer would be, well, there's all those old Nazi propaganda films that show Jews as irredeemable villains, as genetically predisposed towards evil, that you can't have that anymore because that is simply Judeophobic. Well, why not balance that out with resistance Jews, with Jews who are part of the resistance, with liberal progressive Jews who don't like America becoming an extension of Israel? Why not have that with a real projection of an Israeli occupation government being the reality of The Handmaid's Tale? Now, wouldn't that be daring? No, of course not. It couldn't fly because they couldn't even show it. So in other words, Jews must be only victims. This is where we come into the true evil of our propaganda machine. This is where we have an irredeemable narrative, that the narrative is fixed. And so that is one of the major points to be made about The Handmaid's Tale that I may go into more in depth in another transmission, but I think the point should be made. Now, I'll ask the two gentlemen who are with me, Daniel and Jameson, if that's coherent, what I'm saying.
That's extremely coherent. Yes, it is. And it shows that, again, America, there seems to be an addiction to these old age tropes. It's just, it slaps the face of anyone who has any artistic aesthete whatsoever.
Thank you. Now, if you two gentlemen would take us to the top of the hour, I'm just going to finalize chewing these chicken strips with the last of the sweet and sour sauce, so I can just mop that up. And Daniel, if you could say goodnight, because I'm sure you'll have to go to bed soon.
Oh,
And
yeah, I'm gonna have to get going here.
yes, understood. Well, we love you dearly, Daniel. Hugs.
All right, had a
Good night,
good time.
Daniel.
Yes.
All right, man. Talk to you later. All right, bye.
Yes, look forward to it. And so there we have that. He wasn't going to put in any input into the latest.
So I wanted to ask you something though. I'm wondering I'm wondering how much of what India is going through right now with the pandemic is also a result of them still having that thousands of years old caste system.
Of course it is. I mean, again, that's a rhetorical.
That's probably one of the biggest reasons
Yes.
why they're
Thank you.
having so many deaths.
Thank you.
And so that's one of the reasons why America desperately needs to, by any means necessary, avoid having a caste system.
Thank you. Which is what the Asian Indians in America, who are of the Brahmin caste, are trying to force us into. And again, that takes me into another direction of verbal reinforcement. So, I'll let our man Jameson kind of look some things up about the caste system and burn bandwidth concerning that. But in terms of how I can respond to that, in order to let people understand just how bad the caste system is, what they really don't understand about how deranged things are going to become here in the United States because of the Hindus migrating to other regions of the earth and taking their shit with them, rather the upper classes, the upper castes, taking their shit with them. Think about what I said in the last transmission preceding to tonight's. And so when you take a look at the fact that I said that during the Y2K panic, when everybody was fearing millennial meltdown of computer systems, and they were hiring 100,000 technology workers a year, every year from India, and all of the overwhelming majority of the Indian information technology professionals were moving to the IT specialists moving to the United States were higher castes, and only a handful were Dalits, which is a title the untouchable caste gave itself to try and empower itself. And basically, when you take a look about the beginning of the millennium in the year 2000, when you take a look at the few Dalit who were moving at that time to the U.S., and most of that happened in the second wave between 2007 and 2013, between the year my father was murdered essentially by the VA and UCSF, which is the same system for people who don't understand it. All the VA doctors in San Francisco are UCSF doctors. And between 2007 and 2013, a large percentage of the workforce was already Indian, and they openly discussed their caste and would ask questions to figure out the caste background of any newcomers. And the higher caste Indians use the knowledge of a person's caste to place him or her on the social hierarchy despite any professional qualifications. So, a Dalit would try to ignore such conversations because once it's found out they're Dalit, there is no career here in America any more than in India. And so when you take a look at the lawsuit, the Dalit engineer, which is, I said, a kind of house name for 30 Asian Indian women of that outcast, 25% of India, they basically they tried, all of them, to contact their human resources departments of their various corporations, primarily Cisco. This all really involves the Cisco to represent Silicon Valley. The lawsuit is Dalit versus Cisco. And the Brahmin caste, the upper class working in Cisco, retaliated by taking away their roles as leads in any technologies. And then they proceeded to spend the next several years isolating these engineeresses, denying them bonuses and raises, and stonewalling all promotions. And the Cisco's Human Resources Department responded by telling these Dalit engineeresses that caste discrimination is not illegal in the United States. Therefore, there was no need for them to take any corrective action. So we're in the same goddamn position as the blacks were in before the civil rights movement. Why do we keep going back here? It's a fucking treadmill, a hamster wheel. We make no progress. And the Brahmin manager named in the lawsuit, one of many, Mr. Kompella, they ultimately replaced each other as the Dalit engineeresses managers and continued to discriminate, harass, and retaliate. Now, bear in mind that 2019, the year before yesteryear, Cisco was ranked number 2 on Fortune's 100 Best Workplaces for Diversity. Try and wrap your brain around that. What kind of world do you fucking live in? Here you've got this technology giant getting away with ignoring the persistent caste discrimination because American laws don't even recognize Hindu caste discrimination as a valid form of exclusion. Caste does not feature in Cisco's diversity practices in its operations in India either. It reveals how the Indian information technology sector operates in complete and total willful ignorance of the terrifying realities of caste. Now, there was a study conducted in 2016 of Indian descent in the United States. The authors were Sanjoy Chakravorty and Devish Kapur and Nirvikar Singh. And they entitled their study The Other 1%, the bottom 1%, subtitled Indians in America. And they proved that over 90% of immigrants, over 90% of migrants came from the high castes or dominant castes. And according to a 2018 survey by Equality Labs, which is a Dalit American-led civil rights organization, 67% of Dalits in the Indian diaspora, the migrant community, admitted to facing caste-based terrorism at the workplace. So, in the backdrop of caste supremacy in the Indian diaspora in the United States, when higher caste Hindus describe and demonize Dalits, they use the same term whites use for niggers: inherently lazy, opportunistic, untalented, completely lacking in any talents, even apparently innocuous practices like peer reviews for promotions. And Cisco and all the other technologies companies, except the few, like the one that's commandeered by Sugar Daddy, the man my son is married to, they turn these peer reviews for promotions into minefields, ending in job losses, visa rejections for Dalits who get deported back home. Almost every Dalit person I have spoken to in these United States after our golden state of California filed the lawsuit against Cisco requested to remain anonymous and feared that revealing their identity as a Dalit working in the American tech industry filled with higher caste Indians would not only ruin their career but threaten their physical safety and have they and their families deported back to India. So, coming out as a Dalit, revealing your caste identity as an Asian Indian American in the United States is equivalent to someone in the United States saying they're gay back in the 50s. Growing up passing as a dominant caste person in India while hiding your untouchable caste, you live in the same fear that stops most Dalits from articulating their harassment at all to assert their identity in either India or the United States. I mean, the overwhelmingly higher caste Indian American community is seen as a model minority with more than an average 100,000 United States dollar a year median income and rising cultural and political visibility, but it has engendered a narrative that is as diabolical as that in India, insisting that they live in a post-caste world, like The Handmaid's Tale saying we're in a post-racial world, while simultaneously upholding its hierarchical framework that benefits the higher caste people alone. I mean, ranging from seemingly harmless calls for vegetarian-only roommates, that's the easiest way to assert caste purity, because the lower castes were left to eat the meat. You want to know why Brendan Zoget is so militant in his veganism, where he can't even date a girl who eats meat? He works inside this place where all the girls come in to buy meat, and he sees all these pretties, and he can't say hi to any of them because he says, oh, they eat meat. I can't have nothing to do with them. That's that kind of caste discrimination, because meat is viewed as, only the cast-offs would eat dead animals. The higher class, they eat vegetarian. You got these caste-based temple networks that automatically exclude impure Dalits, won't even let them into their Hindu temples. And the more overt and dangerous arm twisting of American norms, right-wing Hindu activist organizations tried to remove any mention of caste from my state, California's textbooks in 2018. Caste supremacy is fiercely dependent. It's the core tenet of Indian Hindu culture. So much so that they changed our educational system. Almost succeeded. Had people like myself not protested, who spoke perfect English. So we've got a situation where, after decades of being silenced, Dalit Americans are finally finding a voice, coming out as Dalit because, after avoiding the Indian-only communities, scared of someone finding out their caste, they could only find comfort and inspiration in movements like Black Lives Matter and Say Her Name, and the tragic institutional murder of a Dalit student activist in India. If you can believe that, in India they kill people who say, we need more rights. It's only here in America, through the struggles of other minorities, they can even come forth. This is what we're dealing with while dealing with the Americans blaming the Chinese for spreading the pandemic. This is, of course, the people who program your computers, and they're entering this caste awareness into the artificial intelligences that will, of necessity, run your society, which is too complex for the rest of you uneducated idiots to run. And they're imposing their caste system here. Now, we've got a minute left. I'll let our man Jameson take it to the top of the hour. I'm going to finish this and take it from there, Jameson.
Wow. Well said. It's hard. Damn, man, it's hard to follow you after you suck all the oxygen out of the room, but it by all means must not be allowed to happen here. I have an article here from Al Jazeera, which is dated the 14th of May 2021. Calls to tackle caste-based discrimination in U.S. gather steam. San Francisco, California, the United States. Civil rights organizations and Dalit groups are adding urgency to their calls to end caste-based discrimination in the U.S. after incidents in California and New Jersey have thrust the issue into the spotlight. Dalits, who were formerly referred to as untouchables, occupy the lowest position in the complex Hindu system and have historically faced discrimination and violence at the hands of members of other castes in India and other parts of South Asia. Advocates say this discrimination has unfortunately migrated to the U.S. with workers from the region and is now running rampant in several U.S. industries. In New Jersey, a complaint was filed on behalf of more than 200 Indian workers in federal court on Tuesday, alleging Dalit workers were forced to work long hours for 1/10 of the state's minimum wage after being recruited to build a Hindu temple for the Bachasan Wasi Shri Akshar Purushottam Swamin Narayan Shansta, also known as BAPS. Wow, hell of a name. In California, a first-of-its-kind lawsuit is making way through the courts after a Dalit employee accused his employer, technology giant Cisco, and two of its former engineering managers of allowing caste-based discrimination in the workplace. The issue is being discussed at the federal level too. On Monday, the International Commission for Dalit Rights, ICDR, 6 scholars and a dozen other rights groups submitted a memo to the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Council asking that caste-based discrimination be added to U.S. federal non-discriminatory guidelines. So that means they do not exist yet. Well, wow. That's something to trip on. The memo is the latest push from activists for U.S. academic, business, and government institutions to take caste-based discrimination seriously. Among the ICDR and other memo signatories, demands is to include caste as a protected class and enshrine zero tolerance for caste-based discrimination and prejudice in U.S. workplace codes of conduct, something activists say hasn't happened yet because of Americans' unfamiliarity with the caste system. Bullshit. They know all too well what a caste system is. They enforce it. But you've articulated that much. We articulate that all the time on this broadcast. Because casteism takes place in a social context not all Americans are familiar with, which is I guess that's a code word for saying most of white America. It could be very coded and subtle. Anil Waji, an activist and committee member with the U.S. branch of Dalit Rights Organization, to the Ambedkar International Center, told Al Jazeera, it's important for companies to educate their employees about caste-based discrimination and to explicitly protect against it. Advocacy groups are now working to thrust caste-based discrimination into the spotlight, particularly in industries where it has already allegedly reared its ugly head, such as the technology sector. The Cisco case was a big deal because it really took away
By the way, I really thank you for covering this. I'm going to be back in a moment. I'm going to make myself a new bowl of tea here. And
Gotcha.
So I'll be right back, and then I'll start with, that teeth pulling part, the solicitation shit. So I appreciate everyone with their patience. I'm glad we have as many listeners as we do on a Wednesday night, and a quarter of 100, which of course is magnified by the amount that when it publishes, then you'll see the amount that truly are listening. And these are averages in the analytics. But thank you, Jameson, and thank you, Destruction 89. He said, black people can get up today because if Black Wall Street was rebuilt today, it would not be burnt down in the same way. I want to see it rebuilt, and so do 99% of modern white people. And he said, thank you for responding and taking myself seriously. So we appreciate that, Destruction 89. And Jameson Reese said, thank you for sharing your perspective, although I'm not certain it would not be burned down, that trust needs to be earned through action. And he feels that America still hasn't earned its right to be perceived as honest, and especially not by American indigenous peoples and Asian Americans at this point in history. Yes, see what we're dealing with. And then when you're dealing with the complexities of where the Asian Indian minorities. If there's any minority that needs to be put under a microscope, take your eyes off the goddamn Muslims and Asian Americans who basically were the people who helped originate your technology revolution, and put them on these Asian Indians who are coming over. And here's what you can do to really suss them out. Any Asian Indian would be too proud and arrogant and just plain bigoted to ever say they were Dalit unless they were. The Dalits would be too afraid to admit it if they were Dalit to Asian Indians. But if white people were to ask of them, are you a Dalit? They would probably be more honest. But if you were to ask a Indian of any other caste, if they were such, they would say no. At that point, they're the enemy. Tell them to get out of the goddamn technology sector. This is the fucking problem you have. Your technology sector is now entirely dependent on Asian Indians after you've kicked out all the Chinese. So look at what you're stuck with now. Out of the frying pan and into the goddamn fire. These are the people who are programming your computers to look at all of you as the lower caste. Ultimately, your world will be run by these Asian Indians who are of the Brahmin caste and Kshatriya class. If that. So when you're stuck under their heel, what's your world going to be like? You're going to be nothing. Outcast, and they'll look at your eating of meat as exemplary of your being a piece of shit. And this is like you have to live with that because that's the world you made by surrendering your technological autonomy to these people. I mean, forget 5G with the communist Chinese. This is your real threat right here on your shores. So again, I'll leave it to James and Reese to get into some of the details of that. I'm going to get myself another pot of tea. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. And thank you, son. Love you dearly. Yours.
All right. Caste is a brutal form of supremacy, Waj said. If steps aren't taken now, we run the risk of this system spreading and calcifying in the United States. Several technology companies have faced allegations of caste-based discrimination in the workplace in recent years. And in October 30th, Dalit women engineers at Google, Apple, Microsoft, and Cisco issued a statement shared with the Washington Post detailing their experiences with anti-Dalit bigotry in the tech sector. We also had to weather demeaning insults to our background and that we have achieved our jobs solely through affirmative action. It is exhausting. The women who asked for anonymity out of fear of retaliation wrote in a statement. We are good at our jobs and we are good engineers. We are role models for our community and we want to continue to work in our jobs. But it is unfair for us to continue in hostile workplaces without protections from caste discrimination. Cisco lawsuit. The women spoke out months after a high-profile lawsuit against Cisco was filed by a Dalit engineer in June 2020. In the suit, the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing, DFEH, alleges the engineer referred to as John Doe to protect their identity, was subjected to a hostile work environment and was expected to accept a caste hierarchy within the workplace, which translated into the lowest status within the team and less pay, fewer opportunities, and other inferior conditions. But Cisco denies these claims and says its own internal investigation found no evidence the plaintiff was discriminated or retaliated against on the basis of caste. The company's general counsel, Mark Chandler, wrote in a blog post. Yeah, of course, of all people, he probably wouldn't see it. While Chandler acknowledged the company never encountered a claim of casteism before this one, he noted, nevertheless, Employee Relations Management instructed that it be investigated as would any complaint of discrimination, even though there is no law, federal or state, defining caste as a protected classification. While Cisco said that it treats casteism as an unacceptable form of discrimination, it did not reply to Al Jazeera's question about whether the company plans to explicitly add caste to its list of protected identities in its employee code of conduct. Chandler added that the company would fully support legislation adding caste to the list of categories having protection against discrimination, but will continue to treat caste as an unacceptable form of discrimination for purposes of our internal reviews, as we did in this plaintiff's case. John Rushing, an attorney assisting Ambedkar International Center, which filed an amicus brief in the lawsuit, said that while caste is not expressly protected, it falls into categories that are, such as ancestry. If your parents are untouchables, you inherit the status from them, Rushing told Al Jazeera. There's no doubt that caste-based discrimination falls under discrimination based on ancestry. Now, many Dalits come to the United States in hopes of escaping bigotry and violence that they live with back at home, only to watch with horror as these systems reorient themselves in the United States. Workers at other Silicon Valley tech companies are also speaking out. In mid-April, the Alphabet Workers Union released a statement in favor of the lawsuit against Cisco and stated that caste should be recognized as a protected class by the federal government and be included in anti-harassment policies within our industry, including Google, which is owned by Alphabet Incorporated. So once that happens, they'll be able to extend that to every industry, which would be great, because then they would be forced to prevent that discrimination. The Cisco case was a big deal because it really took away the plausible deniability around the presence of caste-based discrimination in the tech sector. Raksha Mutkumar, a spokesperson for the Alphabet Workers Union, told Al Jazeera. I might have butchered that name. I'm doing the best I can. Google did not respond to Al Jazeera's request for comment about the company's intention to take steps against casteism. The Cisco case is set to resume in September following attempts by Cisco to move the dispute to arbitration and an appeal by California's DFEH to allow the plaintiff to retain anonymity. Speaking out. As Dalit activists await an outcome in the Cisco trial, calls have been growing for government, academic, and business organizations to be more proactive in combating and educating employees about casteism. Many Dalits come to the United States in the hope of escaping bigotry and violence that they live with back home. Yeah, I've seen some videos on horrible videos, and they just literally just beat people to death out in the streets and whatnot. And yeah, it's just insane to see. Especially when you see like a whole group of people standing over someone who's been mutilated and whatnot, only to watch with horror as these systems reorient themselves in the United States. Thinmozi Soundararajan, founder of the Dalit rights group Equality Labs, told Al Jazeera. A 2016 Equality Lab survey of Dalit workers living in the U.S. found that 2 out of 3 reported experiencing harassment due to their lower caste status in the workplace. But while Soundararajan says that such discrimination is common, hearing from Dalits about it is less so. Many Dalits try to keep their caste identity hidden, she said. Dalit rights groups say the problem is also prevalent in the education system. In the Equality Lab survey, 1 in 3 Dalit students reported being discriminated against during their education. The plaintiff in the Cisco lawsuits claim he tried to keep his identity as a Dalit hidden, but was outed by upper caste co-workers who knew him at the university back in India. The Cal State Student Association, CSSA, an organization representing more than 500,000 students in California State's university system, unanimously passed a resolution in April supporting the addition of caste as a protected category. Another example of how the issue has become front and center since the Cisco suit was filed. But as more Dalits speak up and use the courts to address caste-based discrimination, Soundararajan said more Dalits are willing to share their own experiences. Dalits have come forward and are sharing their stories of harassment and discrimination with us in ways we haven't seen before, said Soundararajan. One individual told us that they made a mistake on a project and a supervisor from an upper caste told them, "We know how brainless your people are." Dalits are also viewing the outcome of the lawsuit as a bellwether for their fight for rights and recognition. A victory in this Cisco case would be a victory for the promise that America offers an opportunity for a new life with equal rights. Suraj Yengde, a senior fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School, who studies caste, told Al Jazeera, "If this case goes through, Dalits will start speaking out, and there will be many more. If we don't address this now, it will continue to get worse." And this is sourced from Al Jazeera. So yes, this is really, really big stuff. Oh my gosh. The other news going on is actually worse. Holy shit. India's federal agencies to probe Dalit women's gang rape and death. Oh my God. India's, wow. I don't know if I want to touch that one. That's pretty heavy. Oh, why the hell not? We touch heavy stuff all the time here. All right. Well, this is all the way from this is all the way from October 2020, so it's not recent, but India's federal investigators will take over the probe into the alleged gang rape and death of a young Dalit woman that has sparked nationwide outrage and days of protests. A special team of the Uttar Pradesh State Police that has been investigating the incident will soon be handing over to the Central Bureau of Investigation, a spokesman for the police said on Sunday. But however, I'm stating the obvious, which is if they're in India and they have the caste system still going on, there's probably not much that's going to be done about it. The 19-year-old, who belongs to a marginalized group formerly known as the Untouchables, was assaulted in a field outside her village in northern Uttar Pradesh's Hathras district on September 14th. She was severely injured and died 2 weeks later in a hospital in the Indian capital, New Delhi. The attack on a teenager was the latest case highlighting sexual and other forms of violence against India's 200 million Dalits, who are on the lowest rung of the caste system and have historically faced discrimination despite laws to protect them. 4 villagemen who belong to the privileged influential Thakur community have been arrested in connection with the crime. 5 senior police officers, including the district police chief, have suspended over the investigation amid criticism of law enforcement's actions.
Have been suspended.
Oh, have been suspended. Holy crap. Yeah, thanks. Okay, I'm at that point in time. And so I have to stay with you until 8 o'clock, and then I might actually have to leave a little early.
So I'm 3 hours behind you. So let's try and calculate that.
So what I'll be doing is at around 7:30, which is 4:30 your time.
Okay.
I will probably I'll leave everything open,
Uh-huh. Okay.
and I'll have to just leave the house to go to this appointment.
Oh, you don't need to leave everything open because I'm not writing the call on. Right.
Okay. So I could just close out the call,
Yeah.
and everything will be fine.
Theoretically, yeah, the call will drop and I'll be puzzled for a second, but then I'll realize the stream is still on. But yeah, I mean, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. You can literally hang up at that time, anytime you wish, really. But definitely glad you stayed with me as long as you did. Give me just a few more seconds here. I do have the tea and everything. I'm just letting it steep. Give me just a few more minutes and I'll just try and look a few things up. I want to make sure about those brothers biblically. I'm going to look something up and see if I can find it. And in the meantime, I want you to, just hold on for a few more minutes and explain to people what your agenda is. I'll have you on so I'll be able to hear it to extent. I'll be somewhat...
agenda in terms of what exactly now?
When you're going to leave and people might be curious if you care to share what you're leaving for. I mean, it is your birthday, but you have an appointment.
The particular doctor is a cardiologist. So apparently when I was introduced into the hospital, they had diagnosed me also with having heart palpitations.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess he wants to tell me how many years I have until I die. Which is good to know because I'm dreading the fact that, oh shit.
What happened?
Oh my God.
What happened?
It actually came.
What?
Well, at least there's some good that comes out of this day.
What?
I get paid, but it's my birthday. I'm 36.
Oh, okay. So what happened? You got the supplement? What the stimulus package?
No. The thing is, it's a very dark day for me. Usually, I go into mourning. I dress in all black, and I start listening to death metal. And when I walk down the street, I glare at everyone. I remember one time when it was my birthday where I started screaming at people for no reason, and I normally don't do that. I'm usually a quiet person. So this tells you how bad the fact that I exist pisses me off, you see. And so I had to come up with a sort of cosmological excuse to sort of excuse myself. Of course it winds up being a little more self-destructive than I thought it should be, but here it is. It should be amusing all the same.
Mm-hmm. But
here's my Facebook post from 6 hours ago. If time could freeze and tomorrow would never come, I'd be happy. Well, it's here now. Do not wish me what tomorrow is. Just don't fucking do it or you're gone. I loathe tomorrow. I resent that I exist. So yes, tomorrow will be my day of plotting theocide and mourning. I am the blind idiot god who tortured himself by exploring its own creation as though it was one of what it were created. Perhaps I am Azathoth, the blind idiot god. For those who are familiar with Lovecraftian horror, it doesn't fucking matter. And that's the end of that post. Yeah, so melodramatic. Okay. I know.
Yeah, but what came? You said something came. It sounded like...
Yeah, my birthday. Yeah.
Oh, you mean it's midnight where you're at?
It's 1:24.
Oh, that's what you mean. It is your... Yeah. I get it now. Okay, so it's doomsday.
So now I get to buy a beer and crack the bottle with the beer in it over my head.
Yes.
Which will be very extraordinarily painful and possibly cause a concussion. That'll cause me to pass out. But
now, So aside from all of this, goodness,
I shouldn't have to go that far.
Yeah, and holiday cheer. What in terms of your birthday, and it's a bummer for most people as well, aside from yourself, and it's.
No, I'm just being melodramatic. It's not that bad.
Oh no, I know. I appreciate that. We understand that. We intuitively understand that, but in terms of. If it were that bad, honestly, you wouldn't be here. You would have been out killing yourself a long time ago. But aside from all of that, yeah, like I said, let me loosen up here. Get ready to start talking because once I start, I can't stop. And what I'll do is What do I do? If you're not here, we'll see who else can check in, which I doubt anyone else can. But if you're here till like 4:30, like you said, that's usually 4:30 my time is usually the time I stop anyway. I have to stop at 4:30 most of the time because it reaches its 12-hour limit. So it's really like you'll be here for essentially the normal amount of time.
I thought you stopped at 8:30 my time,
That's
or you stop
your
at
time,
7:30
maybe.
my time.
Whatever time I stop.
Okay.
Usually at my time, it's basically a little after 4 a.m. It's
That would be 3 hours from now.
it's something like that. No, it's going to be 5.5 hours from now, so I better get started. And let's see if anyone else can join in the chat room. I do appreciate people being in the chat room and participating in the chat room. It's important because even though everybody stops because it is a weeknight, and the people that we have left listening are not necessarily participating in the chat room, I do encourage it. And aside from all of that, my love to JMO here, who on his birthday is dedicating time with us. The biggest gift we can give him is our appreciation, and of course we give
Now,
him.
come now. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Yeah.
Honestly, I love the barrage of doom. It's like it's like anything. Well, no, you're not that bad, Douglas. And in fact, you're actually quite funny sometimes.
Oh,
I
thank
find
you.
myself laughing my ass off about certain things.
Okay, and good. Let me ask Mandy. Be ye there? Okay, let's see about that, and just make certain that she might be around. Otherwise, my biggest concern, of course, is my voice giving out at any given time. Not at any given time, but you know what I mean. Blasting my voice out from my sense of outrage, which, by the way, is to be disambiguated from moral outrage, which is never to be taken seriously, sourcing from almost anyone. For those of you who don't know what the hell I'm talking about, moral outrage would be like your average person who's just, most Americans, they hump off outrage. They want to be outraged about something. And
Yeah, I noticed that. That seems to be what's going on now that now that everything's like post-pandemic. Everyone is just running around punching each other in the face and shit. And baseball games, they're like beating each other up. Basketball games, people like running out into where the players are and whatnot. It's just ridiculous. People are spitting on the basketball players. They had something. I was watching something on MSNBC where what's his name? I guess Don Lemon was like, "What's going on, people?" I'm like, dude, Americans are fucking crazy. What else is going on?
Thank you.
It's
Yeah.
more of the same.
Yeah, thank you. It's like certainly you must have noticed by now. So let me get my act together and get started. And all right, and I'll try and be as okay. So I guess I better get started. And in the meantime, I'm just wondering about if I have to run and take a leak. I'll probably leave some moments of silence if you're not there, but just hang on as long as you can. And then when you have to take off, just say "gotta go," and you'd
Are
be
you
surprised.
starting the solicitation?
Yeah, gonna
at this
start it
moment?
now.
All right, so I'm gonna go take a quick break, and I shall let you know when I'm back.
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't speak to you folks later out there in YouTube land, good night.
Thank you. And with that, okay, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book by that very title, The Unfinished Man, as well as scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as The Strange Case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejedine case, and The Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com, spelled Tucson as Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-4/323-3406. That's 1520 32 33 406. Or how do I usually say it? 1520 323 3406. And as for the Man of the Soil business, which he captains right now, make certain to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel, where you can witness all that he does. And because I'm pressed for time, I'll stop it there because I'm really not paid to go into themanofthesoil.com, subscribe to the channel on YouTube, check him out, and if you're in Arizona, look at manofthesoil.com as a website and see if you need his services for your landscaping. So I always do that for him as a favor, and kind of like I was doing for Mr. Ronald Stroiney for a long while, though he never acknowledged it. And so, there you go. I don't need to do that for them. All right, back to where we're at. Today is dedicated to the wonderful individual who provided me $100 United States dollars in contribution, but neglected to list myself as friends and family, and therefore their contribution was bid into by that faggot Peter Thiel, excising his blood money, and that is, of course, a royal pain in the ass. But in terms of the bulk of the contribution, it did arrive, and for that, all appreciation to this wonderful individual whose name I'm trying to dig up. Let me go over to the files here. And, there we are. PayPal. That's where I need to look. Why didn't I just think of that? Open up the file there, log in, and pass the security challenge where I'm not a robot. And from there, we go to the dashboard, and I'll be able to get the names of these people who rendered contributions. Now, I need contributions, and this helps me emphasize that. One of the people who contributed was the wonderful Stephen Myers. And Stephen Myers is, of course, an individual who has been following me for many years. And he is a black brother from another mother. He's actually Blasian, black Asian, and what would be known as a Chigro in classical racist terms, or a Chinese Negro. And this is a person who's lives in Manhattan Island, and therefore he's in the heart of New York, and therefore taking, he was able to survive the worst of the worst, thank God, and is still with us after the pandemic tore through the colored population of New York. I'm very, very happy he survived. So I'm just looking through the PayPal donations right now and seeing if he left a message, but I think he was just getting the money to me rather than any message. And then, of course, there was Joel Ty, who I gave much thanks to. And thank God I've got his Gmail, so I should send him a thanks there. And I've got the Gmail ultimately for this other wonderful individual as well. This was Prior Lilith Services, who I give a shout out to, and that's not Lilith Aquino. And I have no idea who it is, but I know it's not Lilith Aquino because of their behavior. And when they said, God bless you, that's something Lilith Aquino would never say, literally could not even bring herself to say. Louis Rogers is the individual in Australia, New South Wales, I believe. Name is spelled Luis, and Louis Rogers is, for Australian dollars, that was quite a bit of money. God bless them. And all right then, I dedicate this transmission unto he or she, I do not know their gender, because whatever it is, G, until I get notified. Otherwise, they're such wonderful people. So I'll start talking about Australia in earnest, and we'll meander our way over there. First, we'll talk about the fact that this is National Firearm Homicide Victims and Gun Violence Survivors Awareness Day weekend upon us. It will be coming up on the 4th of June, and it will be blended this weekend. The 4th of June was also the beginning of the Battle of the Midway, and so this will be in the Japanese CHÖKAN no Kaisan, CHÖKAN no Kaisan, Naval Battle of Midway. I kind of signify my Japanese accent. In other words, I speak the Japanese with a kind of Chinese accent. So this is, of course, something that I will go into more during the weekend itself. I don't know if Peter Moon will be with us, but I highly doubt it because, of course, he'll be down here in California and involved with all his friends and basically reliving old times with them. Auld Lang Syne, the song in the German for old time's sake. So just so people understand it, I will address the Battle of Midway and do so the best that I can. We'll be getting a bit into the Pacific conflict tonight because of Australia, inescapably. And, of course, I want to give you some details about the National Firearm Homicide Victims and Gun Violence Survivors Awareness Day. It was originally observed on the birthday of the 15-year-old Black Afrikan-Americaness, HADIYA. Pendleton, and it sounds almost like a Japanese name or a kind of Muslim name, a combination of the twain, HADIYA. And it was to honor her murderous 2013 death from being shot in the back and killed while standing with friends inside Harsh Park of Kenwood, Chicago, Illinois, USA. And it's now held, as I said, it was originally held on her birthday. It's now held every first Friday in June, with 2021 marking the third annual National Firearms Homicide Victims and Gun Violence Survivors Awareness Week, which this year falls on the 4th of June as its beginning, kicking off Orangewear Weekend to honor the gun violence victims and survivors in support of a gun violence-free future. Now, the United States is an empire of gun violence survivors. Gun violence is the leading cause of death for children and teens in America. And 58% of all American adults, including 68% of all Black and Hispanic Americans, or someone they care for, have personally experienced gun violence in their lifetimes. So the first week of February represents the approximate time that gun deaths in these United States surpasses the number of gun deaths experienced by our peer nations in an entire calendar year. And tragically, our gun death rate is 11 times greater than that of all other high-income countries on Earth. And our empire's gun violence crisis continues to be intensified by another public health crisis gripping our nation, the COVID-19 pandemic. Ergo, and here I read from the original statement that helped institute this day, the National Firearm Homicide Victims and Gun Violence Survivors Awareness Day. The statement was, whereas every day 100 Americans are killed by gun violence, every day, leading to nigh 13,000 firearm homicides every year. Annus is the Latin word for year. And whereas Americans are 25 times more likely to be killed with guns than people in any other developed countries on earth. And whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens go as hand in hand with keeping guns away from dangerous people. And whereas local police officials and law enforcement officers know their communities best and are the most familiar with local criminal activity and how to address it, and are best positioned to understand how to keep their citizens safe. And whereas in January of 2013, HADIYA Pendleton, a teenager who performed during President Obama's second inaugural parade and was tragically shot and killed just 1 week later, would now be celebrating her 24th birthday. And in HADIYA's honor and in honor of the 100 Americans whose lives are cut short and the countless survivors who are injured by shootings every day, a national coalition of organizations has designated the first Friday in June as Gun Violence Awareness Day. And whereas the idea was inspired by a group of HADIYA's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange, choosing this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods, and because orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. And by wearing orange on June 7th of 2019, the first time this holiday was practiced, or celebrated, or honored, commemorated, respected, Americans would raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep our firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our children safe. Then, therefore, Christian Dorsey, chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, did thereby proclaim June 7th of 2019 to be National Firearm, Homicide Victims, and Gun Violence Survivors Awareness Day. So that hopefully puts that in some perspective. I'm really not going to touch too much upon that tonight, but it's definitely something I want you to remember. And of course, there are other things that I need to bring to your attention, and yeah, let's get on to that. Obviously, Peter Moon was here last time, and he brought up something that he did not particularly have any, shall we say, confidence in, to his credit, but he was concerned that, he believes that Joe Biden is not our legal president. This is something he's been convinced of by watching way too much Fox News. So, as for this, he can simply be reinstated. Basically, Trump and his loyalists are now peddling conspiracy theories that he will return as sitting president by August, but he won't be reinstated. This is something that they are they're promoting, that in August, remember the guns of August and World War I? Okay, this is what they're aiming for. The New York Times reporter Maggie Haberman tweeted on Tuesday that former President Donald Trump is seeking a quick return to the White House. He's reportedly telling confidants that he expects to be reinstated as president by August as a result of ongoing election audits in states like reactionary Arizona and Georgia. Now, Trump has been telling a number of people, this is according to @MaggieNYT for @Maggie of the New York Times. She's saying Trump has been telling a number of people he's in contact with that he expects he will get reinstated by August. And of course, in parentheses, she places, no, that isn't how it works, but simply sharing the information. So this is from June 1st of 2021, but 24 hours ago. And so this is building up on what Peter Moon was, in essence, bringing to our attention with his own influenced belief system, his own impacted belief system based on misinformation. Now, there is no constitutional or legal remedy to overturn the results of an election once the Electoral College votes have been certified by Congress. But Trump appears to be, how do I phrase this? Give me a moment to try and express this. He's betting that the findings from highly partisan audits might somehow convince enough people of his bogus claim that fraud cost him the election. But he's not putting out statements about the audits in states just for the sake of it. He's been laser focused on them. And this is confirmed by several people who have spoken with him, as well as the WAPO, the Washington Post, reporting on this a few weeks agone. Again, I'm reading from the tweets of @MaggieNYT, Maggie of the New York Times, and again, this dated June 1st of 2021, just yesterday, 24 hours agone. And now we are in, of course, the second here on the left coast, on the Pacific coast of the United States. We are in the we're still in the 2nd of August. We're not in Jameson Reese's birthday yet. Anyhow, so a Yahoo News / YouGov poll released yesterday, last week, found that 64% of all Republicans believe that the 2020 election was rigged and stolen from Trump. But of course, America's litigious system, its courts, its judicial system, have almost unanimously rejected his legal challenges. Now, Trump's attorneys won a single fucking case in how would I say it? Where was that? It was in Pennsylvania that did not affect any of the final results. The recounts and official audits of the votes in several states have also failed to overturn President Biden's victory in both the popular vote as well as the Electoral College, just so you know. And all of this, of course, escapes by anyone who watches Fox News. Now, at a QAnon conference held over the weekend in Dallas, entitled For God and Country Patriot Roundup, is where these lunatic theories have emerged, and that's where Sidney Powell, the attorney who is the subject of a $1.3 billion United States dollar defamation lawsuit by Dominion Voting Systems, said, well, what exactly did she say? She said he can simply be reinstated. That's what she said of Trump, and she elicited all these cheers despite the falsity of her assertion. And Michael Flynn, the retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General and National Security Advisor, forced to resign from the Trump administration as a foreign agent of Russia, responded to an audience member that he would support a military junta, coup d'etat modeled on the on Myanmar's, and he, of course, was I always thought he was a U.S. Army general, and I'm only now finding from his quotation that he claims he was a Marine, which explains everything. He said, "I'm a simple Marine. I want to know why what happened in Myanmar," his words, "can't happen here," meaning Myanmar. He can't pronounce it. And then he got all these cheers from all these white trash pieces of shit. I'm actually looking now at MAGA Info TV for people who want me to know where I'm getting this. And Michael Flynn said, yeah, okay, let's see what he said. Let me just kind of review the footage here that's coming up on MAGA Info TV. And the way I handle this is the way I handled the same thing with Jordan Peterson. He says, yeah, and all this cheering. And I handle this by turning on the subtitles that the deaf people use. And of course, suddenly they all turned off, even though they were there a bit before. Either way, there was more cheering, and there was Michael Flynn was saying, yeah, no reason. I mean, it should happen. There's no reason. But that's right. One more. I can't take any more of this. This is like the Jordan Peterson. If those of you who are asking me, how did I remember all of Jordan Peterson's speech so that I could deconstruct it the way I did? It wasn't a matter of remembering it, though I did remember a lot of it the way one remembers, like the tooth I had being worked on, the way one remembers that. That's essentially where, I was, these things are so painful, you can't forget them. That was what it was like dealing with the Jordan Peterson speech. And the way I was able to deconstruct it was I simply turned on the speech with all of the subtitles that they use for the deaf and mute population. And that was enabled me to read what he was saying and respond to it while I was, deconstructing him throughout the last transmission. So, despite his predictions, Trump will not simply be reinstated as president. Former President Donald Trump is setting his sights on an immediate return to the White House. The woman at Maggie at the New York Times, that's the New York Times reporteress, Maggie Haberman, who tweeted basically today, yesterday, that Trump has been telling confidants he expects to be reinstated as president by August as a result of ongoing election audits in states like Arizona and Georgia. But as I said, there's no constitutional or legal remedy to overturn the results of an election once the Electoral College votes have been certified by Congress. Trump's betting that the findings from these highly partisan audits will somehow convince enough people of his bogus claim that fraud cost him the election to land it back in the White House. So, as I said, the problem is that we've got too many Americans believing this crap. The Yahoo News / YouGov poll released yesterday last week proves that 64% of all Republicans truly believe that the 2020 election was rigged and stolen from Trump, but the courts have not been as kind to the former president, almost unanimously turning back his legal challenges to the results. As I said, Trump's attorneys won a single case in Pennsylvania that did not affect the final results. The recounts and official audits of the votes in several states have completely failed to overturn President Biden's victory in both the popular vote and the Electoral College. And none of those points deters Donald Trump or his fanatical cultists, his irrational supporters, from the mistaken belief that he will be restored to power. Now, how will this happen? Like I said, at this QAnon conference, whose footage I was just now reviewing, that was held over this weekend last in Dallas, titled For God and Country Patriot Roundup, while I was speaking to all of the shortcomings, the failings of The Handmaid's Tale, all of these theories began to emerge. And of course, this was where Sidney Powell, the attorney, who herself is the subject of this $1.3 billion defamation lawsuit by the voting machine manufacturer Dominion Voting Systems, DVS, over her accusations, her baseless allegations that the company helped rig the election against Trump. She assured all these conference attendees, these cultists, that the U.S. Constitution is no match for their righteous cause. And of Trump, despite the fact that Trump cannot simply be reinstated, Powell said he can simply be reinstated, eliciting all of these loud cheers thereby. And Michael Flynn, the retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General and former National Security Advisor, who was forced to resign from the Trump administration after lying to Vice President Mike Pence about his interactions with the Russian ambassador to the United States, Sergei Kislyak, floated another possibility that should be as alarming as it gets when he was asked in Dallas why a Myanmar-style coup cannot happen here. Flynn signaled his approval of that idea, Basically, Flynn responded, "No reason. I mean, it should happen here. No reason. That's right." Causing his audience of Trump cultists to erupt in more applause. And in a post later in the day on Parler, Parler, that right-wing platform for the white trash sewer shit that flows through it ceaselessly, the cyber shit that fills people's minds, their empty minds, with shit, Flynn claimed the media had misrepresented the meaning of his comments. So let me read from there. In his post, Flynn said, "For all the fake news journalists," in quotes, "let me be," this is all in the uppercase, the next two words, "very clear. There is," and again this is an uppercase, "no reason whatsoever for any coup in America, and I do not and have not at any time called for any action of that sort. Any reporting of any other belief by me is a bold-faced fabrication based on twisted reporting at a lively panel at a conference of patriotic Americans who love this country just as I do," which is why he sold out to the Russians, right? "I am no stranger to media manipulating my words, and therefore let me repeat my response to a question asked at the conference. There is no reason a coup should happen here in America." Now, despite Flynn's quote-unquote clarification, no one is convinced that the retired general was not, in fact, advocating for Donald Trump to be returned to office via a military coup d'etat. Now, while partisan conspiracy theories are not uncommon in American history, now polls showed that more than half of Democrats believed President George W. Bush knew about the 9/11 attacks ahead of time and did nothing to stop them. But that, of course, is not conspiracy theory so much as conspiracy history, conspiracy fact. So they are especially prevalent among QAnon adherents. The followers of Q, a self-proclaimed high-ranking military officer, because it was originally Michael Aquino, believe that the federal government is controlled by a group of Satan-worshipping pedophiles. Now, among the many QAnon predictions that have failed to come to pass, Trump was said to have planned the mass arrests of several high-profile child abusers on January 20th. And despite the fact that Joe Biden was sworn into office that same day, QAnon adherents clung to the widely circulated belief that Trump would be inaugurated for a second term on March 4th. This would all be easier to dismiss were it not for the fact that a significant portion of Americans actually believe it. And according to the poll released last week by the PRRI, the Pew Religious Research Institute, 23% of Republicans and 15% of Americans overall think the government, media, and financial worlds in the United States are controlled by a group of Satan-worshipping pedophiles who run a global child sex trafficking operation. That was your U.S. military that I exposed when I got the second most important military base outside of the Pentagon shut down, ultimately. And so here I was helping to solve this problem for you, but no one ever gave me any credit, and now they're trying to project it all onto quote-unquote Democrats, really. When they say the government, they never point to their own. 28% of Republicans and 20% of Americans overall are convinced that there is a storm coming soon that will sweep away the elites in power and restore the rightful leaders. So this is all it takes is that amount to destroy a nation completely. That was the operational paradigm of the U.S. Army Green Berets. And remember what I told you about the U.S. Army Green Berets. Remember, I worked with a man for almost a decade, Michael Aquino, who was an officer of the U.S. Army Special Forces Green Berets. And their original mission statement, their entire purpose, was to go behind the lines and work with a friendly population in hostile territory that would be a force multiplier. Well, they would be the force multiplier by teaching this force to magnify its abilities, training them to fight the enemy in guerrilla warfare style fashion. Hit and run, and keep the enemy, running while you hit. And so the men were supposed to be an armed version of the Peace Corps, these Green Berets. They were never supposed to engage the enemy in active combat. They were supposed to be invisible to the enemy and yet produce the enemy an enemy within their ranks. Now, the high command cannot shit you a friendly population. They can't lay it like an egg. If there's no friendly population behind enemy lines, you're shit out of luck. But there's always somebody, a persecuted minority, or exiled intellectuals you can bring back in area or on site or in region. All of this can be done by smuggling in a friendly population where there wasn't one before. It's called an insurgency. So what Michael Aquino specialized in was employing sociologists on contract with the United States government, the Department of Defense in particular, to calculate what it would take for a hostile insurgency to overthrow a enemy government. And what they found by studying history was you take 20% of any population. All it takes is 20 people. All you need is 20 fucking people as the nucleus. Just like what you had at the beginning of the Russian Revolution. The origins of the Russian Revolution were when Vladimir Lenin returned from exile, and with 20 men, maybe a quarter of 100 men, 24 men with about a dozen to 20 revolvers between them, they conspired, and this was a conspiracy. They conspired to overthrow the legitimate government of the Russian Empire and institute a communist revolution that would ultimately conquer the world. And these 20 men with a dozen revolvers between them ultimately succeeded in almost doing just that, conquering half the world, Russia and China, which at that time was a great deal of the world's population, ultimately Vietnam, uniting Vietnam under what was two hostile governments into a single communist-dominated regime. Moving on to Cuba, these people very nearly conquered the world. There are still far more people who live under communism than live under capitalism. And this is thanks to the efforts of these 20 men. How did these 20 crazy men accomplish this? They accomplished it because each one of them turned 1% of their population. So long as one person can turn 1% of the population on their side, then by the time that 20 men convert 20% of the population, once it reaches that critical mass, it was discovered by the social engineers contracted by the Department of Defense that no government can survive that. At that point, the government collapses. So we have 20% of the population who is convincing the 20-80 ratio rule. Yes, thank you, Jameson Reese. The 20-80 ratio rule guarantees us that it's over. It's over. The 20% is here. Aquino's conversion of 20% of the American population to overthrow our legitimate government on behalf of the Judeo-Bolsheviks, the Russians, and Israel has succeeded. We're en route to Gilead. Last week, Russian hackers have resumed their anti-American cyber offensive in coordination with Senator Ted Cruz, the Republican from Texas, sharing a Russian far-right propaganda video to attack the U.S. military for being woke that originated from radicalized, rightist, pro-Russian, anti-American social media networks. Cancun Cruz shared a video comparing Russian and U.S. Army recruitment ads and called the U.S. Army emasculated. Get this through your heads. Cancun Cruz of Texas was sharing a Russian military recruitment video on American media. And an expert on far-right disinformation has traced the meme to pro-Russian far-right networks. All these conservatives have long shared material originating from far-right networks to attack liberals. Late Thursday, this week last, Microsoft Corporation confirmed that the Russian hackers behind the SolarWinds campaign escalated their attacks on U.S. federal agencies, think tanks, and non-governmental organizations as part of intelligence gathering efforts on behalf of their government. So, as Jameson Reese says, Cancun Cruz is hardly the picture of American masculinity. And in a blog post, Microsoft Vice President Tom Burt confirmed this past week's attack, which is still ongoing, granted access to about 3,000 email accounts and more than 150 organizations, or 3,000 email accounts at more than 150 organizations, by infiltrating a digital marketing service used by USAID, the United States Agency for International Development, called Constant Contact. The hackers distributed phishing emails, that's phishing with a PH, among them special alerts declaring that former President Donald John Trump had published new documents on election fraud and inviting the user to view them. And when clicked, a malicious file was inserted that the hackers could use to distribute a backdoor, granting the ability to steal data and infect all other computers on the network. And while American organizations bore the brunt of these attacks, victims in at least 24 other countries were also targeted. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, the CISA at the Department of Homeland Security, posted news of the breach to its website and encouraged users to review Microsoft's reporting and apply the necessary mitigations. Waltham, well, the Massachusetts-based Constant Contact, which is the city that they're headquartered in, is Waltham, Massachusetts. They made no public comment, and my calls, which admittedly were outside of business hours, were never answered. But maybe they will be because, I only called them yesterday and left a message. We'll see what happens. I'll get back to you if they respond, but I'm not holding my breath. Now, Burt, the vice president over there at Microsoft, confirmed that it was clear that part of the hackers' playbook was gaining access to trusted providers to infect their customers. Similarly, in the SolarWinds campaign discovered in December of yesteryear, hackers installed malicious code and updates for software belonging to the Texas-based SolarWinds Corporation, which was sent to tens of thousands of its customers, including 9 federal agencies and at least 100 fucking companies. So, accessing software updates and mass email providers, it gives the hackers increased chances of collateral damage in espionage operations, and it undermines trust in the technology ecosystem. That is the Russian intent so that you don't trust your own technology. Yestermenses. Last month, the U.S. government proved that SolarWinds was the work of SVR, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, and said it also went by the names of APT-29, which, according to British intelligence, spent much of last year hacking foreign governments for vaccine research. And Cozy Bear was the other source of these attacks, which was involved in the 2016 hack of the Democratic National Committee that ultimately got Trump elected. Because, as we said, this was something that was focused on by the man who wanted him to be president, the man who was running the FBI at the time, and that individual was the man who ensured Trump was president by making certain that all anyone heard about was the hacked emails of Hillary Rodham Clinton. He made certain that that was the decisive factor in the election. President Joseph Biden has ordered sanctions against 32 Russian individuals and entities, but yesterday in April, including 6 companies that provide support to the Kremlin's hacking operations. These have been sanctioned by Joe Biden. The United States is also moving to expel 10 Russian diplomats working in Washington, including some intelligence officers. Now, remember, this is all in light of Biden and the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin being scheduled to meet in Geneva on the 16th of June, the Ides of this month, the mids of this month. And so with that already underfoot, in tow, baggage on the back, we got these two guys who are going to be meeting each other. This is not going to be something either man is looking forward to. And hopefully there's a confrontation that will lead to war. Yeah, Jameson Reese says, June's going to be awesome. Now, here we are. We've got this video shared by the Texas Senator Ted Cruz, but septimania, last week, attacking the United States military for being woke and emasculated, originating from pro-Russian, anti-American, far-right social media networks. You know, the extremist propaganda, the experts on that subject have reviewed this video, which was initially uploaded by TikTok, and it seeks to unfavorably compare an American military recruitment ad to a Russian Army one. The U.S. Army clip features an animation telling of a female corporal's life, while the Russian ad uses all masculine tropes, featuring fighter jets and shirtless men doing push-ups, you know, homoerotic porn. So all the secret gay guys, the closeted ones who join the military to be in the company of other men can all jack off. And Ted Cruz wrote in his retweet of this video, "Holy crap, perhaps a woke, emasculated army is not the best idea." Now, Alexander Reed Ross, who's a fellow at the United Kingdom's Center for the Analysis of the Radical Right, who specializes in mapping the spread of far-right propaganda, has confirmed that he has monitored this meme as it spread from pro-Russian and far-right networks to Ted Cruz's Twitter feed over the course of a single week. This case illustrates the route far-right propaganda can take from fringe pro-Kremlin and white supremacist networks into mainstream Republican platforms. From the Kremlin allies, from their fifth columns, to 4chan, to Ted Cruz's Twitter page. The timeline for the spread of this video, which was provided by Alexander Reed Ross from the UK Center for Analysis of the Radical Right, CAR, CARR, is that the earliest comparison of the recruitment videos was in 2 May 13th tweets by Koskovich Zoltan. Yes, you remember Zoltan. He was the costume expert, the expert in Master of Disguise for the Cobra organization in the G.I. Joe cartoons and comics, right? Zoltan. It was a Russian name, but he was supposed to be an Australian. It never made any fucking sense. Well, this is the real Zoltan. It's Koskovich Zoltan, or Koskovics would be another dialectical pronunciation. So he's an analyst at the Center for Fundamental Rights, as in rights for fundamentalists in Budapest. Hungary, of course, being, of course, a white supremacist shithole. Talk about a shithole nation, where they've eliminated all democracy underneath the dictatorship of Viktor Orban. Now, the center is linked to the far-right government. The Center for Fundamental Rights is a branch, really, just another front, another, shall we say, tentacle of the far-right government of Hungary's dictator, Viktor Orban, who is a direct ally of Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. He is merely a satellite state of Russia, like in the days of communism and the Iron Curtain. Many of these states have returned to satellite state status behind the Iron Curtain. And this, of course, is another reason why you get a lot of this far-right influence on Peter Moon, is his connections with Eastern Europe. Now, Zoltan's first tweet, I can't believe the fucker's name, because I swear to God, this guy's right out of the G.I. Joe cartoons. The Master of Disguise, who worked for Cobra, went by that name, and you see him in the movies as playing a president who looks very much like Joe Biden. I don't know if Jameson Reese actually saw the G.I. Joe Cobra movie. Do you remember the one where you had that kind of white archetypal president who was, he never saw it. Jesus. Okay. He's just not hip to that sort of thing. Anyhow, so Zoltan's first tweet linked to a Vimeo page, which, by the way, is what Stephen Outram uses. He went to Vimeo instead of YouTube because everybody was shitting all over him. And so he went to Vimeo instead, where only his friends could see it, or relatives. And so Zoltan's first tweet linked to this Vimeo page showing the Russian recruitment ad, and the second tweet was linked to a post by the journalist Alan McLeod slamming the super woke U.S. Army video. And McLeod is a frequent critic of Western media outlets' coverage of Kremlin policy. And basically, McLeod claims that even though he's a critic of Western media coverage of Russia, he's insisting he's anti-Kremlin. It's all bullshit. He's a Kremlin asset. And Zoltan's tweets were cited on May 14th by the Russian far-right outlet Krasnaya Veznya and the American conservative blog Red State, as in Red Commie State. These are the real communists of the New World Order, the red states. This is why the Republicans knowingly chose red as their color. Both posts mocked the comparison between the Russian and U.S. armies. Now, Gavin McInnes, the founder of the far-right Proud Boys group, discussed the recruitment videos in his YouTube show on May 15th, the Ides of May. And the two videos were then posted and discussed in threads on 4chan, the messaging board that serves as a key online hub for the radicalized white right. And on May 17th, the Russian and American recruitment videos were stitched together and posted on TikTok as a single video. And from there, this video, in its slightly altered form, was shared widely in white supremacist forums on Telegram, the encrypted messaging app that's become a haven for extremists ousted from mainstream platforms. The first post featuring the TikTok on Telegram was shared by an account that posts white nationalist and basically what they consider to be patriotic content, what the left would call neo-fascist, what is simply neo-Nazi in its most ignorant manifestation. That post has since spread in forums popular with the U.S. white supremacist National Justice Party, the white nationalist Groypers Group, and the Russian ultra-nationalist National Bolsheviks, which basically they wave a Nazi flag that, in place of a swastika, rather in the proper German a Hakenkreuz, a hooked cross, they place a black hammer and sickle within that white circle, within a red field. Now, that's your national Bolsheviks. They're so fucking unimaginative, they have to steal our fucking flag. Now, by that I mean the Reich's flag, not the American flag. Nobody wants to steal that because that's too fucking complicated to sew. And now on May 18th, the TikTok was uploaded to Twitter for the first time, and Insider was the first press release about it, which had, as of yesterday, been retweeted 1,000 fucking times. Or, the week before yesterday. Tuesday last week. 7 days ago. Now, on May 19th, Rando Caden, his surname spelled Q-U-A-A-D-E-N, like Al-Qaeda, except Rando Caden. That's a Dutch account that has posted tweets in support of the European far-right identitarian movement and the Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad. They tweeted the TikTok, and then that same day, Pardes Sala, a Texas realtor who posts reactionary content on Twitter, he shared the video posted by Rando Caden. Pardes Sala is, of course, probably some kind of misguided Pakistani. And on May 20th, Cancun Cruz retweeted Sala because of the real estate connections that he has. Now, the version shared by Cancun Cruz made the leap onto Twitter from Telegram extremist networks. Rando Caden was claiming that was a non-existent pipeline, and this, of course, is the Russians denying the existence of their insurgency. But the core message of the video is that liberalism is making the United States weak in comparison with the awesome masculine toxicity, the strength of Putin's traditionalist Russia, and the blunt impact of the meme for radicalized Russo collaborationist rightists is that the United States' liberal system is seen globally as a joke and cannot stand up to the great power of Pan-Slavism and their rule over all the other white races, who would, in my biological father Adolf Hitler's day, consider the Slavs as subhuman. Now, yes, that's it. Jameson Reese says that explains Russia's low population. The guys all fuck each other. It's true. It's fucking true. There's no woman wants to be with those losers because none of those losers can support a family. So they're all fucking each other. And all the whites who come from all over the world to fuck them. So the Republicans ally with a liberal propaganda spread by foreign adversaries. And that fact should give us pause with any regards to their claims to putting America first. So in terms of Cancun Cruz's response, a spokesman for Cruz has said that the controversy over the source of the video was distracting from the more important issue of how wokeness is undermining the U.S. military. This is what the spokesman said. I'm not shitting you. This is what they wrote to me in an email. Senator Cruz shared a widely circulated video that shows wokeness is undermining the seriousness and purpose of our military. But instead of discussing this very real problem, journalists are dusting off absurd Democrat talking points and claiming the real issue here is racism, Russian propaganda, or both. They're so invested in this liberal narrative, they will destroy innocent people's lives to advance it. Who are the innocent people's lives? These military people? The baby raping Satanists? Is that what you're talking about? That I spent years exposing? And paying for it by suffering not a peaceful day left in my life? Now, Cancun Cruz himself last week claimed to be enjoying the controversy caused by this video. He tweeted, "I'm enjoying lefty blue check marks losing their minds over this tweet, dishonestly claiming that I'm attacking the military." What would you call it? In an apparent response to my own request for comment, Zella tweeted a screenshot of the message that he didn't credit to myself, saying, "These people have been trying to destroy my life for the past week because I shared a funny TikTok video that Ted Cruz retweeted. I don't even know how to answer this. Is TikTok considered a white supremacist forum?" Yes. Let's reiterate what I said earlier and make certain to brand this into your brain. The United States Republican right picks up pro-Kremlin propaganda because it agrees with efforts to undermine liberalism, even when they attack nonpartisan American institutions like the U.S. military. That Republicans ally with a liberal propaganda spread by foreign adversaries must give you pause with regards to any of their claims to putting America first. These are an enemy insurgency on our shores. These are the enemy. American conservatives, actually practicing reactionaries who call themselves conservatives, are consistently and relentlessly promoting Russian propaganda. I've been warning forever, since my Revolution Radio days, of the dangerous melding of mainstream Republican propaganda and memes and disinformatia, Russian disinformation from extremist movements and forums. Now, Alex Newhouse, an expert in far-right extremism at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies, has backed Ross's assessment that the video was distributed widely among white supremacists on Telegram before being distributed on Twitter. And he's gone on record to say that U.S. conservatives, especially those in the midst of the pro-Trump movement and those outside the mainstream, have frequently promoted Russian propaganda through various channels. And Newhouse points to Trump's former national security advisor, retired U.S. Army General Michael Flynn, who the other day claimed he was a simple Marine, of all things. For what reason, I don't understand. He changed his service branch. His ties to Russian state TV network RT, Russia Today, and a segment of the far-right U.S. network OANN, One America News Network, yesteryear, on election fraud that was partly written by a former associate of the Russian state news agency Sputnik. Republicans have opposed measures in recent years to make the U.S. military more inclusive, with Ted Cruz in 2016 criticizing plans to allow servicewomen to serve in combat roles. As I've said before, there's a solution to this. We need to draft everyone, and women would be drafted into a United States police force, a national police force, and American men would be drafted into a military. I've gone into it before in depth. I will go into it again in the future. Now, in Senate floor remarks, Senator Mike Lee, a Republican from Utah, explored what he called the United States' awkward relationship with the Communist Chinese Republic, pointing out Red China's aggressive and dangerous actions on the world stage in remarks about the proposed Endless Frontier Act. And here's where the Republicans and I stand shoulder to shoulder, and where the Democrats have got to wake up. Of course they have, but a lot of this posturing on the part of the Republicans is to distract from the fact that they work with the Russians. So they turn everything against the Communist Chinese. Nevertheless, this is where evil men do the work of God, though they may will it not. This is a confrontation that also needs to happen. And what Mike Lee said is indisputable. He said, Red China has not only allowed bad things to happen, it's made them happen. This is something that people need to consider while Joe Biden is giving Vladimir Putin a carrot. One theory about Russia's post-Cold War resentment of the United States is that the perceived American victor showed too little respect to the vanquished. As a result, a centerpiece of Putin's long political project has been to restore Moscow's prestige by tarnishing Washington's. So the news that Biden has offered, and Russia has accepted, a summit in Geneva, Switzerland, that will draw comparisons between iconic superpower meetings of the past, is therefore symbolically and diplomatically important. You might remember an image, a photographic image, a picture taken of the Soviet Premier Nikolai Bulganin and the U.S. President Dwight David Eisenhower, alongside the French Foreign Minister Edgar Faure and the United Kingdom Prime Minister Anthony Eden at the historic Geneva Summit in 1955. If you don't, look it up. In 1955, U.S. President Dwight David Eisenhower met the leaders of the French Republic, the United Kingdom, and the Soviet Union in that Swiss city, in a meeting designed to defuse tensions that threatened to pitch the world back into global war. In 1985, President Ronald Reagan and General Secretary Mikhail Gorbachev forged a personal relationship in Geneva that was one of the first steps in ending the Cold War, in which Ronald Reagan offered General Secretary Mikhail Gorbachev asylum in the United States if he were to abandon his empire and defect, to become a U.S. citizen, to become an American. This would be like saying to Adolf Hitler, hey, we'll give you asylum if you abandon the Reich. But in the case of the Russians, Russia's such a shithole, it fucking worked. And Gorbachev said, okay. Now, the picture beamed back to Moscow this month will show the President of the United States treating the President of Russia as an equal. In itself, that's a win for Putin and will cause some Americans to question Biden's game. After all, Russia meddled in the last two elections to help Donald Trump and is suppressing its own democratic opposition, moving ever closer to America's sworn enemy, Communist China, and is accused of cyber hacks against the United States government and its economy, conducted by their criminal organizations on behalf of their government, just as America worked with its own mafia in World War II. Trump supporters, his cultists, might complain of double standards, given past critical coverage of the ex-president's fawning over Putin. But there's also little chance this time Biden will emulate his predecessor by throwing U.S. intelligence agencies under the bus to please a former KGB colonel. While cozying up to Russia rarely works, neither does humiliation. The former president, Barack Obama, tried to reset relations with Moscow, but came away deeply frustrated. And after Putin annexed Crimea, Obama witheringly dismissed that nation with its proud cultural and political heritage as a regional power, acting out of weakness. He was completely right. If I had been in his place, I would have said the same. But the new Geneva summit is unlikely to be friendly. Biden has strong domestic and geopolitical incentives to deliver a face-to-face excoriation and big differences on cybersecurity, arms control, and territorial disputes in Eastern Europe hang overhead. But given the tension in the current estrangements, Biden's gamble is probably worth a try. As I've said before, Russia has been proven to be the king of disinformation on Facebook. So they're going to try and twist this with Facebook memes. They're going to try and say what Khrushchev said after his meeting with John F. Kennedy. This was a confrontation between a giant and a pygmy. They were trying to insist Kennedy was the pygmy and Khrushchev was the giant. Now, in the midst of all of this, while we're trying to deal with Russia and stabilize that front so that we can deal with the Communist Chinese Empire, here we had in the chat room somebody saying the Communist Chinese are trying to take advantage of our division. This shows an incredible naivete in the sense that they believe the Chinese even know that much about American culture. They don't even know or understand enough about American culture to do such a thing. The Russians, on the other hand, have been infiltrating America forever. They could do that because they pass as white. And, by the way, Sarah Thomas says, fantastic transmission, Douglas. Much love to you. Oh, God bless you, honey. Thank you so much. Love you, honey. And Bizarre HD, who's our man, George Knight, says, much love onto you, Douglas. Much love onto you, sir. And Peggy Wood says, thank you, with her hearts. God bless you, Peggy. Love you. And Ms. Zalim says, long time no see. Welcome back, honey. Love you dearly. Thank you so much for everybody for being active in the chat. Very important to have that. And so a little check of the other messages here. And let me see if we get any response. Jess Roge is out there. Shout out to Jess Roge and Peggy Wood Amalil. They're all reacting to my posts just now. Wonderful ladies. Good. All much feminine energy out there. Now, here's what Daniel Ellsberg. This is the problem with Daniel Ellsberg. Daniel Ellsberg, of course, let me get into it and tell you why this is so fucked up, what he's doing now. 100 years ago, 50 years agone, Daniel Ellsberg was the whistleblower, the public informant, who leaked the Pentagon Papers that proved the U.S. government had long covered up the catastrophe, the monumental madness that was the Vietnam conflict. In the process, he stoked Richard Nixon's paranoia and hatred of the press that led to the 37th president's downfall during Watergate. Now, at the age of 90 years, Ellsberg has released documents that suggest U.S. military planners pushed the White House in 1958 to consider using nuclear weapons against mainland China with the aim of deterring an invasion of my own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. Now, this trove, first reported by the New York Times, proves that the United States military knew such an attack, possibly even hitting major cities like Shanghai, the New York of China, could cause retaliation in kind from the Soviet Union against, conceivably, Taiwan, they thought, and the U.S. base in Okinawa, Japan. Now, at that time, the Soviet Union was not yet allied with Taiwan because Nixon had not yet played his China card and therefore forced the Soviet Union to play its Taiwan card and take sides with my own true homeland and heartland that I articulated in our latest transmission preceding tonight's. Now, such an escalation could have sparked a more global nuclear showdown, other than a Soviet attempt to nuke my island homelands. And it's not surprising that President Dwight David Eisenhower, who knew the carnage of war after commanding U.S. forces in Europe in World War II, and knowing that the ultimate deployment of atomic ordnance as terror weapons had no effect on the strategic outcome of the Japanese winning that war, overruled the use of nuclear weapons. But even so, the fact that the military considered it only 13 years after the U.S. atomic terror attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki is chilling to most Americans. It's resonant now since the United States and Red China appear to be on the precipice of a new Cold War, and tensions are rising alarmingly again over my own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. And so, on Twitter, Daniel Ellsberg, a former combat Marine himself, wrote, "Note to @Joe Biden. A note to Joe Biden's own Twitter page. Learn from this secret history and don't repeat this insanity. Well, the reason that Daniel Ellsberg is full of shit and needs to be ignored at this point in his life, where he's reached a point of senility and believes that all peace is a good peace and all war is a bad war, is what brings us back to Senator Mike Lee, the Republican who represents the state of Utah, and what he had to say. Now, in terms of what he was saying, as I said, he brought up the fact that China has not only allowed bad things to happen, it's made them happen. We are not dealing with somebody who's just a business competitor. We're dealing with an active adversary that seeks to ultimately usurp the American empire as world leader.
It's gotten bigger.
Now, I'm turning on
grew to 14 or 1,500 pages
his video
by yesterday afternoon,
where Mike Lee
grown an additional 900 pages
is speaking.
And then by 10:59 p.m. last night, it grew by a few hundred more pages. It's not just the addition of an additional page of text that triggers more concern. One has to understand how the entire piece of legislation interacts, how the various provisions, including the late-breaking amendments that we received for the first time at 10:59
This is only 4 minutes
night,
long.
How those affect everything else.
Getting towards his point.
Just as importantly, Mr. President, one ought to certainly have the ability to communicate to one's constituents what's in the legislation, seeking input from them.
Yeah, he's talking about this new frontier legislation.
Any votes can be informed,
and
by having the voters informed and having them aware of what's in the legislation.
Great. Now I'm getting
one cannot make very significantly drastic changes to legislation in the middle of the night.
Oh, God. Let's see what this is.
Non-governmental research and development markets, in voluntary institutions of civil society. When you have robust free markets.
Oh, yeah, there we are. He's defending the
in multicultural, in multilateral organizations.
He almost said multicultural. He's so used to that Republican shit. So he said multilateral corporations, multilateralism, etc. You get my point anyhow. At some point, he got towards addressing that China, of course, has made bad things happen. And that's the most important point to be drawn from this. Now, there is something I should have turned to initially, and let's see if this works. It's the YouTubeRead.com. This might transcribe it. But ultimately, I think it doesn't need to be overdone in terms of what he's saying. We're going to find out here in a second. Basically, okay, I've been turned towards Capital One shopping, and so that shows you what this was. This was a wrong thread. Going back to, shall we say, Daniel Ellsberg. The reason that he's so wrong can be shown by the behavior of John Cena apologizing to China for calling Taiwan a country. Now, this is something that personally inflames myself, and it's going to get me shouting again. I'm going to probably have to, take a break shortly thereafter to make certain that my throat is lubricated with some cough syrup or something, because honestly, as Jameson Reese said, Sena is a goddamn idiot. And let me get into this, because a lot of people are not going to understand this. They're going to think that that I'm like overreading this or overthinking this. And a lot of people may think I do that with a lot of things. And I always assure them that's not the case, and then I articulate why. To the point where our man Daniel Arolda there, this was a different kind of fight for him. He's just not equipped for that kind of fight. So he took off for that time. This is a man who, by the way, provokes a lot of people on YouTube and enjoys himself that way. all of this was taking place last week. And it was on exactly 1 week agone, or a week and a day agone by now, the 25th and the 26th, that we had this individual, John Cena, basically stick his foot in his mouth, and that was after he had stuck it up his ass, so the taste must have been appalling. And what he was saying was that China rules Taiwan, which of course it doesn't. So Jameson Reese says, to the degree in which you have been right and accurate, I assure the audience thou doth not overreact. Thank you, sir. Now, John Cena is this professional wrestler. He's a star of F9. That's the acronym for the latest installment of the Fast and Furious franchise, which is up to number 9 at this point. He apologized to fans in communist China on the Tuesday of Yester Septimania. Yes, oh my God, Jameson Reese says 9. Yes, unbelievably. So Yester Septimania last week, he says a movie about fucking nothing. Well, at least it's got the action in it. I would have preferred watching any one of those films to anything by Steven Seagal, I assure you. But and you've got a good conspiracy that came out of it too. The death of the original star. Yeah, the death of one of the original stars in the franchise has got a lot of people asking questions. And that bears some investigating. But, Tuesday of last week, Senna was apologizing for referring to my homeland and heartland, Taiwan, as a country while giving a promotional interview. Now, basically, here we have the star of the newest Fast and Furious movie posting a video apology in Mandarin Chinese, speaking in the Putonghua, the national language of both Chinas, communist and nationalist. He's saying in Chinese, 对不起, I'm really sorry. You have to understand that I love and respect China. So he joins this long list of celebrities and companies that have profusely apologized after taking an errant step through Red China's political minefields. So Mr. Senna posts this video apology in Mandarin on Weibo, which is a Chinese social network. It's their Facebook. And so Beijing, of course, for those of you who don't know, they consider my homeland and heartland of Taiwan, which is a self-ruled democratic island. Yes, there we are. Jameson Reese says, SMFH, shaking my fucking head, stupid ass white boys. Yes, so true, so true. So he joins this list of stupid ass white boys. And, this is all to placate Beijing, which considers my true homeland and heartland a self-ruled democratic island state to be a breakaway province, and claims it as part of communist China. And referring to it as a country is often an offensive assertion in China, where matters of sovereignty and territory are very passionate issues driven by a strong sense of communized nationalism on the mainland and imperial, just territorial irredentism. That's the term for it, territorial irredentism. And that means basically a lust for conquest. So Mr. Senna apologized for this statement he made in an interview with the Taiwanese broadcaster TVBS. And in it, he told the reporter in Mandarin Chinese, Taiwan is the first country that can watch the film because, of course, we will be the first people with a capitalist economy to purchase the rights to review it. And so in his apology video, he said, I made a mistake. Now I have to say one thing which is very, very, very important. That's what he said in Chinese. He repeated the word very 3 times. I love and respect China and Chinese people. I'm very sorry for my mistakes. Sorry. Sorry. He said it 3 fucking times. 对不起. This is like, mea culpa, mea culpa, mea. In fact, he said 4 times. He said, I'm very sorry for my mistakes. Sorry. I'm really sorry. You have to understand that I love and respect China and Chinese people. By the way, I'm not rereading this. I'm like reading it as he said it. This is the actual Mandarin I'm translating from the transcript. So yes, James is saying Xi Jinping threatened to fuck him up the ass in the shower, laughing my ass off. Yes. Now, Mr. Senna studied Mandarin for years, and he regularly posts on Weibo. Of course, still, his Chinese fans were not quick to forgive. And one Weibo user responded in a comment that was liked thousands of times. Please say Taiwan is part of China in Chinese. Otherwise, we will not accept your apology. Oh, man, the guy's he's licking the floor. The guy's got his ass up in the air and he's spreading his butt cheeks and he's saying, fuck me, and you guys don't even accept it. Fucking communists. Yeah, these communists just want him to eat their shit. They want him to eat their shit. Now, Western companies and celebrities that do business in Red China, and it can be very big business, especially for the entertainment industry. I've told you about how King Kong versus Godzilla was geared towards communist China, where King Kong and Godzilla have their final fight in Hong Kong, just for the sake of Chinese business fucking up the Hong Kongers, so the communist Chinese can say, go, wipe out Hong Kong because they resist us. Yeah, Jameson Reese says, seriously? Yes, fucking seriously, yes. I described it in depth. King Kong versus Godzilla, their final fight is in Hong Kong so they can fuck up Hong Kong, and so mainland China, the communists can cheer because the Hong Kongs are resisting communism to maintain their democracy. So everybody was cheering at the three titans, the Kaiju Terminator, Mechagodzilla, and King Kong and Godzilla all get together and stomp Hong Kong. Yeah, so our man Jameson says super lame. Yeah. And that's where they, got all their business from. Their first wave of all that income that made it such a financial success was out of communist China. So there you go. All of the entertainment industry, which makes the really big bucks in the largest audience in the world, are forced to walk a political tightrope to not offend CHICOM or Chinese communist sensibilities. And for many, this is achieved by staying as far away from politics as possible, while, of course, jumping straight into the politics, like leveling Hong Kong in King Kong versus Godzilla, but steering clear of questions about mass detentions in Xinjiang, or the pro-democracy protests in Hong Kong, other than to show Hong Kong being flattened for the sake of communist Chinese enjoyment, or, for God's sake, never bring up the status of Taiwan and Tibet. Fuck them Chi-Coms. And bring that shit up. The consequences for those who dabble in Chinese politics has been made clear, of course. The Chinese bully you. They're scared to death of me because I don't stand down to their bullshit. The NBA, the National Basketball Association, struggled to contain a fierce backlash when Daryl Morey was then the general manager of the Houston Rockets, and he tweeted in support of the Hong Kong protests in 2019, the year before yesteryear. And that's when LeBron James, one of basketball's biggest stars, rather it's biggest house nigger, offered his China-friendly response saying Mr. Morey wasn't educated on the situation at hand by supporting the protesters. Yeah, fuck you, nigga. LeBron James, house nigger. Motherfucker like that sucks Chinese cock. This is the kind of shit we're dealing with. Blacks and whites catering to the communist Chinese. That's where the communist Chinese excel, just by pumping money into American entertainment. That's what divides you. As Jameson Reese says, it's disgusting. Now, the movie studios often preemptively ensure their content won't run afoul of communist Chinese censors. It's a practice once mocked by South Park. But quite often, the political problems arise in cases where a company appeared to have no idea that it was accidentally crossing a line. That list would include Gap, which in 2018 created a t-shirt that omitted Taiwan, parts of Tibet, and islands in the South China Sea from a map of China on the shirt's design. And so the Chinese said, we want that map to include half of the fucking planet before we agree that that's China. And the luxury brands Versace, Givenchy, and Coach said in 2019 they all made mistakes when they produced t-shirts that identified Hong Kong and Macau as separate countries, which they should bloody fucking well be. And in a statement at that time, the company said, Versace reiterates that we love China deeply and resolutely respect China's territory and national sovereignty. As a matter of fact, China ordered 36 airlines to remove references to My Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau as separate countries on their websites in 2018. That's a step the Trump administration, thank the gods of my ancestors, dismissed as Orwellian nonsense. So there you have it, the Trump misadministration. As I said, a stuck clock can be right 2 times a day. In fact, always is. And Donald Trump, he had that one outstanding good point. Even that was tempered, but no need to go into detail. That year, the Marriott clarified on its Weibo account that it will absolutely not support any separatist organization that will undermine China's sovereignty and territorial integrity after a customer survey listed the territories of Hong Kong and Macau as separate countries. Now, Daimler, the Deutschen, the German car maker, apologized in 2018 after the Mercedes-Benz Instagram account quoted the Dalai Lama, whom many in communist China view as a dangerous separatist advocating Tibetan independence. Now, this is bullshit. And it goes to show you that the Germans, without any strong sense of national leadership, are just a step above Eurotrash themselves. The release of F9 was delayed for a year during the coronavirus pandemic, as had been King Kong versus Godzilla, as you might remember. And, of course, in terms of the franchise of Fast and Furious, it drew an estimated 162 million United States dollars in tickets in 8 international markets, including China on the mainland and South Korea, over not this last weekend, but the weekend before last. And as the newest film in what has been a hugely successful series, F9 is seen by Hollywood as the kind of blockbuster needed to draw people back to theaters, which are going to be reopening now. And, of course, despite all this, in all of the contexts I've just articulated, let me start getting into the reality of this situation, why it has any meaning, why it's important to acknowledge it. John Cena has been called a pathetic coward for his apology to Communist China for calling Taiwan a country while promoting F9. Here, I will report quite happily that John Cena was on the receiving end of a pile driver on Tuesday before yesterday, from American Twitter users after what they called his pathetic apology to Red China for referring to My Taiwan as a country during a promotional spot for his new F9 movie. And on his own Twitter account, the conservative pundit Ben Shapiro posted, "Taiwan is a country." Yeah, thank you, sir. And he said, "Hong Kong should be free." Thanks again. And he said, "If you are unwilling to say these things because it might hurt your bottom line, you are a pathetic coward." Go Ben Shapiro. The Republican Senator Tom Cotton's reaction to Cena's mea culpa was to simply say one word: pathetic. And here we have this white boy speaking Mandarin Chinese, going on Chinese social media site Weibo, Tuesday of Septimania, or the week before last, at this point, well, last week actually, to apologize for calling my Taiwan a country during his promotional interview for F9. Again, for those of you, when I use that acronym, I'm referencing the latest installment for the Fast and Furious franchise, which was released earlier last month. And of course, to the CHÄKANs, the Chinese communists, who consider my Taiwan a rogue province that is part of their territory, they erupted in outrage at his blunder, quote unquote. And to quote Senna himself, again, I transliterate from the Chinese for you. I'm repeating this again really to test out my ability to translate, because even when I'm looking at this in the Chinese, the transcript of what he said is pretty unbelievable. It's hard to imagine a grown man saying this and walking away with any pride left. It's kind of like, it's like, you've heard me being obsequious. I don't take any loss of pride in prostrating myself before women on this show. I've done it in the past. This man's not doing something so personal or anything that has any meaning whatsoever. He's talking to the Communist Chinese Empire, the Communist Chinese Party, guilty of atrocities that, like our Republican representative from Utah said, they don't just let bad things happen, they make bad things happen. And this guy's saying to them, I made one mistake. I have to say something very, very, very important now. I love and respect China and Chinese people. I'm very, very sorry about my mistake. I apologize. I'm very sorry. You must understand that I really love, really respect China and the Chinese people. My apologies. See you. I can't believe this shit. This guy might as well say, bend over, drop his pants, spread his butt cheeks, give everybody that brown-stained pink eye, and say, shove it here, or I'll take it down the throat. Give it to me both ways. This is like, he's a prison bitch. And yet, despite this guy doing what he did, prostrating himself with what in China we would call kowtowing. We call this kowtowing. All the Chinese netizens were completely unsatisfied with the gesture because Sena stopped short of saying that my Taiwan is part of Communist China in his statement. So under his post, one of their users wrote, still didn't say that Taiwan is China. Is it so difficult? So Keith Olbermann called John Cena's apology, one word, shameful. Joe Walsh used that same word that I quoted before. He called John Cena's apology to Red China pathetic. There's another user here who posted, actually, it's better to post a video and directly say that Taiwan is a part of China. What's the point of apologizing? There you go. This is a Chinese shill speaking English. This is basically some commie gook pretending to be white coming in and saying, there's no white person who would say that other than some brainwashed communist. And your average communist in this day and age, in the postmodern world, would not pay any allegiance to communist China because communist China is not communist in terms of its economics. They're full capital, baby. There's no communist ideologue in the West who's going to have any sympathy with them. There's no communists in the world who are going to be aiming as their primary objective, personal or national, towards turning a profit. So this isn't even a Western communist talking. This is just some chink masquerading as a white. Now another commenter demanded, please say Taiwan is part of China in Chinese. Otherwise, we will not accept. And yet, Here you've got the apology setting off its own firestorm in the U.S. that hit Cena like a flying suplex. Now, I say this because Cena used to be a professional wrestler, and a suplex is an offensive move that's deployed usually in amateur, but also professional wrestling. It's a throw that involves lifting the opponent and bridging or rolling to slam the opponent on their back. So professional wrestling features many different varieties of suplexes. And believe me, you know, as much as wrestling is all acting, you don't want to suffer a suplex. That's something. If you fall on your back enough times like that, your back's not going to recover. Your spine's going to be screwed the rest of your life. You don't walk away with enough of those things without paying the price for that, long term, even short term. Anyhow, this is what happened to Cena in his own home. By that I mean back here in the States. You know, so he didn't make anybody happy on either side of the Pacific. This is what happens when you fuck yourself over like that. He should have been a man and just stood his ground, said, fuck you commies, I don't give a shit. And, you know, he could have made himself strong here. But no, he had to fuck himself over everywhere. That's why Keith Olbermann, the former ESPN and MSNBC commentator who knows his way around controversy, called Cena's remarks shameful. Senator Tom Cotton, as I said, he was the guy who responded to Cena's apology with pathetic. So the conservative commentator, Guy Benson, he's gone on record to say Cena should be asked on his little movie promotion junket if he accepts or rejects the U.S. State Department's conclusion that Red China is engaged in genocide against ethnic and religious minorities of color in Xinjiang. Now, you see, the point is to this conservative commentator, again, this is the white man's world, and they just don't grasp that the communist Chinese are killing white people. Then they would truly be angry, but these guys they're not even culturally educated or aware enough to understand that the Xinjiang religious minorities, every time they think the word minority, they think color. These guys are white in Xinjiang. The Chinese are killing white people. And these white guys don't know it. And so Jameson Reese is saying, damn, I'm glad I wasn't born white. Because, you know, it's like they don't even know when their own ethnos is being persecuted. That's what you're basically saying, right, Jameson? You can come on mic to say that, by the way. Oh, my God. It's, you know, this is...
Well, I mean, to be so unaware of the world around one.
Thank you.
It's just, it's baffling. It's like a world outside of themselves doesn't exist.
It's true. It's very, what would you call it? It's they live in a world of mirrors.
They live in a bubble.
Yes,
a plastic bubble. I mean, they're like bubble boys and girls. Bubble people. I mean, I just I couldn't do it. To not be able to see the world as it is, because everyone else sees the world as it is.
That's because everyone else has to deal with reality.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I mean, it's like I can understand now why, you know, I understand why now in movies, why, you know, those horror movies where people are being chased by the person with a knife and everyone's trying to tell the person in the movie, no, don't do that. It's like, no, don't. That's exactly how it would go down.
yeah. It's like you've seen this in films in the Dawn of the Dead remake. I think it was the Dawn of the Dead remake where it had that wonderful blonde who was the girl soldier, and she was with the black guy, and she was with the vegetarian who became infected with it was a government bioweapon in that case. And when he became infected, because he had been a vegetarian in life, he wasn't eating anybody in death. He was refraining from eating anybody. So he was the only safe zombie. He was like, Dawn of the Dead. It was the remake of Dawn of the Dead because he represented I forget the guy's name, but there was this friendly zombie in the Dawn of the Dead film as well, the original one that was produced by Romero. And that was a monumental film. That was one of my favorite films as a child. It was that it was in there. They had the one zombie that was responsive to music, but he was eating meat that was being fed to him by a doctor. That, you know, there's a whole subplot there that I don't need to go into right now. But in the case of his reflection, his parallel in the remake, it was the vegetarian zombie. It would have been like Brendan Zoget if he became zombified, and he's still not. You know, that was the funny part. You know, at one time, thank God, Selena Khan was with me when Derek Talley, we were talking about Brendan Zoget not dating girls who eat meat. And that's when Derek Talley said, yeah, he won't eat their pussy if they're meat eaters, because he could smell it down there. You know, that's what he said. And he didn't remember that. And then later on, when I brought that up, what he had said, he said, I would never say anything like that. And that's what Selena Khan confronted him, said, I was there. Yes, you said that. And then he didn't say anything.
Oh my
after
God.
that. But that's like, this is like the zombie who wouldn't eat people in the Dawn of the Dead. But anyhow, the point was they also had the black man. So it was the black guy and this guy who were with the girl soldier. And later on, she was saying, let's split up. That's when he responded, what do you white people want to split up all the time? That was what he said. Why is it every goddamn movie you white people want to split up all the time? It's like he broke the fourth wall, you know, just to say that. And it's so true. You know, you would never see any other, you know, ethnos be that stupid. But
it's like people who die jumping out of planes 1 billion feet in the sky and whatnot. It's like, yeah, no thanks. My black ass is staying on the ground.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, that's yes, thank you. So, by the way, the CNN anchor Jim Scioto, he was part of the Twitter tag team that piled on Senna. So Senna had this like football pile up on him, and the CNN anchor Jim Scioto, he pointed out that many of Hollywood's blockbusters depend on China for their box office returns. And so in his Twitter post on that social media platform, he said, this is what he said. Let me quote him exactly. He said, Taiwan is a country and a democracy. You just apologized to a dictatorship. Why not call a decades-long, healthy and functioning democracy a country? Because much of Hollywood operates in fear of Beijing. Many of its blockbuster movies depended on the mainland Chinese market. Now, others recalled Senna's career as a champion professional wrestler and expressed their disappointment in his kowtowing to a rival of the United States. There was a user who said, you know, his Twitter address is @itbegins 2012. And he tweeted, I grew up watching this man never lose and always come through to save the day for me. Tonight, I see a coward who just lost to communist China. And this other guy who's got a Twitter address that reads @Matta, well, and a bunch of numbers, MATTA, @Matta 4373941, in case anyone finds any occult significance in that. He wrote, what a sad day for all John Cena fans. The WWE's John Cena would have done the exact opposite in this situation. I guess this is his true side, and he was just playing a role all these years. And by the way, the WWE, I forget what that stands for because it used to be WWF for World Wrestling Federation. And
now it's World Wrestling Entertainment.
Okay, thank you. And
I mean, it's really not entertaining anymore. When I was a kid, I used to watch it, and as a teenager, I used to laugh at it because the acting was so over the top and ridiculous. I knew it was fake, but it was still pretty incredible to see them, you know, athletically do that stuff. But now it's like the characters that they made up, they're just like, they're not even characters. They're as flat as like cardboard.
I just don't get it. I never could watch it because I tell you the truth, it was just too homoerotic for me. I mean, that sounds strange.
Well, I only like to watch there was one woman I like to watch fight. I used to like the female wrestling. There was this one chick. Oh my gosh, she had like these long legs.
Well, that's WOW. That's Woman of Wrestling, and yeah, I would watch that. But I was
and I was like, I was just fixated on this woman's legs. But
well, I was
okay.
watching that as an adult. I mean, yeah, of course. As an adult, I would turn into Woman of Wrestling just to watch these chicks wrestle. Honest to God, that was too frustrating to watch, and I kept wishing they would pornographize it. So then I'd had to turn to just the pornography channels.
It's kind of like a tease.
Yeah, it's just a softcore tease. Yeah. But okay, let me try and explain this to people before I take a short bathroom break and let Jameson hold the stage for a few minutes before, I relieve myself of all these toxins that this is building up inside of me. But, when, let's just put it this way. When John Cena starts making apologies to the Chinese Communist Party, that's who he's really apologizing to, not the goddamn Chinese people he says he loves so much. When he's saying this in their language, or the language of all Chinese, because it's the language of my homeland too. When he's saying this in Mandarin Chinese for calling Taiwan a country ahead of the Fast 9 release, it's time for him to tap out. I mean, John Cena's China apology proves he's no tough guy, and that Hollywood puts profit over human rights. Now, again, on Tuesday of last week, for those of you just tuning in, you've got this pro wrestler, the star of F9, the latest Fast and Furious flick. He managed to look like a fool, stuck in a bad scissor hold, as he publicly confessed to thought crimes by referring to Taiwan as a country during film promo interviews. You would have thought this guy had fucked a 9-year-old girl. This is what the kind of attitude one would presume over something like that. And you've got him on China's popular social media platform, Weibo, in which you've got Sena saying in Mandarin, again, I'm just going to look over this. I've got a different transcript from a different Chinese newspaper source. I'm going to see if this says the same thing, because the characters are slightly different. I'm going to try and transliterate this. I'm sure it's just all going to come out the same either way. It's going to come out with this guy licking ass. This guy's rimming asshole. I made a mistake. Now I have to say one thing, which is very, very, very important. I love and respect China and Chinese people. I'm sorry for my mistake. I must say now, it's very, 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 he says it 4 times, important that I love and respect even more China and the Chinese people. He didn't even dare mention what he'd done wrong, quote unquote, to require his mea culpa, which was saying Taiwan is the first country that can watch F9. Taiwan is a country, a democratic, self-ruled island nation that Beijing claims sovereignty over. But acknowledging that truth in any way peeves communists, well, China's communist rulers, who could retaliate by blocking distribution of American films there. So Hollywood has taken to censoring nearly all its products to keep Beijing happy, since Red China is the market, the largest in the world. Because even though the Asian Indians have more population, they ain't got no fucking money. So Red China is the destination for all big budget action films. Hell, speaking up for China-occupied Tibet, made Richard Gere a non-person in Tinseltown, which is why Richard Gere deserves all your support. Remember this, the next time. Yeah, there we are. Jameson Reese says, no wonder movies these days suck ass. I'll watch Bollywood instead. Thank you. Though the Bollywood is so tacky, that's kind of suffering in a different level. But remember this, the next time any Hollywood star starts moralizing about any international issue, they only speak out when it doesn't threaten their own profits. Celebrities will lecture America, but apologize, like John Cena, to Communist China. Bullshit on that noise. It's a pitiful thing to see a strong man cry. It's a sickening thing to see a man body slam himself, then twist his own arm behind his back, and make himself tap out. This wrestler turned actor John Cena may look like The Rock, but when it comes to Communist China, he's Pee Wee Herman. Doing this interview for his upcoming film F9 in Taiwan, he was in Taiwan, he referred to that free and thriving democratic island from which I source, which has had a separate government since 1949, as a country instead of as a province of Communist China. And when this led to an outcry, meaning that it displeased the Communist Party of Red China, alleged tough guy Sena turned Steven Seagal, shit his pants, muled and groveled and literally begged for forgiveness. It would have been an embarrassing display of cowardice for an asthmatic muskrat. But for Sena, whose brand is brawn? Really, what is the point of having muscles carved out of granite if your moral fortitude rates at the same level as an overcooked linguine? Is the point of muscles to look better than the weaklings while you're surrendering? If the concept of strength means anything, it isn't the ability to move metal donuts on a bar. It's the quality of standing up for your values, opposing bullying, defending the truth. If Sena had been in Tiananmen Square in 1989, in the middle of the massacre, he would have strode up to the row of tanks, picked up the guy standing in front of him, and deposited him. He would have dropped him directly in the nearest police station for questioning. Sena volunteered for duty as a cog in the machinery of the Communist Party of Red China when he said, in the language of the world's biggest oppressor, "I'm very, very sorry about my mistake. I apologize. I'm very sorry. My apologies." No 18th century courtier, fraternity pledge, or blob of plankton better exemplified spinelessness. Remember 30 years ago when we all said opening up ties with Red China would nudge the commies into accepting Western values? Instead, we've nudged ourselves into making any excuses that may be necessary to keep the dollars flowing. Actually, authoritarian regimes that run slave labor camps get a bad rep. That's the new philosophy. China stuffs Muslims who are ethnically Caucasian, white people, into re-education camps, ditches term limits so quote-unquote president, dictator Xi Jinping may serve for fucking life, ignores all democratic protests in Hong Kong and is putting the finishing touches on a surveillance state in which instantaneous detection and punishment will await anyone who breaks the rules. What are we doing about any of this? We'd be giving ourselves too much credit if we said nothing. We're actively abetting Communist China's ruling oppressors. LeBron James, house nigger of the NBA, takes China's side against Hong Kong. Nike removes sneakers from stores after their designer backs democracy. And Disney strong-arms an American magazine into removing an accurate quotation from an interview in which its star filmmaker Chloe Zhao, the directress of Nomadland, criticized her native land for spreading lies everywhere. Hollywood, big-time sports, Silicon Valley. Gosh, what do they all have in common? They're full of outrage when it comes to supposed flaws in the American system. When it comes to the abuses of an actual authoritarian state, however, suddenly they go silent about human rights and democracy. Remember when the people heading our leading institutions actually understood why we're at least purportedly better than other countries? Well, if you're born after China opening up to capitalism, you probably don't. And you might think that a bill meant to shield Asian Americans from a growing number of attacks might be something everyone in Washington could agree on. But such is the state of polarization in the American capital that the measure that was signed by President Joe Biden drew significant Republican opposition. I don't know what stage it's at now. I haven't been able to check with everything I was doing with the Handmaid's Tale analysis and watching 34 and a half fucking hours of that shit. But the last time I checked wasn't that long ago. It was before the Memorial Day weekend marathon. And there was this new law addressing a spike in attacks on Asian Americans throughout the pandemic, specifically speeding up efforts to tackle COVID-19 hate crimes and requiring authorities to take steps to tackle racially motivated attacks. And yet 63 Republicans, some fixated on loyalty to ex-President Donald Trump and playing to his radical base, cultists, found plenty of reasons to oppose what seems like a straightforward and beneficial reform. One Russo collaborationist, red Republican member, Representative Tom Cole of Oklahoma, later said he voted against the bill by mistake. Maybe he took a look at communist China and realized the Chinese here were our only hope. Some Republicans argued that the law was nothing more than an attempt to vilify Donald Trump, who was widely acknowledged for worsening discrimination against Asian Americans by repeatedly referring to the China virus. The Louisiana representative, Julia Letlow, expressed heartache over the pain of Asian and Pacific Islander Americans, but branded the bill as just another vehicle for delivering cheap shots against our former president. And she used the word former, mind you. So she's acknowledging he's no longer the prez. The representative, Jim Jordan of Ohio, hit one of the ex-president's favorite fucking lines when he said the violence was the fault of urban Democrats who defunded their police departments, if you can believe that shit. The representative, Chip Roy from Texas, argued that collecting data about hate crimes divvies us up by race. But he added, that doesn't mean it is A or B. You are for hate, or you are against hate. Well, if he's going Ayn Rand on us, she was always the one to use that. A is A and B is B. And you're either black or you're white. He's saying that, but saying, oh, let's not divvy us up by race. By saying who's getting targeted, by us whites and the blacks we unleash on them from insane asylums. The Missouri Senator, Josh Hawley, ahead of a possible future presidential run himself, stored up a future debate talking point by opposing the law on free speech grounds, that people should be allowed to call anyone by racial slurs. Lawmakers can have severe disagreements, but it's also clear many Republicans see no incentive in voting for a bill that Trump's cultists see conceding that racial discrimination exists. They can't admit to the reality of racism. Biden chose the glass half full approach, noting that the law was one of the few measures to actually make it to his desk through a divided Congress. Our president saying, my message to all of those of you who are hurting is, we see you. And the Congress has said, we see you. And we are committed to stopping the hatred and the bias. But it's all losing speed. Remember all the talk about Biden's radical, sweeping, transformative agenda? Well, it's pretty much all stuck in Congress right now. The president's talks with Republicans on infrastructure are in danger of failing over a definition of what infrastructure actually is. Democrats want to include billions of dollars in spending on home health care and broadband. The Russo collaborationist red states Republican insurgency is into roads, bridges, and airports, and opposes reversing some of Trump's big corporate tax cuts to pay for it all. They suspect the president of trying to stuff the package full of ambitious left-wing social engineering, a tortuous effort to reach compromise on a minor gun control measure regarding background checks for purchases is also on the brink, even though it's Firearms Awareness Week. Even after new mass shootings, so many have lost count. To even recall, Republicans fear angering their pro-gun cultists. There is, however, a chance to win on police reform, as the anniversary of George Floyd's death hit us last week. Republicans and Democrats were still negotiating, but got hung up on the issue of how to hold individual police officers accountable for misconduct. But I did notice several officers going on trial for another man dying in their detention. Democrats had also been pushing for an independent, bipartisan commission on the Capitol insurrection. But the bill needs 10 votes from Republican senators to pass, and the party has no desire to see the likely outcome of such a panel. Condemnation for Trump over inciting the rioters. Also in trouble is a massive voting rights bill that would supersede many efforts by Republican state legislatures to limit voting and discriminate against minorities. Democrats can't even get all of their own members on board. West Virginia Democratic Senator Joe Manchin, for instance, says the legislation goes too far. Manchin is also against abolishing the Senate filibuster, a rule that effectively allows Republicans to block Biden's agenda by requiring at least 60 votes in the chamber to pass a bill. There are some procedural gimmicks Democrats can use to pass some bills with budgetary implications and potentially squeeze an infrastructure measure through. But unless Biden's party comes up with some clever tactics, and soon, Biden's big plans look to be heading for a stalemate. Biden's administration's clout could be living on borrowed time. Politically, President Joe Biden's entire administration is living on borrowed time, as negotiations with Republicans over the infrastructure package are stalling in predictable fashion and events overseas are demanding more of our president's attention. The sound of the ticking political clock keeps getting louder. Democrats could lose their narrow hold on control of the House and Senate in next year's midterm elections. And Biden, a president with unusually extensive experience in Washington, knows this well. As Paul Starr wrote in The American Prospect, the confrontations are coming with the red states, congressional Republicans, the high court, and the cult of Trumpism itself. And the question will be how, if at all, Democrats can overcome them. You know, timing is everything in American politics. Great presidents understand that the time for legislating is always extraordinarily brief. Upon taking over the White House after President John F. Kennedy's assassination in November of 1963, the year my sister was born, she was only months old, Lyndon Johnson would tell his advisors that they only had a short window for policymaking. Once members of Congress started turning their attention to the midterm campaigns, the politics of passing legislation would become much more difficult. As I have learned from the book entitled The Fierce Urgency of Now, and it's subtitled Lyndon Johnson, Congress, and the Battle for the Great Society, Johnson then said to his advisor, Bill Moyers, "Bill, I've just been figuring out how much time we would have to do what we want to do. I really intend to finish Franklin Roosevelt's revolution. In an ideal world, we would have about 110 months to his 144 months. I'll never make it that far, of course, so let's assume that we have to do it all in 1965 and 1966, And probably in 1966 we'll lose our big margin in Congress. That means in 1967 and 1968 there will be a hell of a fight. And after the first set of midterm elections happened, the administration would indeed be playing defense. The year he was talking about to get everything done was the year that I was born. Biden finds himself in this exact situation, and he doesn't have the kind of huge Democratic majorities that Johnson enjoyed. Already, the wiggle room for Democrats in the House and Senate is minimal. Despite the polls and optimism among Democrats, Republicans gained seats in the 2020 elections. This means that Democrats only possess a 219 to 211 majority, with a significant number of the Democrats who won in 2018 and 2020 coming from swing districts that could easily switch back to the Russell collaborationist red insurgency. In the Senate, the party split is 50-50, technically 48-50, but with Democrats depending on two independents who caucus with them. Even without the midterms, Biden has more than enough to worry about. Health problems alone could cost the Democrats control of the chambers even before the 2022 election. As Lyndon Baines Johnson understood, and Biden knowest, midterms don't usually go well for a new president. With only a few exceptions, such as FDR in 1934, Bill Clinton in 1998, or George W. Bush in 2002, the president's party loses seats in the midterms, with an average of 27 House seats since 1946. Putting aside the narrow margins and historical trends, Republicans are facing favorable conditions. As a result of the redistricting that will take place following the 2020 census, which Trump scared off all the migrants from participating in, the situation for Republicans in the House is very strong because it was biased towards white majoritarianism. Artificially so. Republican strength in state legislatures and governorships stacks the odds against Democrats. Biden's party could also feel the effects of voter restriction laws that are going on the books in states like Georgia and Texas that effectively outlaw blacks from voting, and could help undermine any benefits the party might enjoy from high levels of enthusiasm for the Biden presidency the majority of us feel. Then there is the Donald Trump cultic wild card. Many people are waiting to see whether the former president decides to run for president in 2024. If he indicates before the 2022 midterms that he will play a role in boosting Republican turnout. And if he entered after Republicans gain seats or control of either chamber, he would add to the immense obstacles Biden would face in the final 2 years of his term. Biden's best chance to defy the odds stems from the enormously successful vaccine rollout, which could leave Americans feeling very good about the state of our country and the state of our economy, enough to dissuade many from voting for candidates from a radicalized, rightist, and treasonous Russell collaborationist Republican Party. The only strength the Russians have is the Republican Party of the United States. The presence of extremist figures such as Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene among the Russell collaborationist Reds elected officials offers a constant reminder to the electorate of just how far the treasonous Russell collaborationist insurgency of the red states has moved away from the center. Republican leadership and much of the party have desperately opposed a commission to investigate the insurrection on January 6th for fear it will have a negative impact on their midterm election campaigns. Concern about the midterms should intensify the president's desire to close legislative deals soon. Biden's window to move big measures through the legislative branch when the option of party line legislation remains viable may close by the end of next year. It should also motivate him to double down on persuading Maverick Senators Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema to remain loyal to the party line. Finally, Biden needs to make voting rights legislation a top priority, even if practical partisan considerations are the reason he does so. Higher voter turnout tends to be good for us Democrats, the party with a much broader electorate than the Russo collaborationist Reds. In 2020, turnout among Black Afrikan-Americans in states like Georgia was pivotal to our party's success. Biden has been around politics long enough to know that he will probably be in for one hell of a fight into 2023. He remembers the enormous impact that the Republican takeover of the House in the 2010 midterms had on the Obama presidency. Tea Party Republican cultists spent the rest of his presidency stifling legislative progress on key issues such as immigration and climate change and pushing our government into dangerous, high-stakes showdowns on routine matters such as funding the government and raising the debt ceiling. This knowledge should be sufficient to make Joe Biden feel the urgency of the moment and the need for swift and decisive action. Now that's what brings us to the secret military technology and operation scenario. This is where we were talking about the Pentagon releasing all of those records on UFOs. What the fuck is that about? And changing their name to UAPs. Honestly, before I go to a bathroom break, I've forced by circumstances to cover this because it's something that I think most people just don't understand. And it's what's going to take us into the field of technology, which will bring us back into China and bring us back into, of course, Australia via the Pacific. So I hope to get to Australia tonight. As a matter of fact, in order to cover this with full attention, I'm going to take a bathroom break now. I'm going to leave our man Jameson Reese in charge, and I want to thank him for his patience with this. So if you will, Jameson, just assure me that you're there. And
yes.
There we are.
It's well understood because you need to rip these UFO shitheads a new asshole.
Thank you. Thank you.
Understandably so. I mean, they're morons.
Yes. It's you know what it is. So do me a favor, and we'll have you take the stage. And with that, I'll be back. Thank you.
All right. Let's see what I have here. I have some. I actually had an interesting science article. Excuse my voice. It's all messed up and cracky, but that should still be okay. So we have all right. Let me see what I got. I have all right, so we have new technology that converts waste plastics to jet fuel in an hour. And this is quite interesting because it shows that we have the technology to really address this climate change issue. Will it be, do we have enough time is the question. Researchers have developed an innovative way to convert plastics to ingredients for jet fuel and other valuable products, making it easier and more cost-effective to reuse plastics. The researchers in their reaction were able to convert 90% of plastic to jet fuel and other valuable hydrocarbon products within an hour at moderate temperatures and to easily fine-tune the process to create products that they want. The researchers in their reaction were able to convert 90% of plastic to jet fuel. This was led by graduate student Chuhua Jia and Hongfei Lin, associate professor in gene and in the Jean and Linda Voeland School of Chemical Engineering and Bioengineering. They report their work in the journal Chem Catalyst. In the recycling industry, the cost of recycling is key, Lynn said. This work is a milestone for us to advance new technology to commercialization. In recent decades, the accumulation of waste plastics has caused an environmental crisis, polluting oceans and pristine environments around the world. Yeah, almost all of our bodies, we actually consist of quite a bit of microplastics now. That's pretty bad. It's very bad. As they degrade, tiny pieces of microplastics have been found to enter the food chain and become a potential, if unknown, threat to human health. Plastics recycling, however, has been problematic. The most common mechanical recycling methods melt the plastic and remold it, but that lowers its economic value and quality for use in other products. Chemical recycling can produce higher quality products, but it has required high reaction temperatures and a long processing time, making it too expensive and too cumbersome for industries to adopt. Because of its limitations, only about 9% of the plastic in the US is recycled every year. That's fucking disappointing. That's extremely disappointing. In their work, the WSU researchers developed a catalytic process to efficiently convert polyethylene to jet fuel and high-value lubricants. Polyethylene, also known as number one plastic, is the most commonly used plastic, used in a huge variety of products from plastic bags, plastic milk jugs, and shampoo bottles to corrosion-resistant piping, wood plastic, composite, lumber, and plastic furniture. I didn't even know they made... Oh, yeah, they do make plastic furniture, like chairs for kids and shit. For the process, the researchers used a ruthenium on carbon catalyst and a commonly used solvent. They were able to convert about 90% of the plastic to jet fuel components or other hydrocarbon products within an hour at a temperature of 220 degrees Celsius, which is 428 degrees Fahrenheit, which is more efficient and lower than the temperatures that would typically be used to remold them into different plastic products. Gio was surprised to see just how well the solvent in catalyst worked. Before the experiment, we only speculated, but didn't know if it would work, he said. The result was so good. Adjusting processing conditions such as temperature, time, or the amount of catalyst used provided the critically important step of being able to fine-tune the process to create desirable products, Lynn said. Depending on the market, they could tune to what they want to generate, he said. They have flexibility. The application of this efficient process may provide a promising approach for selectively producing high-value products from waste polyethylene. With support from the Washington Research Foundation, the researchers are working to scale up the process for future commercialization. They also believe their process could work effectively with other types of plastics. The work, which was done in collaboration with research from the University of Washington and the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, including Professor Jim Fandner. It was funded by the Washington State Research Foundation and National Science Foundation. Now, it's important to note that these are two Chinese researchers, so it should be noted to everyone how important it is to have an Asian American population that doesn't get killed off by psychotic black dudes who are released from prison or angry white dudes who think that they're responsible from COVID. Just saying. that needs to be emphasized.
Thank you. Very, very appreciative of that. And so I'll do my best to try and put this into perspective for people so that they get some kind of understanding of the situation. When it comes to the... anyhow, thank you again, Jameson. Love you dearly, and you really helped save my ass so many times. And you make the show possible, so I want everyone to appreciate him on his birthday.
Yes,
and
that's why they stalk me so much.
yes, that is. It's true. It's true. What is? May we ask what age you are turning now on your birthday?
I'm 36.
36. Congratulations. And
actually, I'm actually quite happy to be turning this age, honestly. Most people are like, what age would you want to be if you can turn back time? My answer is usually 333 billion. But that's because I'm fucking ancient. This isn't my first time around here, folks.
Yes, an old soul. Well, Marky Milk says, impressive transmissions, Douglas. Bless you, Marky Milk. Thank you very much. Appreciate your being here. Hugs. And appreciate everyone else who's joining us. Our numbers are going up, and that's good. So I want to, again, thank James. I'll be moving ahead now. Stay with me as long as you can, and then let me know when you feel you have to leave. We've got how much time left? 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11. We've got 4 hours left. Not nearly enough time necessarily, believe it or not, for the subjects I need to cover. So let me get into them now. And bless you, my son. And I want people to understand that, as Jameson Reese has brought up before, thanks to Subramanian Chandrasekhar, the Asian Indian who provided the physics for the gravitational collapse of stars into themselves infinitely, forming black holes, being taken seriously by the Reich, the Germans, as opposed to the British, who simply dismissed everything he had to say on the basis of his ethnicity, instead going after incredibly archaic and anachronistic concepts in physics, which have since been completely forgotten. The Reich was able to propel itself ahead in times where it is now being misrepresented by the American Pentagon as alien technology, quote unquote, often used to dehumanize the Axis forces throughout World War II. And of course, basically what they are trying to tell you is we're dealing with the technology of an alien species, extraterrestrial species, that would have to travel over 4 light years, which is the distance of the nearest star. At the absolute minimum, they would have to travel over that to get here. Even if it were just that, it would have to be over that. They would outclass our technology by thousands of years. What they're really dealing with is Reich's technology, or Reichstechnik, which outclasses our technology by at least 100 plus years. Such a being said, the extraterrestrials are being posited to explain why the Reich is able to do things with materials that we would not be able to reverse engineer without advanced molecular nanotechnology, which I am a victim of experimentation on, and I'm certain there may be others, but most certainly they have probably worked with animals and prisoners. Well, I know that because the prisoners all died in their application of nanoplasma before I was their test subject. Now, considering how fast we could reverse engineer highly advanced technology, how fast could an isolated and uninformed country reverse engineer our technology? We can look at the example of China. China Communist China on the mainland had its first nuclear test in 1964. However, a nuclear fission weapon involves purifying uranium isotopes and attaining critical mass. The United States had nuclear weapons in 1945. There's no denying that. The first Soviet test wasn't until 1949. The Soviet Union helped with some initial research, design, and production preparations for the Communist Chinese. However, it later withdrew its support at the last minute, and China had to rely on itself to complete the bomb. The Soviet Union was also engaged in test ban negotiations with the United States in 1959 in order to relax Soviet-American tensions, directly inhibiting the delivery of a prototype to Communist China. The broader disagreements between Soviet and Communist Chinese ideologies escalated mutual hostilities. The Soviets responded by withdrawing. They withdrew the delivery of a prototype bomb, and over 1,400 Russian advisors and technicians involved in 200 scientific projects in Red China meant to foster cooperation between the two Red empires. And there was still Soviet and Chinese spying ongoing to uncover each other's secrets. This was a high priority effort to copy critical weapons technology or to prevent such. Oh my God. Jameson is sharing something that he took a lot of pills to stay up, so the floor is creeping on him. Oh my God, poor guy. Hope he's all right. Anytime you want to, you can talk a little bit on the microphone just to let us know. Now, with each other trying to either copy secrets or prevent them from being copied, 20 years with a lot of help, constant spying for information, and a common base of science and technology, what did it make possible for Red China? China did not have a strategic bomber until the year my father was thanatized, processed into death by the UCSF Veterans Administration System in 2007. China had assistance with bomber technology from the Soviets, Russians thereafter, and it's stolen aviation technology and information from the American Empire. And China also acquired airplane technology from European suppliers. The United States had a strategic bomber in 1942. The 4-engine B-29 had a 3,200-mile range, nearly 5.5 tons of bomb payload, over 1,400 nautical miles. The B-52 had a combat range of 4,000 miles, now 8,800 miles now with improvements and refueling, and 30 tons of bomb payload. The 2007 Xi'an H-6 bomber that came out when my father died that year had a range of 3,200 nautical miles and a 12-ton payload. It took about 52 years to get close to the B-52. Now, China emerged from isolation in 1978, which is kind of what Australia is entering now, which is what I'll explain. China had to engage the world and catch up in technology. It took the Soviets 7 years to reverse engineer the United States B-29 bomber, that ancient workhorse. Copying the wide-body commercial jets has been far more difficult for everyone else on Earth. There is metallurgy advances. There are complex engines. There are electronics. China has had economic catch-up, but has not been able to make competitive jet engines and cannot produce a competitive wide-body jet. Just so you know. So the idea of us catching up with the Germans, the Reichsgermans, the intraterrestrial Aryans, the inner Aryans, needs to be seen in this context. So in terms of the aircraft, let me see if I can just look up a few statistics here and on aircraft manufacturing to provide you a little bit of aerospatial, conceptualization here, so you can understand a bit about what is up here. Airplanes, civilian aircraft. Don't want to spend too much time on this, but hopefully it will give us some perspective. And if I don't find anything that is, there's basically two aircraft manufacturers in the world, really, that are operating at a level of selling aircraft to everybody on Earth. There's a few others, but there's basically two that dominate the industry. So that should give you a some idea of how difficult it is to make aircraft without enormous material and intellectual resources. And these aircraft are full of faults and need all kinds of improvements. And they, I wouldn't say they're practically falling out of the skies, but believe me, they could be a lot better than they are in so many ways. So then we come to chip technology. And this is where everything comes to the crunch that you really need to understand Taiwan in, because this is what makes Taiwan worth fighting for. Copying the wide-body commercial jets is one thing, and they all rely on chip technology to keep them flying. And that's just, the copying of that is something that is not that simple. There be complex lithography machines to be created. There is design software and production software. If it was to be created from scratch, then there has to be all of the previous generations of lithography to build the improved computers and equipment to enable the next generation. It seems if there was no factories and spying possible, like copying Reich's technology or extraterrestrial technology, which it's being misrepresented as, would present us with this challenge, all these obstacles, then a copier would need to create a lithography industry in the first by which to even hope to attain some kind of equitable or equal level technology at some point. Seeing something that flies around with capabilities far beyond yours indicates that something is clearly possible. It becomes even more difficult if there are no visible moving parts and the method and mode of operation are completely unknown. It took China until 1988 to enter the satellite launching business with a capable rocket. China's rocket did not get reliable until after 1996. The U.S. had a government-contracted launch program starting in the year my sister was born, circa 1963, to launch commercial satellites. China has been about a quarter of a century to half a century behind, 25 to 50 years behind developments in the U.S. space program. The basic science and technology were well known and available to everyone, and it still took that long. The recent Pentagon acknowledged videos of what they call UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena, are suggesting that the systems are leveraging gravity control based on the Schwarzen Sonne, the black sun technology the Germans grasped with the release of the work of Subrahmanyan Chandrasekhar. So we have been trying to get good theories of gravity for many decades, there being no theories that would suggest we could reach capabilities to manipulate gravity, because unlike the National Socialistes, the Nazis of the NSDAP, the National Sozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterparty, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, we have never integrated the occult. Now, so-called credible alien evidence is being pumped out now for all the reasons we've said as a counterattack against what my book reveals. By the way, a shout out to this wonderful individual who I will take a screenshot of and show to our dear friend Mr. Peter Moon at some point soon. He responded to my post, which was simply a share of Peter Moon's little ad for our book. And what he had to say was basically when Peter Moon was talking about how the Zimmerman skimmers were but Japanese reverse engineering of American technologies, something they were able to do simply by purchasing the blueprints. He said, "This is a video which changes the whole dynamic of our Western culture and therefore ourselves for the better if we allow it. The truth hurts." This is what Jonathan Wales said. So I definitely responded to him. Hopefully, he hears my positive response. And so this is Roswell Deception. So he probably has seen Roswell and the Rising Sun as a video. And so this is, of course, the whole reason that they're responding now with this release of videos to confuse everyone and say, oh God, the Japanese could never have been doing this. Of course, nobody said they were. They're pointing out to something the Reich was doing. And so in terms of the release of this information, a lot of people are trying to give credit to Harry Reid. I've told people about the Senate Majority Leader and how he was working with Ted Stevens, an Alaska Republican, and Daniel Inouye, a Hawaiian Democrat. I'm not going to go back into that, but, a lot of people who are familiar with the system think that these guys are, used freedom of information to result in some kind of UFO admission. But the reality is that that's absurd. Basically, we have a situation in which the Pentagon is responding in terms of damage control to my book being published as co-authored by Peter Moon. And the logical question is, before the time of the Third Reich, why would we have no record of any visits? Of course, the rationalists who are rationalizing the UFO phenomenon would say, well, any record before 1800 would be myths and magic stories which we could not interpret, and that the aliens may not have had an extensive interest in monitoring us. Dr. Michio Kaku, the Jap trash piece of shit, the yellow Asian house nigger, says, oh, well, we don't visit every anthill or mold colony on Earth. We're simply not interesting. Yet you keep insisting that all the aliens keep coming. Why? It's all bullshit. In terms of visual evidence, admittedly, the Death Star itself could constantly fly behind Saturn and we would not detect it most of the time. It could orbit Saturn, and when would we be able to look at it closely enough to realize that's no moon? We're mostly blinded deaf to what's out in space. We need to put billions of 1 to 2 meter telescopes out at 500 to 1,000 AU, which is, of course, the astronomical units, the distance from Earth to the Sun, to use gravitational lensing to observe other exoplanets and systems out to 100 to 1,000 light years in detail. For light day missions, instead of 4 to 1,000 light years, after we have had billions of observation scopes map out and analyze atmospheres and surfaces down to a mile or lower resolution for a few decades, then we will have better data about what's going on. We could get a gravitational lensing mission within about 8 years with reasonable concerted effort, a crash program could get to launch with state mobilization to a launch in 4 years. The flight time would be 10 to 20 years. And of course, the standard of proof for real extraterrestrials needs to be high, because honestly, you can't just say they're there or they're among us. It's all bullshit anyway. But the only reason that they're discounting the PSYOP scenario is because of the efforts taken by Harry Reid, Ted Stevens, and other senators to get information uncovered. And that's their rationalization that it's not a PSYOP. That doesn't even make any sense. That's every reason for a PSYOP. Now, of course, faked videos and a big prank like Piltdown Man, they're not the case because of these hundreds of videos over decades, but that's all explained. For the most part, the mechanical UAPs, or unidentified aerial phenomena, to use the new terminology, that's explicable by the activities of the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. The secret military technology and operational scenario, it's on the part of the Allies, that's what you can toss in the round file, the wastebasket. My father would have said the shit can. Because it's difficult to see how technology for 600G acceleration and 0 to 13,000 miles per hour movement could ever have been secretly developed here. Yet, in terms of accessibility, this kind of scenario would be more plausible than real aliens. Last on the list would be true extraterrestrial aliens. Because, well, you don't want that scenario. If it is aliens, we can do nothing to them. And if they do nothing but observe without engaging, we just keep working on better technology. So, okay. All of that being said, that brings us back to the China example that I used, bringing us back to China itself. So, chip technology that I brought up. The global shortage of semiconductors emerged as a full-blown crisis from the start of the year. And this is something that I've been promising to go into forever, and I'm going to try to go into it now. I'm going to try one last search that I want to conduct on aircraft. Now, let me see if I can get something on the aircraft manufacturers here, because it's important to bring this up to you and give you an idea of just how different the situation is than you might think, why you might not understand anything about the aircraft industry. And of course, I could also bring up the fact that there's a silver lining to every cloud, and this has gotten our domestic industry jump-started just a little bit, making cars in the United States, is simply because of the inability to get cars going elsewhere. We've got something going on here with primitive cars. Cars like we used to make is something that they can, try to do now. I'm not quite sure how that's going to work while we're trying to basically work with the smart car objective and ultimately get it to the point where people are no longer driving for themselves because, well, it's most people can't be trusted to fucking drive. And okay, here we are. Let me try and see if this is it. No, I don't think I can find the statistic on the two major manufacturers right now, but we'll get into that in another transmission soon. Now, the chip shortage, it snarled everything from phones to automobiles. And from TVs to smartphones, everyone in the tech industry was affected by it. We're in a semiconductor crisis right now, and it's a very pervasive one. Initially, the problem was thought to be only a temporary delay as the factories were shutting down when the pandemic first hit. But after production resumed, changing consumer habits, which were again affected by the pandemic, led to a surge in demand, and producers are finding it impossible to fulfill that demand. Now, first it was the laptop and smartphone producers, then it was the televisions, now it's the cars. And that's what impacts the world economy. Cars are just as tanks were the armored divisions that were the leading offensive of any military advance in modern mechanized mobile warfare. Cars are the tanks of the war of economies. And the chip shortage just keeps getting worse, which makes them less and less. They're not able to put the tanks in the field. The shortages of semiconductors are battering automakers, the tech giants. They're raising alarm bells from Washington to Brussels, the capital of United Europe, to Beijing. And the semiconductor crisis is now particularly acute in affecting automotive manufacturers, the car makers, forcing the vehicular manufacturers to strip out all the high-tech features. And as the cars are becoming increasingly smart, which we're trying to get them to do because humans are becoming increasingly stupid, car manufacturers are finding themselves caught in the crisis in a manner that's catastrophic. Some, like Tesla, seem to have secured reliable supply lines. But for the industry as a whole, the shortages are already commonplace. And as far as I'm concerned, I haven't been impressed with Tesla and don't really like them. Not from a driver's perspective, but from the perspective of just everything about them. Now, Ford had to delay the production of several cars, including the Ford Explorer and Lincoln Aviator for the United States, as well as the Mustang for global markets. Volkswagen has been expecting delays throughout its second quarter. Peugeot is making changes to some production models, and even high-end models like the Jaguar F-Type or the Jaguar XE haven't been spared. No matter where you look, the automotive industry is recoiling from the semiconductor shortage. So, in our ever-growing, ever-performing world, few things have accelerated faster than processing power. Your average smartphones have more processing power than the computers that sent the Apollo missions to the moon. And they're becoming more powerful year after year. And at the bottom of this processing surge are semiconductors, materials that are neither conductors nor isolators, and which are essential for microchips. The automakers are anticipating a slow production recovery, which, coupled with long-term trends in rising demand, shows no end in sight for this crisis, which was why I was able to delay speaking on it till now, when it became politically relevant to speak about it. Neil Campling, the media and tech analyst at Mirabaud, has told the press that the problem is getting worse. The demand for so many devices, including electric cars, is growing, and production just cannot keep up. It's a perfect storm, a level of demand that simply cannot be kept up with. Now, the unrelated problems, such as the recent fire at the Japanese Empire's Renesas semiconductor factory and the still all too recent Texas freeze, are adding more weight to an already global crisis. Indeed, It's remarkable that the demand of high-end technology is now plagued by a shortage of fairly common materials, but it's a reminder to how fragile the supply chains of the world are sometimes. Chains that we typically take for granted without much of a second thought. More and more devices are becoming smart and therefore require chips, which are their brains. And as, thankfully, more and more people are lifted out of poverty, the demand will continue to increase. Now, manufacturing power seems to coalesce around fewer and larger production centers, which also concentrates the risk. According to Goldman Sachs, 169 industries in the United States alone are involved in some semiconductor usage. And there's a 20% shortage, on average, on the market. There are numerous different types of chips, but what's making the current shortage so tough to manage is that many types are affected at once. Now, as an already battered car industry tries to make a rebound, this is proving to be quite the challenge. Car sales then had a stronger recovery than expected, but they may stumble yet again in the second part of this year. It's one of the multiple unexpected shortages we've seen this year. The shortage of lumber, workers, even gas have all struck hard. A reminder that the world is more interconnected than ever and supply chains are complex and prone to disruptions. It's not necessarily bad news all the way. As I've said, the fact that there are shortages means demand is there, and this hints at a recovering economy. It's a long-term problem with long-term solutions, which provide us some food for thought in our ever-growing world. The first question any common sense inquirer would pose is, why can't we just make more? Just manufacture more chips? The crunch, of course, raises this fundamental question for policymakers, as well as customers and investors. Why can't we just make more chips? There is both a simple and complicated answer for that. The simple version is that making chips is incredibly difficult and getting tougher all the time. One of the industry's inside jokes is it's not rocket science, it's much more difficult. Jameson Reese brings up a precious metal shortage. It's just one factor among many, but not really. I'll get into it. It's the manufacturing process itself, really, because the more complicated answer is that it takes years to build semiconductor fabrication facilities and billions of dollars. And even then, the economics are so brutal that you can lose out if your manufacturing expertise is just a fraction behind the competition. Former Intel Corporation boss Craig Barrett called his company's microprocessors the most complicated devices ever made by man. And this is why countries face such difficulty in achieving semiconductor self-sufficiency. The Communist Chinese Empire has called chip independence a top national priority, its major objective in its latest 5-year plan, while the American Empire's president, Joe Biden, has vowed to build a secure American supply chain by reviving domestic manufacturing. Even the European Union is mulling measures to make its own chips, but success in any of these cases is anything but assured. Manufacturing a chip typically takes more than 3 months and involves mega factories, giant facilities with completely dust-free rooms. You're keeping a supermassive space completely free of dust. And that's to protect multi-million-dollar machines, molten tin, and lasers. The end goal is to transform wafers of silicon, an element extracted from just plain sand, into a network of billions of tiny switches called transistors that form the basis of the circuitry that will eventually give a phone, computer, car, washing machine, or satellite its crucial capabilities to serve humanity. It's so small, yet so complex. These are, after all, brains that we're manufacturing. We're mass printing them on a chip. And most chips are groups of circuits that run software, manipulate data, and control the functions of electronic devices. They're artificial brains. The arrangement of those circuits gives them their specific purpose. Transistors are getting smaller, so chips can contain more. Chip companies try to pack more transistors into chips, enhancing performance thereby and making devices more power efficient therefrom. Intel's first microprocessor, the 4004, was released in 1971 and contained only 2,300 transistors with a node size of 10 microns, or 10 millionths of a meter. But Intel's undisputed leadership in the following decades ended between 2015 and 2020, when rivals Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company and Samsung Electronics Company started building chips with better transistors, ones with dimensions down to 5 nanometers, or 5 billionths of a meter. Now, for comparison, an average human hair is 100,000 nanometers wide. All of this has to be cleaner than surgery. Before you put silicon into chip-making machines, you need a clean room. And to use the language of, Joe, bend over and fuck me, CHÖKAN, you need a very, 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 very clean room. Individual transistors are many times smaller than a virus. Just one speck of dust can cause havoc and millions of dollars of wasted effort. And to mitigate this risk, chip makers house their machines in rooms that essentially have no dust. So we're talking about hospital operating theater, but orders of magnitude more and beyond the capabilities of such. Each dust particle is counted as anything less than 200 nanometers, billionths of a meter in size. And to maintain that environment, the air is constantly filtered and very few people are ever allowed in. If more than one or two workers appear on a chip production line wrapped head to toe in protective equipment, that's usually a sign something's gone very wrong. The real geniuses behind semiconductor design and development work miles away. Even with all those precautions, the wafers of silicon can never be touched by humans or exposed to the air. They travel between machines in cartridges carried by robots that run on tracks in the ceiling. They only emerge from the safety of those cartridges when they're inside the machines, and it's time for a key step in the process. Our man Jameson Reese brought up electronic lithography. Well, at this stage in the game that I'm recounting or articulating of the atomic level manufacturing process, chips consist of as many as 100 layers of materials. These are deposited, then partially removed, to form complex three-dimensional structures that contain they connect all the tiny transistors. And some of these layers are just one single atomic molecule thin. Their atomic layer, a single atom in thickness. Machines made by Applied Materials Incorporated, Lam Research Corporation. How do you like that one, Jameson, now that I remember it? Lam, like Crowley's entity. And Tokyo Electron Limited. They all juggle a host of variables, such as temperature, pressure, and electrical and magnetic fields, to make this happen. One of the most difficult parts of the process is lithography, which is handled by machines made by ASML Holding envy. Now, that is, of course, something you may never have heard of, but I'm going to try my best to articulate exactly why you should at least know of it or be aware of it. And this is a corporate entity that is a holding company. It's a semiconductor company, but the company is a manufacturer of chip-making equipment. It's engaged in the development, production, marketing, selling, and servicing of semiconductor equipment systems consisting of lithography systems. It gives the world's leading chip makers the power to mass produce patterns on silicon, helping to make computer chips smaller, faster, and greener. They're a Dutch multinational company, which is why it's difficult for me to remember what their acronym even stands for. It's all in Dutch. And so the important thing to remember is they specialize in the development and manufacturing of photolithography systems. So they're one of the largest suppliers in this field. And therefore, they're hot property. So when it comes to what they are, at least you know what they are. The NV at one point I thought stood for Nevada, but I did research into that and found out they were in the fucking Netherlands. So the company's gear uses light itself, lasers, to burn patterns into materials deposited on the silicon. And these patterns eventually become transistors. This is all happening at such a small scale that the current way to make it work is to utilize extreme ultraviolet light, which usually only occurs naturally in outer space, hard vacuum. To recreate this in a controlled environment, ASML machines zap molten droplets of tin with a laser pulse, and as the metal vaporizes, it emits the required EUV light. But even that is not enough. Mirrors are then needed to focus this light into a thinner wavelength. If you can imagine this shit. So, in terms of the EUV light itself, that is an acronym for Extreme Ultraviolet Lithography. If you look that up, you're going to see some wild purple shit. That's an EUV mask that consists of 40 alternating silicon and molybdenum layers. And this multi-layer acts to reflect the extreme ultraviolet light through what's called Bragg diffraction, named after some physicist named Bragg, B-R-A-G-G. And the reflectance is a strong function of incident angle and wavelength, with longer wavelengths reflecting more near normal incidents and shorter wavelengths, doing something else. I don't quite remember, but after 3 decades of development, you've got this new generation of lithography machines that, it uses extreme ultraviolet light. The laser technology in EUV lithography work is visually stunning. You want to treat yourself to that at some point, just to see this extremely short wavelength of 13.5 nanometers, which allows the exposure of fine circuit patterns. Okay, well, enough of that, because when I get into these light wavelengths, we're really entering into, believe it or not, Dr. David Lewis Anderson's territory, and he's not really fucking human. But even that is not enough. Mirrors are needed, as I said, and then you finally get to the thinner wavelengths, which bring you to the completed wafer. Each completed wafer contains hundreds of identical integrated circuits. And the wafers are sent for assembly, packaging, and testing, which includes cutting the wafer into individual chips. Now, here's where we articulate the burdensome economics. Chip plants run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they do that for a singular reason: cost. It's just like there are 24-hour markets where if you had to shut them down for the night, if you turned off the electricity and shut down the refrigeration, or kept the refrigeration going all night while shutting down displays and everything is going to spoil and rot anyway. You may as well keep it open 24 hours a day. This is why you see certain 24-hour-a-day markets. Well, building an entry-level factory that produces 50,000 wafers a month costs about 15 billion United States dollars, most of this being spent on specialized equipment, in a market that exceeded 60 billion US dollars in sales for the first time but yesteryear, 2020. All of this is heavy duty. The sales of equipment used in chip manufacturing have doubled since 2015. And only 3 companies, Intel, Samsung, and TSMC, which is an acronym for Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company Limited, more properly in the Putonghua Guoye, the Mandarin Chinese language, Taiwan GT Jianlu Jijiao Yufen Yujian Gongxi, or simply Taiwan Semiconductor, account for the overwhelming majority of this investment. Now, when you look up where these 3 companies are at, of course they're in my native Taiwan, which is the super chip superpower of planet Earth. And there is Samsung, which is South Korean. And then, of course, you have Intel, which is, of course, a company, if I remember correctly, it's an American multinational headquartered in Santa Clara, California, in Silicon Valley. And that's dominated by Asian Indians using a motherfucking caste system, programming their prejudices and biases into our future world. So we've got the Asian Indian diaspora of the upper caste, Brahmin and Kshatriya, they're priests and warriors in Silicon Valley, California. We've got Samsung in South Korea, and you've got Taiwan. And that's it. That's the triage that dominates the overwhelming majority of superchip investment. Their factories are more advanced than anyone else's on Earth, even in Japan or China. And they cost over 20 billion United States dollars each. This year, my own Taiwan's semiconductor will spend as much as 28 billion United States dollars on new plants and equipment. Compare that to the United States government's attempt to pass a bill supporting domestic chip production. This legislation alone would offer just 50 billion United States dollars over 5 fucking years. That means you guys are spending nothing compared to my native Taiwan. And you get what you pay for. This is why the Taiwanese rule the information world and rule the world of information. That's why the communist Chinese keep saying Taiwan is ours. And if you lose Taiwan to communist China, you lose the fucking world. You lose the fucking future. These are the only people who produce computers, unlike the computers you're producing through your goddamn Asian India and Hindus, that are free-thinking artificial intelligences that are not bigoted or biased against the lower meat-eating class. They don't think that just because you eat meat, you're a piece of shit. And once you spend all that money building giant facilities, they become obsolete in 5 years or less. So to avoid losing money, chip makers must generate 3 billion United States dollars in profit from each and every single plant. And like Jameson Reese says, we lose Taiwan, we become like motherless Russia. Thank you. Now, only the biggest companies, in particular, the top 3 that I've named, that combined generated, all of these 3 companies combined generated 188 billion United States dollars in revenue last year, and that's how they can afford to build multiple plants. So it's a big fish industry. Big fish in a big pond. Intel, Samsung, and TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor, generated almost as much revenue yesteryear in 2020 as the next 12 largest chip makers combined in the rest of the world. There's nothing in Europe that comes close. Not even in Japan. The more you do this, the better you get at it. Yield, that is, the percentage of chips that aren't discarded, is the key measure. Anything less than 90% is a problem. But chip makers only exceed that level by learning expensive lessons over and over again and building on that knowledge. The brutal economics of this industry mean fewer companies can afford to keep up than ever before. Most of the roughly 1.5 billion smartphone processors shipped each year are made by Taiwan Semiconductor, TSMC. Intel has 80% of the market for computer processors coming out of Silicon Valley, all programmed by a bunch of elitist, vegetarian, Brahmin caste, Asian Indian Hindus. South Korean Samsung dominates in memory chips. For everyone else, including the Communist Chinese Empire, it's not easy to break in. Their only hope is to break down your resistance and take over Taiwan. That's why China got a warning from G7 leaders. The G7 honed in on China, and in retaliation, Beijing scrapped talks with Australia. That's what brings us back to Australia, V&V, Communist China. Let me see how much time we've got left for me to cover this. Not nearly fucking enough. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got 3 hours and 15 minutes. 3 hours effectively. Because we've got to spend 3 hours promoting myself or soliciting from you. I'd appreciate more response in the chat room. Granted, not many of you necessarily know what to say about chips, but other than, oh, I like hoppin' jalapeno or mighty mesquite on my potato chips. But, that's what brings us down to the couch level, right? All right, the G7 leaders, which are the top 7 industrial nations on Earth, including Italy and Japan, and everyone else outside of Russia and China, they're warning the Communist Chinese Empire not to escalate tensions with my Taiwan after this recent spike in military maneuvers around my self-governed island. We've had representatives from Canada, France, the new United Germany, Italy, the Japanese Empire, and the United Kingdom, and the American Empire, who issued a joint statement in which they said they support peace between Red China and Taiwan and wish to see my native Taiwan participate in World Health Organization forums and the World Health Assembly, because Beijing has blocked my native Taiwan's participation in the WHO, the World Health Organization. The G7 ministers also had tough words about Red China's human rights violations in Xinjiang, Nigeria, that's northwest China, what's properly eastern Turkestan, and growing challenges to democracy in Hong Kong. And while this statement didn't recommend any action against Communist China, it certainly frayed already fraught relations between the Red Chinese and all other world powers on the surface of the earth, excepting Russia. So is the G7 finally ganging up on Red China? It may cause Beijing to double down. China's suspension of economic talks with Australia may already be proof of that, as Canberra, the capital of Australia, is made an example of. This is because Australia has drawn a line on Communist China. Canberra's, and when I use the term Canberra, I'm referencing the capital of Australia. Bear that in mind. Canberra's had enough of trade embargoes and Communist Chinese grievances and it's ready to draw a line. To put this in some historical context with you, and this is, again, why this transmission is dedicated to our man in Australia, down in New South Wales, Mr. Rogers, or Madame Rogers, or Ms. Rogers, such as the case may be. Let's talk about the role of Australian industrial power in their war against the Japanese Empire in World War II. You know, before there were statements that were made in the Balkan conflict that I was involved in as a mercenary, statements like "no more Bosnias," referring to no more atrocities like this ever again. Before that, there was "no more Vietnams." And before that, there was "no more Koreas." Before all that, before the Korean and Vietnam and Bosnian conflicts, General Douglas MacArthur swore for the American press and public at home, "no more Bunas." By promising no more Bunas, General Douglas MacArthur was admitting that it was easier to attack Japanese island garrisons burdened with Japanese civilian colonists than it was to continue facing what few elements there were of the Imperial Japanese Army in theater head-on. Indeed, what victory was gained in Papua New Guinea was solely to Australia's wartime geostrategic benefits, as Australian forces proved themselves the most combat effective of all Allied forces in World War II. Now, aside from stellar battle performance, Australia alone, among all combatant nations on either side, enforced no conscription, as none was ever needed. Because 1 in 2 Australian males, 1 out of every 2 of them, fully half of their entire male population, 50%, aged 18 through 45 years of age, enlisted voluntarily. At peak of hostilities, nigh 89.5%, 89.4% of all Australian males aged 14 years and over were in the services, in the field at 14 years of age, or directly employed in war work. At home, at least, lifting buckets and doing what they could to get ammunition to the field. Check on something here. And definitely want to emphasize some of this in context of something else I will bring up and have done so before. It really disturbs me that our man, Mr. Daniel Arola, was kind of adverse to participating when I got into speaking about the Jewish question. He's usually pretty, how would I say it, courageous when it comes to, I would say reckless. Indeed, I've always wondered just why he's so confrontational on Facebook. He seems to groove, to get off on triggering people. It surprised me that he was just not into it, so to speak, tonight, and took off. And I wonder if he's had some experience or something that basically, caused him to just reconsider his act. But okay, in terms of the situation again about Australia and World War II, as I said, the summation of what I've articulated already speaks unto itself, and it speaks volumes per what the Americans were up against in battling the army of the greatest Japanese emperor, which is the correct name for the Imperial Japanese Army in its transliteration. Specifically, its Nanyo Hakuri, or South Seas Detachment, of Shosho Hori Tomitaro, the Major General Tomitaro Hori, who was killed in action with his troops, which was little more than a reinforced brigade-sized regimental force formed in 1941 as the only single army unit of the Japanese deployed in the Japanese deliverance of the South Pacific island groups of Wake, Guam, and the Gilbert Islands. It was integrative or integrated into the Minami Taiheiyo Ryokyu, or the Naval South Seas Force. The Nanyo Hakuri, the South Seas Detachment, fell under naval command and control of the Japanese Navy, the Imperial Japanese Navy, because there were not enough high command officers available to strategically direct its deployment in theater of the Pacific, because they were all mainland China, in Manchuria, or in Japan itself. Eventually, Shosho Hori Tomitaro's, the Major General Tomitaro Hori's 5,500 South Seas Detachment troops, all 5,500 of them would find themselves constricted by the 15th of November in 1942 to two separate areas, Buna and Gona, both less than a mile in depth within the beachhead, where they stood and fought to annihilation. Now, their eradication by the second day of January in 1943 itself stands equivalent to Hitler's nigh annihilation in the West at Fulay Gap, in terms of the skeleton force levels contending with each other in the Southwest Pacific, that is. Now, also analogous with Hitler's initial containment of the D-Day beachheads, to spite the initial success of their establishment, and the post-Fulay rebound, are the facts that October of 1942 saw the Allies come within measurable distance of total operational defeat and retreat in the struggle for control of the Southwest Pacific, compounding the overall strategic naval defeat of the Americans off Midway Island in the summer of 1942, when the Japanese succeeded in establishing their own beachhead on American territory when they captured the Alaskan Aleutian Island chain. And all crowned by circumstance that, despite bone grinder Buna, inclusive of the entire Papuan campaign, as continued well into 1943, the Japanese High Command waged defensive war successfully along an extended perimeter until October of 1943. The Japanese position in the Central and Southwest Pacific standing barely compromised nearly 2 years after the air raid on Pearl Harbor, the preemptive strike to prevent the Americans from bombing Japan. All of this is to be remembered from this transmission in context of the next on Sunday, on Midway Day, or Midway Weekend itself, when I cover the Battle of Midway, and what a failure that was for the Americans. Now, here we are. You know, closing Yestermenses last month, the month before Yestermenses by now, on the 69th anniversary of the end of World War II, meaning in April, on the Emperor's birthday, when World War II was declared officially over in the Pacific. That's in disambiguation from the notional 75th anniversary of World War II bullshit, when you hear about the crap they're saying, oh, the Japanese surrendered on the battleship Missouri bullshit. The reality is World War II ended in 1952, 69 years ago. Now, questions remain about what stopped the Japanese from all-out invasion of Australia, and how it was that many Australian personnel even came home alive and unwounded, despite the dreadful conditions they faced. Now, those answers largely define an achievement of Australia's World War II generation. And although Australia had thousands of airmen serving Britain in Europe and the Middle East, and 3 infantry divisions in Egypt and Palestine, these contributions to the British imperial war effort were a down payment for British protection against Japan, the only nation with the capability and intent to directly threaten Australia. The fall of Britain's defense shield, Singapore, to Japanese forces in mid-February of 1942 convinced Australians that their nation was left defenseless and was only saved from invasion because of American assistance and a Japanese agenda to finish the war in China This is how the Australians have perceived their war. And they're dead wrong. It wasn't the Americans who saved them. It was them who saved the Americans. In reality, the opportunity to secure the southern flank of all their conquests would have been irresistible to the Japanese and good military strategy. It was argued that if the Japanese had invaded Australia without even hitting Pearl Harbor to prevent the Americans from bombing Japan, say if the Americans had gone on to bomb Japan and the Japanese just took it and instead went for Australia and put all their resources into that, there's Americans who argue that Japan would be in a better position now even than they are today. That is debatable, but what is not debatable is that the only aid that the British Empire and the United States were able to send was General Douglas MacArthur. And we pretty much dissect that poor son of a bitch in our book to death. And we've done so in past transmissions. Review them. No significant American forces reached Australia until well past that critical phase of the war, February to June of 1942. Something was happening inside Australia itself that caused Japan to reject invasion, as it did in late February of 1942. And that opportunity to invade a defenseless Australia would never have looked more viable to the amateur armchair historian or outside onlooker. But Australia had just completed its industrialization in 1939. From 1919, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, was born, Australian governments had fought off the determined efforts of the great economic powers to prevent that industrialization within its continent from happening. They wanted Australia to become just a giant hole in the ground, a resource exporter, which is essentially what the Australians have kind of turned themselves into now. But at that time, by combining with industrial companies such as BHP and Collins House, and using its own technical organizations such as the Munitions Supply Board of the Department of Defense, Australia created the key industries required to become an industrial power. Now, for those of you who might not remember, BHP is a leading global resources company. Back in those days, it would essentially have been called a mining company. Its headquarters is in Melbourne, Australia. And so, of course, you can look up their portfolio online. But basically, they extract and process minerals, oil and gas. They've probably got around, well, they've got more than 80,000 employees and contractors. I forget primarily, well, let's say that at this point in time, they're in talks with Nutrien on a giant potash mine. So if you were to look up BHP, you'd probably find brake horsepower, which is the power measured in using a brake type, the load on a dynamometer at a specified location. That's something that our man Derek Talley could go into. But in this day and age, BHP Group engages in the natural resources business in Australia, Europe, China, Japan, India, South Korea, the rest of Asia, North America. They're truly multinational. So they were part of, well, they were in at the ground floor. Now, by December of 1941, at the time of Pearl Harbor, the Australian nation, the only nation in the world that occupies an entire continent and beyond, had been in a full war economy for 18 months, based on their declaring war on the Third Reich, beholden to the British Empire. And by March of 1942 had created enough armaments to fully equip 6 infantry divisions. These units were equipped to fight German panzer divisions, fully mechanized armored columns, and were twice as powerful as Japanese divisions in theater of the Pacific Ocean, which were much more light and mobile and mechanized for island blitzkrieg. And yet at the same time, the Australian forces were much more mobile. Their artillery was twice the strength of Japanese field artillery and outraged it because the Japanese artillery was designed for inner city fighting, urban combat on the Chinese mainland or on islands where the range was completely unnecessary in any conventional calculation. The Australians were operating at the continental level to throw munitions for miles. The Japanese didn't have that operational necessity in most of the combat fields they were working on, so they would have been outgunned had they taken the continent of Australia. And the Australian 2-pounder anti-gun, well, the anti-tank guns, their 2-pounder anti-tank guns outranged all Japanese tanks in Southeast Asia and could penetrate their armor, making it disastrous for any armored column, any Japanese tank force. The scale of Australia's armament program is recorded in the monthly reports of the Director General of Munitions and backed up by similar monthly reports from the Army on what it was receiving from the department. Both were War Cabinet documents. By June of 1942, Australian production had equipped 8 infantry divisions with modern weapons. And having had diplomatic representation in Australia until December of 1941, the Japanese Empire was very well informed, at least in general terms, about Australia's burgeoning industrial war economy, which apart from its own was unique in the Pacific and Southeast Asia. Now, bear in mind that in late February of 1942, when the Japanese had already bombed Darwin in December, which is the largest port city in Australia, that was their San Francisco in World War II. And San Francisco was like the gateway to the Orient for the United States up to and throughout World War II. And the gateway to the Pacific thereafter, all through the Cold War. The United States would port and disembark troops for Korea and Vietnam out of the Presidio military base of San Francisco. Not anywhere out of Los Angeles, very little out of San Diego, comparatively speaking, and they would access all the Latin American countries they were invading forever out of San Francisco as well. The Australians, their equivalent of that was Darwin, and the Japanese dropped far more bombs on Darwin when they attacked Pearl Harbor. Simultaneously, they attacked Darwin, and they dropped far more bombs on Darwin than they did on Pearl Harbor. So they had put Darwin out of commission temporarily, transitionally, but they didn't follow up with a continental invasion for all the reasons I'm articulating. And so by late February of 1942, after the Battle of Los Angeles, where the Japanese had completely wiped out the Americans in the Pacific by getting the Americans to inoculate their own troops with untested vaccines to protect against a yellow fever that had never even been disseminated or sprayed, aerosolized over Los Angeles as the Americans thought it had. The Americans wiped out 4.5 of their own divisions. And because they had eliminated their own ability to project force into the Pacific, they had to rely on the Australians. It was the Australians who manned up, literally and figuratively, with both numbers and the morale. So when it comes to the late February of 1942, after the Battle of Los Angeles, the Japanese Army and Navy discussed a potential invasion of Australia. And although the Navy was enthusiastic, the Army put forward a military appreciation which dismissed the idea as far too dangerous for a large-scale invasion of the continent itself, other than in probing attacks. It recognized that Australian forces were likely to be better armed than the Japanese divisions and much more mobile. And the appreciation said, appreciation is basically an analysis. Like a business prospectus, it's a military analysis. And it concluded that a continental invasion, would require a minimum of 12 Japanese divisions, and this force could not be provided from existing resources already engaged with the war against China and holding off the Soviets without weakening Japan's holds on all of its conquests already taken. And it might still be defeated by the aggressive Australians defending their homeland, for the reasons that all the men were already engaged in war work to all intents and purposes. So the Japanese army rejected the Navy's suggestion, and the idea was never considered seriously again by the Japanese. The probing attacks I can get into at a different time, and what their rationalization was, what their objectives were. But Australian scientists, technocrats, and industrialists had created so much equipment that the Japanese Empire could not supply the volumes of its own material to overcome it. Japanese air power could not redress this imbalance because it had not developed effective close air-to-ground support for its troops and had to face heavy Australian anti-aircraft defenses. The Japanese were also aware that Australian strength in fighter aircraft was increasing steadily, and that radars were spread up the east and north coasts of Australia. Thus, Australia's greatest strategic victory in World War II was achieved by science, technology, and secondary industry. The U.S. naval propaganda victory at the Battle of Midway in early June of 1942 was what the Allies would perceive as removing Japan's capability to invade Australia by destroying its main aircraft carriers. Now, this is what was perceived as making it safe for Australia to begin to transfer military power to fight the Japanese in Australian Papua and New Guinea. And Australia had to re-equip its army to cope with the corrosive jungle environment and extremely steep and rugged terrain. And these battles took place in terrible conditions, which should have favored the Japanese defenders. And the Japanese often took advantage of to devastate the Americans. A stalemate was the most likely result, with heavy casualties on both sides, which the Japanese were willing to accept. And the early battles followed this pattern. But Australia had organized its scientific and technical resources so that they could effectively dominate their regional space more efficiently than the Japanese could at long logistical distance from the Japanese home islands themselves at the frontier of their empire. So by mid-1943, Australia had become, for the Allies, the center of research into jungle organisms and jungle proofing of all weapons and equipment. And a flood of new equipment, specially treated clothing and food, and a vastly superior medical support system with Australian manufactured drugs and antibiotics swung the struggle in the jungle decisively in Australia's favor. Now, the Japanese battle casualties, the numbers killed in the Southwest Pacific inflicted by the Australians were well over 50,000, whereas Australian battle casualties were 14,700. The Japanese deaths from disease and starvation in that same area were over 100,000. The Australian deaths from the same causes were about 1,000. Remember, this is proportionate, however, to a much smaller Australian population. Australia's population is diminutive and but a fraction of the Japanese population. Proportionality shows that these deaths were even, but the point should be well taken. At this ratio, nevertheless, it averages out to 1-3. So you've got a 1-3 ratio of battle losses. Australian battle losses were the opposite of the classic ratio for an attacking force encountering a well-prepared defense in rugged, well-covered terrain. The Australians reversed this loss ratio for the environment and their immediate strategic frontier through their better designed weapons as applied to that environment, better communications in their range, better quality ammunition, and flexible battle tactics. The Japanese weapons were, comparatively speaking, actually poorly designed for jungle warfare in equatorial regions. They made up for that, of course, with a lot of ad hoc innovation, but their ammunition and communications were degraded by jungle organisms, which would literally eat through materials like rubber, which the Japanese dominated the industry of. And their battle tactics were often inappropriate for the conditions and terrains in which they fought, in the sense that they were applying what worked in China and against the Soviet Union, they were applying in the jungle environment. It was never to the degree of insanity that the Americans were applying European tactics on the field in Vietnam, and the Japanese were far better adapted than the whites in any case. But nevertheless, the point is made. Even though the Japanese dominated in industrial rubber and all of the rubber manufacturing in essentially the world, the jungle organisms ate right through rubber in that environment. So this is like an example of why their gas masks would melt off their faces within a comparatively short period of time. So this extraordinary imbalance in deaths was caused by disease and starvation. It was a direct consequence of, more than anything, the Japanese armies stretching to the maximum the logistics and medical support train for its troops. It had this very long tail leading back to the home islands of Japan or through Southwest Asia, through the Indonesian jungles. Nevertheless, they dominated further into Indonesia because, of course, their supply chain, they were able to uphold that and maintain it. Getting towards Papua New Guinea stretched it to its limits. So before World War II, Japan had conducted nearly all of its campaigns in well-populated and productive environments, such as China and Manchuria. And that's resource plentiful. These environments were not particularly unhealthy, so it could get away with a rudimentary medical system. And similarly, food could be taken from the local population, so Japanese forces did not need any elaborate logistical support system. This is, as Peter Moon observed, they would advance to gain their supplies. They would take the enemy's supplies, and that's how they advanced. When Japan began its Kokoda campaign into the Papuan jungles of New Guinea, their own statement, their own sentiment was no one ever returns alive from New Guinea. They needed to sweep away the opposition quickly before disease took hold in Japanese troops and they exhausted their rudimentary food supplies. They could not rely on getting food from the sparse local population, which was living on starvation-level sustenance itself. And although it took some time to organize, by early 1943, the Australian logistics system provided good medical support and ever-increasing amounts of food. And the result was devastating because nearly all of Japan's post-Kokoda campaigns in Southeast Asia were conducted in jungle environments with sparse populations, which were living off subsistence-level agriculture, if anything, if even that, picking food from the trees themselves. And all of this dramatically exposed the logistic and medical deficiencies of the Japanese war machine at that point of stretching to its ultimate limits. The impact of Australian science, technology, and secondary industry on the survivability of Australian troops can be calculated roughly. The Australian forces might have expected a minimum of around 45,000 casualties, given that they were trying to drive the Japanese out of very formidable defensive positions. If the Japanese had been able to prolong their resistance, this would have produced a situation like many World War I campaigns and caused Australian casualties as high as 80,000. The impact on Australia, with its incredibly small population, would have been enormous. It would have effectively depopulated it of the males able to reproduce. and continue to procreate the Australian race. But Australia's war economy provided vast amounts of clothing to hundreds of thousands of American service personnel in the Southwest Pacific. They were so rich in resources, they were able to provide their extremely anemic American ally with supplies the Americans couldn't produce. So these huge quantities of basic materials for road and base building, as well as armaments, transport, and signal equipment, they were also supplied. In 1943, Australia supplied 95% of the food for 1 million American servicemen. In commenting on this wartime support, President Harry Truman wrote in his 1946 report to the U.S. Congress on the Lend-Lease Act, which Franklin Delano Roosevelt had instigated to give everyone all over the world on part of the Allies free everything. He said, on balance, the contribution made by Australia, a country having a population of about 7 million people, approximately equaled that of the United States, a population of effectively 300 million. That means, well, let's divide that up. That when you've got 300 divided by 7, that tells it all. That means one Australian is worth 43 Americans. That says everything. So this extraordinary result highlighted what could only be considered monumental achievements of Australia's World War II generation. Clearly, Australian governments of the 1930s regarded defense preparations as being more than the simple accumulation of armaments, which then became, well, they rapidly became obsolete anyway. They chose instead to put their effort into the development of secondary industry, which advanced national development and immigration, which is a real sore point in where Australia is going now. But they also provided a huge amount of flexibility in what could be produced to arm the national continent in an emergency. Some companies and governments have taken heed to those warnings, though the company denies being a vehicle for surveillance. Both of the United States' ANZUS Pact partners, New Zealand and Australia, have banned Communist China's Huawei from some projects, such as their fifth-generation network across the Australian continent or the islands of Aotearoa, New Zealand. Now, ANZUS is an acronym. This is what comes into importance here. The ANZUS Pact is an acronym, ANZUS. All uppercase letters. It simply stands for Australia, New Zealand, United States. ANZUS Pact. That's what brings us to the ANZUS Treaty and what shows you that Japan won the war, with Australia defending itself and securing its regional strategic space, and then giving up all memory thereof, thinking that the Yanks had come and saved their ass. Fucking crazy. It comes from drinking beer and all that heat. They've melted their fucking collective brains, and they've forgotten their own history and accomplishments. It buggers the fucking mind. Let me take a look at the live stream time. 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Got some time left. Now, the ANZUS Treaty. The Australia-New Zealand-US Pact, formerly the Pacific Security Treaty, was signed between Australia, New Zealand, and the United States in San Francisco, California, on September 1st of 1951. Just as you've heard of the Japanese-American Peace Treaty being signed in September of 1951, the Americans said, okay, we're going to go into effective peace with the Japanese Empire next year. And the Australians and New Zealand said, the Japs are going to come back and kick our ass. They're going to seek vengeance for what we did in World War II. And so for the purpose of providing mutual aid in the event of aggression and for settling disputes by peaceful means as well, just like the Japanese peace treaty coming into effect in 1952, the ANZUS Pact came into force in 1952 as a counter treaty against the Japanese. Since the Japanese had won the war, the idea was to set up a defense pact against the Japanese. The three countries' initials provided the acronyms for the treaty and the organization that grew out of it. Now, the United States offered the pact to Australia in compensation for the prospect of Japanese rearmament, because the Japanese were already armed. Under the terms of the treaty, these three nations maintained a consultative relationship with each other and strove to ensure their collective security in the Pacific region. So the treaty says the signatories will consult together and act to meet the common danger. Article 3 of ANZUS Pact, ANZUS. The parties will consult together whenever, in the opinion of any of them, the territorial integrity, political independence, or security of any of the parties is threatened in the Pacific. Article 4. Each party recognizes that an armed attack in the Pacific area on any of the parties would be dangerous to its own peace and safety, and declares that it would act to meet the common danger in accordance with its constitutional processes. Any such armed attack and all measures taken as a result thereof shall be immediately reported to the Security Council of the United Nations. Such measures shall be terminated when the Security Council has taken the measures necessary to restore and maintain international peace and security. Article 5. For the purpose of Article 4, an armed attack on any of the parties is deemed to include an armed attack on the metropolitan territory of any of the parties, or on the island territories under its jurisdiction in the Pacific, or on its armed forces, public vessels, or aircraft in the Pacific. Now, New Zealand effectively withdrew from the ANZUS in the mid-1980s after a dispute over visits by nuclear-powered or armed American Navy vessels. New Zealand instituted an anti-nuclear policy, one of whose provisions was the banning of nuclear-armed vessels from its ports, including those of the United States Navy. In response, the United States formally suspended its treaty obligations to New Zealand in 1986 and reduced the two countries' military ties. New Zealand was conquered by militant environmentalists who said no nukes, and the U.S. military said, fuck you. But while New Zealand is no longer allied to these United States, the ANZUS Treaty remains in effect between Australia and the United States, and Australia and New Zealand. In effect, the three nations remained formal parties to the treaty, but in practical terms, ANZUS was inoperative from then on. So although the agreement has not been formally abrogated, the United States and New Zealand no longer maintain the security relationship between their countries. Still, what was it? It was a few years agone. But months ago, that New Zealand blocked a mobile phone company from using Huawei equipment, saying it posed a significant network security risk. Well, this is simply because they don't want the CHÄKANs, the Chinese communists, spying on everything they fucking say and do. This is because all the millionaires have property in New Zealand for when the apocalypse goes down, and they don't like the CHÄKANs listening in on all their private business, because that's industrial espionage. Then, too, Huawei was banned in August of what was it? 2018. From working on Australia's 5th generation network. Now, on the 4th of July in 2018, the Embassy of Australia, they call everyone mate down there. Hey, mate. They said the mateship program aimed to highlight Australia's strong military alliance with the United States over the past 100 years was to be honored in the lead up to the centennial of the Battle of Hamel on the 4th of July of 2018. The Battle of Hamel was a successful attack by both Australian Army and U.S. Army infantry, supported by British tanks against German positions in and around the town of Le Hamel in northern France during World War I. So the Australians have become more occupied by the United States military forces than the Japanese ever fucking were. They're an American military staging ground. The entire fucking continent down under is an American military staging ground. And so the Australian Embassy was reviewing U.S. mateship campaign proposals and ultimately delivered them to America, featuring only white men. And here we had the Australian ambassador, Joe Hockey, same name as the sport. He accepted responsibility after no woman or people of color were chosen to reflect the friendship between the United States and Australia. Here you have this poster launched by the Australian Embassy in Washington, District of Columbia, on the 4th of July, Independence Day. It attracted no attention at all locally, which may have been a blessing. I only heard about it by reading Guardian Australia. And it featured the faces, this fucking mateship campaign propaganda poster, of 15 old white men. It was a bizarro collection of both Australians and Americans. They were all white. There were no women at all. This was the main theme of the Guardian's criticism, and the ambassador to the U.S., Joe Hockey, felt it necessary to issue an apology for the partial selection of the people who were called patrons. But the choice of participants was only one of the problems with the hapless poster that I laid eyes on. The Australian Embassy in the United States retracts this campaign of mateship, which is the Australian word for friendship. And it was designed to highlight friendship between America and Australia after the 15 patrons it chose were all male, all white, and the ambassador, Joe Hockey, responded to criticism of this monotone bleach board by apologizing and agreeing that it should be fixed. Now, Hockey wrote on Twitter at that time that he accepted responsibility for the campaign, and only all former presidents, PMs, prime ministers, and ambassadors from both countries were originally invited. Well, that includes a woman named Julia Gillard, or Gillard. Here you've got this list of 15 that was released to mark U.S. Independence Day, and it did not include Gillard, who, Julia, being a female, was a distinguished fellow at the U.S. Brookings Institution here in America, as well as a former Prime Minister of Australia. But somehow she didn't rate making this poster of Aussie American mateship, because, she's a bitch. Now, the former U.S. President, Barack Obama, was also excluded from this poster. Now, think about that. They're trying to show 15 leaders of America and Australia in recent history. They failed to include their own elected female prime ministress or America's elected president. One because she's female and the other because, he's a nigger. This is the man who was trying to pivot to Asia himself, Barack Obama, Mr. Geopolitical Pacifism, as in Pacific orientation, pacifism as in Pacificism. And here we got the Pacificist president himself, the man who went all out to help Australia, not even on the map. And even though the ambassador Barack Obama appointed to Australia, John Barry, was among the 15, he was not. Instead, they included a sportsman, an Australian basketballer, Matthew Dellavedova. I mean, of all people, I guess he's a goodwill ambassador, right? And the former Liberal Party leader and the U.S. Ambassador Andrew Peacock. Again, the embassy explained that it was part of their mateship program, which was designed to highlight Australia's strong military alliance over the past 100 years, meaning they allowed themselves to be occupied by the Americans without a fight. The mateship had been forged in battle and was the bedrock of a unique contemporary relationship across many shared fields of endeavor, their words. It's hard to know where to begin. It's a ridiculous claim that there has been a military alliance over 100 fucking years. It's simply not even true. Is it a case of ignorance of Australian history? Or shameless mendacity? I mean, this is where Jameson Reese says, I'm so glad I'm not white. Think upon what he said when you hear what I'm saying. And this mateship shit. Whatever does that mean in this context? It is a rather silly attempt to equate the relationships of states with those of families and friends. How could such a simple-minded, embarrassing piece of propaganda be released in Washington, of all places? I mean, stop acting surprised, America. Donald Trump is a white supremacist. He's made this clear to America for decades, where he stands on race. It's long past time to accept the facts. I mean, young children believe that they disappear or otherwise become invisible if they close or cover their eyes. Psychologists hypothesize that this is because children do not develop a full sense of self until later in life, and thus are able to entertain fantastical thinking about the nature of the world around them. And as I watch the reactions of, so-called smart people, pundits, activists, and others to Donald Trump's racism and bigotry, I always think a great deal about children's belief that they can disappear by sheer force of will. Children don't know any better. The adults in the Fourth Estate and elsewhere who hold fantastical beliefs about Donald Trump and his behavior have no such excuse. The facts are self-evident. Donald Trump is a white supremacist. And the Republican Party, despite all its duplicitous and hypocritical claims to the contrary, is the country's largest white supremacist and white identity organization. And together, Donald Trump and the Republicans are waging an insurgency on behalf of the Russians against black and brown people's liberty and freedom, with the goal of overturning the modest gains of the civil rights movement. Republican voters are, generally speaking, completely supportive of this racist crusade. And yet many Americans somehow continue to react with shock, surprise, or amazement and claim to be baffled by Donald Trump's slavish devotion to white supremacy. In reality, this is one of the few areas Trump's public and private life in which he has shown a remarkable amount of dedication, consistency, and discipline. Trump's own words and deeds are full of racial animus, as well as overt and unapologetic racism. He's defended neo-Nazis, other races as fine people. He was one of the leading spokespeople of the birther conspiracy theory. It wasn't even that was wrong. Rather, he claimed that former President Barack Obama was a Muslim. And Trump believes that immigrants from Latin America are preternaturally disposed to rape and otherwise abuse American white women. He infamously claimed that a Mexican-American judge, by virtue of his blood and heritage, was unable to treat himself fairly in court. He wants police to assault suspects, which in practice mostly means black and brown people. And he's been sued by the Department of Justice for refusing to rent property to black Americans and other minorities before he was even president. He encouraged violence against the thugs in the Black Lives Matter movement who dared to protest his rallies. He repeatedly tried to ban Muslims from entering the United States. Now, I can go on, and then we can ask, what's the point? It really brings us back into everything that I've said about what went down with Australia in their trying to appeal to this man. Here we have basically, oh God, it was September 14th on a Thursday that Donald Trump reiterated back in 2017 his belief that the white supremacist and neo-Nazi terrorists who rampaged in Charlottesville, killing Heather Heyer as a human sacrifice, a breeding-age white female, and injuring dozens of other people, were morally equivalent to the Antifa, the anti-fascist protesters who opposed them. And Trump believes this despite all the evidence that white supremacists, neo-Nazis, Ku Klux Klan members, and other elements of the so-called alt-right planned their rampage for months, attacked innocent people, decided beforehand to deploy cars in ISIS-style terrorist attacks, ramming crowds, and in at least one case actually fired a pistol into a crowd of people. Trump's inner circle of advisors and other senior officials included self-proclaimed white supremacists, neo-Nazi sympathizers, and white nationalists operating under the camouflage of ethnostatism, ethno-nationalism, such as Michael Anton, Stephen Miller, Sebastian Gorka, Jeff Sessions, and Steve Bannon, who collectively want to ensure that America remains a majority white Christian nation, unapologetically, as Steve Bannon said, allied totally and dedicatedly to the service of Israel. To the service of Israel. Steve Bannon's words, not mine. And they're willing to do just about anything to achieve their goal, which is Gilead. Whatever the dynamics of Trump's fractious relationship with the Republican Party, he remains its cult leader, their president. And on these issues, at least, they see eye to eye. Almost every Republican policy proposal has a disproportionately negative impact on non-whites. They've worked long and hard to keep black people from voting. They endorse policies that would drastically reduce the number of people allowed to immigrate from non-white countries. And they're working to eliminate civil rights protections for all black and brown people, as well as all marginalized communities. A logical extension of the way the Republican Party of the post-civil rights era has embraced the coded white racism advocated by Pat Buchanan and Lee Atwater as its foundational doctrine. Today's Republican Party is the direct descendant of the traitorous Confederacy and the post-Civil War Southern white elite who maintained Jim and Jane Crow white supremacy against black Americans. There is no coincidence, then, that the white terrorist organizations such as the Ku Klux Klan and neo-Nazi groups overwhelmingly endorse Donald Trump and support the Republican Party with their violent militias, strong-arming with force majeure or divine right of force any illegal objectives thereof. Trump is only following the marching orders given to him by Republican cultists. Public opinion polls, all research, consistently proves that Republicans are much more likely to be racist against African Americans and non-whites. Trump voters in particular are more likely to believe that white people are somehow oppressed in America themselves. Trump rode that wave of delusional white victimology and racial paranoia to the White House with Russian hacking. The American mainstream media and the American people more generally need to abandon all childish thinking. In short, they need to grow up. Donald Trump's never going to pivot or become a normal and disciplined anti-president. He most certainly will not abandon his white supremacist beliefs and supporters. It is long past time to stop being surprised or shocked. For decades, Trump has consistently shown the public who he really is. As Maya Angelou famously counseled, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Accept the facts about Donald Trump. Now the question becomes, what are we going to do to stop him? But two conclusions present themselves. Australia's tradition of deference was initially enhanced by the Trump ascendancy. Malcolm Turnbull's declaration that the Twa were joined at the hip be only the most egregious example of obsequiousness. The Oz, their own word for their own country, Oz, as in the Wizard of Oz, is what the Australians call themselves, the land of Oz. These Aussie words exude the subservience of an insecure functionary in a court of a capricious tyrant. Oz leaders have no self-respect. The second thing to note is the way in which the whole complex relationship with the United States is conflated with this ANZUS alliance, which massively exaggerates the significance of the treaty and diminishes the autonomous relationships associated with trade, travel, tourism, and investment. They're all reliving World War II. All the other economic factors have a life of their own that would have been much the same whether or not there was any military alliance. And Australia would have had close diplomatic relations with the United States even if ANZUS had never been conceived. But what we have here is a much more general problem. Australian leaders have almost universally exaggerated the importance of ANZUS, mainly for domestic political reasons, and have never explained its real limitations. Neither side of politics has dared to question what has become as holy writ. This has had serious consequences. It has narrowed down debate about foreign and defense policy and helps account for the intellectual indolence displayed by much of Canberra's defense and security establishment. The comparison with the rigor and intensity of comparable debate in America itself is particularly revealing. It seems now that the reality of Trump's erratic behavior at that time and chronic unpredictability finally provoked a serious discussion about the alliance. But deeply compacted complacency has inhibited any creative thought. If you're an Australian, have you ever thought to ask, where do we go from here? Do we even have the language to explore new directions? How do we explain the new realities to an electorate which hasn't much experience of serious debate about foreign and defense policies? Can the present generation of politicians rise above the temptations of playing to the crowd for ephemeral electoral advantage? Can Australians even have a serious debate about the American alliance whilst they be hobbled by the chains of the Murdoch press? One of the things Oz badly needs be an assessment of the alliance itself. It has been far too easy to argue that Australia has largely benefited from it. It seems as though the agreement on this central question has been a requirement needed to be taken seriously. The ANZUS Treaty, it has ever been assumed, was better than nothing. But that was a deeply flawed assessment. ANZUS was not a treaty like the Washington Treaty of April in 1949, which underpinned NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. There was even a separate SEATO, Southeast Asian Treaty Organization, centered on containment of communist insurgency in Vietnam. As opposed to either of those, ANZUS didn't guarantee anything much. More to the point, Australia has not been threatened since ANZUS camest into effect in April of 1952. Why did the Aussies need it at all? The war against Japan illustrated the reality of international relations. Australia saved America's ass, not the other way around. The ANZUS Treaty, signed by Australia, New Zealand, and the United States, has been a cornerstone of Australian foreign policy since the 1950s. Let's do a fact check. Does ANZUS commit the U.S. to come to Australia's aid? The claim being that at the heart of the ANZUS Treaty is a commitment for signatories to come to one another's aid in the worst of times. The verdict being that the treaty calls on signatories to consult and act if another party is attacked, but does not specify what that action should be. So this mateship bullshit equals an alliance beyond ANZUS. There were concerns in the early 20th century that Australia would never be able to rely on British naval power for its defense. The arrival in Australian ports of America's Great White Fleet, an apropos name if ever there fucking was one, on a goodwill visit in 1908 during the bully times of Teddy Roosevelt, signaled to the Aussies that the U.S. might soon become a more reliable strategic partner. The fall of the British naval base in Singapore to the Japanese in 1942 saw Australia come to the United States' defense almost a decade before the signing of the ANZUS Treaty. The events of 1942 still echo through Australian history. When the British Empire was exposed as the hollow shell it was, and when Australians intervened on behalf of the United States to block the Japanese advance in the Southwest Pacific. The origin of the ANZUS Treaty be directly linked to the other U.S. treaty entered into in San Francisco in 1951, the Japano-American or United States-Japanese Empire Treaty. The rearmament of Japan was a major concern for all Australians as the memories of World War II were still raw. In any case, if, after consulting, one side elected not to help the other in such circumstances, it is difficult to see how the treaty, or indeed the alliance itself, would survive. Treaties like ANZUS are not really legal instruments anyway, and yet the alliance carries expectations beyond the text of the treaty on the paper, which isn't worth the paper it's on. What would impel Australia to support the American empire, or vice versa, is not the risk that the Aussies would take us to court, take the American empire to the world court if we didn't support them, but the fact that the alliance relationship itself would dissolve if the Australians did not live up to our expectations. Moreover, there have already been times, such as the Indonesia confrontation in the early 1960s, when Australia never received hoped-for American military assistance. Bear in mind, Australia has a Damocles sword hanging over its head. The largest Muslim nation on earth hangs as a crescent over Australia. And in the 1960s, when they almost went to war with the largest Muslim nation on earth, a nation whose population is so large, its population far outnumbers all the Arabs in the world, 100 million more. They have the largest population in the world next to the United States, both dwarfed only by China and India. And they're right above the smallest population in the world, with an empty continent beneath them ready for the taking. And when the Aussies called for help, the Americans didn't come. It was the tepid response over confrontation when the U.S. felt it was not their problem to resolve that added impetus to Australia's involvement alongside the U.S. in Vietnam to prevent the recurrence of their position ever being given such a cavalier dismissal ever again. They sent their own boys to die in Vietnam for America just so they could prove to the Americans what loyal running dogs they were, in the hopes that when the Indonesian Muslims came pouring down onto the continent, the Americans might come to save their ass. Mr. Bishop's words were no more than what you'd expect her to say. Madam Bishop, forgive me. And not particularly problematic, and yet American intervention be chimerical. I wouldn't be betting my house and superannuation on it. So the verdict is that while history and the depth of the U.S.-Australia alliance might suggest otherwise, there be no commitment to military assistance from either side under the ANZUS Treaty. A weak treaty like ANZUS is in fact worse than no treaty at all, and there'd be no way to remedy the vast disproportion of power between the parties. This has meant that Australia has had to keep topping up a flimsy insurance policy, trying to prove over and over again their loyalty and their dependability to the Yanks. It'd be here that the Australians find the source for their endless deference. This is where we find the rationale for their rimming American ass and sticking their tongue far up enough to find the Hershey bar. Up that colon, that turd they keep tongue tasting. And it meant that the Americans could always take the Australians for granted as long as they employed a little judicious flattery and talked, as they did to many others, about a special relationship. Yes, special in that their tongue is as far up the ass of others as they can stretch it. It should have been predictable in 1952 that Australia would end up fighting in America's wars rather than any reverse situation. And what bad, imprudent wars they've turned out to be. Fought for the wrong reasons in the wrong place at the wrong time. ANZUS was invoked for the first time after 9/11. The ANZUS Treaty has been invoked only once, by Australian Prime Minister John Howard in the aftermath of the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks in these United States. And that invocation came as just days after the 50th anniversary of the signing of the treaty. In a press conference on September 14th, Mr. Howard announced federal cabinet had determined the hijacking of commercial airliners by members of Al-Qaeda and the targeting of the World Trade Center towers in New York and the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. constituted an attack upon the United States and outlined Article 4, as outlined in Article 4 of the ANZUS Treaty. And Mr. Howard said, "The consequences of that is that we will consult the Americans regarding responses which might be deemed appropriate to what does amount to an attack upon the metropolitan territory of the United States in accordance with the provisions of the ANZUS Treaty." And asked by a journalist what sort of military support might be involved, Mr. Howard said Australia would be willing to participate to the limit of our capability, and that the important thing is that by invoking ANZUS, it puts us in consultation. It represents a determination on our part to identify with the Americans. You mean to rim their ass until you suck that turd down and swallow it. He also said the invocation does mean that if there is action taken, we will naturally consider any requests from the Americans for assistance. His formal statement similarly referred to consultation and consideration, not commitment. It read, "The Australian government will be in close consultation with the United States administration in the period ahead to consider what actions Australia might take in support of the U.S. response to these attacks." Now, both Australia and New Zealand sent forces to fight alongside the United States in the Afghanistan war, just as they had in the Vietnam conflict, when ANZUS wasn't even invoked. And so here be Oz. Here Oz be today, still involved in the Middle East with no end in sight, fighting far away from Australia and countries they know little about. They're not even clear about what they are there for or what possible advantage they're likely to gain from the lives lost and blighted and the billions of dollars spent since the turn of the century. They never take into account the Vietnamese, Afghans, Iraqis, or Syrians they've needlessly killed, and the hundreds of families devastated in the name of Oz. On balance, it be all too clear ANZUS was a mistake, rooted in Japanophobia. The best that can be said for it is that it made many Australians feel secure, and in and of itself, that was no bad thing. But it was signed at a time when Australia was emerging from the stunting shadows of a crumbling British Empire. It could have been the moment when that country finally seized its full sovereignty, as it was completely capable of doing. But the new great and powerful friend was there, and old habits were perpetuated of looking on to a white empire larger than their own. A new daddy. Australia remained empire-minded. And as in the days of the British Empire, it proved difficult to distinguish between the interests of empire and those of Australia itself, so it surrendered itself and its sovereignty to another empire. And now is far more occupied by American military forces than Japan ever was. You'd have been better off if you just let the Japanese come. The ethos of the expeditionary force trumped the idea of continental defense again and again. Ideology was given precedence over geography. And Australians continued to behave as they had done in the past when white men ruled the world. With what might be called sub-imperial hubris, they felt they had the legal and moral right to send their armed forces to fight in other countries, taking sides in complex civil wars, fighting against people who presented no possible threat to their homeland. And all to what end? The atrocities committed in Afghanistan by Australian Special Forces speaks for itself. You people have nothing to be proud of. And you did it all in the name of American empire. What are you going to tell your grandchildren? I killed for the Yanks. Like a goddamn running dog. And take a look at the strange submarine saga of Australia. How did we get there? Let me try and explain. Of course, most of you are going to wonder now, what the fuck's he talking about now? All right, we got 2 hours left. 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Let me give it a shot. Now, as Australia's defense ministeress does her quarterly meetings with the French to push, pummel, and pull at the future submarine project, Linda Reynolds is entitled to reflect. How in heaven's name did we get here? They say creating the 12 attack-class submarines Australia needs to fend off the communist Chinese or the even closer threat of the Indonesian expansionist Muslim empire is a wicked problem. The cost of the largest defense procurement in Australia's history has blown out to 90 billion Australian dollars. The timeline stretch and the effort to get Australian industry to do the build is also a stretch. Answering the how question, how did we get here, involves the strange submarine saga of the last decade and the sliding door moments, the opportunities that surfaced and became its reality versus the possibilities that submerged and sank. Now, before going through those doors to see what sank, consider what's struggling to the surface right now. Surveying this mega project, one of Canberra's sharpest umpires, umpire, not empire, umpire with a U, like in on the baseball field, UMPIREs. One of Canberra's sharpest umpires, the Australian National Audit Office, didn't even offer any recommendations, only key messages in its January performance audit this year. And when the ANAO, the Australian National Audit Office, cannot discern a better way and goes gentle on the whip, hammer or scalpel, it's mega difficulty. This is a problem that is nigh insurmountable. The dollar meter tells the story, as the ANAO recounts in the papers that I've dug up. In 2016, Defense reported the acquisition cost of the new submarines as more than 50 billion Australian dollars outturned. In November of 2019, Defense advised the Senate that the acquisition cost of the future submarine was in the order of 80 billion Aus dollars outturned, with an estimated sustainment cost of 145 billion Aus dollars outturned to 2080. Outturned is defense speak for accounting for inflation, and it's turning out the dollars are blowing out. The 80 billion Aussie dollar figure quickly turned upwards. The July strategic update upped the acquisition cost of the attack boats to 89.7 billion Aus dollars in a forecast extending beyond 2040. The precision of that last 700 million Aus dollars in the 89.7 billion Aus dollar forecast 20 years from now is a nice touch. Nearly 90 billion Australian dollars, but not quite. Now, in the order of 80 billion, as it says on the sheet in November, in the order of 90 billion by July. A billion here, a billion there, and that's another 10 billion. Truly, this is a very hungry future submarine. Defense deserves sympathy on timelines because of politics as well as complexity. In this telling, the figure of Tony Abbott, Prime Minister from 2013 through to 2015, looms large. After overthrowing Abbott as Prime Minister, one of Malcolm Turnbull's first meetings was with Defense Secretary Dennis Richardson to discuss what became of the 2016 Defense White Paper. And Turnbull writes, Dennis came straight to the point. PM, you will by now have a copy of the draft Defense White Paper. It's a good piece of work, but part of it is complete and utter bullshit. Well, that got my attention. It says, he continued, that the future submarines can start to be delivered in the mid-2020s, so about 10 years from now. That's simply not possible. I told your predecessor this, and he insisted that the 2020s date should go in and leave the problem for another government. I didn't have to think too long about that. So I told Dennis we should include a completion date that matched reality, which was the early 2030s. If Abbott had lasted as Prime Minister, he could have aimed for that mid-2020s target by torpedoing the bipartisan consensus on building Oz submarines in Oz, Australian submarines domestically, by using Australian industries alone. This has to be like they're trying to get Australians employed, so they're trying to get them in on the fix here. Now, Abbott wanted submarines based on the Japanese Soryu class, designed and built in the home islands of the Empire of Japan. He embraced Japan's Prime Minister at the time, then Shinzo Abe, as a kindred conservative spirit, believe it or not. Getting a Japanese-made submarine would cement a quasi-alliance with Japan within the trilateral relationship with the United States that would actually be far more substantial than ANZUS and far more worthwhile. Powerful arguments could be mounted. Defense policy is too important to masquerade as industrial policy. Every defense dollar must get the maximum bang for the buck. The Japanese submarine would cost less and enter service quicker than any Australian build. Australia must move swiftly to deal with a darkening strategic outlook. It would be a fiendishly difficult debate, even within the Liberal Party. But this big policy argument sank before even being launched. After presiding over the final death of the Australian car industry, by the way, this is important because in order for a nation to build tanks, they've got to have a car industry. Australia was the total opposite of most nations on Earth. Its car industry emerged out of a tank industry because in World War II, knowing the Brits would never arrive and the Americans weren't shipping any tanks their way, the Australians built their own tanks in World War II. From that, they were able to build cars, even though you've never seen an Australian car on the market. With the death of the Australian car industry, they can no longer build tanks. That's when Abbott, after having presided over the death of his nation's ability to mobilize to industrially produce itself through another war, quietly inched towards sinking the Oz submarine industry, running an internal process to choose the builder of the new submarine instead. And the Japanese Empire was entitled to think the deal was done. That changed when Abbott suffered an extraordinary Caucasus revolt in February of 2015. And a motion to spill the leader got 39 yes votes versus 61 to keep Abbott. About 40% of the Caucasus voted for an empty chair rather than a prime minister. And scrambling for votes to avert the spill, Abbott agreed to South Australian Liberals' demands for an open tender for the submarine contract. And this concession fed into the fundamental fight to have future subs built at Adelaide's, that's an Australian port city, Adelaide's Osborne Shipyard, birthplace of the 6 Collins-class submarines that had been the mainstay of the Australian Navy before. So the open tender bullshit became just a contest between the Japanese Empire, the French Republic, and Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany. And by September of 2015, the Caucasus completed the job of beheading Abbott. And the building of submarines on the home islands of the Japanese Empire went with him. Tokyo, however, believed it was still in the game. And in the cabinet reshuffle after Abbott's fall, Adelaide Minister of Parliament, the Adelaide MP, Christopher Pyne, became as Minister for Industry, Innovation and Science. And he wrote of a Canberra meeting with Mitsubishi executives and the Japanese ambassador. Well, this is what he wrote. He wrote, "We had a wide-ranging and candid discussion about the submarine project, defense, and the historical relationship between Australia and the 3 nations who were bidding, the French Republic, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, and the Japanese Empire. My suspicion that the Japanese believed they were likely to win was confirmed when I was told informally that only after this meeting did the Japanese bidders believe they might not win." As the tender process concluded, Turnbull worried that Abbott had encouraged Shinzo Abe, the Prime Minister of Japan, to believe the decision would be political and the Japanese Empire would get the nod. Adelaide politics Trump Tokyo. Now, calling Abe Shinzo in April of 2016 to tell him that the French Republic had won, Turnbull said the Japanese leader felt, with some justification, that they'd been let down. The political way in which the tender arose always had the potential to create awkward misunderstandings in Japan. This was what was written by Turnbull himself. Politics is like that, and aligning Oz defense needs with industrial policy makes for difficult politics with a monumental price tag. A mega buy that may well induce buyers' regret or buyers' remorse, because with Australia's next submarine, did the Australians even get it right? The release of Australia's latest strategic update and defense acquisition plan, which I assessed and reviewed, has highlighted the growing risks and shorter warning times of conflict in the Indo-Pacific region. Australia is between 2 oceans, the Indian and the Pacific, 3 oceans really, with the Antarctic, the South Polar Ocean. And defense observer Mike Dodd has asked whether Australia made the right decision with its biggest ever defense purchase, the $80 billion Oz dollar submarine for the uncertain and potentially dangerous times ahead, involving hostile Muslims to the north and hostile communists beyond that. The Morrison government's plan to bolster military spending, a response to rising security tensions in the Indo-Pacific region in a post-coronavirus world, is a timely opportunity to reassess the biggest defense purchase in Australian history, that 80 billion Oz dollar future submarine contract. Now, geopolitical challenges in region drove Australia's government to announce, was it a few months ago? Something as close as a few weeks ago, in its 2020 Strategic Update and Force Structure Plan, which was finally out, and these take, of course, a year to analyze, so they come out a year later. A big boost to naval warfare capability, including the purchase of long-range anti-ship missiles. But amid rising costs and lengthening delays in projected delivery, it was a missed opportunity to reconsider the wisdom of the current contract with France's naval group to acquire the new attack-class submarine. In his address to launch the update, Prime Minister Scott Morrison spraketh of the priority the government attached to shaping Australia's strategic environment. The government could have made a valuable contribution to that objective by resurrecting a deal that was all but signed 6 years agone to acquire 12 off-the-shelf Imperial Japanese Soryu-class submarines. That, well, there would be a penalty at this point, at least 400 million Oz dollars, but a decision to return to the Japanese imperial solution would have deepened a strategic alignment of growing importance to Australia, ensured the Navy received timely access to the latest proven submarine technologies, and returned billions of Oz dollars in savings to the Australian taxpayer. Now, I would advocate on behalf of the Japanese Empire, granted that it is still not too late, perhaps, for a prime minister acknowledged for his pragmatic instincts to return to Japan. The story behind the submarine procurement reveals a litany of false signals and shifting judgments that are likely to hamper both the consolidation of any strategic ties with Tokyo and the development of a suitable submarine capability to replace the Collins class. In 2014, the Abbott government was moving to buy the Imperial Japanese Soryu-class submarine. It was so confident a deal would be signed that a media release was prepared to formally announce what would have been a high watermark in bilateral defense ties with the Japanese Empire. It was put on hold due to pushback by senior liberals warning of an electoral black eye in South Australia, which had been promised construction rights. And further delays in deciding on a preferred submarine stemmed from the Liberal Party leadership in turmoil that led to Abbott's ousting. It is my own argument as a geopolitical, defense, and security analyst that the conflation of conflicting political, industrial, and defense priorities resulted in none of them being very well served in the interest of Australia as a nation. In 2014, I can guarantee that Soryu of the Japanese Empire offered the best value for money and the fastest delivery schedule. On a visit to the Japanese Empire that year, former Defense Minister David Johnston received advice from senior JMSDF, Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force officials, that 12 Soryu-class submarines made in Japan would cost about 20 billion Oz dollars, with the first two boats delivered within 18 months of contract signing, and then one a year rolling off a mature assembly line. Quite a contrast with the current delivery timeline in the early 2030s, by which time the Chinese and the Muslims would have divvied up the Australian continent. While Tokyo was coy about advanced publicity flagging a Soryu submarine sale, one senior defense source familiar with the Australian sales push recalled that behind the scenes, Ambassador Bruce Miller, one of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade's foremost Japan experts, believed himself the deal was going ahead. There was no rational reason to stop it, and every rational reason not to. The government of Prime Minister Abe Shinzo was unquestionably keen for its first significant foreign military sale. That was underlined when, on a 2014 official visit to Japan, Johnston became the first non-Japanese politician to ever even be allowed aboard a Soryu submarine. By all Japanese military and national security policy, Americans were not allowed. Because the Japanese won the fucking war. If you don't get that by now, your head's up your ass. It's so far up your ass in rectal defilade, you're high on your own fumes. Now, I understand that the United States, which would provide the submarine's combat system, supported a successful Japanese bid for what was known as Project SEA-1000, C-1000, in part because it would have enhanced trilateral naval interoperability. In 2014, the United States had quietly flagged the desirability of a Japanese boat to house its 1.4 billion United States dollar AN/BYG-1 combat system. Johnston, too, was an enthusiastic supporter of the Made in Japan option, and submarine technology was on the agenda in April of 2014 at a dinner in Perth with visiting Japanese Defense Minister Izunori Onodera. During the dinner, Johnston expressed a keen interest in Australia acquiring this cutting-edge propulsion system for the 4,200-ton Soryu-class submarine. Talk of Japanese defense efficiencies was not only, well, they were not only confined to technological innovation. There was a comedic exchange when Minister Onodera revealed about 20,000 civilian officials managed Japan's 250,000-strong defense force, about the same number employed in Australia to look after the needs of 55,000 uniformed Australian Defense Force, or ADF personnel, showing that Japanese operational efficiency, now at this point in world history, far outclassed Australia's. Oh, how the wheels turn. Now, over the coming weeks thereafter, the case to buy Soryu continued to build momentum, with Johnston emphasizing to ABC's Lyndall Curtis during one tricky radio interview on the 30th of July that the federal government supported local shipbuilding, but not at any cost. A message reiterated the following month by the Australian Financial Review's John Karen in an exclusive story that Japan's Soryu was now firming as the favored submarine contender. Johnston would again use the cost-benefits imperative of buying Japanese during a September visit to the Morwala munitions factory in Victoria, Australia. Now, in 2014, value for money was the standard refrain from the defense minister when questioned about naval shipbuilding or a possible Imperial Japanese submarine purchase. Words approved by the Prime Minister's office media team, and an indicator that plans to go with the Japanese Empire were supported at the time at the highest level of government. Now, factoring in Royal Australian Navy design requirements, the 80 billion Oz dollar cost for 12 French Barracuda submarines stands in contrast not only to the cost of the Japanese boat, but to the $1.4 billion price tag for 3 Type 209/1400 Nagapasha, or Chang-Bogo class diesel-electric attack submarines on order for the Indonesian Navy. A South Korean license built variants of the German 209 submarine with a range of 11,000 nautical miles and a half a 100-day endurance. The type is a multi-purpose platform capable of conducting anti-surface warfare, anti-submarine warfare, and special forces missions. In other words, it can sink ships, sink other submarines, and deploy commandos on land or at sea in scuba. While SEA-1000, the C-1000, was always going to be hotly contested, the Abbott government's interest in acquiring the Japanese submarine was no flash-in-the-pan moment amidst all these examples that I presented as options. For several months, a senior advisor to Johnston promoted a softening up campaign of backgrounding and leaks, carefully controlled leaks, to selected defense and political journalists in the Canberra press gallery, promoting Japan's Soryu submarine as a low-risk option ahead of the other two prime contenders, the Naval Group of France and the United German firm ThyssenKrupp Marine Systems, for those of you who think the Krupps have disappeared. TKMS. Krupps have been the weapons family of Germany forever. Now, there was a third Swedish bid based on a revamped Kockums design that had been quietly ruled out. Now, the arguments to go with Soryu were and remain compelling. But in essence, they be cost, capability, and schedule, three key determinants for any defense purchase, whether field rations or high-end hardware. In short, does the product come within budget, deliver its promised capability, and will it arrive on schedule? Concerns that Soryu, the world's largest conventionally powered submarine, as big as submarines get till you go nuclear, does not meet Australian design requirements. The insinuations that they would not were addressed by Ambassador Sumio Kusaka in 2016, who affirmed his country's submarine proposal would meet the RAN's, the RAN's, the Royal Australian Navy's rigorous specifications for cruising range, internal spaces, and lifespan. As for schedule, the Imperial Japanese proposal offered another big advantage over its rivals. The conventionally powered Soryu was an operational submarine in service with the JM-SDF, the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force, unlike other boats, including the tender-winning short-fin Barracuda Block 1A, based on a French Barracuda nuclear-powered submarine, which as of December 2019, but the year before yesteryear, the last month of the year before yesteryear, was still in the preliminary design definition phase within the closing months of the year preceding last. Now, construction of the first RAN, or Royal Australian Naval Submarine, is not expected to begin until 2022 or 2023, with the boat scheduled to enter service 10 years fucking later. An Australian audit office report in January found there are already delays in two key design milestones, which will add to a blowout in projected costs. Delays matter from a strategic standpoint, too. If you don't have submarines around to attack in defense, you've got no fucking defense. You're laid open, wide open, and bare. According to the latest Defense Strategic Update, Australia can no longer count on the assumption of a 10-year strategic warning time for any major conventional attack, which erodes their ability to gradually adjust military capability and preparedness. In the best case, the first French boat enters service in another 12 fucking years, with the completion date for the final vessel likely to be mid-century, in the goddamn 2050s. Although buying off the shelf would reduce the level of Australian naval shipbuilding, the Japanese Empire was prepared to agree to an assembly and fit-out deal in Adelaide. The 2016 white paper states a preference to maximize Australian industrial involvement, unlike the 2009 and 2013 defense white papers, which prescribed the new submarines to be assembled in South Australia completely. It would require political courage to scrap the French submarine deal. But the advantages are clear. Billions of Australian dollars would be returned to the taxpayer if the government selects the Japanese Empire's Soryu, a 4,200-ton boat which will more than adequately meet the 2016 Defense White Paper requirements for 12 regionally superior conventional submarines. The financial penalty to be paid would be less than 1.4 billion Australian dollars, less than the 1.5 billion Oz dollar cost of canceling the acquisition of the Super Sea Sprite helicopter back in 2008 in the year of the global financial crash. For too long, politicians from both sides have adopted the mantra that Australia is part of Asia. The Prime Minister has added the logical corollary that the Australians should endeavor to enhance their security by working with others to shape the strategic environment. The submarine contract offered the Australians a great opportunity to invest in those ideas, to put their money where their mouths are, by buying from a close friend. In fact, Australia's most important regional security partner, far closer than the goddamn United States across the Pacific. Acquiring the Soryu-class submarine would deepen Australia's current strong security ties, achieve even greater levels of interoperability between the ADF and the JSDF, the Australian Defence Forces, and the Japan Self-Defense Forces, while enhancing and underpinning both countries' long-term strategic and economic interests at a time of great uncertainty in our region. And by our region, I mean the global Mediterranean of the Pacific. It is our region, Americas, the Japanese empires, and the emerging Australian superpowers. What's the problem? The problem that led to all of this is the fact that the time remaining, an hour and a half, Australia's news media ownership is among the most concentrated in the world. Circa 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, Diana Dietrich, was murdered, the year of Fukushima, Australia's news media industry ranked third, behind only the totalitarian state-owned media of the Communist Chinese Empire and military junta dictated Egypt, while a more recent 2016 study exposed that Australia still had some of the most concentrated media in the world, largely due to Rupert Murdoch's News Corp, which controls no less, certainly at that time, controlled 57% of the fucking market by circulation at that time. Now, according to all investigative research conducted but yesteryear, in the 2020th year of our Lord, ownership of Australia's news media is still one of the most concentrated in the world, albeit changes in how media companies measure their audience figures make it difficult to get a truly up-to-date picture, meaning that functionally nigh all media in Oz, in the continent down under, is Murdoch, the literal man behind the curtain of smoke and mirrors. Rupert Murdoch's longevity as a media colossus can be attributed to his ability to successfully spread his tentacles from one business to another within the media firmament. He started his career with a newspaper bequeathed unto he by his father when he was all of 21 years of age, and purchased several newspapers and magazines thereafter in his native Australia, the United Kingdom, and these United States, including the New York Post, the Times of London, and the Wall Street Journal. But he also acquired a movie studio, 20th Century Fox, in the 1980s, from which he ultimately created Fox News. Kevin Rudd's petition calling for an inquiry into media diversity, particularly the Murdoch-owned sections of the media, and the subsequent announcement of a Senate inquiry in Australia into media diversity, again focused attention on the state of Australia's Murdoch mass media machine dominated infotainment or edutainment industry. It's worth taking a look at how concentrated the ownership of Australian media really is and how it compares to other countries around the world. In 2016, a landmark study on media ownership and concentration entitled "Who Owns the World's Media?" a telling title, was published. The study was a collaboration between academics in 30 countries, and it collated and analyzed data on the ownership and concentration of media in each nation. And for each country, the researchers calculated a number of different measures of market concentration across 13 media industries. They looked at which companies controlled how much of any given market using various measures of concentration. One key measure is what's called the HHI, which is acronymus for Herfindahl-Hirschman Index, which sums the square of the market share of all companies in the market to give an index ranging from 0, the least concentrated, to 10,000, which indicates a total monopoly, a market dominated by a single owner. The research further differentiated content media, newspapers, magazines, books, radio, TV, and film, and platform media, which consists of sectors like telecom and internet service providers. The results prove that in 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus was murdered, directly after the Fukushima Daiichi meltdown due to Amero-Israeli deployment of Stuxnet, the same shit they used to take down the Iranian nuclear reactors, took down all the safety mechanisms at the Fukushima Daiichi, the Big One cluster of power plant facilities on the 7,000 islands of Japan. And during that year, Australia had the most concentrated media industry out of any country studied on Earth, with the exception of communist China and military junta dictated Egypt. Let me read therefrom their concluding paragraph. Australia's content media industry as a whole was also highly concentrated and had been getting steadily more concentrated over time, meaning that because of the lack of measuring, the lack of real data to work with, Murdoch effectively has that monopoly, that 10,000 radioactive degrees on the HHI, the Herfindahl-Hirschman Index meter. The authors described this combination of high concentration with an upward trend as problematic, highlighting Australia as being far above the oppression of Switzerland, the Netherlands, Italy, France, even Turkey, and most surprisingly, even above that of Russia. Australia had the 10th most concentrated content industry, media industry by this measure. Unbelievably. Russia, being its closest competition running head to head, and was very close to the global average. It's also worth pointing out that the media of several of the countries that rank more highly are largely completely state-owned, such as in communist China and military junta-dictated Egypt, where it's just straight out the government is speaking to you directly. Russia does that as well, with a little bit of smoke and mirrors and optical illusion. Australia doesn't even really bother to fucking hide it. Most Australians are simply too unaware to even notice. Now, the high newspaper industry ownership concentration was largely due to Rupert Murdoch's News Corp, which at the time controlled 57% of the newspaper market by circulation alone, and controlled much more media beyond that which wasn't even included in the measurement. So, what has happened since then? What does the industry look like in 2021? Our latest measurements would have to be from 2020, of course. Professor Rodney Tiffin from the University of Sydney in Australia was one of the Australian researchers on the 2016 study and says he's unaware of any similar global comparisons ever since. He said the basic issue of concentration, the structural issue, has been fairly constant in news media for some decades, but it has been made worse by how, in Malcolm Turnbull's words, how increasingly propagandistic News Corp has become. Now, despite the announcement of a Senate inquiry, Tiffin's not sure how the situation could ever be improved. He said, "I can't see any official policies doing much to improve the situation. The structural issues are immovable, and the cultural issues are not things that governments can do much about." Now, since the Who Owns the World's Media research study was carried out, APN, Associated Press Network Media News and Media, APN News and Media, was purchased by News Corp in December of 2016, further concentrating ownership. And in 2018, the takeover of Fairfax Media by Nine increased concentration yet again, until Nine sold regional and community newspaper group AMC, the Australian Community Media, or the Australian Media Community. Now, to get a current picture of media ownership concentration, it's possible to work out the HHI index based on the most recent data available, and also to look at the percentage of the market covered by the top 4 companies. The newspaper industry no longer reports circulation, however, and now reports average issue readership for print, which uses survey data to estimate the average number of people who read each single issue of a given newspaper. This AIR, average issue readership, well, this isn't the same as circulation. It can be used as a reasonable proxy to approximate market share. So based on those figures, the newspaper industry is still highly concentrated with an HHI of 3,280, and News Corp has more than half of the market at 52%. As the figures aren't measuring circulation, it's simply not possible to measure them directly against the results of the 2016 study. However, it is a good indication that the industry remains completely concentrated and is obviously at the higher end in any global comparison. Effectively, the Australians live under a murdocracy, a dictatorship of information run by a single madman. It's also possible to measure market share by revenue, which is what industry market research company IBIS World does, IBIS World. Very similar to the Islamic word for Satan, Iblis. Now, the News Corp has 53.3% of the newspaper market by revenue, and if you compare the distribution of the top 4 companies across newspapers, radio, and TV, News Corp's market share is a clear outlier. In both radio and television, the largest player has only 26% and 27% of the market, respectively. The online news market is much more diverse when looking at market share by audience, with an HHI score of 1,739. So, in cyberspace, while News Corp has the highest market share, it's almost half of the market share of print newspapers at 26%. So, News Corp, well, Murdoch dominates the mind of the elderly. The elderly have to die off for there to be hope in Australia. Putting all of this together, Tiffin has suggested that as newspaper circulation continues to decline, the dominance of News Corp will have less impact nationally. So he said, when you look at print, you're getting increasing concentration with a smaller reach. It's a shrinking total market, but within that market, the biggest fish are still getting bigger, servicing a dying demographic, maintaining them in thrall until the day they die. However, while the online news sector is more diverse, it has yet to replace the local reporting done by regional and community newspapers. Because the Aussies are, fucking frontier people. And they don't change well. They don't age well. So, to quote his Tiffin, I do think the advent of Guardian, Crikey, The Conversation, Inside Story, these sorts of things have enriched what be available, but the reach and penetration into wider society is not anything like what used to exist. There's actually a lot of good professional journalistic work going on, but in many ways the gap between information rich and information poor is growing rather than narrowing. Now, print HHI and market share was calculated using average issue readership that AIR, the AIR acronym, figures from the EMMA database for the period covering July 2019 to June of 2020. That data includes 209 metropolitan, regional, and community newspapers and includes Sunday editions. For those of you that has any meaning for, it has a lot of meaning to me. And I weep because it's a lot of good memories about those Sunday editions. The Saturday edition figures for mastheads were excluded. Ownership was assigned for all newspapers where possible. The news website, HHI, and market share was calculated using Nielsen's unique audience figures for September of 2020, which covers 59 websites. So, in terms of the people I've sourced from, they've counted any site that has an Australian-specific homepage or edition and a substantial editorial staff presence in Australia. Audience and readership figures included, they both included duplicate readers when summed to produce market share percentage, is unlike the calculation of market share via circulation. So let me just conclude this tangent on Australia's concentrated media becoming ever more concentrated for the elderly with their newspapers, so that they'll all remain in thrall, delusional to their dying day, along with Murdoch himself. All of this has to bear in account that as circulation is no longer available and revenue figures aren't available for smaller companies, the calculations had to use readership as a proxy for circulation in the studies that I sourced. Now, why is all of this important? It's important because it's Murdoch who runs Fox News, which was monumental in instigating the January 6th attempt to reenact, or rather to act out, the fantasy of the President's Day massacre outlined in The Handmaid's Tale with their January 6th insurrection. By the way, WTF, Mr. What the Fuck says, "Good evening, Douglas and all. I grew up in Adelaide. Abbott the Tool," he says, smiling here, "worked at Mitsubishi car plant for 10 years. He says, Aussie puppet politics as usual, much of the same as all Western politics, self-serving, crooked stick puppets. Do we really need to spend billions on the war machine? Well, oh yes, you do." Yeah, it's a hostile world out there. And yes, by God, militaries are a necessity. Make no mistake about it. What you really need, of course, is an effective military. I'll get into what's going down. We've got little over an hour left, an hour and 15 minutes. I'll see if I can handle it. Basically, it's the Murdocracy that's pushing the Confederate lie, which lives on through Fox Media and the Murdoch mass media machine. So when you take a look at the Confederacy in the United States today as an active insurgency, lies about the Civil War have been festering for more than a century, of course. Now, you might ask what it would take to end the lost causes, twisted narratives. For the modern Confederate apologist, history isn't the story of what actually happened. It is just the story they want to believe. Confederate history is family history. History is eulogy, in which loyalty takes precedence over truth. Now, the whole story was told in a single photograph. an image from the Capitol insurrection that captured the distance between who we purport to be and who we have actually been. On Wednesday afternoon of that 6th day in January, opening this year, as insurrectionists assaulted the Capitol, a man wearing a brown vest over a black sweatshirt walked through the halls of Congress with the Confederate battle standard hanging over his shoulder. And one widely circulated photo taken by Mike Teeler of Reuters press agency captured him in mid-stride, part of the flag almost glowing with the light coming from the hallway to his left. And just above and behind him is a painting of Charles Sumner, the ardent abolitionist senator from Massachusetts. Now, history shapes who we are, particularly place history, via the inheritance. And when it comes to that painting of Charles Sumner, captured in that photograph, with that man in that painting looking forlornly, glaring at the man carrying what the Northerners, the Yankees, considered a rebel flag into the halls of governance. Bear in mind that on the 22nd of May back in 1856, this man, Sumner, the abolitionist, was physically assaulted, personally attacked in the physical sense by Preston Brooks, a pro-slavery member of the House of Representatives from South Carolina, for a speech Sumner had made criticizing slaveholders, including Brooks's cousin, Andrew Butler, a senator representing South Carolina. Brooks attacked Sumner physically, assaulted him on the Senate floor, shouting, "Mr. Sumner, I have read your speech twice over carefully. It is a libel on South Carolina and Mr. Butler, who be a relative of mine." And before Sumner could fully respond, Brooks began beating him over the head with the golden head of his thick walking cane, trapping Sumner under his desk as he tried to escape until two representatives were finally able to intervene and bring him out of the chamber. Now, Sumner did not return to the Senate for 3 years and would experience ongoing, debilitating pain for the rest of his life as his spine had been shattered. Also behind the man, in that photo taken midweek, that opening week of January, opening this year, partially obscured by what the Yanks would call a rebel flag, is a portrait of John C. Calhoun, a senator from South Carolina and the vice president under both John Quincy Adams and Andrew Jackson. In 1837, Calhoun wrote, "I hold that in the present state of civilization, where two races of different origin, and distinguished by color, and other physical differences, as well as intellectual, are brought together, the relationship now existing in the slave-holding states between the twain is, instead of evil, a good, a positive good." The fact that this photo I'm referencing was taken the day after voters in Georgia chose the first black person and the first Jewish person in the history of that state to serve in the Senate, that it shows a man walking past the portrait of a vice president who urged the country to sustain human bondage, and another portrait of a senator who was nearly beaten to death for standing up to slavocracy, that it portrays a man walking with the Confederate States flag while a mob of insurrectionists pushed past police, broke windows, vandalized offices, stole property, and strolled through the halls of Congress for hours, forcing senators and representatives we legally elected into hiding and stopping the certification of the electoral process itself. It's almost difficult to believe that so much of our history, it's impossible to believe in light of that incident, that our history through to this current moment was all reflected in a single photograph. That photo captured the divide between whom we purport to be and whom we have actually been. The gap between our founding promises and our present reality. The flag that man carried, which we have all come to associate with the Confederacy, was not the first that flew over the Confederate States of America, as I always attempt to educate even the whites. In 1861, following the election of Abraham Lincoln, Southern states began seceding from the Union in order to perpetuate the institution of human bondage. As Mississippi said during its secession convention, our position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery, the greatest material interest of the world. And that year, a contest invited people to submit designs for the new Confederacy's national flag. The winner was a design known as the Stars and Bars, which had 3 horizontal stripes, 2 red and 1 white in between, and a blue square with a ring of white stars in its top left-hand corner. Its resemblance to the American flag is clear, and perhaps unsurprising, given that many of the Confederacy's military leaders had previously served in the U.S. Army. But in other ways, its likeness perhaps seems strange. The National Flag Committee of the Confederate States of America, in presenting the winning design, wrote, "A flag should be simple, readily made, and capable of being made up in bunting. It should be different from the flag of any other country, place, or people. It should be significant. It should be readily distinguishable at a distance. The colors should be well contrasted and durable. And lastly, and not the least important point, it should be effective and handsome." The Stars and Bars was not, in fact, readily distinguishable from the American flag, which would prove problematic on the battlefield. And on July 21st, in 1861, about 30 miles southwest of Washington, D.C., Confederate and Union soldiers met in the First Battle of Bull Run. The Confederacy prevailed, but not without tactical confusion and distress. Some Confederate soldiers wore blue uniforms instead of gray, and some Union soldiers wore gray ones instead of blue. And when soldiers and officers on either side looked out over that field of smoke and blood and bodies, they could not easily tell the difference between the Stars and Bars and the Stars and Stripes. Now, after that battle, the Confederate general, P.G.T. Beauregard, appealed for a new flag so as to avoid such dangerous confusion, and in November of 1861, new Confederate battle flags began to appear. There were multiple iterations of the design, but the most common version included 13 stars for the 11 states that seceded, plus Missouri and Kentucky, which were battlegrounds, to be won. Inside, a blue diagonal cross-trimmed with white, all against a red backdrop. In 1863, this design was placed in the top right corner of a larger white flag to become the Confederacy's first official national flag, known as the Stainless Banner. And that version, however, was criticized because it looked too much like the bare white flag of surrender, when some idiot thought the white field would represent white supremacy. Everyone on the other side said, well, it looks like the Rebs are running away. So much for the white supremacy there. So over the course of the past century and a half, the design of the Confederate battle flag became inextricably linked to the story of the Confederacy. The flag's symbolism cannot be disentangled from the cause of those who fought beneath it. It cannot be separated from the words of its vice president, Alexander Stephens, who wrote in his infamous cornerstone speech that slavery was the immediate cause of the late rupture and present revolution, and that the Confederacy had been founded on the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man. So as I looked at that photograph again today, I thought of how the flag had expanded and evolved in meaning, how it had become a staple of the Ku Klux Klan rallies, how it had been waved by white people attempting to intimidate black children who were integrating schools after Brown versus Board of Education, how it had been made a part of flags in states whose legislatures worked tirelessly to disenfranchise black citizenry. And now it will forever be associated with the January 6th, 2021 insurrection at our Capitol, when the nation watched a new iteration of white supremacist violence incited by a deranged and cowardly president. During the Civil War, the Confederate Army never reached the Capitol. The rebel flag, to my knowledge, had never been flown inside the halls of Congress until that 6th day in the opening month of this year. So, on that day, midweek, the opening week of a month, that's half a year gone by now. A man walked through the halls of governance bearing the flag of a group of people who had seceded from these United States and gone to war against it. Then, presumably, he walked out at some point, carrying so much of this country's history with him. Jameson Reese will drop out for the night. God bless you and good night, good sir. Come on for just a minute and say good night to our listeners, if you wish.
Oh, sorry. Was that
I think he's attempting to do so.
yeah, I'm here. Good night.
God bless you, sir, and you have a blessed day. He's going to close out now, and we're going to go blip for a moment. Don't worry about that. If you want to, you can leave everything on, and then, turn it off when you get up. Okay? And otherwise, you don't have to. Don't worry about that. And so we got an hour left. Let me see if I can cover it. You might ask, what does this have to do with Australia? It has to do with the importation of ideology. Communism was an imported ideology. Fascism can import itself. And capitalism, obviously, is exportable. So too is the ideological economy of white supremacist Slavocracy, a white-dominated, slave-based system, which will take root through the Murdoch mass media machine in Australia, which has now become the new hermit kingdom. Australia's closed borders have shut out a diverse citizenry. Buried in Australia's federal budget papers just last month was a prediction that devastated the million Australians who live abroad and the millions more at home who love them. The national borders of Australia are likely to remain closed until at least mid-2022. Australia slammed its doors as soon as the COVID-19 pandemic hit, and it has kept them more firmly shut than any nation on earth, save perhaps North Korea. Plenty, if not most nations, have restricted non-essential travel since the start of the pandemic, but very few have forbidden their own citizens from leaving. Not even communist China, and certainly none, except for Australia, that are democracies. There are up to 40,000 Australians around the world registered with the Department of Foreign Affairs who identify as stranded. That is, they desperately want to return home, but they cannot. One reason is money. The federal government of Australia decided early on that the responsibility for administering expensive quarantines, largely in hotels, belonged to Australia's states and territories, which put caps on international arrivals far exceeded by demand. The cost of 3,000 Australian dollars must be paid by every returnee. Children enjoy a generous rate of just AU 2,500 or 2,500 Australian dollars. Some people just can't find flights at all. Australia's flag carrier, Qantas, remember the koala? I hate Qantas, was privatized back in 1993, and the few airlines still making the long, barely profitable trip cancel flights frequently, prioritize business class and cargo over economy class travelers, and are charging triple the price or more that they did before the pandemic. Super wealthy Australians such as Lachlan Murdoch and Nicole Kidman have found their way back on private planes, been granted permission to quarantine on their own properties, and are now enjoying life in a country largely untouched by the coronavirus. Australia's initial lockdown lasted all of 6 weeks or so. Subsequently, Melbourne endured a harsher version for several months. Deaths from COVID-19 in Australia are under 1,000, and overall deaths from medical conditions are down on projections. This success story stems in part from the initial national border closure in mid-March of 2020. Prime Minister Scott Morrison acted swiftly and decisively, and he deserves credit, therefore. For some ordinary people, returning home is not just hard, but illegal. But in addition to the Murdochs and the Kidmans, the border has also proven permeable for a bevy of foreign celebrities, including Natalie Portman, Zac Efron, Colin Farrell, Viggo Mortensen, and others. A few came to film in a coronavirus-free setting. Others for the surfing breaks in the posh New South Wales beach town of Byron Bay, now practically theirs for individual enjoyment, since these are empty beaches. For some ordinary people, however, returning home, now, there are 9,500 Australians stranded in India who face criminal charges, 5 years in prison, and around 50,000 Australian dollars in fines under the Biosecurity Act if they try to return home, due to fears over the contagiousness of new variants raging in South Asia. But what about vaccines? One of the richest countries in the world should have had no trouble procuring enough doses for its 25 million residents. The Australian drug regulator approved both the Pfizer and AstraZeneca vaccines at the start of this year, but just 9.7% of Australians have had at least one vaccine shot. Vaccinations got off to a slow start when Australians were told by Morrison in December of 2020 that there was no need for urgency because there were so few instances of COVID-19 in the community. Never mind that epidemiologists think that the whole world should be in a hurry, racing against ever more virulent variants. In fact, Morrison said Australia would enjoy a front row seat to the rollout in the United States and the United Kingdom, a blithe wording that revealed a telling detachment from global suffering on the part of Australians. The attitude of a slavocracy. Australia benefited from societal cohesion and good government early on, but also from the sheer luck of being a remote island continent. Under a single national governance, without vaccines, however, Australia's coronavirus-free bliss is dangerously fragile. The numbers are shrouded in mystery, but it's clear that Morrison simply didn't sign enough contracts with drug companies in the flurry yesteryear. While the government's of Australia scoffed at the insignificance of Italy blocking the export of 250,000 AstraZeneca shots to Australia, that seemingly paltry number had a material effect on the pace of the initial rollout. The timeline for when the majority of Australians will get their first shot has been repeatedly pushed back, with the latest estimate from the government being the end of this year. Why the half year, this 6-month delay between when the population is expected to be vaccinated and the international borders finally reopening in the middle of 2022 after that? The budget paper in which the prediction was made placed blame with the very states the federal government had shunted the responsibility of quarantine onto. It says the rate of international arrivals will continue to be constrained by state and territory quarantine caps over 2021 and the first half of 2022. Now, the Australian government's alarmist messaging often seems to exclude mention of the medical miracle of vaccines and their protective effects altogether. This is, of course, white supremacist anti-vax propaganda at work, the ultimate result of the murdocracy running Australia. In the middle of April, around the time when all adult Americans became eligible for their shot, Morrison said opening international borders could lead to 1,000 cases a week or more. In a country where a single case can shut down a state's borders, this understandably made waves. Many Australians abroad feel a sense of betrayal. Moreover, when vaccines are mentioned, when vaccines even come up in conversation, their effectiveness is always underplayed by Murdoch media manipulation. Citing a government source, news.com.au, the news.com of Australia reported in the wake of the budget announcement that one concern the PM and medical experts are grappling with is whether or not people who are vaccinated can still catch and transmit the virus, even if they no longer get sick and die. Now, since mounting and increasingly overwhelming evidence is that COVID-19 vaccines do reduce transmission and drastically reduce the chance of serious illness, fixating on asymptomatic cases seems, well, conspiratorial. This is the anti-vax propaganda of the radicalized Russophiliac right that has come to dominate the Australian media and mental processes. Unless, that is, as some have speculated, the border opening has been strategically delayed to furnish Morrison with the best possible chances in an upcoming federal election. In Australia, the Prime Minister has a lot of latitude to call elections whenever they would like. While the Prime Minister has denied that he's pursuing an elimination strategy, the continued focus on individual asymptomatic cases makes it hard to see how the public will ever countenance anything but zero, nor what a path to re-engaging with the rest of the world would even look like. This is why so many Australians abroad feel their sense of betrayal. In Australia, in the 1990s, kids were taught that Australia's multiculturalism was not just official government policy, it was what made their country special. As recently as this February, Morrison claimed Australia was the most successful multicultural immigration country on the planet. A big part of that depended on Australians' connections to the rest of the world through diasporas from Greece to Sri Lanka. It rings hollow when 10,000 Australian citizens risk jail time if they try to escape the coronavirus catastrophe in India and tens of thousands more have no idea when they'll ever set foot in their homeland ever again. The lack of public outrage on the continent down under is striking. Just 1/3 of Australians, according to a recent survey, think more should be done to repatriate their fellow citizens. Only half are confident that vaccines will be effective at stopping COVID-19 at all, thanks to all the anti-vax propaganda that dominates their right-wing media machine. And anecdotally, the comment section on any article written about the border closure is a cesspool of white supremacist, xenophobic complaints and paranoia. Some suggest throwing spoiled expats, their fellow citizens, in the same offshore refugee detention centers that have so horrified the world and violated all human rights conventions for years. Vaccine failures in other countries have prompted scandals and anger, but not for Australians. Instead, the headline on a recent story in the Sydney Morning Herald, which I reviewed, was "Testing Our Defenses. Is hotel quarantine our nation's Achilles heel?" News reports in Australia frame the closed doors as an issue purely of the privileged, and foreign trips as luxury items. Rarely are the voices of separated parents and children ever heard, even though 7.5 million Australians, 30% of the population down under, was born abroad. And despite Australia's first recession in 3 decades, yesteryear, it's even rarer to hear the economic costs of closed borders ever reckoned with. January of 2020 saw almost 100,000 international students arrive in Australia. Today, universities already starved of public funds are set to lose nearly 4 billion Australian dollars. That would be around 3 billion US dollars in revenue. Until the pandemic, the tourism industry made up 5% of the labor market. Contrast that with mining, which employs just 2% of Australians but gets 29 billion fucking Australian dollars a year in subsidies. Some industries in Australia are too important to fail, but education and tourism are evidently not among them to the brain-whacked, the Murdoch-whacked Australian, the Murdoch-manipulated Australian mind. What little mass mind it has left. Now, the human cost continues to grow by the day. In the Sun Herald, Latika Burke, who was born in Bihar, India, and adopted as a baby to Australian parents, did write, "I have shed many tears over the past 12 months, asking myself why. In its pursuit of stopping COVID-19 deaths, did Australia allow itself to lose its humanity?" Now, living in London, Burke is pursuing British citizenship because she knows Britain will never try to lock her out like Australia did. So what is Australia? As a lockdown hermit kingdom of white supremacists, everything that we project onto communist China, with good reason, is projected outward by the Australians militarily. Their Coral Sea is the mirror image of what the South China Sea is to the Communist Chinese Empire. Because Australia, like Red China, is militarizing the waters off its eastern coast. Now, Australia and the Chinese Communist Empire possess profoundly different geographies. But in one key way, they are similar. The bulk of the wealth and populations of both countries is concentrated on eastern-facing coastal seaboards. And these coastlines, in turn, face seas containing small islands that, if held by any hostile power, could be used to block CHICOM, Chinese Communist, or Australian ships from entering the greater Pacific and engaging in global trade, in effect, crippling their economies and potentially starving them out. China, of course, is facing the South and East China Seas. Australia is next to the less discussed Coral Sea, the Tasman Sea to its northwest being virtually secured already. Excuse me, I'm thinking of Tasmania to its southeast. I was thinking of Timor I'll get back to Timor, in the northwest. Tasman Sea in the southeast, that's Australia's, like, they live and breathe. That's as much of Australia, a part of Australia as, at this point, China has absorbed to bitter Xinjiang. At any rate, China's imperative to solidify its grip over the South and East China Seas is mirrored by Australia's recent push to solidify its control over the Coral Sea. The difference is how each goes about doing it. Red China's militarization of the South China Sea in recent years has been well publicized, but there is nothing recent about Chinese territorial claims in the South and East China Seas. That China is in both names is an indicator of the country's long-standing presence in these maritime domains. China, that is, the Republic of China, first published a map delineating its maritime claims in the South China Sea in 1912. That's the government which now is reestablished on the 100 islands of Formosa, my Taiwan. The number of dashes used and the precise claims on that line have changed slightly over time, but overall, China's territorial claims were essentially the same under Mao Zedong as under Chiang Kai-shek, and remain so under Xi Jinping today. The same is true of the East China Sea, though until recently China's naval capabilities precluded any attempt at challenging Japanese control over the Senkaku Islands, which China has claimed as its own since the 14th century. In this sense, Chinese militarization of the South and East China Seas can legitimately be described as centuries old. What has ebbed and flowed over time was China's ability to project power in these seas, a capability it has only just begun to redevelop. The beginning of the current territorial disputes in the South and East China Seas can be located in two dates. January 19th of 1974, when the Chinese Communist Navy fought off an attempt by the South Vietnamese Nationalist Navy to take the Paracel Islands in the South China Sea, establishing de facto Chinese control, and November 24th of 1971, when the Japanese Diet ratified a deal transferring control of the Senkakus from the United States to the Japanese Empire, in effect putting Chinese maritime trading lanes in the hands of an empire that had committed the rape of Nanjing 33 years prior. Now, since the 1970s, China has used a combination of economic incentives, political pressure, military force, and diplomatic niceties to ensure its continued control of these vital maritime domains. In recent years, it has relied more on military force to do so, a reflection of the Chinese Navy's rising power. It's hard to pinpoint exactly when China began establishing military installations on islands in the South China Sea. In 1990, for example, China built a runway and airport on Woody Island, but it deployed surface-to-air missiles and fighter jets on the island only in 2016. Suffice to say, Red China has been doing so for decades, even if opposition has become vocal only in recent years. As for the Senkakus, Chinese naval ships occasionally enter Japanese territorial waters to make their presence known, but the frequency of such assertion of navigation acts has increased since 2016. China also offers development aid and economic incentives to countries willing to recognize its claims or overlook its island making in the South China Sea, with its recent courting of the Philippines being the most prominent example. Now, Australia and its fellow English-speaking countries, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and the United States primarily, as well as the Empire of Japan, have taken note of the slow and steady rise of Communist Chinese power, CHÖKAN power in the South China Sea, and its desire for power in the East China Sea. At issue is not so much what China has done. In the unlikely event of war, the military installations on South China Sea islands could be destroyed and their resupply could be fairly easily curbed. But what the continued slow conquering of these regions might portend. There has been no serious attempt to stop Red China beyond the occasional freedom of navigation operation, mostly because, for the countries powerful enough to stop Red China, control over the reefs, atolls, and islands in the South China Sea are not worth fighting for in any immediate sense. What concerns Australia and New Zealand more is the way the Communist Chinese Empire has been using a similar strategy in the Coral Sea. Though Red China has no historical claim to ownership of the various island nations of the South Pacific, everything else in its toolkit is fair game. Australia has responded by essentially mimicking Red China's strategy in the South China Sea, though with extremely different tactics. And this is in part by necessity. Red China, after all, is heir to the oldest civilization in world history, albeit it represents its terminal phase. And many of the islands it wants to control are uninhabited. Some aren't even islands. Australia, by comparison, is a relatively recent creation of the now dead and soon to be resurrected British Empire, and the sun has set on its imperial rule of the South Pacific by white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. In addition, many of the island nations with which Australia needs strategic relationships are not uninhabited. What works for China in the South and East China Seas cannot work for Australia in the Coral Sea. Australia has to be far more solicitous of its would-be partners. If Australia is too heavy-handed, it only serves to drive South Pacific countries into the waiting open arms of Communist China, which, despite its expansionist ambitions, is roughly 3,000 miles, or 4,800 kilometers away, making it a potentially very attractive partner for South Pacific countries, taking safety in its distance for granted. Australia has greatly accelerated its execution of its own expansionist strategy in 2018. The year everything went down that I mentioned concerning the submarines. Whether by signing a new bilateral security treaty with Vanuatu, increasing its aid and development projects throughout the region, or spearheading a new security framework for the Pacific Islands Forum, Australia is trying to ensure that it is the dominant power of the Coral Sea. Why, last year, or the year before yesteryear, it blocked China from funding a major regional military base in Fiji by not just outbidding Beijing, but, as Fiji's military chief of staff told the Australian press, by offering a more holistic partnership rather than simply trading yuan for influence. Australia also completed upgrading infrastructure at Papua New Guinea's Lombrum Naval Base on Manus Island. Well, a couple of years have gone by now, if I remember, and it is reportedly negotiating with the PNG, Papua New Guinea, to establish a permanent Australian naval presence at the base. Now, the official agreement was expected in mid-November of the year before yesteryear. I haven't bothered to follow up on it since, and obviously I should. The Australian broadcaster, ABC, Australian Broadcasting Company, also reported, well, the year before yesteryear, that Australian soldiers might begin regular troop rotations in Papua New Guinea in what was at that point the near future. Probably have done so since that time I last checked in. It would be no exaggeration to say that Australia is militarizing the Coral Sea. It is renovating naval facilities to be able to host Australian and presumably American naval assets, signing new beefed-up security agreements with neighboring countries, deploying troops in region, providing neighbors with naval assets. Australia plans to provide 21 Guardian-class vessels to 12 Pacific nations and East Timor by 2023. And spending money on development projects like undersea high-speed internet cables for the Solomon Islands, among other things. The goal is simple: make us sure that no foreign power hostile to Australia's interests can exploit these countries to block trade in and out of Australia, or in a worst-case scenario, as a springboard for invasion. The Communist Chinese Empire can no more prevent Australia from securing control over the Coral Sea than Australia can prevent Red China from securing control over the South China Sea. As for the East China Sea, that will remain in Japanese hands for as long as the Japanese Navy outclasses the Red Chinese, and for as long as the American Empire remains a stalwart ally of the Empire of Japan. In other words, for quite a long time, presumably. Nor does either have an imperative to conquer the other's backyard at present. In effect, what both China and Australia are doing is clearly drawing their defensive lines against each of the other. And there is a great deal of water and land between the lines being drawn on the surface of the seas. Indeed, there are 3 buffer states of particular import between China and Australia: Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. It is in these countries, some of the largest archipelagos in the world, the Philippines with 17,100 islands, and the Indonesians with 71,000 islands. These countries are the shatter belt, with the geopolitical shatter belt, within which the real battle for supremacy in the Pacific will primarily be fought in the coming decades. That competition, however, is still in its infancy. For now, 2 regional powers are shoring up their greatest weaknesses from external threats, and Australia, with fewer obstacles to overcome, has a head start. If there be one problem over which the Australian government has complete control, it is the matter of the non-existent border between Australia and Timor-Leste, the former Portuguese Timor. It is true that the United Nations Conciliation Commission has ruled that it does indeed have the jurisdiction to consider the case by Timor-Leste against Australia. Timor's aim is that an internationally recognized maritime boundary be established between itself and Australia in the Timor Sea. However, while a report is expected, certainly was expected a year or so ago, the 2 nations could have begun discussions in the intervening period and just gotten on with it. Again, something I've neglected to follow up on, but something that I should. The Australian government had said that it accepted the decision that the conciliation should go ahead, but it reminded us all that any result is not binding. No, it's not binding, meaning that it is possible that if decisions were not to Australia's liking, then it could just walk away. Now, I think that any Australian's ears should redden at the thought that their nation considers it appropriate to flog that horse any further. There's a story around that Australia has been generous to its neighbor, as though such generosity is a governmental initiative. It is not. It is not generous. Well, it's not a generous act to take $2 billion in tax revenue from a disputed area such as Australia has done. The Laminaria Corallina fields, the gas fields undersea, are even now nearing depletion, or they were when I checked 2 years ago, and since September of 1999, Australia has received not just the lion's share, but the totality of the revenue available. Timor-Leste received nothing. It is a conquered satrap of Australia. The only difference between the Australians and the murderous Islamo-fundamentalist Indonesians was that the Indonesians were waging a campaign of ethno-religious genocide. The Australians simply saw fit to economically rape and plunder the former colony of Portugal. The Australians were worse than anything they could have impugned on the Japanese in World War II. If anybody talks about, oh, the Japs raped the lands they occupied, talk to the hand. No, talk to the Australians. During that same period, Australia has spent 1.2 billion Australian dollars in aid to the Timorese. A little arithmetic shows how well they've done and come out ahead. Actually, neither nation should have received anything from that area. The revenue should have been put into trust until it became as clear just where the border should have been drawn. Yet more claims of generosity concern an area where Timor gets 90% of the revenue and Australia 10%. What is usually omitted is that 100% of that area lies on Timor's side of the halfway. So in effect, Timor has been generous to Australia, not vice versa, you white trash pieces of shit down under. What Timor reckons it would get with the application of international law. The border expected with Australia is the Green Line. Australian governments of both complexions have been derelict towards Timor because of a tunnel-visioned interpretation of national interest, which holds their nation in thrall to larger powers. In contrast, the work of Australian civil society involving hundreds of thousands of ordinary Australians over decades in supporting the Timorese people has been consistent, effective, even magnificent. As Australians know, the Timorese are not asking for charity. In fact, they have never done that. What they require is a border properly established under international law and recognized by the neighbors. Frankly, Australians have the right to demand the same because 1.8% of the Australian border does not yet exist. And the missing portion is directly opposite the coastline of Timor-Leste, from which they've been sucking out the gas by effectively slant drilling into their victims' property. The Australian Empire, which is in effect what it now is, has always been, had the opportunity to take one last step in the journey towards becoming a true neighbor to Timor-Leste. They could have accepted that modern, internationally acceptable way of settling this issue, which would be to establish a border based on the median line, as they have done with other neighbors, such as New Zealand. You know, that land occupied by fellow whites. They could read some history and realize what an astute, patient and even stubborn people the Timorese are. They could read the current Labour Party policy, which is to undertake talks with the Timorese immediately, with or without a conciliation process. In that context, they could wonder when the next election will be, ask themselves what bludgeoning this dead horse does to their international standing. They could ask the question that if Australia expects the Communist Chinese Empire to abide by United Nations decisions in the South China Sea, why would they hint at the non-binding aspect of a United Nations process in which they have agreed to take as part? They could also think about that one image with which Australians so like to describe themselves. Fairness. But no. Australia is expanding as an empire. And they did not buy submarines from Japan because they don't want any dealings with a colored empire that would rival that of the whites in the Pacific. No, they've cut off all ties with the yellow peril of the red Chinese communists with good cause, but have taken that beyond to all colored nations on earth, becoming one of the most apartheid instated cultures in the world, the South Africa of the Pacific. And Murdoch's promulgation of the Confederate ideology will go in the one direction it can only go. Down south. Down south, where we will see the flag of the Southern Cross raised high, and the Ku Klux Klan expand into the Australian frontier of white nationalism. But, as I said, Australia's population is small, as large as their families traditionally are. There's not enough of them to breed up to superpower status of a large conventional army in the field. For that reason, to sunder the Muslim threat overhanging them, that Damocles scimitar of an expansionist Indonesian empire, they need to unite the Isle of Papua and provide themselves a highway to the Philippines. Now, as I've mentioned before, exemplary of the Filipino fighting spirit amidst the carnage of the communist invasion of the southerly peninsula of Korea was when the multi-million man army of Communist China crossed the Yalujiang, the Yalu River, and almost drove the United Nations forces maintaining the integrity of the democratically elected South Korean Republic off the peninsula itself into exile on the islands of Japan. 1,400 fighting Filipinos stood ground, not even theirs, to brunt the Juggernaut. 1,400 Republika ng Pilipinas, the Republic of the Philippines troops, versus 40,000 Zhonghua Gongchan Tang, Communist Party of China troops during the Korean Peninsular Conflict, an extension of World War II in what was formerly integral Japanese ground on the mainland of Asia. These Filipinos faced 40,000 Zhonghuaren Chinese soldiers with only rifles, machine guns, mortars, and howitzers to stop the enemy. They had also been issued 2 light tanks, a few bazookas which didn't work, and not all of them even had winter clothing. And these are tropical people used to incredibly hot weather. The Zhonghua Gongchang Dang, the Communist Party of China attack, was so overwhelming that the British and the Puerto Ricans retreated, but the Filipinos stayed and continued fighting. They were greatly outnumbered by 40-to-1 odds. So the clerks, drivers, and cooks joined the fight. They held the line, preventing the Zhonghuaren, the Chinese, from conquest of the Republic of South Korea. The Communist Chinese People's Liberation Army lost 7,000 troops, while the Filipinos lost 24 fatalities and sustained 26 casualties or wounded. When the Americans arrived on scene, there appeared to be a lot of littered clothing all over the area. An American officer asked a Filipino machine gunner what all those rags were, and the gunner replied, "Those are dead Reds, sir." Now, in terms of the Philippines' long-range security posture, Filipino soldiers are often described as brave by Filipinos because, well, this is all they have. They're undertrained, under-equipped, have no good doctrine. They're often poorly led and are immobile. Unfortunately, when one combines the Philippines' persistent internal security concerns along with the relative immobility of its infantry force, you have major security problems. Again, the fact that the Philippines is an archipelago becomes a major predicament, since there means that there's a lot of territory to cover, but they are separated by stretches of water. And without proper air or sea lift, it becomes difficult for the Philippines to quickly redeploy troops to face any threats. However, like most poor countries, the Philippine military is forced to rely on the one resource it has, which comes cheap, which is people. So it is a military that has a lot of human capital, but not a lot of material, not a lot of capital investment. The Philippines' current military posture is therefore highly problematic. It has lots of small regular army garrisons which are essentially immobile and poorly trained and equipped, and this system serves as a very thin security shield. The garrisons attempt to handle local patrolling and security and act as some kind of tripwire. They are very reminiscent of the late Roman limitanae. These immobile garrisons cannot deal with actual crises. So when the NPA, the Filipino insurgencies, or the Islamo-extremists of the Abu Sayyaf movement mount actions that require sustained or effective military operations, the Philippines sends its small number of comparatively better equipped and better trained special forces like the Scout Rangers or the Marines. Again, this is all typical of poorly funded third world armies. Concentrate what little equipment and training you have into a small corps that is rushed from crisis point to crisis point with what little mobility assets your military has. And this has the detrimental effect of lowering the overall quality of the rest of the army, since the best personnel and the best equipment is concentrated into a relatively small body, which in the end isn't all that well equipped either. Again, this sort of armed forces structure is completely inadequate when it comes to dealing with inevitable external threats. Asia is buying weaponry and the Philippines' low-quality infantry-based armed forces will be completely incapable of dealing with these Asian ships and fighter jets. Indeed, the current Philippine armed forces is barely capable of dealing with existing internal militia threats. Now, the Battle of Manila Bay in 1898 was a very graphic illustration of how sea power can determine the entire land campaign. And when I reflect back on that debacle, a future aggressor can easily thwart, even seriously damage the Philippines with the right kind of force, mainly long-range naval and air power with underway replenishment capabilities, as was seen during the 1896 revolution, the Filipino-American War, and World War II. Anybody who can control the sea around the Philippines controls the country itself. A graphic illustration of Alfred Thayer Mahan's theories of maritime supremacy. Anybody who can shut down the Philippines' external trade and inter-island links is capable of destroying the economy and thereby forcing any Filipino government to sue for peace. And unfortunately, the Philippine economy is exceptionally export dependent. It is also dependent on outside links, so a future aggressor who can cut the Philippines' telephone and internet connections can further damage the Philippine economy. The Philippines does not produce goods or services that cannot be made elsewhere, and neither is it a particularly vital export market. So an embargo and blockade of the Philippines will likely not induce any other countries to rush to its aid, unlike, say, an embargo or invasion of Kuwait. This all means that if Red China ever developed even a mediocre blue water navy, it can essentially hold the Philippines hostage. A Chinese long-range fighter force that could bomb their harbors, airports, and cities would also bring the Philippines to its knees. The first step in improving the Filipino security posture is improving both the Filipino economy in general and improving their standard of living. Now, my own that means statist leanings, are likely biasing me here, but a reasonably prosperous social welfare government is the very first component of security. It should be obvious why. First, a more prosperous Philippines means more money and resources in general, which means more money and resources would be available with which to buy advanced weaponry and supplies. This later point is as crucial as shiny new weapons. The Philippine Armed Forces today is starved for supplies and has a very meager logistical capability. Units do not have such essentials as small arms ammunition and mortar rounds, and it's why Philippine offensives against insurgent groups very, very quickly run out of steam. A more prosperous and advanced economy with a stronger manufacturing base will also enable the Philippines to better manufacture combat consumables and stockpile them as well. This is a historical weakness of the Philippines, their lack of even a basic military industry, and I will argue that it was a key reason for the defeat of the Philippine Revolution and Filipino-American War. The Philippines doesn't need it to build its own fighter jets and frigates, mind ye, far from it. This would be a waste of resources. It should just be able to provide basic supplies and perhaps spares. Another bonus is that a prosperous economy can afford to expend resources on training, fuel, spares, pay. Additionally, basing for new aircraft and ships will be key to any kind of defensive flexibility, and this can be made a lot cheaper and more viable if military installations could share or be near prosperous civilian centers of commerce and population. So, for instance, the Philippine Navy could have port facilities with stockpiled munitions in places like Puerto Princesa or La Union and cover more of the Philippines. Currently, the Filipino Navy and Air Force are very, very limited in where they can base high-tech weapons, since not a lot of places in the Philippines can supply the needs of these items. Second, relates to a stronger welfare state. Why would a government that provided better health care and better education help the Filipino security posture? Again, this is obvious. A healthier and more educated populace would make for better soldiers. A population with a higher standard of living would have more access to computers, cars, and other machinery, and hopefully a better education. This would mean that it would be easier to train soldiers to handle high-tech weapons. A lack of an educated machinery or digital familiar population has been a critical traditional weakness of third world militaries and plays into why these militaries have had a hard time running and maintaining high technology weapons. There is another corollary to this, which is more subjective and debatable. A population with a high standard of living, which they know has been provided by the government, might be more loyal to the state, since the people have more interest in maintaining the status quo. Charismatic attraction has long been an important aspect of authority and political power in the Philippines, and one way to attract people to the Philippines is to provide them with care and services. Essentially, let the state be the ultimate patron, so Filipinos will not need to turn to private individuals like warlords, specific politicians, insurgent groups, or religious cult leaders. This will have to be done very carefully since you want people to be loyal to the machinery of the state, not just to specific political leaders. Either way, this might help cut down on insurgent and separatist groups, which would alleviate the burden on the army and enable it to focus on external threats. If you combine this with a more prosperous Philippines, then internal security can be largely handled by a better trained and beefed up police force, which will still be cheaper than an army. A population with a higher standard of living might also consume more, which would make the Philippines a more important market, and this might make countries like Red China less inclined to fight if they know that they would take an economic hit from severing ties with the Philippines. None of this is going to happen. The Philippines look toward security from a colonizer. They have been subject to colonial exploitation for so long, to a white elite for so long. They turn towards a white colonial empire instinctively, intuitively. They will voluntarily enter the slavery that the Australians need to provide them the manpower that would make them a superpower of the Pacific. With a Filipino fighting force, what was it that General Douglas MacArthur said? Let's look up what he said about Filipinos and world conquest. And of course that would be a quote I would have to add. Now, General Douglas MacArthur once praised the gallantry and supreme tactical skills of Filipino soldiers during World War II by saying, "Give me 10,000 Filipino soldiers and I will conquer the world. Give me 10,000 Filipinos and I shall conquer the world." If you hear that, you might ask, there are 106 million in the Philippines already, and 4 million, if I remember correctly, in 4 million Filipinos in the United States, plus another 6 million elsewhere. Can the Philippines conquer its own territory? It's like Vietnamese brag about being the most powerful country in Southeast Asia all over the internet just because they defeated the USA in the Vietnam War. Well then, since Vietnam defeated the US, which is dubbed the most powerful country in the world, then Vietnam must be the most powerful country on earth after the Vietnam War, right? The US being defeated is more like the US gave up. There were far more casualties of Vietnamese than Americans. What the US wanted was to install a non-communist government in Vietnam, or else they invaded you. If they can't succeed, they cut your country in half, like the 2 Koreas, the 2 Afghanistans, the 2 Germanys at one point. The real country of Korea was governed by communist North Koreans at one point. The US cannot change Vietnam, could not even successfully divide it, so they retreated. that is, defeat. They could have dropped babies in Vietnam. They had more nukes in the Vietnam War than the time when they dropped them in Japan. And the effect would be felt in neighboring Laos and Cambodia. Well, in fact, both countries are still being affected by the Vietnam War up to this day. My point being that all of this comes down to a matter of deployment. The Vietnamese do not have the capability of logistical threat projection to any great degree. The Philippines would get that only by an external sponsor that could give them the prosperity that they want at the sacrifice of their freedom. You have a choice: liberty or security. The Filipinos will choose security, even the security of slavery, with a white elite that would breed with many of them